easy schedule things, like a caveat, you play or you have to play. You went 4-1.
Okay.
And on the last land, you beat Thieves, right? So this Boston team, like, you're beating the teams that you need to beat. You go 4-1, they're a top 16 for sure. This is a huge match, and it's definitely not going to be easy.
I want to look at the bracket one more time if we can before we go to break, because I want to see how many of these are going to a Game 5. We say it every day. We have not had one for the last 2 majors.
Dude, these last 2 majors,
I deserve a Game 5 today, Joe.
Bro?
Does it come from Rocker
We had
Toronto?
one winners bracket final last event. I mean, it was great between Surge and Faze, but
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
going on. Because even online, we have so many close matches.
So many.
But at these majors,
all right,
I'm not sure.
It does feel like we get a lot of repeatable maps like Hasi,
we got
red card that plays
Minnesota Rocker
Well, we
taking
have
on
these teams that are losing round
Toronto
one, just
Ultra
like
up
Faze, right?
first.
Last tournament it was Ultra, it was Thieves, and then they just 3-0.
Then we'll move on
so some of these
to
early round one
the
upsets turned into lower
Vancouver
bracket
Surge
just
taking on Boston
destruction.
Breach.
Chad, do me a favor. Tell me how many of these series
And for
go
the
to
third
a Game
map of the
5,
day,
because
we
we
got
have a
our
jam-packed
LA
schedule
Thieves
for you on a Super
taking on
Saturday.
Miami
5 more matches
Heretics.
coming your way, and it starts with the elimination.
And
fight
after those
between
3
Toronto
matches, we'll
Ultra
figure
and
out who
Minnesota
plays
Rocker.
what
Following,
for the
we'll go to
last 2
winners
matches
bracket
of
for
the
Breach,
day.
Surge,
Or who
LA
plays
Thieves,
who, I should
Heretics.
say.
We come back though. Does Toronto survive with a fill-in, or is it the Rocker knocking on Optic's
It'll be
door?
interesting to see how Rocker plays against Toronto, because Toronto has actually been playing pretty good. But yesterday, Minnesota looked solid. They really did. So I'm definitely looking forward to this matchup here.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. The arcade
Just
Wiz
2
Tracer pack is
times
available now.
before it's
Hit the map in retro glory with a star player operator. Pixel
too
inspired
late,
and more.
because this is going to go
2025
pretty
Toronto
far,
Ultra Team is available
probably.
now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon chart to bless your aim with the powers of tilt. Next time you boot up, sue up at the in-game shop.
I swear all these intros are copyright. Hey, now we actually get the audio this time. Yesterday was a little awkward.
Not enough to win the gunfight. Popping out shield. The reads on the next one, able to win the 1v2. 2. Can do it. 1v1. 1v1. The Emperor. Nothing changed but the change.
Love that new intro from Minnesota Rocker. Kenny, the addition added in for this major, hasn't found instant success, but here on land, they find themselves in fighting form. But the player to watch for me, it's got to be Nero, right? Was there anyone more impressive on day 2? I was thinking about it on the evening. I was like, this was probably his best takeover series that we've seen on land.
Absolutely. I mean, if you want to talk number-wise, 100% you're going to go with Nero in this. And that's really important because for Minnesota Rocker, they need to keep winning these hard points. They're already a toss-up when it comes to search and destroy. They'll always keep it close, and control kind of just comes their way. But
For this one,
Hardpoint,
I am
it's been
thinking,
about finding a closer, right? And maybe
kinda
it's going to be
thinking
Nero. Maybe it's
Minnesota,
Nero that needs to
low-key.
continue that domination and that takeover mode throughout some of these series.
Yeah, I mean, really in
kinda
this series,
thinking
you gotta win your
Minnesota.
hard-point pick, I would say. And yeah, it's a hard one from Minnesota because you look at it and like Toronto's such a good search team, but that is with Beans. This is not the Toronto that has been, so a very unique opportunity here. Yesterday coming into the match, I said Estriel's the guy to watch because he's had a bad split in search. Well, he went 7-3 and had 3 first bloods.
Yeah,
so
he was cooking.
He definitely answered that, right? So you need that between him and Nero, and I think you have a pretty good chance in this series.
Allie, final thoughts on Minnesota Rocker?
They need to get this map win. They're 0-2 versus Toronto Ultra map wins, and I think it would give them a big lead in this series.
All right, let's jump in with that Toronto Ultra squad that has caused them problems. Toronto getting the best with Beans in the mix, of course. He has been a lead slayer for the team alongside Joe Deceased.
I mean, Mercules has filled in very well.
Mercules has filled his shoes. That puts a
He's
little
filled in
pressure
very
on the rest
well.
of the team, though, Joe.
I
So
agree
who are you
with
looking at here
Octane
on
on
a
the flank.
Saturday
I
if
think
Toronto's going to make
Optic
it
needs to
Sunday?
do
I mean, I
everything they
texted it
can to try
yesterday.
and get that
I
guy.
talked about it. I think if Ultra want to go far, it's the sub.
At least for the rest of the
if
season.
Kleenex and Joe Thieves, they're the engine of this squad, right? Just
Yeah.
sort of allow Mercules to play his game, find easy kills, but you are going to thrive on the pressure that those two are bringing to the main stage. And we've seen it in the respawns. They have put up some insane numbers. They just have to keep it going.
The thing in this series is going to be pace, right? Because like the maps, let's put
Wait,
the maps.
why did
low
they
if you don't
show
mind production,
the-
because I think we got a skyline and a
Why
vault
did they
in this
show
one.
the intros?
It's a weird match
they're
for
not
Ultra
doing their
because
walkouts
what
yet.
Minnesota, they're so good at skyline, nobody really wants to play them
Well,
on it.
we got
And then
Vault
they never get
HP,
to play
map
as well,
1,
6-1 on it.
Rewind,
So,
map
I mean,
2,
if you're
Vault
Toronto,
Control,
these are two of your better hard points as well,
Skyline,
and you're squaring.
and
but the
Red
difference is
Card.
You have Mercules now. Can he play at the pace that
Ultra
Beans
usually
played at for
looks
the
good
teams?
on
Insight's
Skyline.
slower, right? So it's going to be a really, really hard matchup, man. It's tough.
I think this
I
map
think
1 is
red
everything. The reason I
card-
said that Minnesota Rocker
don't even
needed to
know.
take this map 1
I
is
don't
because
know.
they're 0-2 versus Toronto Ultra when it comes to map 1s in series. They've gone to game 5s both times. They're sitting at 1-1 over on the season. So for Minnesota
Dude, I
Rocker,
kind of
you're
want
doing
to.
your
I
hard
do
point.
kind of
You're 6-1
want
on
to
it.
play
You
some
have to
bets,
win.
I
but
feel
I
like
just
Toronto
win
have to
this.
win map
can't bring
1,
myself
because
to
I think
do it
once we
because I
get
don't
to
have a
that
lot of. I
skyline,
don't have a lot of
Rocker
money.
are thunderous on that map.
I don't have a lot of money to
30
throw
seconds
out
to
some
stage.
bets.
We begin our scuff
Skyline?
pick'ems with Mr. Burke. It's your time to talk.
I mean, I got Rocker going top 4. So
It's
I'm
your
going
time
Rocker.
to talk.
Rocker,
That's where my
top
bracket's at.
4.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Outcat.
We're
Do I
worried
have
about
any?
Joe and
Do I have any
Kleenex on
money already
Skyline,
on
dude, I'm going Toronto Ultra.
Prize Picks?
Man, this is such a tough one, man. Like,
Oh, I
It's
have to
tough.
log in.
Grizzly, you don't hate Toronto?
this hinges.
Eh, I don't
really
wanna
hinges
log
on
in.
the
What is
two
that?
series from the sub duo. I
I don't
agree
wanna
with Joe.
log in.
I'm gonna go
I don't care.
Minnesota in this one. I think that they're playing for more. They're playing
I
for
am
more.
cheering for the champs race to continue. I want to see a nail biter
Yeah,
at the
that's-
end of the
that's the
season.
thing for
only
me.
way we
I
get
wanna
there is
see-
if Minnesota shows some life. Do it right
I wanna
now
see
against a Phil, and I got
Minnesota
the Rocker doing it in a game
play
5.
well.
With us
so that
locked
way we
in
can see
on
them
the
at
playa.
champs.
It's time to go to the stage with Guy
I want to
Blaze.
see Ken at champs.
Thank you so
Hey,
much,
what's up,
Chris.
Gold?
Florida's date number 3.
Good to see
you guys
you.
ready to have a good time?
Good to see you this morning.
Let's see if we can help break the tie to the desk. Where my Ultra fans in the building? Where my Minnesota fans in the building?
I'm actually excited for the
Get
series. I
ready
feel
to
like
make
this
some
series
noise.
has
Rocking
potential to
the
be
stage. Here
the
comes
most
the
competitive
Minnesota
series of the weekend we've
Rocker.
seen so far.
Kenny, Astro, Nero, and Gio. Guarding the top of the mountain, the Minnesota Rocker. They're looking to keep climbing to the top.
I've seen a lot of the
Man, they're trying to make this run.
Rocker
This team
clips.
looked so good yesterday.
these guys are
Nero
actually
was
hilarious.
dominating. Kenny
Gio,
is joining. He's been a
Estriel,
great
and
leader
Ken,
for
like,
this
their
roster,
banter is so
and they need to
funny,
make it to
dude.
champs, and they need points.
Gio and
So
Estriel
this
are
match is a
clowns.
must-win. Guy,
They
let's
are
bring
clowns,
out
but it's
the
actually
Toronto
really
Ultra.
funny.
Yeah, Florida, you can love them or you can hate them, but you gonna make some noise. for
Yeah,
the
Gold, today's
Toronto
a big day.
Ultra.
We got to take down Miami.
Mercules, Joe Deceives, Insight, and Kleenex. Toronto Ultra been icy all weekend, and they don't plan on stopping now.
I have to tip my hat to the guy all the way on the left of your screen there. And
I feel like
Mercules,
Mercules
usually
is, like,
when
slowly
situations
getting
like
more
this happen
comfortable
and a player
with
has to
being on
get plugged
stage.
into a roster, it does not go as well as these boys have made it so far this
I mean, he
weekend.
looked
a team
real
of Toronto Ultra
comfortable,
that's been looking to be added to the top 4
in-game.
conversation, and they might just solidify it here this weekend with a fill-in of
he's
all
been
things.
dialed
But I'm looking
in-game.
at the core 3 to step it up because they're the reason they're in this situation. It's do or die, one life given. Let's get it started, guys.
I'm ready to get it started. It's going to be an icy matchup
Here
here
we
on the main
go.
stage. Florida, you guys ready to go?
Oh, Gold, by the way, I got the new
Just
sub
study.
badges.
Let's
I
slide
can't put
into
them on
it.
YouTube yet because I'm still trying to figure out
these two teams from
the
Toronto, an
situation that
opportunity
you
to
DM'd me
really
about.
like Ali mentioned,
But
it's a top 4
on
squad
Twitch,
in the CDL, no
we
matter
do
who
have
the
the new
roster
sub
seems to
badges
be.
set up.
But for Minnesota, there
I
is
believe.
a lot riding on this, a chance to make
I
up the space between
uploaded
them and
all of
Optic
them
for playoffs. Oh yeah, because
to
Optic
the
already
channel,
got eliminated.
so
You're still in the tournament.
as long
You
as they
have a
don't have
chance
to get,
to
like,
your 2
checked
matches
or anything
today,
like that. They
potentially
should
walk away with
be-
30 points and already put
they
yourself
should be
in a
officially
tied
set up
situation. So
on Twitch.
Namath hit it perfectly. They have a lot more to play for, so Minnesota need to come out the gates
And they're
firing.
nice.
And I love this match
They
set
look good.
for this particular
They definitely
series.
look better
Both teams
than
are
the
gonna be
ones that
feeling
I
good
made.
about a handful of
I'll
maps.
tell you that
really
much.
up until we get to map 5, which it feels like this series very well may get us one of our
Once
first
I get
map
it
5s on the
set up
weekend.
on
But if we do
YouTube,
get there, the search
that'll
and
be even
destroy
better.
does
But
lean towards
I gotta
Toronto
get-
just a touch. But again, you say
Gotta
that
get
with
that
only a
whole
limited amount of
situation figured
divinity
out.
because let's be
Hopefully,
honest, we got to fill in.
it'll
How
happen
much of your
sooner
search
than
and
later.
destroy strategy is really going to apply
die, even if it is a map 5 kind of situation where you have to do or die.
Yeah, everything changes, man. The teamwork aspect in the search and destroy, and also
Joe is
the
like
control.
like
That
an
has
older
to
brother
all
right
change
now to
drastically.
Yeah.
We saw
Mercules,
Mercules
bro.
yesterday being super aggressive with the team, and I think that's the best thing you can do as a villain is just always be involved in the play with the guys who have been in the system for so damn long, and then just follow their lead. If you're always going to be
Yeah,
there to
Gold,
play your
all
trade,
that
to
it
always put yourself in a
was when I
position to
set up
help the team out,
the
that's what you need
AdSense
to do for the
account,
road.
I
And I love the
accidentally
idea
set
of
it up
just
as
kind of taking the
organization
focus
instead of
towards the
individual.
SMG duo
So
for
I
Ultra,
just have to
because
get
if
that
they can rip
changed.
apart
Once I get it
this
changed, I'll be
Minnesota's
fine.
front line, it's going to make
I did it as
decision-making
organization
that much
because
easier for the
I
ARs
didn't
for Toronto
realize
Ultra.
like
Lots
that
on
it
the
was
line.
going to
We
have
kick
different
things
tax
off with a
implications.
map that
I
Minnesota
also
has really
didn't know
enjoyed
which
throughout this
one
year.
would be
They just
better
don't get a
in
lot
that
of an
regard.
opportunity to play it because
So
no one
I
wants to
just
play 'em
picked
there. So we'll see how
organization
things
because
go,
I was
for
like,
Toronto,
well,
they have been
you know, it's
rotating
not just
way
me.
better this stage
Like,
of Mercules.
it's not
in the
just like
mix,
my
whether that's
name,
just because
you know
it's
what
a
I mean?
byproduct of a new system
But
or just because he's playing for rotation
now
focus.
that I kind of
It's really just,
understand
you know,
what it,
we'll see. We'll
what
find
it
out then
was,
which is true.
I'm just
he
going to
has
change
continue
it,
to play
get it
fast
to
at the
individual,
pacing,
and then
everybody
we
else
should
also has
be
to step
all
up their
right. Because
pacing.
then I
So
can
Insight,
then I can
Southside needs to
verify
make a lot of
everything.
appearances, and Joe, the season Kleenex. Need to be
Hey,
able to
Destiny,
dictate
who we
how
got?
this game is
Low
gonna
key,
go, but here
I
we
mean,
go.
obviously,
Map
I'm going to
number
root
one
for my
on
boy
vote.
Joe.
Toronto
I
Ultra,
want Kleenex to
Minnesota
do well.
Rocker,
He's on my
day 3
fantasy,
kicked off.
so
Let's get it on. First
you know,
blood
I
looking
want
good for Kleenex,
I want all
but
that.
Hero can he respond?
But
And here we go. Minnesota
I
set the
want-
tempo early, pushing
think
off Ultra
Minnesota
and already influencing spawns
to make a
before
run
stop,
for
right, with a little
champs.
bit of a split.
So I want to see Minnesota take this
Nero
one.
do what he did yesterday. Toronto are not going to have a good time. He was single-handedly just making so many clutch moments, so many clutch kills for his teammates to dominate the respawns they did yesterday. But 25 seconds still to fight for here at P1.
I think I'm
Currently in
really
control of
not like
Ultra, but
upset
if you're
at
Rockers,
whoever
you're just
wins
playing keep away
this.
at least for now.
Yeah, what a start from Estriel, 4-0.
I just
dominating
want to
over towards
see
Catwalk
Minnesota
with a
be
couple
able
extra
to
shots down
make a
low. He
run
lost
at
blood
chance,
for 5
possibly.
in a row, but shut down. Toronto, moment of recovery. Here's Kleenex finds 2. Focus on
Kleenex is
rotation
starting
also
off
coming through.
hot,
His insight
though,
was a
6
critical
and 1.
1v1.
Oh, that's a big 3 dead at the right time. Now, off the
Almost every
rotation,
time
gonna
I've
be
seen him
fully
in the
set
kill
up, or
feed,
if
he's getting 2.
Had the numbers on this side of the map. Kenny tries to make it a little bit mixy, but only he's able to take down 1. But now you have long routes already being developed from Gio. He's going to allow his teammate to spawn in towards the back, but Toronto read it perfectly.
I got to say, again, when we started off this weekend, Toronto was the worst team in the league by rank this stage in rotating. They are now up to 4th, just based on the results that they've had in the first 2 days. And this is another moment where not only do they rotate well, they're not
great
even
setup
close
here.
to being broken. First 30 seconds clean for Ultra.
Yeah, just remember, Rocker haven't played this map as this core 4 with Kenny into the lineup. They prefer themselves some everything else, Hacienda and Skyline, but first time testing it here
Hercules
at the
with 2.
major. They cannot find success on their breaks. This has been a flawless hold here from Ultra, and with 20 seconds left, you might have to just cut your losses, rotate new.
Does
Problem is
League
you're stuck
play
in
today?
pool right now, Jay, so it's like you don't
So
just
League
want to
plays
cut
today.
and just go right back to the
Dude,
middle of the map. You want to try to zone off these exits, and that's exactly what comes through.
I'm
Nice moment here for
trying not
Rocker.
to crash
Gives him
out
some
over
breathing
this.
room on rotation
But
over
I
to P3.
swear, whoever
Hercules
is
able to
running
scout
the
out 1, clean
scheduling
shots,
thing
deals with
on
it,
the
and here we
Thieves
go again.
website
Toronto an opportunity to
is
win rotation.
lacking.
Realistically, now, if you're Rocker, you are banking on this
Respectfully, they are
P3 to P4
lacking.
rotation.
They
Just
do
don't
not
give us
have
time
it
here.
updated
At this hard
like
point,
in advance.
try to play keep away as
They
long as
don't
you can.
have it
Insight
updated
thinking big
ahead of-
picture. Let me
ahead
work
of the
deep
day.
route. Let me pull some players from Minnesota Rock
And it's
put
driving
their
me
attention on
crazy.
me and just allow my teammates to soak up that time.
And really, outside of the
Every
opening
day I
breakoff,
look at it, it's
Minnesota
not
had been
accurate.
stonewalled
Yeah.
everywhere else,
Every
including
single time.
over the top of this third hard point, as Toronto are ripping them
Yeah,
apart.
I'm gonna have to,
5-4,
apparently,
10-4.
because,
the stat line looking clean
You know, I
for
thought,
Ultra.
oh hey,
The
this is a
spawn's
good
already flipped.
addition
It's
that
30
the
seconds
Thieves
fight
did.
for here at
Like,
B3, but
they
you did
have
shot
so many
early on if you're
esports teams.
Ultra.
I want to
Now you
keep
just
up
gotta
with
hold
it.
it down because Rocker find all the kills
Nope,
in the
they
kill
don't-
feed.
they
They're
don't keep
taking a
up
lot
with
of
it.
space away. You have every
So-
single one of your teammates spawning over towards R, but every kill is massive,
Damn.
and Nero's able to find 2.
Double
Yeah, you
nade
don't
for
expect
Nero.
that off of a Semtex, so now an opportunity for Minnesota to use their numbers to move across the map. Joe to
Oh,
seize the window.
okay,
Oh,
Joe.
Double from JD, and that will
Okay,
stabilize
Joe.
not only on the rotation, but even particularly over the scrap time of 3 Ultra clean.
Yeah, and that's a big moment right there.
Have
Because
an
Rocker,
idea?
with that double kill
Okay.
coming in from Nero, they had the numbers. They were already influencing spawns for them.
Yeah,
to have
Destiny,
the
I'm
numbers
gonna
off the
have to, but
rotation.
that only works
Joe
for
DeCease with
Valorant
that
and,
double allows them to stabilize over towards R.
for
And now they
League.
win the roto over towards the money
I need
hill.
it for
Minnesota
Rivals
forced to
as
break their
well.
way through R.
'Cause
They
COD, I
already
always
know
know.
where they're going to be.
COD,
Everything is
I'm
getting
always
invested
locked
in.
in on
Insight just
COD.
has a couple freebies lined up.
And now you've got full clearance right down the P4 street, and Ultra already over 100 points.
I mean,
Let's see how
Ultra's
the new
looking
kid
good
is
right
vibing
now.
As we head to a Toronto Ultra listen in.
Yo, Gio's close. One dubs. Nice shit, boys. Come on. There's one in mid. Should be one mid there. Okay. One wave, then we flip. Okay? One need. Just wait. Wait a sec. One right of me. Plants. Dead. Shot. Nice. I think he's camping, by the way. Stun in box, show, okay?
I have a streak, okay?
It's still box.
Dubs as well.
Con on me, con dead.
Nice.
Box as well.
Dubs as well. It's good time.
Yeah, Gio's still box.
Con still, that's true.
You're alone.
Top 5 one, Joe.
He was box, okay?
2-3, Kenny, one shot.
Yo, plant to me, Gio, dead.
Give me a sec, Joe.
Con one shot on me. Yo, Con one shot on me.
Stand up,
He went their
Charge
main,
it,
he went their
that
lobby.
shit.
Their lobby, Kenny.
Take your time, boys.
Con in their lobby, that's
Give me cast on me.
I'm
Open
holding
on
it.
time. Close open. One to open. That's fine.
Our side open.
Both sides open.
Hold cap.
Gio open, we
Close, Kenny. Open extra dead.
Nice, let's go.
Ooh, big 2 from Kleenex.
We could go cat late.
Oh shit, Kleenex is calling deads.
Yeah, just around the we can. One shot. I'm dead.
Could just take con.
Ah, shit. No,
That's good,
yeah,
that's
we're
good.
fine. I'll go in mid and right.
Yo, front.
They're banging, they're banging.
Absolutely. Open and close.
Damn. Oh shit.
Yeah, try and soak this, okay?
You have to look for me. You have to look for me.
I have a thing.
Yeah, Destiny. I mean,
One could play.
I have twice to the frame.
Insight and Kleenex are a solid duo.
No, back to let's back up. I'm streak, okay? Keep
Okay, okay.
Play cat, boys. I'll streak.
Trying to get this.
Come with you, Jim.
Wait, I'm streaking.
Good.
Give me a second, give me a second. Hey, lobby. My bad. Left side lobby.
Okay, listen. One time, in mid.
Rockers only at 45.
One second, back to you. In the house, okay? Back to you dead. One time, and then one to pull. And then one left side lobby.
Pull on me. Nero.
Nero,
pull. Lobby.
Still there. Still
Pull
pulling.
in time. Pull in time. You win the
Yo, pull. Okay,
Last guy time. I'm running it.
That's 3 dead. Damn, that's a quick break.
I hear truck now, okay? Truck. Absolute.
I mean, what are we talking about right now? Toronto looked like the best version of themselves at the moment, and it's with a new guy in the lists, and everything has just been so cool, so calm, and Joe is just, I'll hang out, I'll get the hard point time, boys, thank you very much.
Yeah, everything's so fluent, and then even the energy is coming at the right time. They're knowing, okay, I'm only gonna calm like that when we got 3 to 4 dead and we're guaranteeing the hold. But with Kleenex having the start that he is, Joe DeC's finessing the way that he is. Also 2 minutes in the hill, Mr. Objective. Ultra find themselves up by 100.
Joe
already have
Joe
ball
is
control as well for
super
this P3 to
soaking.
P4
Holy.
rotation, and they're fully set up.
What do you say? I mean, this
Get
is
a kill?
just a mismatch right now. Minnesota not awake.
Yeah,
into this
Minnesota's
hard
getting
point at the moment.
spanked.
Inside over the top, dealt with. Little pitch.
This is a BTA to start off the day, man.
Good. Pistol trying to follow
Map
up,
1
but
at least, I'm
not
saying.
going to be necessary as Minnesota still
The
feel
series might
comfortable
be more
P3
competitive.
Yeah,
But
realistically,
this map
like,
1
you
is
can soak up a lot of this time here and then flip the spawns at the very end of
BTA
this
so
time.
far.
And you're right back into this game. Astro with some shots, able to lead it to 6 in a row. But the spawns are still a little bit scattered. Do they account for the player? And
Big
inside,
win for
yesterday,
Ken.
big one-on-one win by
Big
right there
win
from
from
Kenny.
Ken.
But 20 seconds still to fight for here. And
I mean, if
finding
they
every
can
single
chain
kill,
some
so
hills, they
Rocker
can
set
start to
themselves
bring
up
this
for
back a
comeback.
little bit.
Looking decent for the time being. Gio gonna
If
pick
they're
up the
able to
overextension.
chain here,
Penny floating over
it could
towards
get a
mid,
little
just making
scary.
sure they're set up properly for this P4. Good initial shutdown from Estriel on the pinch. Looking for more over towards the backside of P1. He will find everything he needs to. No, not able to get the win versus Kleenex. Nero going to block off this part of the map through Art, and Minnesota will open up P4.
Yeah, we need a full 60, and already the first kill goes in favor of Kleenex, so you got to try to make something happen if you're Nero. Get aggressive
Nice.
through the front door, catch your
Okay.
timing. Can you win the second? No,
Ooh.
Kleenex gets the better of you, and at least your teammates are able to win every other gunfight.
Whoa.
You cannot get any time last go around at P4, but so far 20 seconds uncontested.
Bold route here from Estriel. He gets the first, but again, the further forward he plays, the more likely the spawn's being moved around. And there we go. Split spawns over to the backside of this. 30 seconds to fight for. Kleenex on 5.
Damn, that's a
Joe
big
able to
break
secure
for
onto
Ultra.
Nero, and that's going to be a flip. I don't want to point just to Estriel for that, but it's a risky play, and Toronto will get a flip at the hard point.
It's just when
That
they
is
take
a
that much
big
space
break for
already
Ultra.
at statue, and they're also finding kills. There's nowhere else for you to spawn besides out. So they just win the majority of those trades. You can already see it. Kleenex is on 5 in a row. Joe is on 4. Now you're going to walk away with this final 20 seconds, still keep the lead. Pretty hefty on your end. Now we go into the 3rd set.
Yeah. And it just feels like the clock is running out here on Minnesota.
Oh my
Oh.
God.
And Joe, 8 in a row.
Oh, no.
Just blows away Kenny with some hip fire. And now you're dealing with, again, an 80-point game. Looking back over to P1 in Minnesota, it has to be this plus the next after that.
And this is why it's tough to like match their pacing, because Mercules is capable of doing things like this, going from an AR to an SMG, always being in the mix. You're holding down top cat, waiting for your teammates to get back into the play, but the timing doesn't
I feel like
work out.
Mercules
Astro gets the better of
just
him,
does
and
all the
Minnesota's
things you
still
need him
fighting.
to do.
Every kill,
Like,
a big
straight
kill, though.
up.
Just trying to keep the right side of the minimap alive. As Minnesota
He's
getting
more
a
than
pretty solid
capable
read on
of,
what these
of
spawns are
playing at
looking
a
like
high
right now for
level, I
Ultra.
feel like, already.
This is a critical moment, though. 20 seconds to fight for it. P1, sure, but a lot of this has to be focused on rotation. And Astral shuts down another rotation from Ultra. An opportunity here as they're getting a stick on a team nade, and here we go. Minnesota cooking, and they're going to be set up for P2.
That's a
This is looking
brutal,
like the Rocket
that's
we
a
saw
brutal team
early
nade.
on in stage 1, where they're literally never out the game. You could be up by 100, but they start to turn it around, down by 50. Let's step aside and go to listening with Minnesota.
There's 3 dead already, though. Ken's got a finesse. Never mind, they all spawned there. He's chilling. He's chilling.
I'm staying down. All the back. You try part, you try part. Short of me, bro. One shot spark. One shot spark. I'm on truck. Two truck. Short.
Oh my god, that would have been a diabolical. Diabolical shout. Oh shit.
I'm sure.
Oh, big win from Nero. Oh my god, he's just finessing. This is massive time for Minnesota.
We're good. Go. I'm hiding line, bro. I'm in the shit. Absolute top bar. You should look shrink. Yeah, you should. I'm here. I'm stunning him. One was top bar. One we go. I'm hovering my shrink. Absolute bottom goal. We got it. One shot bottom goal. Inside. We're missing one though. Nice job, bro. Bottom goal. Inside.
Shit, Nero got 2. Oh, big 2 from Ken.
Tight moment, 232, 213. Toronto still getting a little bit of time here on P3, but the big focus is what happens towards New.
I mean, they've kept this white.
Hercules 1v1 win.
Oh, big win from Hercules. He gets 2.
A second. Ultra can win the game.
That is a massive play right there out of the Rook. You're not to be able to work the overextension and find a double, and now you give your team the opportunity to close out the game. You just need 1 set of kills here at P4.
Insight catches the first trade right there from Estriel. In the hard point, though, our Ultra. Mercury's trying to watch the cross. Has to worry about too much, though. And now Minnesota are starting to funnel around the back. A chance to pinch this up. Nades, stuns, all being tossed. Trying to kill off time. It's Kleenex. Back to the front. Mercury's here.
Oh, inspirational buffer. Are we serious?
Off the reload.
Oh!
What a set on fire. The spawns are in. Mercules may have just made the game-winning play. The side door. Kenny waits for help, but he can't wait for long. You gotta go. You gotta get in. You gotta touch. 249, 250. Mercules with
just
the last
won them
kill.
the
And Toronto
game.
on the board first.
Mercules just won him the game.
Oh my God. What an opening hard point. Minnesota have always been a gritty team. Down by basically 100 until we get to the 3rd set.
Yeah, somebody's got to
win
pick this kid
every
up.
single gunfight. They
Somebody's
start
got
to
to
dominate off the rotation.
Put him on the squad.
And they
Squad
set themselves
full-time,
up
bro.
for the W
I've
at
seen
the
enough.
end. But the
I've seen enough.
rookie,
This guy
no
knows
bigger
what he's doing.
moment To not only pop 1, but to pop 2 and then have all your teammates there to assist you. That was a game-changing, game-winning play there from the young gun. Toronto Ultra ice up in a map number 1 that they almost let go.
Unbelievable.
I need access gold.
And what a start from Ultra in the first place. Again, just talking about how they've improved at this major with a fill-in. You're sitting there watching these guys
I appreciate
put
you
together a
sending me that,
masterclass
though.
on rotation.
I'll have to keep,
But
I'll
like
have
you
to keep
mentioned,
an eye
it
out for
takes
that.
1 spark. I know Maven's sitting in the background now, sitting saying the same thing. 1 spark.
You're
from
good, though. I
somebody on
requested
Minnesota
access. It
Gets
says
them
I'll
all
get, like,
going.
an email
and that
for it.
definitely came out of Estriel at certain moments in time. 41
Honestly,
damage,
though,
35 and 24 with 29
the league
non-traded
team
for
playing
the
today
L.
is not
But it
as
really,
big of a
again,
deal
just goes to show there
because
is
we
no
were going
such
to watch
thing as
COD
rolling
anyway.
over and
So,
dying if you're a Minnesota fan.
Yeah, and I feel
Really
like Minnesota
not-
Rocker, again,
really
talk
not too
about
big of
their
a deal.
own roster always tend to start slow in map number 1s. You were down by 100, always playing from the back
Kleenex
foot,
almost
start to
dropping
bring it
that
on
40
back.
bomb.
But Ultra able to put it a bow at the
The
end. Let's take a
Mercules
look
might
at
have
the
been 3
scum play
negative
again,
there,
because we
but
gotta
he
see
had
this
some
ending again.
very impactful.
And the thing about this is, like, again,
Very
Minnesota
impactful
put themselves in the right spot, but there's just a little bit too much time left on P3 to where Ultra are really starting to put the threat together yeah, we could get this thing really close to 250, and then as soon as Minnesota commit through Art, that's the route that Mercules hits through Tool for 2. You'd think that Nero's going to turn it around, but Mercules gets back into play again to shut down the rotation through Art.
Yeah, and if you're Rocker right there, that one's going to sting, man, because you could have played that a whole lot safer. The only player who can make a play happen like that is the guy working the OE. They can no longer win off the P3 time.
Even when he was in this hard point,
15 seconds left. So all they needed to do was just clutch
all
up on
he
that
did
one gunfight. You
was
win that
jiggle
one
it.
gunfight, your teammates are
That's
still
an
spawning
insane
towards
kill.
back guard. You can
That's
fully
an
set up
insane
off the
kill.
respawn. But
all he did was
lines
jiggle
him
the
up at
corner.
the right
See that?
time.
And then he stops back.
Makes
He
the
stays
game-winning
back.
play.
And
I
the
feel
other
like
thing
one of
about
the
that is, like,
guys
the
would have
timing
just
of
straight
when
up
these
challenged
kills
that.
start to come through, because after
Maybe I'm
Mercules drops,
crazy,
they get a double spawn towards
but
Pool, do Ultra, but they find a kill on the cross, it gets
My
someone
dumbass
forward,
would've
and
shelled
then
it.
Minnesota spawn out again. It's just these narrow little
I don't
kills
know,
that start
actually.
to
I feel
come
like
through,
I
the
play my
timings
life
of
a
them
lot.
critical
I
for
try to play
what
my
happens
life
with
a lot.
spawns. And the strength
When
for
I
the
play.
North comes by way of a new kid on the block. And what a graph this is. I mean, it gets
That's a
ugly for
weird
moment
looking
there.
graph.
These first set of hills,
That
again,
is a
really,
weird
really
looking
solid
graph.
from the side of Toronto, but just keeps clawing on back. Is that Minnesota Rocker team? See the flat line from P4 to P1 to
I mean,
P2
if
for
Rocker
Ultra,
win
that's
that
where a lot of the gap
rotation,
comes in.
they
And
might
if
be
you
able
think
to
about,
take
like, the
it.
second go around at P4 where Minnesota were fully set up, they got 30 seconds
He'll be on
uncontested,
C9 or
but then
Optic
that
after
sure just gets
this
too
event. He
aggressive
should
up towards
be.
the right side.
Hercules
Players
should
are
be
not
on
being
one of the
filled,
two.
and crosses are not
100%.
being watched, and a couple players from Toronto are just able to slip on through.
I think
get a
both of
couple
them
kills,
need a
influence
guy
the
like
spawn,
him.
and end up finding break for at least 30 seconds of time there. That was a barn burner over map number 1, but that's only the beginning of the series. We got Rewind SD coming up next.
Welcome to Saturday.
Yeah, Destiny.
Rewind,
Rocker
search and destroy.
could have
Let's take
taken
a moment
that
to
if they
reset,
would have
because
locked
we've
down
watched
that
Minnesota
rotation,
play this
but
map
Hercules
quite
made a
often.
mistake.
And
Huge
they
play.
look great on it. I mean, they put together some ideas that really no one else has really experimented
Okay,
with.
sweet. Thank
I
you,
think a lot of that just
I'll
comes
have
from,
to-
again, the flexibility that
I'll
you're
have
getting
to
out of a player like
check
Kenny.
on that.
He can join in the mix and get aggressive, or he can sit back, play a little bit more reserved. That's been a big influence when it comes to how Minnesota have been more competitive with this roster change.
Also,
compared to when
Destiny,
they were
I don't
playing
know if you were
Yeah,
here,
they've been trying to
but I
figure out
told
their search and
Gold
destroy ever since having the addition of Kenny to the
our
lineup.
sub
And
badges on
Rewind has
Twitch
basically been in
are
every single one of their
up
series
now, or
besides
at
one.
least they should be
They're sitting
up.
at 2-2.
The
They have a lot
new
of
sub
struggles with their
badges.
offenses, though.
Once
And
I
every
get
time we
the
are ending up
the
catching
situation
them,
I have
it's always
going on
like
with YouTube
Ezreal's
figured
working
out,
through
I'll
side
have them
gens.
up
He's
on
throwing his
YouTube
stuff
as
through
well.
the door, trying to clear out their EDs, and then okay, let's try to work the bomb plan. But just playing at that pace and
gonna
only
be on
having
Eastern
a
time, so I'll
go-to
have to
strategy,
that's fine.
it's going to be pretty
That's all
easy
right.
to counter. So hopefully with some time underneath their belt, they've been able to develop some extra ones.
Eastern
It's
is
gonna be the
easier
game.
than
the small
like
adaptability things. I think
overseas.
you can have a set idea.
Anytime I
You can
try,
have a
I have to
default
like
setup
figure
when
out
it comes to what
overseas
you wanna do
times. I'm like,
offensively or what you want to
good
set up
luck.
on the defense. But modify it. Find little things that you can mold and change and try to use as a way to kind of keep your opponent guessing. Where for Ultra,
wait, they got rid of the
not a lot
Sky
results on
Sign
this map
Scuff
in the
for
first
Honor?
with Mercules
Really?
in the mix. Everything feels just a little bit different in the search and destroy. So in terms of kind of, again, setting the tone, setting the narrative
wonder why.
for this particular series, after Ultra did what was required, take map number
They
1.
also
the same
had
to be set
one
for
like
Minnesota right
the
here.
very
This is
first
why
day
it's
the
gonna change
Honor
a little bit in their search and destroy.
like
You only have
came
one
up
rep on
was
this. You were up 5 versus LNG through in stage
like
3 qualifiers, and you were only able
behind
to
the
clutch
scenes
up in around
access
11.
to like
So now with the more
one of their
aggressive player,
photo
Mercury,
shoots for
better
the
believe
apparel or
pace is going to
something.
be there, and Narrow's going to instantly switch it on up. Kenny finds the first blood, Narrow strikes for the second, and you instantly have the numbers. This is a quick
Damn.
round.
Yeah, Ultra was trying to play through the A site.
That was
They
a
didn't have
quick
anyone
one.
watching over towards that connector to glass. And they just get a little bit stuck on the backside of the EVD shelves, leaving Mercules as the last one left for a 1v4 bomb planted.
Merc's able to find one.
He's not ready for 8 though.
Well,
Yeah.
potentially for the rookie, but he is going to be surrounded by Minnesota. The pacing tremendously fast there, and already you can see the adjustments to their setup. They were taking their time early on in gens. Darrow says, no, I'm sick and tired of this. I'm just going to go right through.
They got a signed keyboard now instead.
Because Ultra are diving straight in to try to contest the laundry hole.
Huh.
Whereas no
Yeah, I
one's really
wonder
staying
why.
back in courtyard to watch for any sort of a play through that side hallway to Jen. So just works out nicely for Minnesota. But
I think they
first
just like
blood
signed the
cleanly,
back.
You get A
like
site
the
control,
bottom of
you
it.
put Toronto in a weird spot where they're split.
Yeah, Destiny,
just
I
no way
figured
you
out what
respond to it,
happened
so
with my hoodie.
Good tempo setter there for Minnesota.
Apparently it was delivered, but it was delivered, one,
Ultra
to the
looking for
wrong
the
address,
response.
which I've had happen
Probably
for
still don't have
stuff
any
like
trophy systems
a
to
lot.
work with, they're
But
good
two,
goals,
they
so
never
good with the
told me
aggressive
that it was
rejects.
delivered at all.
take
and
their time on the
I could have
approach.
just
Insight
walked
gets information.
basically
They have
across the
bombarded
street
their way through
to
the middle of
grab
the
it.
map. Let's just back on out, potentially work B Street.
But
there's an
I never got a
opportunity for Ultra to decide if
notification
they
that
want
it was
to put a
delivered
challenge
at
inside
all.
of
Like
A,
when
like
I go and I
Minnesota
look
did,
at my
or come
shop
back to
app,
make sure Insight stays
it
alive.
still
They
just
choose the latter
says
of the two options.
like it doesn't
Joe
say
still gets
anything
a
about a
little bit of a look
delivery,
over the top of
nothing
the
at all.
Insight, but it's
And so
very
when I
marginal.
reached out to them,
So yep, this is exactly
they said
JB
that
Street wide
it
open.
was
They're getting the
delivered
read, now they're
back
making
in
the play.
March.
Because they saw Minnesota continuing to edge on forward. So, all right.
It was
you're gonna keep
delivered in
pushing us.
March,
We'll just hit the rotation
and
to
I
the
never got a
outside. Now
notification
Kleenex,
about it.
can you strike for the first blood and get out? He's able to find it. Bomb is planted. Man advantage Ultra.
Oh, and he's got a read in the flank. Freebie for Kleenex. Does he expect another? Yeah, well, now he does. Sees Kenny, and whoa, clean shots. That's
crazy
down to
shots.
a single bullet. And it'll finish him off, no problem. Other side,
Damn.
Joe DeCease finds Gio. Flawless round for
Kleenex
Ultra.
for 3?
Yeah, see the way that
I'll take
Minnesota
that.
are wanting to play this is just non-stop aggression. Let's get these gunfights
Yeah,
in the first 5 to 10
but
seconds.
luckily I
But that's
have
how Ultra, they
the-
say, okay, you can
the
keep on
protection,
taking space. We'll continuously
package
keep on
protection.
backing up, and the more aggressive
So
you are,
I think
we'll
they're
take
going to
the
try and send
outside
me
of the
another
map.
one.
They get the bomb over towards B.
Because I was like,
strike for the first blood
they
and
they
get out
said
with his
like, oh
life.
yeah, it was sent.
And
It
then
was
everything else
sent
is easy
on
from
like
there because
March
someone was trying to trade
28th or
Kleenex,
something like
nobody
that,
could.
and
He was
delivered
able to
the
find
next
3
day
on
on
the
March
That's the thing with
29th.
Ultra,
And
too,
then
just to kind of keep the back of
it
your mind,
said
even with
like
Hercules throughout this major to
I
this
could
point.
click
They
on
don't,
the picture
like,
that the
rely on
delivery
first blood,
person
but when they
took.
find them, they are very
One,
successful. like
never
Converter.
got that. Never got the
So
picture.
that
Never
is
got
recipe
any
for success in
notification
that
about
last
the fact
round.
that
Works
the
out
package was
nicely.
delivered.
And here we go
2,
again. Quick aggression
the
coming
picture
through this
was not
time.
at my
Minnesota not
doorstep.
playing through Jets,
So
looking to
they
overwhelm
delivered it
through
somewhere else.
laundry and the top platform at DVD. But Ultra,
So yeah, I could have had that.
Joe's going to try to get a little bit further
What?
forward. He's got good help around him, and first
Almost
blood comes
2
through
months
with a
ago at
follow
this
from
point?
Kleenex as well.
Oh, Kenny's at least able to find one. Can Joe find the second?
Clean.
Yes, he
I
does
guess
on
about a
Nero.
month.
Kenny left in a 1v3
Yeah, a month ago.
positioning already known. Knocked down to 2 HP in a dream. He's trapped. GG on the round.
Scuff game controller. Keep your eye on the Y button.
Should be highlighted
Should-
full white.
well, it is
at all
always. It
times.
pretty much is, yeah.
It's Kenny. You know.
We were
Yeah,
joking
I
about
was
that.
definitely
Like, if the Scuff
kind of
controller was not
annoyed
on
by
the
that. I was
POV,
like, really?
that Y button's getting tired. Tough situation, 1v3, especially just considering
Because
that
to not
Minnesota,
even,
again,
like,
they try for aggression, but in
send
a
me a
different way,
notification
modifying and
for it.
molding,
I've been
but
looking
Ultra too clean,
because like
but getting the
typically
read,
on the
getting
shop app,
kills, not
like either
losing
me or
numbers
my
to advantage.
girlfriend
Yeah,
will
they
get
just don't get caught
notified
off guard
saying
there
that
from the Gen
something
store.
was
Like, it
delivered,
wasn't Nero
whether
this time,
it's
just breaking in,
delivered in our
being super aggressive and catching them off guard,
mailbox
trying to
or
play
if
it
it's
through laundry.
delivered to our
And I'll
doorstep.
just get cut down.
Neither
Joe
of us
sees
got
commits on that
anything.
first gunfight, catches him with a nade in his hand, and at the same
Nothing.
time they also find a second kill
So yeah,
with the nade. So
that's kind of annoying.
numbers early on in favor of
That
Ultra.
means I gotta
Nade with
wait
the advantage, and
a
this
little
time they're just
longer.
gonna slow
Hopefully
it
they
down.
can
Yep,
kind of
trying to play
get
this
that
double stack of ARs over
figured
towards
out
Burger
ASAP.
Street.
But
They get a
we'll
look
see.
at one member down the road. Nade's toss, but a trophy system denies it. And yeah, the focus continues to still be the ARs trying to play for some sort of a first blood contact. And they're going to get Kenny at least somewhat caught
Gio
out.
might be able to get
He's got
this.
help on the near side,
Or
and that's
Nero, sorry.
Inside of Burger, first blood for Minnesota.
Yeah, they were trying to avoid
Clean.
the isolation, but
Ooh.
Kenny is able to put down shots, set up his teammate Nero for the kill, and then also find the second. So Kleenex and Insight trying to clutch on up. They know exactly where they are. Stuns are connecting. Jumping over the wall, Estra's still gaining the info, and you only got 45 seconds left to go.
Yeah, and Insight's fighting a 1v2 of his own on the other side of this. He actually catches one and gets
I mean,
away.
he does get a pick.
Now a chance to maybe isolate onto Kenny. Yeah, a couple of shots from Kleenex. Keep him at bay over through Burger, plus hit markers through the DVD shelves. This isn't impossible to pull back. It just comes down to, do you get a read on what this defense looks like around the A site?
Yeah, realistically, if you're Minnesota, you don't want to get isolated
No.
in these gunfights. They're pretty spread on their setup right now, and with 20 seconds left, you're banking on the information and then playing off of that. The bomb is going to be going over towards B. Can Insight find this one-on-one on the back end? No, he does
Oh,
not.
big win
Gio
from
wins
Gio.
it. 1v3, you know he's planning the bomb, and you're just going to trap him again. Easy round there for Rocker.
Yeah, that
really
could have
good
been
stuff
a
for Rocker. I
massive
think that's another one of those rounds you
gunfight
look
win
at
for
from the
Insight.
defensive setup for Minnesota, and it's different in a lot of ways. They're still playing with aggression, but you just don't expect Nero to be playing through Burger like that when Kenny's is holding over towards dumpsters. You think that he's the only one defending that side of the map, so that's why you try to isolate with the two ARs, and then Nero says, surprise, and finds first blood.
And that's the teamwork and the communication and the chemistry starting to develop after some time. Spade and switching to perfection to strike for the first kill. Give yourself the early numbers advantage, and then Kenny with the raw talent just finds that second one immediately. So all tied up at 2.
The upside with my fantasy
Rocker
is
Back on the offense.
the person that I'm playing against has
Go
two
back to the
optic
go-to
players.
strat through Jens.
Yep.
So
same exact route from Nero.
I should be able to win purely off of the fact that
Minnesota, do you commit for an early
my
plant?
team is
So it
still
feels like they
playing.
want
Like
to, but
everybody
they've
on my
Mercury's
team
on the cross.
is
Good
playing
shots
today.
out of Merc, but not enough to find
I
first
have-
blood, and
I
Minnesota
have
will back
Rancor,
away, reset,
I
keep
have
this 4v3.
Kleenex,
And they're learning from their mistakes. I
Ghosty,
remember last time it was Meadows in that
and,
Miami series. He was able to catch the time through that mid door and strike for the opening double, but this time
Oh,
they spot the
Abizi.
cross. They get the first kill. Now you
So
have the
everybody
man
that I
advantage, just
have
looking for
plays
the time
today.
to get the objective down.
And Toronto
They
wants to
have
contest
two
this, and the
optic
timing is
players.
perfect. They find Estriel. Kleenex slips away, looking
And
for
they-
maybe a little bit of help from inside.
I think
trying to
I'm
get the trade,
winning
but not
by
going to work
1.
out. And now it's just Don.
I think I'm winning 6-5, but yesterday they were winning 6-5. So having a couple of guys being able to play today could be beneficial for me as long as things go
Every single one of these engagements is at least able to gain some
properly.
info, but
As long as they go
Faze was
right.
too
If they
strong,
go wrong, that
1v3.
could be bad.
Minnesota Rocker.
Because
Again, with the
at that
aggression,
point,
find success
the
on
optic
offense.
stats
But
are
again,
locked in.
another
Like
different
they're
setup
not
when
going
it
to
comes down
change.
to you put Nero into a
But
good spot. You don't see anything over
all
the
of
top.
my players' stats could
inside the A
fluctuate.
side.
Like
So
if they
what's
have a
your
bad
next
series,
layer
that
to
could really
And
mess
it's
up
about
my,
making sure no one peeks you from
my
that inside
stats.
door. I don't know if they get a read through Long Street or not, but regardless, they
At this
catch Merc.
point,
No,
I
that's
just
the
need
thing.
him
They
to play
didn't have
good
a
one
read through Wall
time.
Street, because Kenny this time around doesn't
then
play
drop the
through that alley. He
controls.
actually backs up and goes through B
That's
Street.
all
so
I
they
need.
were aware that this is open. If we give them that
My
opportunity,
brother
they're
does
gonna
have a
take it.
decent
And we're
team
most
now.
likely going to lose the round, so they play
He's
a lot safer on that first contact.
I think he said he has
And then just keep the numbers
Sib,
on their side. 3 in a row there
Sib,
for Gio. Ultra
There we go.
back on
Kenny,
the offense.
and
Now we're going
Envoy.
Jets.
Double hit immediately coming
I
through.
believe.
Team shots come out. Estriel takes advantage of that. Even though the first
So he's
one
got a
comes way
decent
off,
team
there's
as
too much
well.
Team shooting coming through. Hercules responding, but nice shots out of Kenny. Follow up though from Insight. Takes us to immediately into a 1v1. Estriel just trying to create some noise. Tagged up. Insight trying to hunt. Has collected the bomb and will reset the 1v1.
Can Subside find the timing? Estriel's just trying to stall out the game clock. I think Inside might have been able to spot him on the cross. Working through his spawn and plays the perfect corner. The
Damn.
vet. So much ISIS
Good
search
play
and
from
destroy.
Insight.
Gets that one done there for Ultra. Tie game.
Yeah, he must have caught a little bit of a
Yeah.
look. Had to have.
Or even like a spectator gets someone on his
Somebody
team
makes
is
a
like,
call,
oh, wait,
yeah.
you saw him, you saw him.
Yeah.
And he was able to react right in time.
That's a really
Bold to
good
pick
bounce
optic
back, though,
players.
from Toronto.
I mean,
Again, first blood comes
at this,
through, but that
it's a
play from
keeper
Minnesota
league.
through
So
Gems
like
Alley,
at the start of
perfect.
the season,
Delete everybody.
you know,
Hercules gets a key
you take
trade.
optic players, you kind of expect
And
them to do
technically, that's
well.
an Insight 1v2.
And I
But it's
think
tied
one
up
of them
at
is
3.
Shotzi. So I mean, Shotzi has still been playing
What does
well. They're just
Minnesota
not
want to try to
winning.
develop now after, again, this very aggressive setup where Nero has gotten
I don't know who the other
forward.
one was though.
This
I don't
time
remember.
it'll be Kenny out towards the lane. Just
It had to
watching
have been
see if
either
anyone crosses
Dashier.
towards Dumpster.
Dashier
And
Skies.
yeah, a little bit more of a delayed hit here from Minnesota, just holding at Gen still.
Yeah, this is a different look though from Ultra as well. Just gonna camp out towards courtyard.
Stun hits.
Not give anyone anything. You're banking on a retake now, but Rocker are taking their time because the stun connects. If nothing connects, then you're just flying your way on through. But 30 seconds already go by. Now we're going B.
Yeah, this is all about trying to isolate courtyard right now.
I feel like I
Defensive
probably
nades
should have
coming
put
through.
Nasty in my
impacted by a
in
stun.
my roster today instead of
keeping himself safe in
Rancor.
trophy system at the long range angle.
But Rancor's just
And
been
Toronto
playing
are-
well,
they
and
were
I
just
feel like
watching,
he's still going to
crossing
play
angles.
well
They're just
against
trying to check to
us.
see if anyone
I just
moves
don't
inside
want
this
him
A
to play
site.
well against
Estriel,
us.
oh, good look over towards JD.
You know?
Follow up from
Big
Kenny
two,
is
big
good
two
for
from
2.
Kenny.
That shuts down the play and now makes this A site very safe.
Now, if you are Hercules, can you
Ken's
potentially
having a
find
good
out?
S&D
Work your way
so
back
far.
onto the street. You're able to slip on by, but Estriel already reads it. You're able to give the info to your teammates and find the trade. Rocker, again, ice up on another offense.
That was such a critical moment in timing because Kenny gives away that position through street side right as soon as Ultra start to play their way through, but at the same rate, like you call Estriel.
I really do
teammates
feel
don't
like
to
Kenny
courtyard
makes his
anymore.
team better.
We know they're not outside towards
Like,
B, so just takes.
I
a little
feel like
peek, finds
they
2.
are.
Perfectly done.
And the
I mean,
crazy
because
thing,
they were
like,
playing
if you're
pretty
Ultra,
well
that's
with
around,
Paul
you're
X
definitely
as
gonna
their
walk back.
fourth,
Absolutely.
and
Insight's
he
able
was
to find
doing
that first launch to Gio.
nothing.
When his arrow turns from the front
I
side
feel
to the
like,
back side of the 18
respectfully.
wheeler, I'm pretty sure he's
But
able to see size 18
Ken,
sticking out the left.
I mean,
so
this
the wall
guy,
bait came
he
in for
knows
the
how
first
to win.
blood.
So
If they're able to
having
catch that first
3
blood a
young
little bit
players
earlier, you don't have to get aggressive through
with
court.
Ken
Make
being
up
that
for it.
that leadership,
You're able to counter it now into the next round. Instant aggression towards B Street.
I think that
I
could
love
do a
this
lot
on
for this
Ultra.
Rocker
They know
team.
they've only had a single defender outside, but you lost track of gens. So Nero's first trade kind of quells this initial push from Ultra. Now we're into a 2v2 with a lot of question marks. Mercury is just playing on top of the big rig. I don't know if he saw Estriel on the full cross, but he's thinking maybe he did, and sure does, but misses a bullet or two. That's enough for everything to kind of reset, and now it's Nero's turn.
Oh, he finds the timing. Shoot those Thieves right into the back, and now Mercury's going to commit on the one-on-one. Estriel is dancing. The stun connects. He's able to find the kill, and he also gets the info. Get out, Rook.
He's also got to reload,
Oh
though.
my God.
How
This is a
this
crazy
continued?
situation.
Off the reset, Nero. One beat Swole. Mercules dancing. Tries to take
The
the
chow
gunfight.
is
Does not come through,
diabolical.
but whoa. Cinema. In round number 8 to finish it off in a 5-3 tally for Minnesota.
I thought once Mercules was able to spot Estriel crossing back through their spawn, you want to try to isolate that gunfight because that's the only information that you already found. But you put down shots prematurely, not able to find that kill. They get flanked by
Hercules
Nero.
had a chance there.
Then in a one-on-one, you know that Nero's looking for that chow. He's always looking for the chow. Wins the one-on-one, secures the round there for Rocker. Now they're at game point.
Yeah, a couple of bullets into the new guy. Yeah, Nero's going to take that every day, twice on Sunday. 5-3 count.
Nero's having a solid
Is there
map
any
here,
level
7
of
and
a curse
4.
here for Ultra to get back into this one? They're going to play with aggression. Delayed hit here for Minnesota. Immediately punished.
Big 2.
Should be around to win here for Ultra unless Kenny can
Big 2
find some
kills.
crossing angles for some freebies.
Yeah, these delayed hits so far haven't been the recipe for success for Rocker. No. Now in the 4v2, the ARs are already going to be trapped. Geo is going to
Damn.
fall.
Good round for
Same
Ultra
time
there.
that Kenny does. So the aggression
How
there, the
old is he?
answer
I
for
thought I
Ultra,
heard somebody
taking
say that he's
DVDs
20.
away. You find that first kill.
I
Joe
thought I
set up
heard
on the
somebody say
same
he's
credit
20,
angle
but
that
I'm not
was
sure.
the
He
first
doesn't
go-around when
look
he
like
caught
he's
Geo
20.
slipping.
But
Ultra, at least for now, force round 10.
I don't know.
Really, if you
I'm
kind of
honestly
evaluate
not sure.
Ultra's
I
defense on
thought
that aggressive
we
play
weren't
in
really
through
able to
eight, the only
find
time
that
it's really been
information
countered
out.
was the first round where
Yeah, when it
Nero
went through
hits through
gens.
gens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know for
So that
sure. I don't know
seems
if
to be a
that's
byproduct of some pretty
who
stable success
I
with the
think
defense,
they were
but the question
talking
mark is
about
gonna be what
from
you
the
call
thing that
for a
I saw,
attack
but
after really not finding a tremendous amount of success
he
here in the
could-
last couple of opportunities.
I mean, he has to be
Playing
18.
early on for the information. Like you
At
saw
bare
the last
minimum,
one, the
he has
very
to be
first
18.
offense.
that
They
would
realized the
happen.
aggression was going through the middle of the map, and this time it's Estriel. Instantly for that first flood through the middle side.
Yeah.
Now you have the numbers advantage, and all of Rocker
I don't know,
just gonna
Destiny,
back up, play their numbers.
Hey, Merc
it's
should
kind
just
of
be looking
crazy.
for info right there off that angle through laundry.
I feel
That
like
should
you
not
look
have been
back
full
at,
commitment to a gunfight, so I wonder if he just got
even just like
melted off some team shots. Here comes
older than
some
us,
quick aggression though from
like
Minnesota with the
everybody
numbers. Playing over towards
looks
Jets. Kleenex,
more
no way he could possibly accept
matured.
that. But it's Joe to see.
I would say, I don't want to say old,
here.
but mature.
Inside trying
They
to
look
pinch
more
Twitch.
mature,
Yes,
like
that's
at
too
our
strong
age.
for Estriel, and now it's just down to Joe.
Joe in a 1v4. This will be legendary. Nope. And you stand up chance.
All right.
Rocker tied
1-1.
the series up at 1. So many new strategies on their offense.
Yeah,
you
really
play the
are.
map so many times, you realize, okay, what works, what doesn't. But the aggression
ourselves
was
a
the key
1-1
to their
series
success.
here.
SMG's opening up lanes.
We finally get a
ARs
map 4
dominating on the long
guaranteed.
lanes. And Minnesota Rocker, ice up in the search and destroy. Now we got a series.
Yeah, there were a couple of, I think, really critical rounds in there for Minnesota, not just from the offensive side, but
So do
I
we
even go
think
back
if
to one of their
Rocker
opening
goes game
defenses
5,
where
do they
Nero's
still
playing
win it?
through Burger with
Or do you
Kenny on
think-
Dumpster.
do we think they
Toronto
need to
are
win
reading
it in
that as
4
Kenny's
here?
the island player.
Because
if he
we've
hasn't crossed
seen
into Burger, we should be
online
good from that
they
angle.
had
But as soon as he gets
no
an extra peek
ice
and a stun
when
over the
it
top,
came
Nero
to
pops
game
up to the
5s,
surprise. And I
and
think,
they
again, that's
played
just a
a lot of
byproduct of Minnesota showing a lot of
So,
aggression defensively through A,
do they
not
need
through Burger.
to
So
close
again,
this
but
out
you're
in
right.
4?
It's not just the offensive changes. Instead of just playing through gens, it's also defensively moving Nero around, and it
I
works
feel
out
like
really nicely
they
for him.
might.
Yeah, it was cool to see like they're building
they're-
off
I mean,
their
this was a
original
solid
strategy.
SMG
Yeah,
out of
he's
them.
always
Not
the guy
bad.
playing through the middle of the street. You always have Nero and Estriel playing through courtyard.
Red
and
card
Gio is your
search.
safety net at that B site. But when you have a default play,
I don't know if they
you can
played
build
red.
off
Did
of
they
that
play red
default
card
play,
yesterday?
that's what catches teams off guard. The bait and switch at Burger was beautiful.
I mean, it is
The bait and
land
switch
too,
through
though,
Jets
and
was
Kenny
beautiful.
is-
Minnesota Rocker definitely putting the work
Kenny's
in.
him on
Tie that
land,
series and show
so-
the improvements on that map.
Beautiful.
Maybe
Loving
that's
it,
enough.
Loving it, loving it. First 2 maps tight. We got ourselves a vault control and a skyline hardpoint, which should be entertaining. But more entertaining than that is our desk, our beach. Let's go.
Welcome.
We're loving it. Loving it. Loving it.
Let's go, baby.
Bring the golden arches to Call of Duty. It's only a matter of time. Welcome back, everybody. We have the beautiful nameless
How tall is
alongside
Kenny?
Rosalie Parker and Merc. And
I
want to
don't
start
know
with
how
you,
tall
Ann,
he
because
is, but
you were enthralled.
he's not
in the
like
search and
he's
destroy.
not
It
tall.
was 3-3.
He's a shorter guy.
And then my boy Estriel took over, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's had some good rounds. Honestly, Minnesota just
'Cause
played great. You look at
if
some
I
of
had
their
to
offensive
guess,
pushes.
Envoy
like
is
the
probably
misdirection,
about
having
6
Gio just
foot.
stay alive at the 18.
Ken is probably
just
like
buying time, keeping insight there.
5'8",
They
5'10".
rotate over towards DVD.
5'10" might even be
initiates
generous.
first
I think he's
contact,
probably
and
like
it allows for
5'8".
easy kills for Kenny. He goes out the street, finds 2, and I
5'9",
thought that
maybe.
round was absolutely beautiful. I think this should have went to 5-5 though. I feel like Toronto actually.
Because if you see like the video or the pictures of
guys are behind them, they just
Envoy,
they chase the kills, and unfortunately
Draza and Octane all standing next to Kenny. Kenny is
that's what happens
the shortest one.
Ali, didn't you guys tell me though that Toronto was going to lose searches this entire event because you shouldn't be able to?
I know Draza is probably like 6'1",
kind of,
maybe 6 foot.
It kind of depends on the player, right? It depends on the player that you plug into the system.
Envoy is probably 6 foot, 6'1" in that range. Octane is probably like
beat themselves in a lot of these situations.
6'2".
You go back to that round number 8 where they did it
maybe 6'3".
They end up going into a 2v2 situation.
Kremp is like
and then
6'4".
Mercules is stuck in this 1v1 by the end of it. They didn't plant the
No,
bomb.
he's not that tall. I think he's like 6'2". Because I was about the same height as Kremp.
Mercules, unfortunately, I mean, this guy's still weak. I understand maybe he was trying to catch Nero off guard by going for that reach out, but in that situation,
I think Kremp is the tallest in the
maybe
league.
play the front side of that truck. So Toronto Ultra.
At least that's what he said when I met him last year.
I my hat to the offensive
he said that he's the tallest guy in the league. Because I didn't realize he was that tall.
You picked Toronto Ultra, and I was kind of
obviously if you only see him sitting down, you don't realize how big somebody is. But then when I saw him in person, I was like, damn.
That is the difference.
That's a big
in
boy.
Our first game one. We're guaranteed a game.
But in a
4,
good way.
A second hard point. Because can Toronto keep this up, Merc?
I mean, yeah. I mean, hardpoint is probably the easiest game mode to plug and play, right? And Mercules had some a big play really to close out that hardpoint.
Oh yeah.
On that rotation over towards
little
P4,
girl
he
is so
catches
big.
Estrel and Kenny, and that sets them up. But I mean,
holding her, and
Rocker, they also
I'm
did
like,
the
that's a
Rocker
big
thing where they
baby.
come out really
I don't know if I've
You're
seen
down 120 points.
I don't know if I've seen
this
that.
is one of those maps where I
don't know if I've
this
seen
gets
their
close. One
baby.
play that Mercules makes, and maybe Rocker end up winning it.
Nero doesn't wake up till 4:30 p.m. We'll just let that be known right now. In the meantime, let's take a look back at the final moments of game number 1. What was the difference for Toronto, Nameless?
Yeah, I mean, this was wild. So we're going to go through it here. I mean, we get down to the end, you see Mercules, he's the guy that takes the route.
Well, she
Estriel's got a sub there. So, we're wondering maybe he gets caught sprinting and, he gets around back, but you're going to see Minnesota, they have a good push through art here, and they end up getting through into the back.
I was going to say, so she was born
so we're going to talk about that
after champs in Modern Warfare 2. So yeah, she should be over a year at this point.
All right, what are we going to do in this
I
situation?
didn't even know it was a girl, to be honest.
Shots down. Joe, please find a kill. Joe finds a kill, and now you see Kleenex spots too. He knows if I get out here and I win this one gunfight in the back, look, tweak reaction, bang, look at the mini-map. Instantly, we get spawned. So it really comes down to the smallest moments.
Was that
fast reaction time, and set up by the smart play for Mercules, they end up closing this out.
And try not to miss it right off the spawn as well. While Kleenex gets that insane kill, Mercules is off spawn. That's going to be your next up, and he finds 2 to break into that time. So
yeah, I mean,
big plays out of this guy.
Draza, he's a big boy.
In this conversation of like they could still win.
Boy, if Penny doesn't go down 130, like that game would have been. They looked good in second half.
But they did.
Yeah, they did.
That's also like we
did.
saw Kleenex this split. Like he's playing his best COD, and you saw it in map 1. He went on like a 9 spree. He went on another big spree.
Dude, the whole team was on a 12 spree at one point.
Yeah, True or false? Kleenex is the greatest man to ever come out of Denmark in the Call of Duty universe.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, I think that's just kind of like
if you want to learn how to play P1, go
the idea of growing up. I think my mom,
it was a
I'm sure my mom knew I was going to grow up to be taller.
If you want to hear more from us, you're going to have to wait for the post game.
Basically, all the men in my family were fairly tall.
We've said that a lot of times. Minnesota may be one of the best hardpoint teams in the game. If they just don't start down
the shortest man in my family,
the entire season, man.
or the shortest men in my family are not blood related.
At least you were able to show fight in that map. Everyone, give yourself some momentum going into that search and destroy because they definitely
my dad
took it
is
there
like
to them.
6'2",
You tied the series up at 1, but this is where you got to strap in, ladies and gentlemen, because
on my mom's side is like 6'1".
The next 2 maps that we have are going to be absolute square
6 foot maybe.
And I think
my grandpa on my dad's side is like 6'2",
you need to win before you get to 5.
6'1"-ish.
Yeah, because they got the license game 5, man. That's fair. 1 and 3
my grandpa on my mom's side, his dad was like 6'5",
yeah, we're not seeing no
6'6".
W's at the end of that.
Plus, it's also a red card.
So there's a lot of height in my family. It was kind of
that's what's on the line. Again,
just
if you're
a matter of
fan,
time.
or if you're just a fan of the drama in terms of setting yourself up for playoffs.
But I don't think my mom was ready to see
Minnesota
me
to win this one. But
see me grow up to that.
You're a fan of the story that comes as a bit of a Cinderella here with the Ultra storyline of being one of the best teams throughout the group stage. Have to make a critical substitute, and how good has Merc
Here we
been?
go.
Wow, you're rooting for them to get this thing done ASAP. Let's jump on in. Back into the action. Vault control. And it will be Minnesota on the opening offense.
And the break off is usually everything. Esther's going to take his time on a long route. His teammates are finding successful kills as well. So he's potentially going to catch them off guard, but he turns that corner, doesn't see anyone, and now he's lost.
Oh, they don't expect insight, though. That's the thing. CleanX follows up. Ezreal last one. Whoa, pistol whip onto Mercules. Welcome to the league. Still alive and kicking for a small time.
Straight up, I don't know how
regen.
people have a
Jonas
trigger
with
finger
trade,
like
and
that.
that first tick still lingers for Minnesota.
Okay, it's perfect there from Ultra because they didn't win the initial gunfights off the break, but the guys who were still staying alive
I
were
feel
able
like
to
when
find
I
some
go to shoot my
impactful
pistol,
kills.
it's
Now
like
allow them to earn these early segments, but the first one now is going to be guaranteed. You have a one-on-one. It's just going to back out of that position. All of
it's
Ultra
not good.
coming off the respawn.
It is not
Still
good.
have number 4 in CleanX, taking his time towards Cat.
Yep, absolutely the case. Can lock down the lane, jumps on in, depletes part of that second tick of progress. Gio looking for him, not able to find him. So now things start to reset for Rocker. Working for some catwalk control. Ezreal, first one to push forward, can't make good on the angle. Hero shuts things down over towards B Street. Now trying to push into the site, but
four and
not
one
enough
start
clearance
here.
to make that route happen. And Ultra start to
Make
push
it 5
up
and
the
1.
Yeah, this is why it's tough to go up against Ultra on this map because they're so effective on finding trades. The SMGs, even the ARs play with a tremendous amount of pace ever since adding the addition of Mercules, who can do both roles. But now with 25 seconds left to go, your last push is going to go over towards this 8-point. Nero finds an opening, but CleanX again on the pinch.
Yeah, but he may have missed the timing. Turns around. Both players having a tough time finding each other with the Omni movement in play. Mercules, lots of damage. Finishes off his target of Kenny. And this is the last opportunity now for Minnesota.
I think I like Mercules because obviously the situation that he was in
wants to try to
to
get
be
this
brought
thing
in.
done before anyone can reinforce, but not going to happen.
Okay.
Just a small
They could
team
get
kill.
A
Double
here.
stack is in. Second tick should be good, if not the whole zone.
Yeah, this should allow
But I
Rocker
like
to
him
stack this point,
because
extend the time early on. You're only
you
gonna
could
be
tell
down
he was
by
like
2
nervous
lives
to
when
be
you
on
look
stage
like
the
you're
first
potentially
time.
only
Like he
gonna
was
walk
trying
away
to
with
figure
one
out how
segment
everything goes.
to make something out of nothing.
And
but
maybe
now you
that'll
got time to make
change.
some
Like
extra
maybe he'll
plays.
be a
Ezreal
little
finds
more
big opening
confident,
through
like
vault, and
outwardly,
even though Ultra have a lot of
if he
map
plays
control,
more.
you're already on the point.
But like,
CleanX is trying
I
to make
look
sure
at
things
it
stay
as
safe over towards statue.
at the
Only
last
finds the
major,
first.
Paul
As
X
Nero now
walked
scaling
out
deeper in towards
with
the Ultra
headphones
spawn.
on.
Joe with the perfect read.
When
And
he
the
was
same
going out
front,
to
you look
play,
to the
he
minimap
had
number 3 in purple. Insight's kind of
AirPod
doing the
Pro
exact same thing to Minnesota that they were doing
the
to them.
fucking big
So an
ones.
opportunity to play off this long pinch.
Yeah,
And he
Insight,
walks
your
out
job
there
is just
like
to be
all
the safety
confident
net.
and
Continue to
cocky.
be a nuisance,
And
draw
gets
the attention
fucking
on that
slammed.
side, and if you can find kills, even better.
Like gets
Only 5
destroyed.
lives
He's going
remaining
out
here
against
for Rocker,
Optic,
30
if I
seconds to
remember
go. Joe
correctly,
Deceives trying
and
to
he
assist
gets
Insight. Mercules finds
slammed.
one on the pitch. And
And
it's
I'm
looking
like,
Rocker
dude,
are only going to get 3 segments on this
I
round.
get being
Yeah, that
confident.
could not
You
find
can't
insight.
do
That's
shit like that.
incredibly well designed.
You gotta
Joe
back
coming
that
forward
up.
to
Like,
make
if
sure
you're coming
his
out
AR
like
can
that,
stay safe. And with the lives being
gotta
as
back
low as
it
they
up.
were, that was your win condition for
So I
Ultra.
respect
It's just
Mercules
make sure
because
there's no
he
more
came out,
respawns
like,
remaining.
you could
So,
tell he was
yeah, if you're
nervous.
Minnesota, you get the full
You know, maybe
zone
not
at
the
A,
most
but
outwardly
nothing more
confident,
as Ultra
but
look
boy,
clean
did
in that
he-
back half
did
of
he
the
come
defense.
out to
It's just
play.
real good from them. Even in the early round of that defense, you can give up those 3 segments. Those
Like,
are really
he
easy to
coulda
get
walked
at that
out-
8-point, but
he
just
coulda walked
throughout
out
that
with the
entire
headphones
round,
on.
Ultra are more
I would've
effective
been
on
like-
their trades. They're
I would've been
starting
like,
off in
damn,
these
what is this
battles,
guy doing? And then he comes out and he does what he did first round.
Always having the
I'm
last
like,
man standing, giving
all
your
right,
teammates
fair,
off the
valid.
respawn space to work with.
I respect it.
And that's going to be the biggest thing on Vault Control. If you can trade better, if you can be the last team standing in the power spot,
But that
you're
was
going to
that
win the
was
map.
crazy
Absolutely.
to me. I
Joe will
remember
carry
telling
a
my brother,
5
I'm like,
streak
what the
into this
hell is
second
Paul
round.
doing? If I
Hero had a fiery
if I
start,
was the
9
team
and
going
10.
against
Kenny
them,
having a tough
and
time
I saw
getting things
Paul
going to
X
the
come out
offensive
with
side.
headphones on like that,
See how those two continue to go forward.
I'd be
as they
like,
get to the
oh,
right of
we
the
are
defense.
slamming
Yeah, this
this
is where
guy.
Toronto
I
tends to
need
struggle
to
a
slam
little
this
bit.
guy.
They don't
Like,
really
I
keep
feel
up in the slaying,
disrespected.
and Minnesota, on the other hand, outslay teams on their defensive
I don't know if that's
side by
just like
8
a crazy
kills. Already
take
a
out of
perfect
me,
break off to shut down that
but,
initial push. Now all
like,
of
it
Ultra
seemed like he was
being
trying to, like,
influenced
aura
spawn over
farm
towards Waterside,
just to go out and get shit on.
Good first terrestrial. Kenny right there to help, and whoa, this spawn trap is now well and truly in effect. So Deceives being toyed with, eventually dealt with, and
Oh my
Ezreal
God.
follows up.
He did that
29
and then
plays
got
20.
dropped
Only a
right
single
afterwards.
kill so far
I'm
for
sorry,
Ultra.
you can't
And
be doing
yep,
stuff
this
like
is
Can't be
hell.
doing
This is
stuff like
absolute
that.
hell.
They're in the
Yeah, this is not
blendy.
good. Kenny's
Wow.
on 5 in a row. Ultra looking for
Wowzers.
some breathing room. Finally, Kenny is going to give him a freebie. But 17
snappy,
26 with 35 seconds left to go. You don't have a single segment, and you're already losing gunfights to the middle of the map. You don't have the numbers. You got to keep on waiting.
Yeah, this is not ideal. Put it plainly.
I wonder if
24 seconds on on the clock. 14
Kenny has
lines.
like
if you're Ultra, you're just hoping
like an
you can
OG
muster
Kenny
a tick or
series.
two. And actually,
this
with that
Rocker
clean
squad
defense,
if they're going to give
that's
him a
gonna be
little
enough for
more,
a stack to
give him
come
a
out.
little more
Kleenex
credit.
safe the pinch. Now he could join.
Because
This may be
Gio
an
and
extra 60
Estriel
seconds, and
were
for them
giving
to get
him a
3 ticks
bunch
would
of
be a
shit
miracle based on how that spawn trap
in
was.
the last couple videos I've seen
offense.
from the
Okay, late
Rockers'
game heroics,
Twitter.
final push. We make something out of nothing, and now we get those 3 segments that we were looking for.
I mean,
but you're still
they're
down
only
by 6
down
lives.
6
You just
lives
have a lot of
now.
back
They were in
control
the
to go
blender.
with.
They're
So if
only
you're
down by
Minnesota,
6
you gotta
lives.
ice up.
Yeah, an insight.
Minnesota's
got
gotta lock in.
Hold on a second. Just down 5 lives, but Ultra cooking things
Minnesota's
up.
gotta lock in
Minnesota
here.
not in the spot to fully contest this. Long route trying to be developed from Nero, but he's got to start to get here soon as the first tick is almost fully captured, but finally some kills come through on the zone, leaving Joe essentially by himself with Kleenex, but in a 2v4 moment, Kleenex provides the first 2 kills. Joe's still alive and can hold his position over towards Vault Stairs, and now Insight's on the cross.
Yeah, your AR's already pushing the OE, so you can trap them in towards the backside of their spawn. Insight's able to win the one-on-one.
no.
And
Only
that's
2
already 3
lives?
dead. We just got to get a stack going.
Bro, this
Nate up
is
top
not
to Astril's
good.
direction, doesn't quite hit. Kenny able to push out over towards Palms, finds one before being traded. 9v7, life advantage for Minnesota. Seconds of progress, still gonna get locked for Ultra. Here comes the challenge, and Estriel, and the kills are there. Tick does get secured though, as Mercules is the last one standing, and he will be taken out. Last 3 lives for Ultra.
Yeah, no more respawns here for Ultra. Gotta clear out your spawn, and Nero's able to give the bits.
Okay,
Right there
Rocker.
to Joe Deceives.
Rocker iced up a little bit there.
But
It was
Ultra,
getting
we're 18 seconds
getting a
away
little
from
scary.
not getting a single segment.
Yeah.
You will absolutely in the
getting a
final
little
moment
scary.
accept 5 in your
probably
favor.
not the best round
You
from
give
them.
yourself the
but,
advantage, but Rocker secure the
you know,
round.
they take the round
still
either way.
Unfathomable that Ultra are able to put that together. But this battle over the top of the B zone, just so clean. The trophy system doing the work that it needs to. And the ARs, honestly, are what decide those 2 ticks for Ultra.
Kleenex even whips out an extra one there.
Why not?
And finds a
Good
couple
shots
kills through
from
the long
Kleenex.
street. You know, he didn't have time to, or at least the preferred weapon to challenge those long distance gunfights with that SMG in hand. And just make the audible. There's a couple seconds to be guaranteed, and now Ultra, you're up by 2.
I mean, this has been
Rocker down
a good
this
series
time
so
around,
far.
though. Have trophy system, so the
It's a
nades
great start to
off
the
rip
day.
won't be impactful.
Great start to a day of COD. Haven't really gotten anything like this yet. I feel like
playing over towards mid-cut. Works out for a 1-for-1. Estriel getting some pressure on the zone, but dealt with. ARs again, lighting things up for Ultra. Kenny red in this long pinch. Kleenex having a tough time finding the damage, but eventually able to secure the kill. Insight for another, but Gio makes sure that there is no immediate spawn trap for Minnesota
good,
to start
good
again.
pick from
reset.
Gio
Yeah,
to
we
make sure they
instantly
don't
gotta
get in the
clear our inside
blendy
towards
right
him,
away.
because he basically lived in this building last go around, but Joe Deceives is already here.
Yeah.
And he's unaccounted for. Also wins the second gunfight. Now all of Toronto
Now
are
they
getting
might
pushed
be in
up
the
in your
blendy.
face. You're going to waste a lot of time just working out of your spawn.
Absolute case. Ooh, Joe sticks around that gunfight for longer than maybe you would expect. Get out. Not going to be able to.
Okay,
Now you've got
Minnesota's
numbers if you're
getting out.
Minnesota. Through poolside, though, is the only issue. And Insight is behind this play. Mercules able to assist from the front, and that will shut down the catwalk play, leaving the last rock members just alive on the zone, and Insight's right there waiting for him.
Yeah, Insight's just getting so active.
Yeah.
Like, for a majority of this round, he was camping over towards ammo.
It's a good defense
He
for
realized,
Ultra.
Okay, I'm not getting any action, but I still want to be a part of the play. Times that flank to perfection. Everybody else is still slaying to bits with the SMGs in hand.
Yeah.
And Rocker do not have a single segment on the round. They are just getting guns to
Damn.
shreds right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're getting
and
bodied.
they are,
I mean, the
again,
entire
not
kill
gonna
feed
see
is
a zone
purple.
here. And the thing about this is, it's not even the fact that they don't see a zone
Well, they
up
do get
until
on.
this last moment, but
Nero's
most
gotta-
importantly,
Nero's gotta live,
the
though.
life
He's gotta
differential
finesse.
and the tick differential is going to be huge towards Ultra, building up a potential round 5 favor.
Oh, yeah, it's already locked
Great
in.
defense
Like,
from Ultra.
They were able to take 5. Minnesota only got 3
They
in
took
their
that
2
one
offensive rounds.
comfortably.
So even if we go into a round number 5, Ultra with their dominant shutout round there, guaranteed themselves defense if you do all go to the distance. But
Are people
the
chanting
break-off
"Let's
from
go
Ultra
Optic"?
is beautiful
It
because
really
they
is.
gain so much information off the rip. They're only sending 2 players through line.
Kinda sounded
Hercules
like
and an
that.
SSG. Kleenex and Insight are working out towards the left side. Insight is spotting. Okay, they're not going for an heroic push over towards B. I can take space here. Kleenex, you work your way through Vault, have a different angle of approach. Just draw the attention.
I still can't
and then they are
believe
collapsing
this guy
from
didn't
all
know
those
he was gonna
different
be
angles.
playing
And
for
even
Ultra
with
until
Minnesota winning a
Thursday.
majority of the gunfights, you're just still not prepared for how fast they're back into the play.
And I think the thing about that in the moment is like you're spawning pool. Like there's just not a lot of opportunity
That's
for
such
you to
a
get around the map.
tough situation to be
Whereas
put
Ultra,
into.
like you keep calling, just so efficient at knowing how they can move up the map either collectively or just as individuals. And now an opportunity, again, to try to put this map away in 4 rounds. Break off for Rocker, clean initially to start. Joe in some trouble. And eventually eliminated. First tick of progress, getting depleted. Mercury's trying to contest, finds one, and then Insight deals with Geo pushing through, so Rocker in trouble here defensively.
Yeah, 2v4. Yeah, we're not going to go through mid line and try to contest that. We're probably going to allow you to have that for free and play a 2-minute defense. Put someone in position to work over towards ammo. Nero's going to commit on this pinch and also find a kill. Now you have the numbers, you can fly on in.
And Mercury's, oh, he was so close to getting himself a Hellstorm. Insight looking for Estriel, can't find him. Doesn't want to give up his life. That third tick being depleted. CleanX and the rest of Toronto making their way off spawn. Good stun coming through, allows Insight to find another, and that's an extra 60 seconds with the chance to quickly transition if Mercules can win the 1v1, but Geo shuts it down, giving Rocker a lifeline.
Yeah, you already have a lot of pressure in towards both, though, so if you can clutch them on fight from this angle,
they're
it's
already
going to make
two
your
dead
job a whole lot easier. They already find the initial 2. You got Insight watching the pitch in the middle of the map. That's 3 dead. Now you just got to stack.
Kenny finds one from top, but has to keep his life. Geo through side door. Estriel on the close play through stairs. Second tick being worked on. Estriel the first one to drop. Kenny and Geo trying to contest. Have to get out, but here's CleanX on the bench, and CleanX will find 2. Could be the game-winning play right there. Double stack is in. Geo trying to get nades over the top. He finds one. The secondary stack is still here. They're down. The contest is in. Estriel's dealt with. One more kill needed, and that will not do it.
Big win from Nero
at the last second.
It gives Minnesota another lifeline. Nero with another big massive play
that was a massive 2-piece.
Allows his teammates off the respawn to reinforce through B
That
Street.
was over.
But Ultra only need 1 segment. They're looking for the first kill to start it off, and CleanX predicts perfectly.
You got to stay in the zone here. If you're Minnesota, and here comes the long pinch from Joe. Can't find the kill, though. And dealt with on the cross by Geo. Huge play from him. CleanX still alive for Ultra, has AR support behind him. Just has to keep his life on the zone, playing over towards stair side. Nero pushing up. Mercury's trying to challenge.
Another big 2 from Nero. A big 3.
3 for Nero. Geo cleans the floor. 8v5, Minnesota still alive.
We just got to take some space, man. We cannot fight another waves with trades going down because you got no more
Minnesota's got to play their lives.
This last hit isn't red. Estriel cleans up 1. Nade to keep the position well and truly in hand. It's TDM, though. There's so much time on the clock, and Kent is going to be under threat next.
Oh, Kent is in a rough spot.
If you're Minnesota, they have to touch the point.
I don't think he's ready for number 1.
Every battle a big one.
Oh, they traded, though.
To find Estriel. Ultra starting to brew.
There's a lot of time, though.
Kenny watching the initial cross. He's got help from Geo behind him. These are the last 3 defenders, though. Everyone has to step up right here, right now.
Gotta lock it in. The pressure's already gonna be in through Vault. Joe finds the first.
Geo up top, shots at range. Mercules backs him away. Here comes the pinch from Nero. It has to be successful. You have to find these kills, but CleanX finds it. Just down to Geo. Last chance to jump on and contest. First one's clean, second one's there, but just too many to deal with. And Ultra takes map 3.
Just way too dominant on their defensive
Ken kind of had a rough timing there.
Even with
if he could have got that guy
not having beings, your lockdown AR over towards B Street.
That could have helped him out a lot.
Is always in the position to play the gap, to always find that trade. And it was just too much to handle because Ultra just make it look so easy. When you're winning the initial breakups on your defenses, you're already influencing spawns for them to spawn over towards pool. It's just an uphill battle for Minnesota.
We have what, Skyline, which Ultra's pretty good at Skyline.
Ultra just take care of business there on that control. 2-1 up in the series now.
It just feels like another one of those moments, though, where it's just like Nero provides that little spark, and you think, wait
Minnesota's going to have to have a banger map 4.
5, and you never want to rule them out, but
then they have to show up with the ice in Game 5, which they have not really shown that they're capable of doing that. At least online, they were not able to do that. So
Toronto are going to feel naturally good about seeing Skyline.
Yeah, you got to get through the Skyline first.
With Beans, not with Mercury.
Like I said, Ultra's good at it. So
this map
really got to be locked in.
Series. Toronto have now set themselves
if you
up
can
for
get the Skyline,
at worst a map 5 affair.
Then you have to overcome
us casting
the Game 5
that we've been able to watch Mercury's all throughout challenges
that they've had
all throughout this entire year. And whenever we watch him on Skyline, he's one of those guys that can lock down the top side with an AR and also be in the mix with an SMG. So it might improve the pacing for Ultra in that map 4.
The other thing that I think if you're an Ultra fan,
I feel like
really
Ultra
good about,
hasn't,
and the desk hit on this before the series started,
is
they wanted to see the sub duo
Hercules. Like,
create more opportunity for this team
I
to
definitely
find
thought
more
they were going to
comfort.
slow
and
down.
that's absolutely been the case. I mean, even through the highlight package,
they have not.
so many moments from Joe Deceives where
This
he
guy
gets
has
into a
filled
tricky
in
spot
so well
and stays
for them.
alive forever.
Yep.
Same thing can be said about Kleenex, assisting the ARs when needed, but also getting forward, making sure that as
That
Joe
was a
falls, the
crazy
baton instantly
two-piece, man.
passes.
It was so
and the SMGs,
close.
they really
Then
do
he gets
look
the
locked
3
in
here.
terms of their tempo and how they're playing off one another right
Yeah,
now.
I feel like it's a lot of that experience that comes into play when you talk about this Ultra lineup, because you have been in the mix as an organization. Have seen multiple grand finals. Inside of Kleenex have been a part of a lot of those. So you've been battle tested. You've seen so many different situations. You got to understand how you need to play the one in front of you, and they know how to value their life so damn well. Just be nuisances, force Minnesota Rocker to consistently try to look for him, and when you think you got him, no, he's on the opposite side of the map. They are hard to track sometimes. But on a map like Skyline, where basically everything is going to be in front of you, this is map where Minnesota, ever since the addition of Kenny, they came out slow off the gates, lost their first one, but every single one after that has
really
been
want to see a
picture
banger
perfect,
map 4
and it's
here.
due to how great their setups are once they win rotation.
I love that call, how the setups are off rotation, because that's really kind of the story for both these two squads. As rotations have been hard to
Estriel
come
is
by,
a
at least
dog,
in terms
man.
of winning rotation for Ultra, but their hold percentage
Gotta
has
give
been
him
great.
his
That's
credit.
improved.
He's
As
better
for
than I thought he
Minnesota,
was.
Again, a slow start in map number 1, but the spark plug for the comeback effort did come from Estriel. 1.46 overall in map number 1.
I was
29
unfamiliar
of
with his
35
game
came
going into the
untraded.
season.
So you're really looking to
Part
have
of that, though, is he
happen
was,
again
you know,
if you're
he was on the
Minnesota.
LAG roster.
The only thing that's tough, though, is that
LAG
Minnesota
was
as an organization with this
not
lineup,
great.
they usually struggle in map number 4. So they have like a 2-5 record on it. They can't figure out how to close out these games. They go up by 80, you go up by 90, and then you allow the other team
But hey,
to start
Joe
fighting their
came
way
from
back
LAG
on
as
in.
well, and
But thankfully, you were
now look
looking
at him.
in the face of
So,
your best hard point ever since this
seems like
edition
it's an
of the
org
roster.
problem. It's definitely an org
You just got to be
curse.
prepared for the pacing, man.
Yeah.
With Mercury's
The
running
talent
that
was
third
there.
SMG, you got to match it.
But the other side
Maybe
of
it
this
was just
to
the
kind of step away
talent
from
was
the
there too
immediacy
soon?
of the series.
I don't know.
Let's talk about Rocker's year.
Here we
Again,
go.
How many times
Skyline
can you look
HP,
back on
map
stage
4.
1 and stage 2 and
hit
just
that
say,
2
if you
times
don't
since we haven't
drop
done it in a
down by
while.
90 points early, you probably win a handful of series. They have faced more map 5 losses than maybe anyone else in the league this year. It's just been, they've been so close to being like a definitive top 5, top even 4 team at times.
Yeah,
They just can't quite get it
Skyline.
done.
HP for Ultra. 4 out of their last 5 were wins.
And that's
Only
what
one they
calls in
lost
for the
was to
change for
Boston.
Kenny. But the results continue to feel very similar in the way that, again,
Is
they're
Boston
subject
just
to
like
falling
that?
early. They're subject to going game 5s and not
I
being
mean,
able
they
to close
did beat
them out.
Boston the next time, though.
So it has to start working. It has to start working right here, right now. Skyline Hardpoint, map 4.
Here
Let's
we
go.
go.
Rocker need this match. They need to make up in the CDL points to
Let's
put themselves
finally
in the
get a
mix for
game
chance.
5 here, huh, Rocker?
They're going to start off on the preferred side that they want for that P1 to P2 chain. The ARs are dominating the top lanes. Now let's just jump into the HP.
Good stuff here. Good break off. Kleenex trying to create a route. Gets through. Has some space to work with. And just kind of dodges, dances, and works over on the backside through
That's
elevator.
3
back
dead
to
for Ultra.
Jim.
Make it
And
4.
in that moment, Ultra clean with the kill feed.
Rocker's still
Bounce
spawning
the
here,
map
though.
around, and Kleenex finally gets himself an engagement to possibly influence spawns.
Yeah, you just got to take care of Nero because everybody else from Minnesota are already going to be in a position to shoot you in the back. Nero tries to finesse but gets caught by Joe Deceives, but thankfully your teammates
Who's
are
that,
already
6?
back into the
Estriel?
mix. They're dominating through
I
that
mean,
mid-map.
Estriel,
They're soaking up at least 25
big
seconds
kill
on
there.
P1. Now you got the numbers off the roto.
But
Pushing
this is
Ultra
where
to
we
spawn
want to see
out.
Joe Deceives have an impact by himself. Trying to block spawns, trying to find kills and stay alive. Gets one. How about a second?
Good play from Joe.
Hercules on the other side will start to move the spawns around, but he drops to Kenny. Is there a hunt here from Joe Deceives? Sure looks that way, but Kenny finds the second, but the rest of Ultra spawn up. They deal with it, and they're in the hard point.
Yeah, they find the trade onto Kenny. Inside also finds with the map. Your fourth teammate doesn't spawn near you, but thankfully you're able to stabilize and account for every single player. It's already 3 dead. Minnesota trying to find their way on into this, but this has been a flawless hold from Ultra.
Yeah, it's been really good, and a lot of it coming out of just the catalyst of Joe Deceives. Hercules stunned. Joe picks up and helps. He's been all
a little
over the
mixy
map,
at the start,
legitimately,
but
in terms of what you're looking for out of a Flex SMG, he has been everywhere, and how about it? He's there again for the trade. Pistol out. Maybe he has a 1v1 with Geo coming, but doesn't expect it. Ultra still good, though, for the scrap time.
They're going to walk away with it for the final 15. Now Rocker have to set up off the rotation. You currently only have 1 player in that position. Everyone trying to watch this all the way through top cat, and Kenny's going to lose that first gunfight, but thankfully the trade is there. You're still going to spawn over towards Cobble, but Minnesota, you got to continue to hold.
Joe is everywhere. He has helped out on every front. And then when he doesn't need to help, he's making plays. Heck of a start for JD, but now Minnesota over towards P3. Able to battle back, give themselves a chance to hold on to the right side of the
like a
minimap,
perfect
but
kill
the
feed. Just
losing
everything is
numbers, Kenny
pinstriped,
predicted by
and
Joe.
I say that.
Merciless with 2, and that will make
Ultra
his
gets
next
3.
hit very one-dimensional. Minnesota has to hit from the front.
Yeah, because Rocker, you don't really have time.
Or
to
a
go
lot of
routes here. There's still
trades
30
going
seconds
back
to
and
fight for,
forth.
but you also do not want to flip these spawns, so this is going to be your last attempt.
I feel like if
Narrow
you're
trying
getting
to
a
set
lot
up
of
a hit from
trades,
top
you
left.
got some
You
good
see the
COD
dust
being
from his
played.
feet. You give the calm out to Insight. He's able to find the kill on the pinch, and you're going to basically soak up a majority of this time here where you were late if you're Ultra.
This is unbelievable from Ultra. And with 10 seconds remaining, now they can start to move across the map. Spawns are fully in though for Minnesota. Have to win this wave of gunfights. Gio Kenny find the first
this could be similar to that map 1.
Hercules, unbelievable on 5 in a row.
Ultra started
Kenny
off
gets
hot.
his trade. Joe right back in the mix.
Minnesota
Stun comes
was able to
out.
kind of
Doesn't
bring it back
affect
a little
Nero,
bit.
though. And with team shots from Gio, Minnesota will stabilize.
Yeah, it's big time right there from Gio to find that.
Rocker needs to get as much of this time as they can.
Out, but every kill that you get is not going to allow.
You don't want Ultra to pull away way too far here.
They're usually unbreakable here at this P4 because there's so many layers that they create that makes it so difficult.
Well, the first 20 seconds are decent, but now here comes the next hit. Largely dealt with.
Gio's on a 5, make it a 6.
Nice little heady position here, though. Wow, pistol out, finds one. Hercules supplies another elimination, and now Joe can make his way into the hard point, finds the first, predicts the second, and that will flip the spawns at the same time. First half, 22 seconds, looking good for Toronto.
Believe it or not, that was a massive pistol kill there out of Insight because your teammate also finds a kill at the same exact time. So now no longer Minnesota have that back secured. They lose the spawns, they get out flooded, and Ultra able to find the break for a good chunk of time there.
Good kill from
Ken.
Ken.
Be up by almost 50 at the end of this first set. Minnesota looking for a response because last time they couldn't touch P2.
Yeah.
They need to keep this side of the map.
There we go, 4 down. 100 to 55, the current tally. Minnesota working on it quickly. Gio getting a read on where Ultra are coming from, and how do they get that response? There's a little track back. Ultra now all of a sudden essentially send back to
Gio didn't realize they saw him.
And that's another full 4 dead, this time Ultra back into the hard point.
And this is what makes Ultra probably the best Skyline team that we have in the game because their breaks are phenomenal. You find it at a good time to soak up a lot of time. There's still 30 seconds here at P1. You're trying to hit a couple rounds, trying to get out of this trap, and they are giving you absolutely nothing to work with.
Yeah, CleanX even sees
Estriel's going to have to make a play.
Well, Joe trying to chase down the kill, doesn't work out. Kenny also supplies another from inside the hard point, leaving Insight by himself.
Damn.
Joe will spawn up, but he's got to do it all.
I mean, Estriel did just take a ton of space.
That kill? Hercules spawns with him. Joe almost
big win from Nero.
able to find another onto Nero, but easy trade for Merc. Hard point about to open up, and Ultra have the numbers.
Oh, and if you're Rocker, you're gonna need to find a break here. Find it quick, because last time you could not touch this hard point. And if you give them a full
this
60,
P2
it's basically gonna be a GG
way
on the
too
series,
important.
and
They gotta
potentially GG on
find
your
a break
chances to make it towards champs. You need to find a break and find it quick. You're sending everyone over through piano side, but Joe finds the first kill.
Off the reject,
big win from Nero.
He's got help over the top.
He's got to go, though.
And they've got to read that Nero's playing over towards patio side. Joe deceives. 21-13. 50 seconds in the hill. He has had a career series.
Yeah, everyone's just frying, man. Like, even the rookie, 23 and 15.
Yeah.
20 seconds again in the hard point. They have not been able to touch this money hill. They're just making them work so hard.
Dude.
You try to go through kitchen, you get cut down. You try to go through piano, you're getting cut down. Final hurrah right through mid hallway. And this still
100-point lead for Ultra
Toronto
here.
To contest.
It's about that time though, Jay.
You're gonna need
for someone on
P3,
Minnesota
P4
to just pop a
chain here
5-piece and Minnesota to wake up.
for Minnesota.
Who's it going to be? It was Estriel, map number 1, the spark plug
Otherwise,
for Rocker.
this shit's done.
Really, you don't care who it is as long as someone gives you something, especially over the top of this third hard point.
Yeah, they already lose the spawns though for Koppel, so now it's our objective to soak up
good
all the time as we
shots.
possibly can here at P3. You're dominating the kill feed currently. You don't have the spawns that you want, but just continue to hold, continue to fight.
Maybe it comes from Kenny. Already got 2.
Big shots.
Nice
Hey,
shots on 3
Kenny's starting to shoot, though.
Chance to rotate over. Mercury is going to play topside AC. And Kenny's going to be aware of that. There's the follow-up. Kenny, it may be him. 4 in a row. And it's around that time again. Rocker down 90. Time to wake up.
It's unbelievable. They just keep on shooting themselves in the foot and then play perfect COD towards the middle of the game. Only going to be down by 70. Still have control of Koppel spawns that you want. And there's still a good chunk of time here at the old HP, but all the kills light up in purple. There's only one player on this side of the map, but with Ultra getting aggressive with those kills, you're spawning all the way across.
But is Ultra aware of this? Estriel can still hold this position over towards the top. Stuns, nades come through. It does not hit
Think you're
Hercules
right,
in this
Ezreal.
tight corner, though. Read by Nero. Opportunity to try to isolate deep onto Insight. It's just Joe Thieves now from inside the hard point. Kleenex trying to help out through Wardrobe. Not
Okay.
quite able to get there, though. Shots from Geo good. Nero in the hard point trying to survive behind the bathtub,
Oh,
but
big
Hercules
two
finds
from
two,
Merc.
and everything goes neutral. Spawns may move
my
here,
God.
and there's another
Oh,
four-man dead. Just Geo left, one left alive, and he'll
yeah,
fall
I
immediately.
fear
You
this
can't
is
afford this
GG.
if you're Rocker. You were banking on this time to get yourself back
Oh,
into the
no,
game, but
that was
again,
a big
Ultra
three-piece
trying to break
from
at the
Merc.
right time. The rookie's able to open up with a triple through bottom closet. And now you need this time.
Dude,
Rocker
this guy's
cannot
been
give it
so
up. Everyone
impactful.
working their way through bedroom. They find every single kill
Oh,
in
we're
the feed.
team nading.
So they're able to walk away with the final 15, but still a long task ahead of you.
Yeah, Kleenex trying to open up some focus for Joe to move his way in from the front. Not going to happen, though.
I mean, they're going to
Hercules
have
over
to
the
be
top of the hot
like
tub.
damn near perfect
Finds his
here.
first, half HP, it helped from Insight. And what a follow-up that is for
Gio's
the AR
taking a
line of
route.
Ultra. They're going to open up P1 to their name,
And he
and
doesn't
they
even
reach
get
Gio on the
anything.
long play.
Oh, yeah.
Dominating
this-
again on this side of the map, so Rockers
Damn.
don't really have a lot of time to waste. You can't develop on these long routes through underground. You need to find a break because they only need 25 left.
First two kills are good. Gio and Estriel trying to teamwork inside out. Who's just spamming
Merc
down
is
the
30
railing
and
up top.
22 with a
And he's
minute
got
and
info
hill,
on
bro.
everybody, but he's run out of ammunition. He's just got a pistol left. Just trying to be a
my God,
distraction.
he's piecing him up
Kleenex
with a
following up
pistol.
on a lot of this damage. Septex eventually comes through, and Insight's about to have no ammunition for anything. Finally, he's sent back to respawn, but Ultra only need 8 seconds, and Hercules will stay alive to
Damn,
make sure there's no
man.
spawn flip.
Yep, they just want to maintain this side of the map. Minnesota have yet to be able to touch that P2 hard point, and that has been a difference in this game. It's cool, you can walk away with that final 20, but you need to get aggressive with these kills. Not camp over top plat because you know Ultra.
Yeah,
they are
Rocker's
banking on
gotta
this
go,
setup once
man.
again.
Double hit for Minnesota
go.
over towards Patio. Joe with the read, Insight working with him. Trade looks decent, and yeah. How about more? How about
it's
more?
done.
How about
It's
it?
done.
JD Hercules cleaning things up. Should be the game-winning play. Last 4 seconds. Kenny trying to get there. Not gonna happen.
Oh my
and Ultra
God.
continue
Oh,
the lower
dude.
bracket run.
Oh, man.
Rocker are going to be sent home a little bit
I don't know,
devastated because
Destiny.
everything
I
was
feel
in
like you
front of
can't
them
play
to make
Ultra
up
on
the points
Skyline.
here for the CDL at Champs. You're only down by 30. You're currently in that nice spot. But Ultra,
Dude, Merc
the
had
system
himself
that they
a
have,
map
regardless of what
right
the
there.
roster
He
is,
played
they have
so
a good
good.
understanding of how they want
That
to play the game in
three-piece on
every
P4
single
was
mode. SMG's
insane.
getting
You
lost.
can't let him
AR
get
slain
three.
to bits. The
Come on,
rookie is
Rocker, you
playing
can't
out
let
of
him
his
get
mind.
three.
I'm telling you right now, if he's not on the team at the end of this tournament, I'm gonna lose it because he is unbelievable.
Bro,
With-
if he's
with
not on a team
everything
by
that
the
he
end
had
of this
to get
tournament,
thrown
he's
at him,
getting
just
scammed.
jump into the mix.
Yeah.
48
He's getting
hours notice.
scammed,
He is
like,
performing
straight
so
up.
damn well.
Here's
Merc
the
has
thing,
gotta
though.
be
I
on
don't
a
think he's
team
the guy to say. 'Cause
after
we talk
this
about this all the
tournament.
time when it comes to challengers players.
Absolutely
Often
has
they
to
get
be.
picked up by the teams that just are suffering.
And at this point, if it's
you're
not
Hercules,
optic,
if you're a friend,
I don't
a
know what
family
they're
member, or a
doing.
loved one, don't take a spot on
They
LAG.
don't wanna win.
Don't take a spot on Vegas. Take a spot on like a Carolina or something.
The thing that's different is that he's already into a team, right? So he's
Well,
already
true.
showing his
Yeah.
performance. So you know what this young man is capable of. So if you throw him
I
on one of
mean,
these rosters who aren't
do
really
you think
performing,
they
you know
take
this is
Merc
probably
over
not
Beans?
comfortable for him, or he's just not in the right
There's
situation
no way,
to be in
right?
with the lineup that he is. But
There's
just
no way
putting
they
up
take
numbers
Merc
like
over
that on
Beans.
48 days notice, the system for Toronto is beautiful, but the rookie is just playing out of his
Yeah,
mind.
he's
He's
been
believing now.
unbelievable. Yeah.
He's got to be believing that we can make something shake here at the event.
No such thing as jitters right now from Hercules. The other side, another performance out of Joe Thieves that
mean,
feels
he's just been icy.
caliber-esque. You know, his ability to
Not
again,
the best
flex back
map
and
from
forth between
Kleenex,
both
though,
sides
so
of the
that
map.
kinda
Be the guy
sucks
that's
for
the last one left
fantasy.
alive and hold on to spawns. Be
But-
the guy that has 3 players around him. He can go hit a route. He can go open up more space. He really has been doing it all. And I think, you know, when you go back and you talk to the beach.
Yeah,
and
I
the
mean,
desk,
if they make a run,
Dr. Burke in
I just
particular,
feel
who
like
wanted to
Beans
see
has
this
been
SMG
so
do a
good for
really
them
awaken
too.
here.
Like,
You saw it, I think, to full extent what you want
I don't
from this
know.
Toronto Ultra team now moving
I don't know
forward.
if
Yeah,
you-
everyone needs to be
you
more
make that
consistent.
change.
Everyone needs to have more
Especially
pacing.
since
You
you're
see it,
already, like,
after
a
day
top
one,
4
where you have to
team.
get
I
those
feel
jitters
like
out
top
with your
5.
first match with a totally different teammate.
No, they're
Kleenex
not
and
dropping Insight.
And
They're
also
not
Joe
dropping
Thieves don't really
Insight.
play that well.
Yeah.
But now that you have a little bit more time, you have already been battle tested.
If you
You've
have
seen
if
the
you have
players like
Insight
on
and
the main
Kleenex as
stage.
the duo,
Everyone's playing
you're
so
not dropping
consistent,
them.
and the rookie is doing his
No
thing,
way.
man. Ultra are looking like a tough team to beat right now.
It's a hell of a debut for Hercules. But on stage, we've got Faze with Insight to give us our post-game thoughts.
Florida, make some noise for the Toronto Ultra.
They're not getting rid of Insight. You have that Insight Kleenex duo, you're not getting rid of it.
Insight with me on the main
Getting rid of
stage.
both of them, or
Insight,
one of them.
3-1 victory for you guys. You come out firing on all cylinders. Initially, just how do you
But
feel
that's
in
the
this
thing,
moment?
Destiny, they
Honestly,
almost got rid
going
of
into
both
this
of them.
weekend with,
They're not getting
obviously
rid of
the
one of
issues
them.
with Ben, I wasn't sure how it was going to go, but we picked up a shooter, and we're just going with the game plan of just pure confidence and just challenge everyone, see what happens.
And man, we've been seeing what's happening on the stage, sending a lot of people home, okay? And so, you know, you say you got some young shooters on your team, all right? You know, I see you in the middle sitting next to Joe, sitting next to Mercules. Talk to me about, you know, how does it feel playing next to them and what they're doing for the team right now?
Yeah, you know, Merc and Joe, they're very explosive players. You know, they're bringing the hype, bringing the energy. Said to Merc, like day one, like, you've got the green light, do whatever you do. Get loud, you know, bring energy, and you know, they're bringing that, you're seeing that. And I think Joe's also getting Merc going a little bit as well.
Yeah, they definitely play off
Joe's
each other
unlocking
very, very
Merc
well
for
here on the
sure.
main stage. Florida, have you guys
Joe
been
is
enjoying
like the
watching the
older
Toronto
brother to
Ultra play?
Merc. Even if he's the younger.
Absolutely fantastic.
player.
And now, Insight, you know, you've been with the Toronto Ultra for so long, since the beginning of the CDL, and you guys are going to be hosting champs this year. How awesome would it be to be able to go in there and take champs this season, no matter what the team's going to be? Beans come back, Mercules, whatever it is.
Honestly, I've been to the venue in Kitchener, and it's unreal. It's going to be a great experience. You know, I'm just excited to be there. All the Ultra fans, Toronto fans are crazy. I know a lot of them will be watching at home, getting gassed. I'm just excited, man.
I'm excited as well, okay? Everybody make some more noise for the Toronto Ultra. The strength in the North, some of the best fans in the world. That's going to do it for me inside on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Is there blackjack? In
So
Kitchener,
Destiny,
Joe?
I think the only
idea.
reason
We're
they
gonna
were
find out.
thinking
In the
about
meantime,
getting
we
rid of
gotta
them though
talk
was
about
probably
it.
financial.
This young lady,
And
who
once
has
they got
nailed
Scrap
all
off the
but
books,
one
once they got Scrap and
prediction.
Envoy off the
One
books,
time
it
you
was like,
got it
okay,
wrong,
there's no
Allie.
reason to get rid of
You
these guys.
thought LAG
I could be wrong,
was going to
but-
beat this Toronto team
Wait,
that
you
you
picked
just saw
LAG
beating.
over Ultra, but then you just
Yo,
Minnesota
listen,
Rock.
I
There's
don't know.
lore.
I went off the lore of, like, you know, when a team gets a fill-in, like, they usually don't perform
But she
this
picked him here.
well. But
She did
now,
pick him here.
you know, I've been convinced.
They did a
Mercules
podcast
is
at the-
unreal,
at
dude.
the,
The B-Fighter
arena
roster,
for
obviously, it's
champs.
Toronto Ultra. The core three are nasty, but he's putting up numbers like that. This guy is disgusting.
We can't all be Joe
I mean, I don't know if
DeLuca,
they had
but
a
would you rather
choice,
be
Destiny. I
Joey
think
D
Scrap
or
just
Merc right now.
figured out
I
another
think
roster.
They both play really well. Probably Joe DeCease, because he's probably like, I don't know, top 5 player right now. The way he's
Yeah,
playing.
but the
top 10.
dopamine hit that is happening from Hercules right now
Oh, he's on
has
another
to be
level.
through the roof. I mean, he just dropped most damage on the team, had takeover moments.
Let's take a look.
Won them the game one, and then we get to this skyline where this is Minnesota's map. Like,
Yeah, I've
they
heard
feel
people are not
loading into
not
this, they're like,
excited
all right,
about
we
where
win this, we're going to
Champs
game
is
5.
at.
They're already looking towards it, and what happens? You get punched in the
Yeah, people,
mouth
I guess,
by
are
the
saying,
Toronto
like,
Ultra,
Kitchener is
locking down
not
the
it.
first
It's
couple
not
of
the
P2s,
move.
getting themselves a huge lead, as you're seeing right here, and then it's plays like this. Mercules on rotations, time
All
and
right,
time
I'm gonna go to
again,
the bathroom
winning the
before we get
impossibles to
to
put his
this
team in a good
next
situation.
series here.
He's no longer just filling in.
I'll be right
he
back.
is winning situations
Winning
for
lobbies.
this team. Yes.
And what's so insane about this is, like, I went into this map thinking, like, yo, like, we're really doubting Joe and Kleenex and have a good time on Skyline. And Kleenex had an incredible map, number one, don't get me wrong, but it was Merc and Joe. Like, Merc was frying
Yeah, he's
these
frying.
guys on Skyline. It didn't matter if he had an AR, it didn't matter if he was picking up the SMG. And I think that's huge moving forward for Toronto Ultra, because that means their map pool doesn't change with the addition of Mercules into this roster for the rest of this weekend.
True or false, Minnesota is not making it to champs. Pointing at nameless right now.
I'm going to go with true. I'm going to go with true.
This was a big moment for them.
Optic has a softer schedule when we go into the next online split. I think they're going to make some moves, and I think we might see this young man Mercules on that team, which would give them a buff. And when you look at Minnesota, man, it's the same lingering issues. It is scams in the hard point, starting slow, going down a lot. We kept saying, like, they're going to figure out at some point. We thought they were headed towards that path, but we get to land, and the same issues from early stage with Paul X are happening with Kenny. It's very unfortunate.
It's also just really hard. Like Nero, like yesterday was the best player in the map on the game, and like today he's just, I don't know.
Boy, he's behind Tub. They have a chance to, like, you know, get some time there. He just chows on rotation. They just weren't able to break in. It's like those type of inconsistencies make it so hard to like win series and guarantee maps. Like coming to Skyline, like we're dominant at this map. Well, he's not playing the same as he was.
Not always great to have the highest ceiling in the lobby if you also have a low floor. Let's take a look at some of the best moments. So this is your scout play of the game, and it's the Team Toronto Ultra getting it done.
Faze
setting
fans
the
keep
tone
saying they're gonna
in our
take
opening
scrap.
hard point. We
Faze
said
and
how
Optic
important
fans are
this map was
spiraling.
going to
Faze-
be. Minnesota gets denied.
Why?
Toronto walks away with a 3-1 victory.
There's no
Listen, I
way.
said I said Snap
There's
one
no way
was
Faze
everything, at
fans
least from the side of
actually think
Minnesota
that. You
Rocker,
have
because they
Draza.
were 0-2
Why
in
would you
this
take
matchup when it
scrap?
comes to the start of the series. You think they steal this? Maybe
In
you
what
force them
world
at
would
5
you
now
take
for the
scrap
rest of
right
the
now?
series.
You
You
have
have an
Draza.
opportunity at least to close out an ice
And you're
up,
on
but
a
for
three-peat
Toronto
with
Ultra, They
Draza.
just came out swinging a huge heads-up plays once again out of Mercules. I mean, not only just to go on that roto and find
that
two
makes
players, but
no
again,
sense.
off the respawn as well, find
If
another two to
that's
break right back in.
genuinely
Toronto Ultra
how
should be
people
thanking
are
this guy
thinking
because
about
he made the play
Faze
that
roster,
the core
like,
three
oh, we're
wasn't
gonna get
able to
scrapped?
make on the first day of
Why?
this tournament that sent them down to the elimination bracket in the first place.
Why?
Yeah, I mean, they were, what,
You're the
7-2
best
in a
team in the
hard
game
point
right now
stage.
with
That was
Draza.
where they were dominant, bringing that right back to land. I mean, you just won 2 hard points and, you know, 2 hard points that Minnesota Rocker have lost.
Destiny, I don't know where you're
This
seeing
was a
all that
massive
stuff,
map
but
because, I mean, you were
whoever is
120.
posting that
You almost
stuff
threw
is
that.
not
I
a
mean,
Faze
that
fan.
T4
They
goes
are
a little bit
faded.
cleaner. Rocker that are up 2-0
They
in
are
the series,
faded.
and I think we're having a much different conversation here on the desk, but they clutch up, make the big plays.
Well, yeah,
There's a
they
reason
blame
I'm
him
not a
because they can't
GM,
blame
but
the
if I
trio.
was told I'm missing one of my star players at the start of a weekend, and now I'm guaranteed top 6, I'm already popping bottles with the boys. Well done, Toronto Ultra. That's where you're at in the tournament, and you're not done
And I'm
yet.
sorry,
you
but
still have to wait
is
to
a
find out
three-peat not
who is
good
going to
enough?
drop down. It'll either be the LA
Like,
Thieves
bro, you're the best
or
team in the
Miami
game.
Heretics facing off against Faze, Boston Breach, or Surge will play your purple squad there in the next round of the elimination bracket. Joey D, before you go, how much better is it working with us than Maven?
I mean, we have a
That's
great time
crazy
up
if
here, don't
that's
we?
true.
It's good yeah, half the time, I don't know what that guy's saying. Honestly,
My bad, mate.
I don't even know where
we
he's
have
at
to,
right now.
We have to let you go.
Yeah.
Join
All
him,
right,
'cause
I
you
gotta
guys are gonna
change
cash.
the
Thanks for joining us
the
here.
title here.
okay.
Last time we checked, at least.
We love you though, Joe.
Yeah.
This kind of looks like Maven's
Should I
head.
leave now?
Gotta
Little
change the
bit,
title of the
right?
stream
Shiny.
since
I
we
think
got
should, yeah.
Gotta leave now.
Yeah,
CDL,
so.
Boca
Surge
style.
taking
Tell
on
your grandma to wake up. Cod's on. We'll be right back.
Boston.
Hey, Grandma.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
All right, Destiny, time to hate watch Boston, huh?
The official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Time to hate watch Boston for you. Either Zuma's or Greenwall, one of those communities said Shotzi's got to go. I mean, I've heard a lot of people kind of debating between Shotzi and Dashi, which, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the whole Optic situation. It's just so messy. I think Shotzi and Dashi can work together. I think they just need somebody to pair with them well, and I don't think they've found anybody that can. Like, I think their best bet would have been to keep Kenny and keep Boot. I feel like they would have started to turn around and they would have looked fine. But Gold, I have to do my own dishes today. I rarely ever do the laundry. That's what Kendall does. Ain't no way I'm doing the laundry. I meant to do the dishes yesterday, and I kind of forgot. So I have to do them today. Yeah, Destiny, I think that's the only thing they can do. I think really at this point, the only thing that they can and should do is go into challengers. I think at this point they should pick up Merc. They should pick up Mercules and kind of figure it out from there. But yeah, Gold, that's the worst part. Holding it is the worst part. Yeah, I think new faces would make a difference for the Optic team. I think like what Octane said on the flank yesterday is completely accurate. Like, they need to get rid of the ego that they have for some reason with how they pick up players. Like, instead of going for big names, you know, pick up a challengers player, pick up somebody, take a risk. I mean, they did it with Dan, and I still think getting rid of him was a big mistake. And I know, like, obviously they went and they won champs the next year. So, like, I think long term it was a mistake. I think short term it was the right decision because they got Kenny and, you know, they figured it out. But I think long term that was a mistake because, you know, Kenny, or not Kenny, Ghosty, I mean, he's got a lot of upside. He's got a lot of potential.
Can you even believe this place?
Gold, I'm not yelling at you.
Sit your slimy ass down.
Yeah, Destiny, he should have. But guess who he ran into?
Sizzle sells itself.
LA Thieves. I feel bad for him, but I mean, we got a chip out of it.
You're not
So.
sure you have the right floor.
You know what? It's all part of the plan, though. He's gonna get a chip with us.
It is so nice to meet you face to face.
He's gonna get a chip with us. It's gonna be full circle. It's gonna be great.
You don't trust me, fine. But you cannot trust her.
I haven't played any of the zombies. I haven't played zombies for a long time. I thought the Black Ops 3 zombies were fun for the most part. What do I got to do to get the Thieves version of that?
The 2025 Vancouver Surge Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm for when you
Camo
have
grinding
a bone
and
to
you're
pick.
tired of looking at the game.
Next time you boot
That's
up,
fair.
suit up at the in-game shop.
That is fair. I don't blame you. Camo grinding is exhausting sometimes. Especially when there's so many to do. I love how they still just haven't added in Neptune. He's just not there yet. Yeah, I don't like to go for camos for guns that, like, I don't want to use, but, you know. The problem is I don't grind enough at the start of the game. And then once, like, ranked comes out, I don't go for camos. I don't give a shit about camos out.
Following the 2024 season, Boston Breach dropped the entirety of their roster except for
I think
Snoopy.
ranked should
Going
have
into
its own set of,
EWC,
like,
they brought in
custom,
these 3 players from Challengers,
like,
and since then,
camos.
the Breach have been on the cusp. Are they top 8? Are they
That
top
trophy's
4?
fire.
Right now, they're about that 5th, 6th spot with a chance to go
Boy,
further
would that look
and
good
earn
at the
even more points towards
Thieves
champs. Welcome
compound,
back, everybody.
whether in
It's
LA
Chris Bucket
or
Lounge
in,
alongside my friends.
in
I've got
Frisco
Ihold
or
Shift.
Dallas
We've got
or
Alley
wherever
Cat.
they're
We've
at,
got
exactly in
Nameless. I want to start
Texas.
with you, though, Shift.
Yeah.
Where is Breach right now in your power rankings?
God, I'm like
Top 6?
I'm not a Breach stan. I'm still on the train. I'm still on the train that they had a really soft qualifier. I know that they've beat Thieves at the last major. I know they came out hot so far this stage. I need to see one more
I think it's fair,
convincing
but
win.
can you answer the question?
Yeah,
I've got them
Yeah, but the
7th
Thieves
right now.
Okay,
Thieves
so
looked
Al, you got them
bad
in your
last
top
major.
6. Where
That's the
at?
problem.
They're probably 6 right now.
Okay,
Probably
let's take a
sit right
look
around
at the
there.
squad.
Yeah.
Walk me through what
They
they
looked
need to
bad
do
at the
to break
last
into your
major.
top 4.
Just more
Day
consistency.
one
I think Alan
and
did
day
make a good
3.
point of, like, I do need to see just a little bit more. But so far, I've been pretty convinced. I mean, they're solid across the board. They are a very, very good respawn
Or day
team.
4,
And
sorry.
So far,
They played
this
fine
Search
day
and
3.
Destroy has been solid.
Day
I mean,
4 was
5
not
and
good,
3,
though.
I mean, they're just looking at a really small map pool when it comes to that game mode. My only worry is that they do not match up well versus
exactly,
Surge
Destiny.
at
We
all.
look
You're
bad
talking
and we
about a control
still
team in
kept it
Boston Breach.
competitive, like,
They're
in the
6-0
3
right now,
maps.
but when they played up against the
Yes, we
Surge,
lost
they
3-0,
have
but we
not
kept it
won that
competitive
game
each
mode
map.
once in the 3 times they've matched up. So they've got to snap
Shit,
that
a
streak
part of me
eventually.
wants to play
Yeah, that's
Boston
looking
in
at the
winners
Breach, your favorite
finals.
team in the game.
Just
I
to
don't
let
have
them
any
know who's
favorites.
boss.
I
You
just
know what I
think
mean?
Good non-biased
My
answer.
favorite story. We'll say that. But let's switch gears and talk a little bit about Vancouver because
Plus, I
even
don't
with
wanna have
how
to
good
play
that they've
Nasty
been, how
and
great of a
then,
season it is.
you know,
I
have
feel
to
like
take
people
out
aren't
Nasty.
talking about them enough. One of the favorites in this tournament right now, they had a thunderous match up against Atlanta Faze where they just ran through them, and you got to
Both HPs were less than 5 points.
Got cooked in the grand final against them.
Yeah.
And we
So,
were
I
thinking,
mean,
like, man,
we played
it's
really
gonna be
bad
tough,
and still almost beat them.
to go up
That's-
against them
I mean,
again
that's
here when we
kinda
get to
crazy.
land. And what happens? You see 0-4 go off. You see a big performance from Abuza, and these guys just continuously evolve, man. They play such good Call of Duty, and they're now adding more maps to their map pool. The Skyline now looks like a dominant map for them in a series where they're going to need it.
I don't think my brain is prepared to welcome them into the top 3. For some reason, I am keeping them out of that tier. I've been doing it for a while, but the numbers are telling me to get on
They're
board with this
screaming at
guy.
you, Chris.
Neptune is currently 16-6 with this squad. His hardpoint rank is number 1. He has changed the respawn for this squad. And you got to think, Vancouver's been getting it done. They've been to grand finals. I think it's that 0-4 finish that really just kind of left a bad taste in my mouth at the end of Major 2.
So
I think
do
it did
we
for a lot
know-
of people? Because after the minor number 2, where they go
Do we
7
know
with Thieves, you're
who
thinking, whoa, these guys are for real.
they will
then
play
they show up at Major, they
if
do
they
well.
lose?
They don't do well in the grand finals.
Or
But I
is
think you're
that
right. The map pool has
still
to
to
really
be
team
start.
is still kind of new. They just didn't
Or
have the
would it
map
be-
pool. Like, it's a totally different situation now. I feel
No,
like.
it should be
Players are ready, guys. We
whoever
got to keep
won
this
last
moving. We'll talk about it over your maps
last
and
series,
modes
right?
and, of course,
So-
our scuff pickups. Let's start, though. Vault, dealership, Vault, Skyline, Rewind.
Should
It's
be
better than some rounds.
Ultra.
No, this is square up for sure. across
Whoever
the board.
loses
I mean,
should
you look
play
at Vault
Ultra, right?
Control. Obviously, Boston been unscathed there. Vault Control's a map
Vault,
that they
dealership,
love,
Vault,
on a
Skyline,
good split.
Rewind.
And you think about that Skyline, a map that they've been trying to go to.
All right, all
I
right,
feel
all
like
right.
Boston feel good about these maps, and you know, if you're Surge, you can put a lot of work in Search and Destroy, particularly on that dealership, right? So
Yeah.
I think both teams are happy about this result.
I expect
It's time for your scuff
Vancouver's
pickups.
dealership
I am
to
in
be
the
decent.
lead, but I don't feel good about it. Allie has been on my heels, and Allie,
I'm coming.
I know you like Vancouver. So I will say Vancouver Surge first. I am going
Trying to make
Vancouver
sure I get
Surge
catch
for
up
my
is
119th
unbelievable.
pick.
I'm going to go Vancouver Surge 3-0.
3-0.
Oh, is rough. I don't know. With
Okay,
that
okay.
control in that situation, I don't love that pick or the Skyline. I think we go game 5. I'm going to go Vancouver Surge, though.
Wow, bro, I need
That's
a
a lot of
lifeline.
booing out
I need
there.
a lifeline. Y'all all going Surge. I'm going with Indomitable Wake.
Of course.
Boston Breach.
Wait.
What about-
Not Omega
Big
Wake.
Wake?
Not
Giga
Giga
Wake.
Wake.
What about Pummel Purge, dude?
Listen, yesterday, the Boston match, we were watching back in the green room. You know who was with us? Rambo Ray. Just saying, man, I think Optic are going to win this series. I said, no, Giga Wake, and you're going to be seeing him tomorrow.
That's
what they're saying right now.
Rambo versus Nameless
That's
after the
a
match,
shit.
but it's time
Nameless
for the
was right.
players on the stage. Let's send it over to Guy Blaze.
Thank you so much, Chris. Florida, it's time for a winner's bracket matchup to see who's going to get top 3 in this tournament. And our players are already ready to go in the back. They're lined up, ready to set the stage ablaze. So without further ado, Florida, make some noise for the Vancouver Surge! 0-4, Abuza, Nasty, and Neptune. Back again in the winner's side of the semifinals. Ready
Let's
to
go,
drown out their
Nasty.
opponent.
Let's
A
go,
storm
Nasty.
absolutely nobody saw coming. They have been surging through the entirety of the league, including
Those jerseys are
some
kinda
of the
clean.
top
I like the
2.
back of
Now
them,
for
actually.
Vancouver Surge looking to make their way to another grand final for some redemption. And I'm
Has
looking
that
at
kinda
0-4
like
and
Trident
Neptune. They have been unreal
look to
across
it.
the
Kinda
board,
cool.
especially in Search and Destroy. And I'm excited to see them go up against their biggest test in the Boston Breach. Let's bring them out, Guy.
We got the big dogs on the stage. Let's bring out the underdogs. Florida, make some noise for the Boston Breach. Snoopy, Awakening, Cammy, and Purge. Into the breach we go. Boston not playing around.
Let's see this
Boston
one.
have been in this situation
I'm
before.
interested in how
Winners
this one
round
could
2
go,
win
'cause
away
I
from
feel
top
like
3. You know what happened?
I feel like it could be close.
Vancouver Surge. It got
Or I feel like it could be a hot 3-0.
Truly a revenge
I'm really
match.
not sure.
And they
I
have
don't know what to
improved
think
so
about
much,
this match.
particularly in the control. Look out for that game mode when we get to map 3. Let's get this match started.
I'm so ready to get this one started to figure out who is going to our winners final.
I think it depends on
Florida,
what we
you guys
see
ready to go?
from each team.
Merc Maven, take it away.
Thank you, Blaze, Miami. Well, Florida, hello. Today should be awesome. I mean, we have a bunch of incredible matches. We've had a lot of 3-0s this weekend.
Yeah.
I can't listen. I'm trying to sell the story that we're going to have Game 5 bangers, Joe. We're going to have these go the distance. We're having a much longer day than we did yesterday.
Want.
We were out by 7 p.m. or whatever it was.
Chat,
But
I just
listen,
realized
this is an
I
exciting
think
one.
Chance
Surge
is gonna
trying to
cast
make a
our
run back
match.
to a final. Breach maybe trying to make a run.
Oh,
Their best since, what, we're going back to like Vanguard Major 2 when that was top 3. And that's like TJ, Zinni, Capsule, Nero, I believe, was there
just
back
realized.
then. So it's been a while. It's been a franchise that has struggled in recent years, but they may be in their best form right now.
No, I mean, you know, they've trusted this roster on the year. A lot of people calling for changes.
No.
They've stuck with it, improving in every single game mode, especially
I swear,
this
I
stage
feel
of
like every
control.
time we've played bad has been when
put
he's
themselves
casting
in this
us.
spot once again. But yeah, Surge took them down at Major 2 in this winners round 2. Just a
I
question,
mean,
can
knock
they get
on
over
wood.
this hump?
Hopefully
Yeah,
I'm
like,
wrong.
how much have you improved? How much have you improved?
Hopefully
There's
that
been a
is
lot
not
of talk
the
about their
case.
improvements as a team, about Snoopy's improvement, maybe as a
I like
player,
Chance,
most
I
improved.
do.
You think back to
I
last
like him
year,
and
starting to
Miles
get a much better
casting,
head to
but
the game. I'm excited what he'll do here.
I feel like things never go
Surge
well for us when they
that
cast
can
us.
punish you if you are making mistakes. They can look like the best hardpoint
Whatever.
team in the game at times when they
It
are
is what it
flowing.
is. We'll
We're
live
going to
with
start
it.
things off, though, on Volt. What could be Boston's pick
Hey,
to
there
start
you
us
go,
off?
Volt.
At what, Joe, like 8-2 on the year or something like that?
Yeah, 8-2 on the year, 2-0 on this.
I gotta do
on this
mine
map
after
and
the
this
stream.
stage. So yeah, very strong hardpoint map for them.
Gotta force myself to just
Surge
do
is
it.
thinking they've been hot on Hacienda.
already-
Surge
I already
and
walked
hardpoint.
and
Let's
I
just
already
veto that. We have
did
a
my
great map
push-ups for
pool.
the day,
So if
so-
we get to that game number 4, we'll see a skyline.
And you think back to last major, I mean, they blew out Faze and Vault to the point that Faze had to ban it in the final. Like, we know Surge can come to play on Vault. Excited to see what they'll be able to do. This is one, yeah, is
Trying
it
to
gonna
think
go
of
5?
what
Is
we
Surge
might
just gonna run
play.
away with it? I got no idea. Or maybe Breach.
I wonder if
and
we're gonna
Giga
play Vault.
and the Persian
HP.
will come out flying, but it's gonna be Snoopy to start things off. He has been playing so well and gets it going early on. Right over to the other sub on the squad as the ARs look over.
Three dead
and they'll
for
get the
Boston
kills. What do
early.
you think's like the, I don't know, the biggest improvement? Oh, I know you talk about control for the Breach team. Is there a player that's really stepped it up kind of over this qualifier for you?
I think Awakening's been playing a lot better. Just more consistent from him. Put in some great damage numbers, as you know, Nameless loves to gas the guy up. But you know, you're gonna have these maps
they
where
flip out, though.
you're running into better teams. Snoopy and Purge, they're going to slow down. You need someone in your second line to find multi-kills. So for me, it's Awakening.
Let's see what kind of series he has in store for us. Certainly when playing at his best, one of the most talented shooters
This could be.
we're going to see. We get
This
right
could be a
over
good
to
hold
Awakening.
for
He's caught by a
Vancouver.
stun, but trying to hold the
But
front.
Boston's
Snoopy,
hitting
though,
out
getting
through
in behind enemy
palms.
lines, and now, well, one spawn coming in backside ammo. Well, another spawn coming out deep for Surge. P2 is going to pop. They'll have the back spawn. They do pick up the guy that spawns out as well. So you have numbers here for a moment. But you got to get going if you're breached.
Boston's getting the kills, though.
Quickly.
Yeah, that's a great pick up there by Gimme. And then who was that? Awakening on Anasi on number 7. And Anasi
might
is
be
a
able
guy
to pin him in
he
here.
loves the Faze matchup. Him and Abuza really put up the numbers versus that team. They are starting a little bit slow here. Let's see if they can pick it up, but it's Purge. 5 in a row from the hill.
I just like how decisive that was, like, especially on this P2. You get a pick, you go. You just have to go. That safe spawn will come in so fast, and you'll be able to fight back like Surge have inevitably been able to do as they try to split this time and maybe get a lead change in their favor. Breach thinking maybe throw bodies at this one more time with just under 20 to go, but Neptune slowly picking them apart from poolside, and now just toying with Cammy.
Right, now you're just waiting for 04 to get pushed up. Right now the back spawn comes in. That's exactly what you want as they're finding picks, trying to flip the map the final 10 seconds. This is what we talk about with Surge. Their teamwork is on point. They are so decisive.
If they can find Awakening
as they
here.
take the lead.
There they go.
With a huge gunfight onto Awakening, and now they have map control for P3 and P4.
Yeah, that is a beautiful sequence. I mean, you go to that breach break, which was great, and then right after that, it is all Surge over the next 60 or so seconds. Now you just want to make sure you don't allow Breach to get a ton of time in this P3. Battle it on both fronts. Keep those spawns, but keep them out of the point the best you can. I mean, you're good with the time being white, and that's kind of Neptune's role here. Just lurking
04
mid-map,
with an 11 and
making
5
sure no
start.
one can just soak up time for Boston Breach.
Yeah, you see spawns get a little dicey potentially. That was Purge who got pushed
Surge
enough
is still
after a
locking
couple
down the
of picks,
spawns, but
everything else is
Boston's
safe and
kind
now
of getting the
for
time.
Surge. So
They haven't gotten much,
He's
though,
gonna try
at
to
least.
reinforce through the middle of the map. Neptune back on the clock, and well, he's just able to find 3 in a row. But Breach keeping this one close. But again, Surge, they're just playing for that P4.
Playing for the P4, and yeah, Neptune, a big part of why Breach don't get 30, 40 seconds at this point, but they'll get the scrap time, and now we'll focus on the big battles in transition. You're going to lose Neptune. Maybe a chance with numbers. We'll see where the spawn comes in for your final player. It'll be safe, tucked in the backside.
0-4 is cooking right now.
And speaking of fours, it's 0-4 that pops off with a double, secures a little breathing room for the team. And that's the breathing room for your ARs to get in position, get the crossfire in.
I mean, 0-4 is 16-7 right now. My man
this guy's off to
didn't
a
have the best series
fantastic
versus
start.
Faze himself, but it doesn't matter. I mean, they get the match win, and now he is starting to cook with the AR, with the sub.
He's feeling
doesn't
it.
matter.
He's feeling
Again,
it.
Just the fundamentals from Surge on point sets them up.
That is not good for Boston.
Yeah, it's crazy. We've, I don't know, maybe started talking, or I did at least, about him being one of the more underrated players like a month ago, and it hasn't been the conversation lately. Like, he has been up.
He's been a good hold for Surge.
Where Neptune came in, it was really all the talk about him. 0-4 right there with him, if not surpassing them in some maps, which has been awesome to see. But the fact is the team has been playing together so well, and they'll get all of this P4 time. So perfect hold. Now we get into our second set, or get ready for it. Time for Breach to try and bring this back.
I mean, again, that just all started from the end of that P2, right? And that's what has led them to this 50-point
Load 1 of
lead.
3 is in.
But Breach now, their turn to
Bird
try to
on
respond.
load is in.
A little bit of control from P1, but 0-4 not going to win that. Great movement from Cammy. But when it comes to the hill time, Surge are there. Nasty Nabuza finding kills. Nasty, a slow start, but he's on the objective. Now starting to get
I would love to see Nasty start to pick it up a little bit.
Anyone can be guilty of it, but that's why you put me in the backpack early.
I mean, once Nasty starts frying too, it's
you got
like
this advantage. Like, who cares? You got the lead. You're feeling good about that. 0-4. Maybe finding an opening.
It's hard
out
to
of the
beat these
backside
guys.
With the Breach push. He's going to turn that into 2. The hipfire ends up connecting with
Dude,
the forehead.
0-4 is on one
and he
right
will
now.
Get dropped.
22
Another little
and
spree
9.
for him on 22 and 9. Not a ton of time remaining here. Breach going to try and hit this. Get the flip at the perfect time if they can. Still safe side spawn for Search for now. But as everybody drops, this will be the last spawn you'll get. Will this end up being a split? Breach start to push forward. We'll see if that'll be the case.
Yeah, Surge right now, they're down 50. Let's go to a listen with Vancouver Surge.
And this is a big break for Boston if they can hold this time.
One's oil, go in front.
One on right, one on right.
Yeah, we need yeah, go cut.
Ja, jag kan PRD tree.
One time. One time.
One's deep left. One's deep left to play.
Deep right, weak.
I'm even a shot.
One time.
No, he's on.
Just gun you.
Yo, one mid, right?
Okay.
Big row. Mid on time.
Damn, good kills.
I'm channeling your left, you can look right.
Back left.
Maps are out. All right, we'll check them after this.
I have lights.
Ok, un peu plus front, t'es là. Go for it, two, Cammy,
Watch out,
go mid. One front, Cammy, one HP front.
Watch out, left side.
Okay. Don't love the dealership. Don't love the dealership pick.
He's already through that.
It's purge. Okay.
But we'll talk about it.
Run it through some.
I see him.
He's in somewhere.
I spawn good.
He might be
I sent top for you.
I don't think
Damn, this is a good map.
I should have big line. Yo, he's one more.
You're in one.
Hey, I'm looking at it.
Still on you.
Yo, pull AR, Chef.
Heard you. I don't see anything line, bro.
Yo, Farmy came in.
Don't see anything. I will two play.
I'm back front. They spawned me.
Spawn
me, guys.
I'm the back.
He spawned me.
One dead, guys. Cammy, I'm not picking. One HP.
Cammy.
One shot.
One's out.
Last on right. Okay. I'm bottom bird.
This is good stuff. Watch out. Persian.
Nice, I'm grabbing.
It's another big P4 hold for Surge.
20 seconds left. Take your time.
I'm mid, guys. I'm already mid.
One shot. I'm one shot.
Okay, that's fine. I can watch my side.
Bro, those comms at the end of P3 when they're dealing with Purge on the push through were incredible from Surge.
I mean, creme de la creme right there. I mean, you heard it from Neptune. He's already through P4. Then he's top P4. Neptune comes off spawn. I'm going to land a stun for you that allows him to win the gunfight. And we saw the graphic. It was 55-0. Last time through, it's probably the same thing there.
04 is 30
Set up
and
that
18.
P4 breach. And when we got to that, listen, fought back at the P2. But this is what Surge do. Just such great hard point to watch.
Breach gonna have to do it again in the P2, but I think I literally got chills, dude, during that sequence. Like, those comps were so good. 3 through on the feed for Breach, trying to mount this comeback. It's been a story of a P4 team and P3, P4, and P1, P2, like tale of two halves. Breach, this is their half that they've got to dominate, but maybe a break for Surge for
Nasty
now.
for
And this
3.
break, in fact, there's still so much time remaining on the hard point. You still have time to get composed if you're Breach and worry about the setup for next. But with 15 seconds remaining, every fight going to be so big here in the upcoming seconds because Breach.
Yeah,
they
Boston
just
need a solid hold here on this P2.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like you want to fight this, but they don't want to overreach,
Yeah,
maybe
tough,
get broken. You have Hellstorms on both sides. Purge was able to earn one last P2. Nasty, though, he's had one.
I mean, if they can hold this entire P2, though, that would be
You're going to see
huge.
04 and Neptune hunt that player inside of ammo. Nasty going to connect onto Awakening. That is the opening. 404, 3 dead. Spawn out Surge, and now you have to go if you're Breach. You have to use the Hellstorm of your own.
Purge's got to spawn in and call that in, I imagine, immediately as they've got to break. 20 seconds needed for the victory for Surge.
Yeah, they got to go.
Streak down coming in. Purge has stopped moving. Here comes the missile up from above. They've got to break, and they've got to break now. That's
doesn't
not
even
gonna connect.
hit.
Hey, how many kills is it actually going to lead to so far? It is all Surge on the hold. They just had to tighten up at P2 when the map was theirs, and that looks to be the case. No opening for Breach. Shut down. Neptune on 5 straight to close it out, and that's a map 1 win for Vancouver Surge.
I mean, Boston kept it fairly close. They kept it fairly close to start off, but
I mean, we saw this last stage, right? Like at moments,
Vancouver was
they
kind of able to just pull away there at the end.
Darn clean in hardpoint, and they continue to do so. It is not easy. I know we talk about it a lot with P3 and P4, but it's not easy to contain a pro team for 2 minutes, right?
It's not
at all. And they did it twice right there.
And I want to go back to listening because we highlighted a couple bits, but it was like a whole sequence. Like at first, whoever commed, like, pick it up. Someone's like, pick it up, pick up right. And then he's like, I spot him. He goes, oh, he has to already be through. Like that was
so we got
good.
red card
then the next person
HP.
says, oh, it's Purge. It's Purge.
We got dealership,
SMD, which is
SMD,
great because you know, play styles,
control,
what weapon he has, that type of thing.
Hacienda hardpoint, and
then
rewind
I don't see him,
SMD.
and that gunfight,
Now,
like I think he's going to lose this.
Red
Stun
card,
hits
I think
is the
we look
gunfight
good on
starts.
red
Like,
card. I think that's a good
that
map
was one of the
for
better
us.
moments I think I've watched it.
I think
Like, that was
dealership,
incredible.
I'm a little concerned
Incredible.
about because
As we check the stats now,
Heretics
ends
look
up being
good in
a
S&D
significant
in
win there
general,
for Surge.
but they looked really good on
Statistically, really
dealership.
popping off the page for
So,
you.
I mean,
a little
obviously,
unsure
04 set
about
the
that
pace
one.
right from the get-go, but then everyone starts to get
Vault
involved.
control. I mean,
the
I think
biggest
we're the
thing
best
is probably
control team in the
difference
game.
the
We
scoreboard
should
is P4.
take vault
I mean, they
control.
probably lose by 100.
And then
you had
Hacienda
that early,
hardpoint,
and they end up losing
I
the
think
map
we
by
look
100.
really good on Hacienda as well. So
I
think we can
this year,
beat
but
them on
yeah,
that.
we'll check the
And then
P4s,
rewind
you can
S&D,
see
I think
both
is
basic, almost
probably a
vertical
better
line
matchup for us.
for
If
the
I had to
blue
guess when it comes to
squad
search and
in
destroy.
Surge. Yeah, no, they dominated there.
Obviously,
and
I'm hoping we
it's
don't
a literal
get there.
flat line.
I think it will be a
There's nothing.
4-game series.
There's
I think we'll
nothing for
probably
Breach.
lose the
If you just
dealership.
cannot break
Like
in,
I said, just
cannot
because
do
of how
it.
good Miami's S&D
Well,
is.
the communication, like
So,
we heard, the one transition,
you
a
know,
big part of
Dude,
why.
they didn't even get close.
The first
there was no
HP
pressure
is huge.
side door.
The
It's
first
not like there was any
HP is
test.
huge.
Like, you heard the listens, hey, I'm pushing out front, they're spawning mid. Hey, all right, now they're going to start spawning towards the front. Like, I don't know.
That's tough, because this is the Breach pick, right? You're talking hard point. They played them tough for a lot of it. But you're just, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's happened this year, but if you get 0 points in a P4, you're not winning the match.
I don't know if that's happened.
Maybe it had, I doubt it, but like, you got to get something. It doesn't have to be a split. You don't have to dominate it, but you need something. It's just so hard to remain perfect at P2. Nice. Yeah, they won it, but honestly, once you get to that second one that Surge ended up holding there, and they broke up some time, I mean, it probably ends up being a little closer to 50-50. Like, Breach, not quite enough in the tank to mount the comeback there late. Surge gonna run away with it. I mean, the good thing though for Breach, I think it would almost be like a panic button previously if you lost your hardpoint pick in a series because of what your control game was. Now that your control game has improved a bit, it's not quite as panic mode.
Yeah, and I think like because you've gotten so good at Hacienda, like you played a lot of Skyline. Skyline is a good map for Boston Breach on the year. It's one of their go-tos. So you kind of force Surge to have to pick that in that map number 4. So yeah, it's definitely not panic button time yet. As we're gonna get Dealership and Rewind yet again in this series.
But I think it kind of would have been before.
No,
like before
this,
control.
yeah. Oh,
like you
no
go
doubt
down,
about it.
you lose your pick, go down 0-1. Your control's miserable. You're like, because what was it? They were 5 and 16 or whatever until they won 5 straight, or I guess now 6 straight. The control game going to be everything for them if they're going to continue to make a run this event. Unlike our first series, we are back into the winners bracket, so a loss here is not the end of the world. You still have a chance to make a run, but a little bit easier if you can keep cruising, a little less pressure if you keep moving through the winners bracket.
Well, loser of this drops down and plays
Ultra.
Faze, right?
Ultra, right?
Ultra, right? Yeah, I mean, I take your pick. Pick your poison right now between Ultra and Faze. It's just you don't want to lose.
No. Absolutely not. Granted, you're going to play, if you win, you're playing a Miami or Thieves, so it's going to be tough. Regardless of the route you're going to take. So many solid teams right now. That's what's been fun about this particular stage and why we expect things to ramp up today and tomorrow. It is very, very competitive today throughout the top and middle part of our squads. Last 5 maps in Surge. See there, 4 out of 5 W's for Surge. We'll see the Dealership opening out of Boston Breach. It is aggression from both sides, but it's a 4 that's going to get dropped. Big wake. We'll get that first blood.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's just sort of trying to hard counter a break off there for Boston Breach or just taking a risk if you are Surge. Maybe trying to catch them off guard, but you're going to take that first blood. Because it was a 2-2 split. I mean, you had 3 there. If that first blood goes the way of Surge, they probably...
Sorry, we were getting the maps and
3
modes
versus 2 for this round. First blood, though. Then he had traded. Nasty there for another trade, so 2v2.
That's one of those pushes, like, I don't know, maybe you keep them honest. Maybe they play
We're getting my thoughts on the maps and modes posted.
Have that same aggressive hit you'd like because you're worried about
We're back. We're here.
I don't hate it. Take a little swing at it, and you still have a chance to take the round.
2-2 post plant.
Now. The Snoopy Awakening. Back up and reposition. We'll stick with Nasty for now.
Uh-oh.
Takes a couple
They're hunting Nasty.
30 seconds to go.
Wait,
trying to wall bang for info. See if they're on the bomb. The second he stops, though, Abuza is going to
that's a problem. I don't know if you're going to recheck this as soon as he stops.
That
Pre-firing that. I think that is a wall bang. But Abuza's just like, all right,
play
I'll
from
get on it now.
Surge.
Yeah,
but you gave up street, you tried to wrap
Good
middle,
play
you're
from
playing for that wall bang.
Yeah, that's just, he stuck it the second after. That's so tough, especially with him wrapping back to get eyes. The second he hopped, I was like, oh, he's got this.
At that point, it's playing timings in your favor right there.
Wall bang for info? Well, let's go ahead and hop this thing.
In a tough one there. Just, I mean, you had such a clean first blood if you are Breach. They back down up. But the trades on that ace straight do not go their way. And then in the 2 versus 2. Yeah, Surge clutch up.
They clutch up. Nasty, able to get 2 of the 4. Now we'll flip. Neptune. Not playing point with 04, the bomb carrier for now. Nothing.
I mean, Wake is kind of on an island here, but Snoopy's coming over to help.
Too much info or kitty tags. So they have a trophy set up deep, but look at Breach. They are grouping up. They are ready to hit this.
Yeah, the only difference is you don't really have anyone middle of the map, right? That's sort of the normal default defense. Is someone peeking that window, but it's going to be a 4v4. Here we go. Breach are just running.
And I'm saying they should. Nasty, you hope gets one, but that's a 4-on-1. Everybody backs up. I mean, Abuza was still playing in spawn for the push, but they just all hit it through the front, and they get on it immediately, and this is done. Just back-to-back round diffuses.
Just insta diffuses.
Put their bodies on the line, making sure teammates hold the window. And great job answering back if you are Breach. But yeah, no, Abuza was never in the play. Well, I mean, in the play based on how Breach played it, obviously. And then everyone left. Outside of Nasty, right? Like everyone left to try to take a route.
Yeah, I mean, middle of the map.
This map is definitely interesting for S&D.
Just 4 hitting. They'll be bomb
I mean, that's 2 rounds in a row now where it doesn't come down to kills
just gonna hop this
at
bomb.
all.
Well,
they had 2 people alive. Well, 3 people in total alive last round, and then this one they had, what, like almost 6? Maybe?
I feel like it's not that often we get
5
diffuses when players are alive. It's back-to-back rounds.
feel like that's a lot of people to still be alive at the end of a round.
Maybe worried about that opening aggression from round one. A little more passive here.
Yeah, but it's the same.
Crew.
Yeah, same 2-on-2 split though. So just sort of spreading out, finding information, but seems like it's gonna be right back towards this A site.
Cammy's been clutch all year in late round positions, but right now maybe going to be a
I've
early
been
round
busted
guy.
open.
He's playing Riffo, Snoopy going to go. Cammy can't actually make the play. He's going to be caught from a boost at deep.
2 for
And
1
suddenly you've
from
got bomb down
Surge.
on the site. Breach going to have to bring it back down a man. I thought Awakening had a pick there. This becomes far more winnable if he catches it. Probably need one more bullet.
Now it's just a timing when he goes and plants this bomb, or if he does. So yeah, now he's gonna hop it now. Does the retake start for Surge? And it might just happen. So you're gonna get some awful timing right off the bomb.
Yeah,
now it is all down to Purge.
That's the fear in that situation. Purge, though, as he gets one, maybe a chance to do this. They just got on it. Here we go. Gonna catch it. They're gonna let
Oh my gosh, that would have been crazy. They were lined up.
Aim assist, maybe a nightmare there.
They
as
were
one goes
lined
sliding
up.
across, and he's trying to finish the player on the bomb.
And I mean,
I thought they were lining up perfectly.
Yeah, Booze's character just freaks out.
Oh my God.
He hops off the bomb so quickly. He needs like one more bolt in both.
Yeah, that animation, I mean, personally, whoa.
Wow, that would have been
No, it
brutal.
looks so crazy. We'll watch it one more time. Purge nearly able to pull off the 1v3. But he's thinking freebie, and then look at the animation as he starts hopping off it. No, it's worse to slide across the look.
Damn.
Just like the bomb, just hopping away with the bomb. That looked insane.
Yeah, dead body there as well. Just doesn't help.
Yeah. Advantage back to Surge. And this is an old group up and hit it here at A. How fast do the bodies get over from Breach? Pretty quickly, the rotation is in. Now you've got everybody grouped up here.
Through that
Car's
RC.
out, I think, for a Booza. So he's in that. Opening up the door.
Oh my gosh.
But at least allows you to bomb down. Now, the big thing is you don't have much presence on the street. You've really backed away. Cammy's gonna find that first blood.
Cammy gets first blood,
Last
though.
round as Cammy gets the opener. He continues to push it. They know they got to go. 30 seconds remaining. They got to work it. Cammy's able to get another one. Now Snoopy is fine. He'll get around the angle,
Damn.
and they just clear house.
Good retake.
Cammy with 2, Snoopy with 2. You said it. No real presence on the street. They back it up, and
Solid
that's the
retake
opening
for
for
Breach
Breach
there.
to go.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen too much success with teams doing that. Like, obviously it's a bomb plant, but when you kind of back away, it just feels like, even online, did not go well. The one team who really switched that up was like Ultra, that I can think of. Normally when they would plant the bomb, they would at some point take a risk and try to slide forward to a car and take some gunfights to them. But you can just see, as soon as that first pick comes down from Cammy, you're all sliding on through. There's nobody in the middle of the map that Breach have to worry about. So great retaste here from both our squads.
2-2 now. See who finds some separation first. As
Pretty
teams start to make these
passive
mid-game
offense here.
adjustments. And you can see they're really playing for maybe some aggression again. I think that still just goes back to the round one. The round one pressure, they're thinking that could be a call at any time.
Yeah, and you're just trying to keep them split on the Surge side. And well, I mean,
that
that
can
is,
happen.
yeah, no, Snoopy cannot get picked there. As they were going to go A Street
Yeah, that's a
again.
good kill
0-4
from
was thinking
Abuza.
about the flank, but maybe not now with the first blood. At this point, you're just going to play the retake.
I mean, Booza has 2 kills, and they're both defensive first bloods. I mean, he's just gotten picks from deep. One time onto Cammy, one time onto Snoopy, but as soon as Snoopy gets picked, I mean, this round's basically over. Wake has been insane in situations.
Yeah,
He's
Snoopy
been last
can't die
alive, but
there.
no opportunity for any kind of magic there.
That really kind of just opened the door for Surge.
Yeah, I mean, the offense just stalls after Snoopy gets picked.
Yeah, we'll see which team. I mean, A has just not worked out these last few rounds for either of our squads. So start to think you got to do something a little bit different here.
We'll see if the play call might be heading over to B. First bloods right now, advantage to Breach, 3-2. Mabuza's got both over Surge, as I mentioned. But that's just what the round one where you brought it back
Round
3
one,
versus 4. We're still going there, Joe.
Yeah, we're going to go for it.
A little bit of a different, maybe defensive look. All just mid from Breach.
Heavy A
See what
hit
they do
here.
maybe post plan. Like maybe you do play with a little bit more presence up front. It looks like that's going to be the call.
They're
Neptune,
gonna get
though,
caught.
he's just looking over it. Yeah, all of Breach are here.
Oh,
But
Neptune
there we
gets
go.
2?
Neptune going to take some gunfights. That makes it easy. 0-4 with one more. So a 2v1 for Purge.
Far more aggressive there, or more just down to the timing you had to play like that because you were still planting the bomb. Purge, opportunity, maybe in a 1 versus 3 earlier. The 1v2 here, though, no chance to do it. Beautiful
Neptune
from the car
got
heady.
2 there.
And now some separation finally for a team. Surge up 2.
Yeah, I mean, you were here if you were Breach, but you just got caught trying to cross.
This is a
The
diabolical
SMGs
heady.
find all the kills.
From Purge's
Yeah,
pop,
we saw
that's
from
a,
Purge's POV.
that's a
That is
dirty
not
heady.
an easy gunfight whatsoever.
It is not. But yeah, and when you back it up, like you're just playing from like the small room. It's like, yeah, there's not much playmaking ability for your subs whatsoever. Whereas Neptune, 0-4, able to do it there. Pressure to Breach now. Already in an 0-1 hole in the series, back a couple of rounds now in the search. This will be their search pick, so. Oh, sorry, this is Surge's search pick because they lost their hard point. Cammy.
Another
getting
first
it
blood
caught,
for
dropped. Advantage to Surge again.
Yeah, you were waiting on some aggression these last couple of rounds. Well, you finally did it, but it's not B-side. It's right through middle. Now you backed on up. Again, if you are Surge, just going to play the numbers, even if you allow the bomb plant. Snoopy, though, trying to get active. Trying to find anything that he can. I mean, 0-4 goes for the reach out. Maybe you would have caught him here. On the other side of the map, maybe a weird timing.
Yeah, I thought 0-4 might have
really depends on
almost
what Neptune
overextended
sees.
there. Ooh, he doesn't know 8's right next to him.
Both.
Yep.
Abusa, though, is
Damn.
able to get 2. He has been locking down this A-side street on defense. Hold up now. Awakening 1 versus 4.
Well, there's a car out, so.
Car in play, so best of
That
luck.
thing was just drifting around the
Try to deal with
corner.
the car and fire
Tokyo
from Nasty.
Drift.
3 straight. Now for Surge, and what was a close
That
one
thing
for a
was
moment.
zooming.
Now dominated by Surge, a round away from a 2-0 edge.
Yeah, I mean, you worked the early first blood, but then with Neptune getting pushed up into that music room, you just kind of cheat over towards A. That's where Booz is able to find both of those players on the Breach side. But I think if you're Breach maybe in that moment, you kind of just have to wait for Awakening, I think, to make a call, because he does find an opening. He could have
Surge looked pretty good on this map.
Instead, he's left in a 1v4.
They've had some
we're so focused on the
really
Awakening play,
solid
next thing I
rounds
know,
here.
Everyone's dead on the other side. I'm like, all right, well, so much for that development. Breach have got a rip 4 straight.
All right, it's another iteration of it. You're going to try to get bombed down. You haven't really shown much presence mid or through
If the
the
car
flank,
don't get
so
him nasty, well,
that's going to be the call.
I mean,
Get
that's
0-4
exactly
plant, and then maybe
that's exactly how it went.
hits him with a full flank. So watch number 8, as long as 0-4 stays alive. But it may not matter, because all of Boston are here.
8's got to go.
0-4 able to get back to full, and I thought pick 1. The opening is in for Neptune, though. He's
Okay,
been
he gets
looking
the
the
trade.
entire time on the offsite. Now he pounces. Now he's just going to want to play his life as long as he can, but I like that for Breach. Everyone backs up and deals with him. This will
Nasty
open up the
gets a
plant
pick.
towards the side as we get into a 2
2v2.
versus 2.
That's it, yeah, bomb wasn't down. Like, if bomb is planted, probably works out better for Neptune and Surge. Instead, it doesn't.
They're just flipping the map
But
here.
still time to work with.
Yeah, I mean, just really good job dealing with Neptune, not allowing
Oh,
the Neptune that's
no.
able to
Oh,
okay.
no. Boston.
Abusa shuts down both, and this one
Oh,
is
no.
done. Another time in a round where I'm thinking something's going to develop, and Abusa just slams 2.
Oh, man.
I think
that's,
I mentioned he had like 2 first bloods. It was 2 and 1, and then what is he?
Well,
5 or 6 more after that?
We don't know.
I'm thinking this is going to be a 3-0 as well.
Yeah, no, 7. So he gets to 7.
Surge just looked
taking
comfortable.
over late. Surge. Well,
They're
taking
firing
over
right
late.
now.
Is they're up 2-0?
I don't know if I see it.
6-2.
I don't know if I see it going
And
Boston's
listen,
way here.
As much as you want to sell like the Breach story here
Look
to
like
make a run,
Vancouver
and, you know,
might
have-
make
not have
a
a lot of, like,
winners
historic great runs in
finals
tournaments,
here.
and Surge were the better team coming in this. 100%. They are the favorite in this. Hell, at this point in the tournament, maybe let's talk winners bracket. Favorite with Thieves to maybe win the entire thing. I was hoping this series maybe a little bit more competitive, but right now it is Surge firing all cylinders and Breach looking for answers.
Yeah, I mean, again, last time they played, it was a 3-1 on land. Like, the Vault Hardpoint was a 2-point win for Boston. So as soon as you start to see that 100-point win for Surge, yeah, like, you don't panic because your control's been better, but I think it's definitely time to panic.
This is kind of the test. This is where like all that
Yeah,
work,
I'm
all that
thinking-
improvement and control really matters. And like
I'm
Shift has said,
thinking
like, they didn't
Surge
play a lot
close
of-
this one
they
out
have a lot of
here.
tough
They're
competition. This
they're
is
pretty
tough
good at
competition.
control
This
as
is a
well.
must-win
So
map in a winner's bracket. See if they can do it. Desta, talk to us.
Oh, we're partying out here. Al, you nailed it. Prediction on point.
These guys are
Al,
frauds.
you nailed it.
Thank you.
Prediction on point.
damn,
Nameless, what's
shift
up?
was
Hey,
dialed.
man.
What's up?
Still want to be unanimous. I believe
He
in
knew.
Giveawake. And unfortunately, so far, Boston just not performing. Vancouver, the better team.
Is indomitable in this matchup, though.
No.
We need him.
No. They do.
Wake needs to evolve.
Reverse sweep. It's on the cards.
Let's take a look at her search and destroy and what
Hey,
went down.
I've said it
in
before.
The brain game.
You can't reverse sweep
Big
if you were
shot from
never down.
Neptune. Set the tone early.
Yeah, I mean, I think
You can't reverse sweep if you were never down 2 maps to
Just
nothing.
on point. I mean, a lot of them. I mean, outside
just
of
the
one round
truth,
of Moose,
really.
I found so many kills there. If you're
I don't know
Boston
if you-
Breach,
if you
like,
guys have ever
just
thought
trying
about
to
it
get
that
the bomb
way,
down,
but-
it's almost an impossible task. And when you, even when you do, you
You
saw.
know, that's a good way to
Vancouver
think
just
about it
hopping
if you're
on
ever in that
twice,
situation.
Getting the defuse before the player on Boston could really make a play to get them
Right.
off of it. I mean, Vancouver just
Similar,
so
you
prepared
can't
on
have a
Pearson.
comeback
We saw
if you
them
were
put a
never
lot
down.
of reps in it online and
Same thing,
translate
you know?
into a W here.
Shift, what are you liking about the Surge gameplay so far?
I love that they're just never playing off their heels on both sides of the bomb. They really only make 2 mistakes. The ninja defuse that kind of comes underneath their noses, play
I
the post
rage
plant
baited
mid,
my
and then
brother
Abuza
by
getting the
saying
first
shit
pick
like that
over
when we
towards
were
the
at,
outside of this white card.
Major
Everything
2.
else though on offense,
I kept
love
saying
when it
stuff
comes
like that,
down
and
to
he was
they're
just like,
not
dude,
just
shut
content at getting a
up.
bomb plant and retreating backwards. They want to get forward. They
I
want to
love-
make this
I
defense
love
stretch,
rage baiting
'cause
my
then
brother.
once you get that battle from the front, often
like
there's
the-
a long
it's-
flank around the
it's
back
like
you just can't
euphoric,
account for
really.
because Surge are pulling your focus in so many ways.
Anybody else
Oh, I see that guy right
experience
there.
that?
04 was vibing
You know,
throughout
you have
this
siblings
series. 3
and you just
plants to
rage
go
bait
with
'em.
it. Can you talk to me a little bit about
I
the bomb
I
planner
love
role
rage
on
baiting my brother.
dealership?
It's the
It
funniest
felt like in
thing
the first 2 weeks,
to me.
it's just survived the explosions coming your way.
It kind of still is. I mean, it's stressful, dude, but I think what 04 does really well is kind of just
I was
trusting
telling
his
my
teammates in
girlfriend,
this
maybe I just
situation.
need to
mean,
rage
you're
bait,
allowing on side
like,
of
on
Boston
social
Breach, you
media,
allow
too.
Abuza 2 times getting 2 pieces for
Maybe
free.
that-
You allow
maybe
Neptune
that's
to
my
push
calling.
Up, get 2 pieces for free, allows the bomb
Just
to
to
go
rage
down.
bait
So
people.
maybe a little more aggression on the defense from side of Boston if you're going to play dealership.
Search and destroy seems to be in favor
Oh,
of
you're an
Vancouver
only
at
child,
least
Destiny.
early. When it comes to the
Yeah, so you can't
respawns,
rage bait.
though, does Boston
Can't rage
have a
bait any
chance? What did
siblings.
you learn here, Alex?
But
I
do
mean,
you
this was
do you
really
are there people in
a
your
map
life that you
between
like
what?
to rage bait?
P2 versus P4.
If you like to rage
We've
bait
got
at all.
handshakes on
I
both
mean,
of
maybe
them.
you just
and
don't
then when
like
it
rage
comes
baiting,
down to
but-
it, you look at what is the difference maker. It's on the 50-50 hills. The job that Vancouver does it from 3 to 4 and then from 4 to 1, just better than what Boston were able
I don't
to
know
do
what
from
it
1
is.
to 2
It's
to
just
3.
so it's so funny.
This map one came down to
That's
one thing
basically
for
what
me,
I
and
did
this-
with
I
like
don't know if this is a hot
the
take,
tweet
but
about
I kind of feel like
Optic
Boston
not
live or
that
die
long
by
ago,
Snoopy playing
and I
well
had
right
so
now,
many
and I
people in
think
my
we just-
comments.
We've kind of forgotten that because he's been so consistent,
Right.
and especially versus the top
Navarro,
teams, he needs to
he,
play well. I mean, he was 9
he
and
commented on it
15,
and
I
he
think
was
at some
like,
point he had a
"Oh
really
no,
slow
Zeke, the
start, and,
Optic
like,
fans
on the
will
flip
come."
side for Vancouver Surge,
And I
Nasty
was like,
9 and 13 at
I was
one
like, that's
point,
my
while Surge
plan.
was still had the lead,
And I did the
the difference
SpongeBob,
is like, if
like,
that was never
laughing
04, the score would be completely different. So I think for Boston, it was just unfortunate.
And then I still
that
had
Snoopy
people
had
in
a
my
really slow
comments
map number 1.
getting
I mean,
all
you see
mad
a
at
lot
me.
of
I'm like,
teams,
bro,
like,
this was
heavily
my plan.
prioritize,
This is
like,
what I
outside on
tried
the
to do,
P3
and you're
into
falling
P4,
for it.
But if you're chalking the time on P3, you can't afford to get broken on that rotation. And you know, we see so many.
And then I
teams
just
fall into
I
that
kept
trap. Boston
responding to people
typically
because
a
I was
good
like,
vault team.
I'm getting
I mean,
them. They're
Vancouver
locked
just
in.
much better.
They're locked in.
Chances of this not being a 3-0 because chat was
It
calling
just cracked
in the
me up.
middle of
I was
that
like-
game too. That
I was
this
like,
is
you
gonna be
guys, you
Vancouver
don't even realize that
moving
I'm
on
doing
to
this on
another
purpose.
winners bracket final.
Well, I mean,
Like, I
Boston
have
is
you right
really
where
good
I
at
want
control.
Yeah, and I actually
ball.
don't really like Vault for Surge either.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
think
it's
Boston has an opportunity here.
3-0, dude. These guys haven't
It's
beat
probably
anyone, bro. 3-0.
American Maven, I like the confidence out of this one.
Yeah, 3-0 is probably how this is going to go. I really
I think
want
that's just
Breach
what I
to
need to
this or
do
make it a little more
on-
interesting,
on,
but not
X
seeming that way.
or
But
on
yeah, no,
Twitter.
this is. I
I just
hear
need
him
to start
saying they're
rage baiting
scamming,
fan
whatever,
bases.
like frauds.
Just
sure.
because.
They're just not even shooting well right now.
Why not?
I
you
think
know?
that's the other problem.
Yeah,
Like, I
yeah,
think
yeah.
if
Why
if
not?
sort of Snoopy and Purge were going, I think fundamentally Surge would still make the games close. But right now, you're not even seeing that. Like
At
you're
that
not even
point, it's
seeing
just
the individual
engagement
talent
farming.
Show for Breach.
Yes, and when they've shown when they are hot, like shooting well, they've upset a Thieves. They beat an Ultra. I mean, they were
beat
up 2-0
Optic.
before that went. You know, the forward stuff went down. Like they can play with the best.
I'm
but they're
thinking
really
this
on
one
point,
is
but
going to be
that's
a
your concern is they
3-0
haven't been
here.
out.
No, they aren't.
Yeah.
And
And I
we'll
don't know if
move
that's just
to
because
the Thieves
fundamentals of
matchup.
Surge are not allowing that to happen.
And I'm excited
right?
for that one,
I mean, we
Chad.
saw
Making
like
situations difficult.
we saw like 1 5 spree from Purge in map 1. But I think that's also just, we're going to get rid of Hacienda where they've really...
Oh, yeah, Purge went on like a 7 or an 8 or something. That's when we were in a listen in, right?
Yeah, that was about it.
Yeah. We'll see if they can do it. I don't think many are believing in them right now based on how the first 2 maps have gone, but...
All right, map
They
3.
can be a solid
This is
Skyline
where
team. If they can
Vancouver
get
closes
there,
it
they've
out.
got a shot. They just got to win this.
Maybe.
Got to win this. Maybe they
Austin's
can get
looked
it to a
decent
map
in
5.
control, actually.
But we'll see how big those control
They
improvements
have
been.
looked decent in control.
You see the last 5 maps.
5-0.
Control has been cruising.
Ooh, maybe
But
they
a
do.
much
Maybe they do
tougher
get a map.
test here versus Surge. A team that is trying to get back to a
I don't
final,
know
maybe
though.
win a tournament.
04 was shooting.
They were tested
on
last
this
time.
map
They got smoked in the final.
for
but
map 1. So
you live, you learn, you improve, and Surge continue.
let's see.
to move on forward. It's all going to be Breach though with the opening break. Is they'll get set up.
Good
here
opening break.
Yeah, that's just great comms from somebody on Breach. Because it looked like the flank was open, but then you saw Awakening after the first gunfight just immediately slide back through and start to pre-fire the play from 04. So nice job by Breach on that break.
Comms are just knowing the timing. Yeah. Nice shots there from Nasty. But you need your shooters to really come alive.
Good shots from Nasty. Need him to get active.
Awaken Cammy. Like,
3-1 start to
really
this map.
Nice little 3-0 start. Make it 4
Definitely going to want to see 04 get on the board here.
He's dancing through stuns and looking to get aggressive. Streak is going to continue. Down to the pistol. Maybe needed one more hit there. And that streak keeps going, but you
already
still
down
got
to 30
numbers.
seconds
Still
though.
got
They got
bodies
to
here
do
defensively.
something.
30 seconds left to go. So far, so good. But we now have Vault is every 3 seconds remaining. Suddenly you get 5 ticks. Need to close this out with authority.
I mean, Cammy, we saw sort of the leaderboard from this stage. It's Cammy Awakening in the top 10. While you're doing it from Wake, get a little bit from Cammy right there. Abuza's going to find 2, but his teammates are all dead. So far, I mean, this is perfect from Breach in round 1.
Yeah, and even that one-on-one, I'm sure Abuza was weak, but Purge needed to win that. Just don't allow them to pause the clock. This will be the last push in through. Nasty trying to do it from underground, sub in hand, but he's going to get caught. Everybody drops outside of Neptune.
Damn, this is a good defense for Boston.
So far, the control
really good defense from Boston.
Blanked him. I mean, no ticks even over towards that A side. Starts off well, and I mean, 04 just starts off 0-5. Just felt like any route he was trying to take got shut down.
We know how defensive heavy Vault has been. They blank him. I mean, you already set up with a good opportunity to give yourself a round 5 defense.
Damn, Purge got them
Those
Gucci
full
glasses.
Could be so massive in that story. But Surge obviously potentially do the exact same thing. 04 trying to dig himself out of hell with the goose egg there in the opening round. But let's see if he can get loose a little bit now defensively.
04 is 0-5.
A little bit of an easier role. Purge on his 4. Trying to take the route. You get the pick on Awakening, and a teammate is going to come in. Cammy at least going to get one before he drops. Purge is going to be caught as well. 04, well, now on the board as he gets a double. And, well, pretty similar to what we saw in the last round. Defense wins the break. Defense, early setup and control.
Yeah, I thought 04, or sorry, Purge was like, maybe just going to try to go B, just pause the clock. But, yeah, so weak. Was waiting for somebody to drop down, get that trade, keep his streak alive. But doesn't happen. Right back to it, though. Go Boston Breach. They find the first 2 picks. Well, maybe the first 3. It's just Abuza left alone in a 2 versus 1.
Back to Abuza gets 2, though. They're going to be able to reinforce this quickly, and it's going to be a 4. Maybe trying to take a route.
Big pick from 04. 3 dead.
2. I think Abuza's kills are what maybe opens that up for 04 that he can make a play.
Yeah, but he wins the first one, right? Purge is on that stairheady. That's a catwalk to stairheady gunfight win. He wins that first one. That gives him the angle from that.
Running at him.
To retake.
So back to the basics. We go for Breach. Next hit upcoming. You're able to get the opener again. Opportunity to do it though. 04. Chance to play spoiler once again. And he's spoiling. Another multi-kill from what 0-5.
Boston does have a tick though, so they do have the advantage even if they lose this round
in the
here.
last 2 pushes from Breach. He's been huge here. And I mean, you at least have advantage of your Breach. You got 1 tick.
Yeah.
You got one that's a little bit better, but still the Surge defense good enough that not as straightforward a conversation for a potential round 5. Last chance.
Yeah, maybe you're able to touch B. Purge is going to get on it for now, but no trophies.
Hold up.
Awakening is there. Awakening Chalice for the 3rd. Purge is able to stay alive. That's going to be all 4 dead. You're going to have 1 player in Cammy starting to push up the street. Now they're just going to keep 1 on B, and they're going to rotate it over towards A.
I love this. I love this. 0.5 on the clock, and we were talking about 1 tick. Well, now it is 3, and maybe more. Minute extension is looming. Do you take the risk and keep sending bodies at this? They're still trying to fight for it, or are they? Neptune maybe just trying to secure a hole and make sure he picks up 1 on the exit. It's actually 04 they'll do that, but what a great stretch there from Breach.
That's a really good offensive round for them.
That was literal last opportunity.
Yeah, and great comms, right? All right, B is just a tough point to capture. Let's not allow the nades to ruin this. Let's go to A. We have all the trophies down. It's easier for us to defend this, and now maybe a chance. They already have a take towards the B point. They find a couple of kills. You're going to put 3 players on this. Boston Breach, we are on the same page, trying to win the attack in round number 2, trying to get it to a map 4.
Okay.
Just staying alive, though, is Surge.
Okay, all
Okay,
right, but no
4v8.
respawns remaining for Breach. I mean, listen, you'll take the 5. This has been great. A round win would have been unbelievable considering the circumstances, but still doable. Time giving issue that number 5 that's lurking in 04. What is his timing going to be?
Gosh.
You found a volume of kills. 04 is going to pounce. He's going to take out Snoopy.
Oh my gosh.
Quickly traded by Awakening, though.
Oh my gosh.
Second 3 versus 4.
Bro.
Capturing the point, and Breach have done it. That is a theft.
No, Surge can't let that happen.
Again, just the play call off of B. You get Persia on the point for a second.
a
Awakening
4v8.
finds that multi-kill. Let's go towards A.
And they had like 2
Keep Snoopy
seconds
towards this point.
for the first point.
And then, yeah, they just played as like a death ball. Like they were
Wow,
just
this might be a hot
always
3-0
multiple
on the
players
control.
objective. All the pressure was over to Surge to have to chow.
How quickly that go for me talking about the 1-tick advantage.
I've seen enough
So now
blow
you're
it up.
2-0. That is a bit of a difference. And like I mentioned when we started this map, it can happen. If there's any time remaining in that clock,
Surge
seems
gotta
like it is
blow it
possible
up
to win.
after
As hard as
that
offense
one.
can be, it just usually happens like that. You blink, and it can be over.
That was a crazy offensive
Incredible
round for
stuff from
Boston.
Breach, and maybe this is where they mount their comeback in the series. Just trying to get this to a Skyline map 4, and we know how good they could be on that particular map.
We did
Obviously,
see
the pick for
Optic go
Surge,
up
but
2-0
still,
against
you guys have
Faze
some pretty good square up
in
maps. You talk about the
control,
hard
and
points
then
at least.
they just could not close it out.
Surge, though, trying to stay alive within this particular map.
He
Neptune
stopped
maybe
shooting.
stopped shooting. Or sorry, Forward maybe stopped shooting.
It should be
Neptune's
possibly
able to
2
get
ticks,
2.
though.
I don't know if he stops shooting. It runs out of ammo. Just, well, not the crispiest shots, but it doesn't matter. His teammates have his back. So this is cleaner out of Surge so far.
It should be the A site.
Play 8 point
Or A
about
side.
to be done. Just Purge. Maybe he's going to go for it. No, he's just going to back away. Well, you're going to have a long 2-minute defense here for Breach.
Obviously, must win right now. For
Wake
Surge
is already
within
in
this
cheeks,
map.
though. He could play spoiler.
4 straight, and hunting is Neptune. Knock, knock. Dude, that looked insane.
What the?
All right.
That looked insane.
It's like he doubled.
Yeah, had like a
Shoulder
double dash.
charge?
Yeah, it was like a shoulder charge from an MMO. Like you're playing a tank, and wow, what the f was that?
I don't know, but they have 3 dead right now. A big nade from Cammy takes down Abuza. You should have had 3 players on the point. You can still work the first hit.
Okay, they get another tick.
Plus, you stop the clock.
They have a
again,
minute-
so still a
minute 40
to work
here.
with. Abuza's gonna follow Purge's double with a double of his own.
That's keeping bodies near the point. Just gonna be nasty though for a moment. How long can he stay up? Quickly. The answer is not long. Good job from Breach, regaining lives still relatively even.
I mean,
And now you get some map
Vancouver
position
has
if
plenty
you're
of time,
Breach.
and they're still up on
120
lives.
seconds to go. Plenty of lives to do this on offense if you're Surge. But you've got to deal with just a lot of positions. Well, that's one dealt with. Great job dealing with Purge because he could have staggered this pretty quickly. Another great pick. Just taking their time, reading the map, getting out.
Yeah, we saw it last round, right? Just takes a couple of seconds. Just need the map position for that execute to happen on the B point. Abuza's gonna step up, just pause the clock. Maybe force somebody to chow, but you chow 0-4. If you are Cammy, you win the gunfight, and then Snoopy's able to reinforce.
Yeah, I mean, you want any pause is great because you'd love to bring this.
Boston's
maybe
just
2 lives,
getting
considering you
multiple
have an
kills at a
advantage, even if it's
time.
Minimal. It could be so hard if your only winning condition is just getting the ticks. Only 40 seconds to go, though, and while the
Another
lives
two-piece.
becoming less of a conversation as Purge, I thought that was a triple. Nasty, just able to finish it, though. Purge with the damage in, though. Easy trade for Snoopy. Under 30 to go. Breach just got a hold, and they're right back in
Boston's
this series.
done a great job of
and
just
then it plays
keeping
to the conversation we're having. Like
Vancouver
that's why
pinned.
you are as big a panic mode, because of the improvements in control. We're not quite done yet, though. Clock is going to be paused again, but only 7 lives remain. Nice pickup there from 04.
He's finessing.
Okay.
Hold up now. Hold up now.
He is finessing and playing his life, allowing his teammates to get there, but holding the line is the ARs. This has been the difference maker for them.
my God,
stepping
04.
up, but 04 is still there. He was just all by his lonesome. Only 3 lives remaining, 10 seconds remaining.
Gotta go.
How quickly can they get to B?
Trying to go. Neptune nearly able to win this second, but can't do it.
Yeah,
All on
Jeej.
Nasty now. And it's not going
Damn.
to 3-0 victory in
I
the
mean,
series
Boston just
for
smoked them in
Surge.
that control. There's
They
no other way
Breach
to put
battle
it.
them back with a 3-0. They're in the control.
They just
Signs
smoked
of
them in
life.
that.
Guns started to get hot. And that makes me think the improvement's a whole hell of a lot more real in the control.
No, it is. Now 7 in a row for these guys. Yeah, but like you said, in the past, it was over.
Yeah.
They got to have a big map for
But they
them.
looked so clean, especially on that offensive round to
I
go
mean,
up
we
2-0.
know
And yeah, now you go to a
So what
Skyline.
was it? It was 5 and
Vancouver's
16,
hard point is
now to 12
solid.
and 16.
So
Yeah, it's crazy. This stretch
they still have a big
here
mountain to climb.
looks so much better from one of the we're talking like bottom 3 control team. So now you're getting into the mix of things, just exactly what they needed. The work has been put in. They've gotten hot in that mode at the right time. Yes, you're still in a hole in this series, but Skyline, I don't know. This is either teams. You know, obviously this is Surge's pick. They have been a better hardpoint team on the year in form of these last couple of qualifiers. Maybe the best hardpoint team. A tough one for Breach, but it's doable.
Well, and I mean, when we talk about Surge's sort of hardpoint, it's been like the fundamentals and just their teamwork. Skyline is just a map.
What's it?
where
Oh yeah, Skyline.
You gonna sap them?
it's not, yeah, you know. Like, obviously, there's
I
some
mean,
big
Skyline
rotations.
is going to be
You
a
have to
bang
time
out.
your pushes, but it allows, it kind of minimizes
It's going to be a bang out.
Yeah, it's not like a, I don't know, a Hacienda,
It's not a vault.
where it can be as punishing. You might only get a couple cracks at a hard point before you have to rotate. Like, you're going to be able to get a lot of hits, make some mistakes, and still come back into it with some crisp gunny. There's Neptune with the shoulder charge.
was insane.
Dude, from Awakening's POV, he was unkillable. Like,
I had a
he didn't
kill
even get him a bullet.
yesterday
He
when
wasn't
I was on
crying.
Hasi.
No
I
way.
jumped
What
over
about Codcats or
the
that's what
wall,
the animation
like,
looks
open.
like. But you should do that
And
at home.
picture Captain
before the
America with a
gun was
shield.
even
Yeah.
out, I saw somebody, so I started
Some
shooting,
of the animations
and I
can
just
be
melted
wild.
him.
But
If I were the guy
within
that I
this series,
melted, I would
teams
have been
battling
pissed. I'll be honest. I would have
to
crashed
get
out.
into a winner's
'Cause
bracket
that,
final.
I shouldn't have been able to get that,
And how
that kind
incredible
of a
that
kill.
could be. Because you get there, well, I mean, that's top 3. You're talking, right? Top 3, you're talking for Breach, and you've been there once before in the history of your organization.
Bro, do you see what is that map 4 average?
Yeah, that map
that's a
4
bit
average
absurd.
is
Yeah.
kind
Plus
of crazy.
123 in map 4s.
I mean, it's only 3 maps.
Plus
but still,
123 to
that is
plus
absurd.
4.
That's still insane. A little bit better than 4.7.
Yeah, but you're 2-1, so it's not that
True.
much crazier.
True.
Grind it out. Now, well, Skyline is a map where you can see that.
No, you certainly can. You certainly can. We'll see if Boston Breach can send us all the way to what, a rewind to close it out. They got to win this. So, I mean, that was a story time in the last series, right? Can Rocker win that map 4 Skyline to get to a map 5? It's just the opposite with the Surge, right? It would have been to a dealer, but they weren't able to do it. Can Breach do it? Or does Surge slam the door shut?
I feel
close
like
this
Boston
one out? We
play
continue on
Skyline
this
fairly
beautiful
well.
Saturday, 85
So
out,
I mean,
sunny, go to the
there's a
beach for
world.
like an hour and a
There
half
is a
this
world
morning.
where they can
Glorious.
take it to the game
Best time
5.
to be in Florida probably right now.
Yeah, no.
Before it
really.
gets too hot.
Yeah,
That-
true.
and we
true.
melt.
Yeah, no, that's when
I do find it unlikely,
I'm on
though.
life alert.
You're always on that.
True. Players, though, getting locked, getting dialed. Breach still believing, but yeah, you gotta love it. I mean, this kind of plays the stories we're talking about at the beginning of this. The control improvements, you saw them there, beating a solid control team. I mean, really just well-rounded team.
At least
I think
today,
what we
there's
talked
been
about
some
going into the map 3 was
some
like
dope
you didn't see
moments.
some of the individual plays you maybe
like there's
wanted
been
to
some
see
big plays
out of
that
Boston
have
Breach.
kind
I
of
felt
got
like
me a little
everybody
amped
really
up.
got
But
going
yesterday,
there.
we
Maybe
really
give them
didn't get
that
too many of
confidence going
those,
into a Skyline. And well, you
which
shut
is kind
down
of
Neptune.
disappointing.
Can you do it again?
Can you do it again? Can Wake take over? Is it the Abusa show? Does it end here? Do we go to a map 5? We thought this was the craziest tournament we've had so far.
Even if
looked at the bracket at the start
Surge
of it, like,
wins
who the
this,
hell
I
knows
want it
who's
to be
gonna take this
close
thing,
just
how
so
it's
it's
gonna play out?
exciting.
Still don't know.
Yeah, still don't know. Not as many crazy series as I expected, but still a lot of tournament to be played. Map 4 now, underway. Breach trying to battle back and even up the series. And they'll start with those P2 side spawns, trying to stop themselves from being flipped, trying to battle for the time. So far, beautiful.
You'd love to keep Cammy alive there, but Purge has the trade right back onto the time. And get a nice P1 lead here. Still with those P2 spawns. And
He's up in that.
opened up, and that's going to be all 4 dead.
And you do spawn left side one more time. Thought maybe going to be a split coming in, but okay, all 4 are going to be there. Because now Surge trying to turn this into time and see if they can make a play late on the
I
flip.
think Neptune might have just got
Sammy.
poopied on.
Trying to hold Cat for now.
Yeah,
Teammates dropping around him.
I think some teams in that scenario probably push up very far and try to maybe split the spawns But Surge is just thinking, let's take the time, and then after a pick, let's go. This is what they do.
Okay.
They play around the objective, they find an opening pick, and now as soon as the P2 is about to pop, they win it again behind Neptune's 3.
One of the best teams is finding kills at the right time. You know, when to switch gears and go. 'Cause, yeah, I was surprised at first. I was assuming they were going to hold forward.
Yeah, they just took the 20.
Oh my God,
Like,
Wake
okay,
is
yeah, let's just take the
whiffing.
time, hold our gun
He's
up,
whiffing.
keep the ADS, be locked down.
Because you know what ends up happening,
Oh,
right? Like,
no.
it gets a little bit messy on that push.
Neptune's
you have 2
already
players
on
running behind you,
5.
maybe 2 in front of you. And then, well, you just get flipped again. Maybe you lose majority of that time. Instead, it is just full map control as opposed
That's
to
the 2-piece if I've ever
kitchen
seen it.
cooking.
That's the 2-piece if I've ever
Let's just make
seen
the
one.
game simple. Simple as we can.
He's a pretty good coach.
It's easy to get crazy on a map like this. Let's not allow that to happen as best we can. Control the controllables. And so far, doing that. Up 40. Breach now going to need to answer back at this P3. I mean, not the biggest of deficits. They're still okay, but starting to remind me of the last series.
Yeah, well, I'm just worried too. Again, just from a slaying standpoint, sort of your subs right now, just combined 6 and 13. And always difficult when you don't have the good spawns that you want trying to break these hills, but they're also just losing gunfights like that. 0-4, similar to map 1, doing whatever he wants to do, controlling the map.
Dude, he has been such a fun player to watch develop over these last couple of years. Seems like he's finally getting comfortable.
Oh, he saw the
It's
shadow.
his time to take over. Love so much about this team. A nice little answer there for Breach, at least when you talk about a volley of kills they desperately needed. But as I say that, coming right back with
Neptune
it is
with a
Neptune. And
3.
now everything you did there if you're Breach just gets clotheslined by Neptune.
And again, another example of it where maybe you have 3 dead and someone wants to get on forward, they just stay. You had 7 blocking the spawn, so they're going to take this time. Allow the reinforcements to get in a position
Boston
from
needs to
Breach,
hold this spawn.
and then maybe after these kills, try to go and flip the spawns.
They absolutely
So far,
need this
it
hill.
takes to take the time, but well, they kind of all get shut down there as the ARs from
This
Tammy
could get
and Wake
way too out of
take the
hand.
play. 4 is still kind of out lurking in Purge. He's going to try and stagger this push a bit. Make people deal with him, and he does that perfectly. He's able to get 2. Still have your teammates safe.
Another big win from 04.
I mean, Purge picks him apart. He's
No one
able to
else
get
is there,
3,
though,
and
so
then he
Boston's
4.
all right.
That is a Purge masterclass.
Yeah, I think we
of
should
that
watch
stretch.
him. Let's watch number 4 in Purge.
Yeah.
He's back there right now. Yes, cutting them down with both weapons. Well, he's going to spot the push. Well, the rest of the players, 3 going to go up top, 1 down low.
He just saw the map. Like, everyone's playing safe, and then Purge is out roaming. And what a play he can make. Streak is going to continue out of him. He's now on 5 in a row.
That is
Everybody's
a
dropped
dirty
outside of
gunfight
Purge. He's
win.
has to be the hero again, and maybe that's exactly what he's going to be able to do. Both weapons to work with, but not able to win that final fight. So a break now. And from Surge as they try to push this lead out once again.
Yeah, you'd love this 20 if you
Another
were
3
Breach.
dead.
Just now that's going to keep your 70-point lead if you are Surge. So it's just Purge kind of lurking
Surge
up top,
is looking
allowing his
comfortable
teammates
right
to get
now.
in position for this P1.
All right.
I mean,
about
they
to get
just
to our
broke
second
that
set. 70
fairly
point
easily.
advantage. Is it just the guns need to get a little bit hot for Breach? Surge just a better hardpoint team? What's got to change?
Well, I think the P1 to P2, I think the P2 is probably massive, and then you have a chance. There's a 30-point swing right there behind that break, right? This is a much different game if you get all of the P4.
True.
This doesn't happen, but now you're getting P1 ripped away from you. Yeah, just look at the scoreboard. Yeah, Nasty double positive, Neptune double positive, 5 in a row now for Nasty.
Make it 6.
Oh, Nasty's yelling dead. So I saw it in the
Surge are
in the cam.
dominating. Lights out and hard point. Yeah, I mean, you could say it's a combo of
16
2
and
versus
7
4 like you would back to the vault
on a
kinda, which was-
6
that was the
spree.
storyline in that map 1.
Oh,
right
make
now,
it
though,
7.
the storyline is Nasty is dominating. Surge
Best
are
ginger in
dominating.
COD.
And they're set up for another P2. Streak now up to 8. 1 more to get the missile. He's able to do just that. Gets it before the streak comes to an end. But you got some real estate now.
Big
for the next
streak in the
hardpoint.
back pocket.
This is probably the do or die moment. Breach.
He's got that
have to
absolute
break.
Drake on him.
Break early.
I really want to watch sort of a Thieves Surge.
Oh, yeah.
A hard point on land, because these two teams just seem a step ahead. And what we're seeing out of Surge is just so fun to watch. And hard point is Neptune.
Oh.
Him and 04 find all 4. You had a chance there. It's looking like you were going to break the spawns, but the duo says not today.
You had a 4-on-2, maybe some damage into a couple players, but you just got to take that. As you said, the
At
duo
this point,
shuts it down.
seems like the only
Break had to happen
competitive
there. It's been a
map
game of sprees
or
at
match
times.
would be
Nasty's previously
like
still
a
with the
Thieves
cruise
and
in hand,
Surge,
playing the
possibly.
Jacuzzi heady.
Obviously, we
beautifully.
still have to
Neptune
see how
still
Thieves
on a
do
tear
against
as well.
Heretics,
Lead is
'cause
just building
that
up
could
over
end up
100
being
points now.
more
Feed is all
competitive
white
than we
again.
anticipate.
Boston Breach being put in a body bag.
Yeah, the only player that makes a player.
Yeah,
Version,
so much
that's
for
because
this
you got
being
gifted a back
close.
spot. I mean, Patio was open. He spawns there. So
Is
he
this
gets a
over yet?
freebie,
I'm
but
trying to
then it's
watch the
immediately
Thieves.
traded.
I mean, it's
130-point
over.
lead, and I think similar to
It's not over, but
map
it's
number
over.
1. You're P2.
I'm ready to watch the Thieves
Like
too.
a P4. It's like 100-5 on that hill.
Into the breach. Surge are more like into their cheeks.
I mean, Boston's
as they
getting
are just
spanked
flying
right now.
them.
They would have to
trying
have
to get back
an
to work.
inspirational bounce back on this
Stun gonna
map.
slow him down. Okay, maybe this is last call.
Yeah, maybe not.
Like, can you hold third and have a perfect hold at fourth? Okay,
Yeah,
all right, here we
they're
go.
getting spanked.
Breach, take a breath.
The problem is Nasty has a Hellstorm, so.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Joe.
Cammy is 9 and
All right,
19.
I'm trying to
Make
believe,
it 9
Joe.
and 20.
Maybe the missile hit a
Oh.
bird. Somebody will shoot it out of the sky.
Hey, they're only
But
down
you're
100.
requiring perfection. You're up against it right now in the series. Reminder, this is a winner's bracket match, so you still continue to battle. If you lose this series. But Breach within this one, they're trying to guarantee themselves their second top 3 ever in the CDL as an organization. Not looking that way right now, though. But hold up. If they can get a perfect
do have
hold
spawns.
here, suddenly you're down, what, 40 to 50?
They do have spawns. They just need to hold.
Well, Nasty's going to find the Faze. Is he going to use it here? Do they not want to? Abuza's going to find
that's
the
3.
third. So you're going to have the pressure. Do they block the spawns? They do, and they win all the gunfights.
See you later. That dream, that story is dead. Surge with another break. Another moment of dominance, up 100, looking to close
hurts.
this out. Breach,
That one hurts.
they've got to break through. You can't, quite win it here, but it's another spree. What, you've had a 7 from Nasty, a 6 from Neptune, now 6
That's
from Abuza
dead.
as he's taken over.
And this is the thing, the map control. You've always had somebody
go.
out. Nasty's going to call in the Hellstorm, just let his teammates know where the push
just is
coming
what it
from.
is, man.
Force them into Neptune's hand where he gets another one. He finds Awakening. And this has just been a hardpoint masterclass in this series.
No, it really
Yeah,
has.
I mean, this
They
is
are
just
so
BTA.
far ahead of this Breach team. In this
This is
particular
just
mode.
BTA. There's nothing they can do, man.
Yes. I mean, this one.
There's nothing
when
they
they
can
first
do.
started
It's
to
over.
make their run and
It's
being a good
over.
team with Neptune, it was
GG's.
a hard point.
GG's.
That was the bright,
Yeah,
shining light for this
see ya.
squad. They are right back to the basics. Dominance out of Surge. Another
My
winner's
goodness.
bracket final for them as they continue their run, looking for that first
Those
victory.
HPs were rough for Boston, man.
It is impressive to watch.
It is. It
The
is.
hardpoint.
It's clinical. It is clinical.
I mean,
They set
that's
each other
another
up, right?
winners
You get
finals
those
for
players that you want in specific
Surge.
positions, and you see what happens. Right? Everyone's
starting to
taking their
look
turn, going on
pretty
5 sprees,
consistent.
hitting streaks. I mean,
Yeah, like,
everybody should be watching their gameplay.
They're
I
a
think,
scary
you
team.
You talked a bit about
No
like,
doubt
Josh
about
not
it.
being hot for Breach, and then you've kind of followed that up with like the Surge gameplay is kind of what's making it like that. Because a lot of times we'll talk about these sprees and they're shooting so straight, but it's usually when the game's like
So we
easy.
got Boston
when you're
taking
set up and
on,
you're holding. You're not having to break and trying to win the rotation fight.
Wait, Gold.
constantly.
Faze.
They were put
I didn't
into
even
a
think
tough
about it.
position
Faze doesn't play
90%
Boston.
of the time in the hard points.
Well, and I
Faze
think
plays
they sort of
whoever
thrive
loses from
in the
our
chaos at
next
times, right? That's
match.
when Purge gets going. That's when Snoopy gets going. There was just
Thieves
no
are
chaos on the
Heretics.
map.
made
That's
a
who Faze will
chaotic
play.
hardpoint map.
Boston plays
Look basic. Yeah,
Ultra.
100 point.
Yeah, no, they turned a Bocage into a raid. I don't know. Like they definitely slowed it down, right? Like that.
No, 100%.
Like they got 150 point win on Skyline. It's like a 250 to 40 on other map. Like that is a blowout. Because that's a scrappy map. And
All right.
that did not play
We
scrappy
swapping
at
this
all.
to LA
Holy hell. Dominance
Thieves
from Surge.
versus
If you're a Surge fan, you gotta love to see that. They seem to be a team
Miami.
poised to make a run. I know, listen,
Heretics.
Shift's talking about maybe being frauds if you're Breach. I know they'd have the most impressive wins, but
All right.
still that. Dude, the hard points, I don't care what team
am
you're playing,
going
those were so
to
good.
Yeah, and I mean,
go to the
they're just a
bathroom
team that's,
before
I
we
don't know,
get
beat
into
the
this
team
next
they needed
series
to,
because
right?
I got to
They
be
put
locked in
themselves
for
a
that.
position for
So we're going to
champs,
get
and
that out of the way.
that's
I will
kinda
be
step
back,
one is
chat,
get there.
and
It's
then
just,
we'll tweet
can they
out that we're
continue to
live
get
for the
better?
Thieves
So
match.
They have a chance at winning it.
Yeah, and they're not done, right? They're going down
Yeah.
to losers bracket, a chance to maybe watch back those hard points, see where the mistakes were coming in, maybe try to work on the fundamentals, match what Surge are able to do. I don't know that you can. I mean, Surge just seemed to be ahead again. We'll see how far ahead. But man, I don't know who you want to pick for an interview. Everyone seems so good across that series. A fantastic team effort. But it seems we've got Abuza on stage. Let's see what he's got to say about the squad.
Yes, sir. I got a boozer with me on the main stage. Make some noise, everybody, for the Vancouver Surge. as they go back to the winners finals. And off the rip, man, how do you feel about that, Abuza, being able to play in the winners finals again? You guys have been so consistent this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great feeling for sure. I mean, we knew, like, we have a chance to win this tournament before, like last major. We just trolled, and we're going to try to make sure we can go in this grand final and maybe win. You never know.
Hey, I think you guys definitely can, okay? You got all the pieces to the puzzle, and I know you're not trying to troll at all this event. Now, and we've been seeing the consistency in your gameplay, okay? You know, we could talk about the vault hard point, kicking it off. The way that you shut them out on that P4, that P3 to P4 transition on the vault hard point was absolutely phenomenal there. What was the game plan on that one? What makes you guys so good at that map?
I mean, we know what to do on the map. We just play, like, simple code. We know what to do. And, yeah, that was easy, to be fair. So, yeah.
It really was, you know, and, you know, even when I was watching that map, your twin, 0-4, okay, dropping 30 kills on the map, all right? How has he been playing this tournament? You guys had a great, you know, performance throughout all of you guys, but him specifically.
I mean, he's gross. He's actually a good player. He's a good teammate, too. And, yeah, he's actually good. He's playing good like the last major, so, yeah.
Definitely is. All right, lastly, what do you want to say to the Seattle Surge fans out here that's been supporting
Thank you,
all
everyone.
weekend long?
Thank you. Thank you for the fans. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that does it for me. The Bulls on the stage.
Thank
Chris,
you, guys.
take us away.
Thank you very much, Guy Blaze. Congratulations to Abuza, and welcome to the set. The GM, the coach, the man who made this team possible. Rambo Ray, when no one else had faith, you saw potential.
No one ever has faith in this league
These
anymore.
guys are reaching
Nobody,
that potential
bro.
and then some.
It's just been majority voting against us for like 2 months now, brother.
He tweeted me like a month and a half ago. He's like, dude, keep picking against us, please.
Yeah.
It's been working out real well
It was
for you guys so
sarcastic,
far.
but thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, so talk to me a little bit about this squad, because you went out, you gathered another piece from Challengers. 04, of course, coming up last year. Now you bring in Neptune. Abuza seems to be the guy. Nasty has been the guy as well. The whole team has found their form.
We have 4 players who can pop off at any time, but more importantly are just selfless. Like, there's a lot going on in this league now with players looking at numbers a little too much sometimes. Our guys are here to win, and they will do anything possible to help their brother out next to them to just make it happen.
Yeah.
And obviously it's easier said than done sometimes to get players like that. But I feel like we did a good enough job keeping the guys that we really kind of wanted to hold on to in the offseason last year. Obviously, this start of the year wasn't as great as a lot of people were saying, oh, my God, they're the worst team. Scrims were a lot better, just for the sake of it. Scrims were a lot better than we showed the matches. But, yeah, no, Trav came in and was definitely like the missing piece that we needed to kind of have a chance to. And it's what, back-to-back events coming off on Sunday now for a team that nobody saw kind of where it's at. And I think all 4 players on our team are like superstars.
Let's take a look at these superstars in action. These are highlights from game number 4, Ali and Askaway.
Yeah, you know, Ray, I just kind of wanted to ask you a question, like, with the confidence, because this team exudes a level of confidence in interviews, in-game, with the way that they play, especially in hardpoint right now, that I feel like other teams don't have. I mean, you really see that from the super teams that we dub early in season. You talk about like your Atlanta Phases or your LA Thieves. You guys have that it factor. Where does that come from?
It's all practice, man. We treat our scrims like they're the most important thing in the world, and they are really. What you do in practice is going to translate into matches. It's going to build your instincts. We don't spend any time in our practice wasting on anything, and I feel that's what's built us up to where we're at now.
So I think the biggest question for me now, and I'm so glad we get to talk to you about this, is obviously you guys were right there for a really long time, and you just needed somebody to push you over the finish line, and that was that pickup in Neptune. That's what kind of gave you that extra oomph. Did you already know what kind of player Neptune was? Because it looks like not only he brings in the slang, of course, but it seems like he's completely changed the way they approach the game sometimes. Like the way they close out the games, the way that they approach the game when it comes to the fundamentals. Like, did you know that he was more than just like a solid player?
Yeah, so funny story. This is back in Empire Days, Season 2 Cold War. We actually tried to pick him up when we went through those roster changes. So I already had kind of an eye on him back then.
Okay.
But I think with how well Kyler did at the start of the year with Optic, Trav is basically super similar playstyle-wise.
Yeah.
And we just saw it fit right into what we were missing to kind of make everything kind of come as one.
And now a future question, right? You guys had runs in tournaments. You made it to a grand finals. I know we briefly spoke about it. Something that happens is day, and we used to talk about it back then, the fear of names. This is a thing that happens to teams sometimes. Do you guys have that a little bit, and how have you been getting over that? Because you've been steamrolling.
Making it to Sunday, last event was a big step for us.
Yeah.
For young players, I mean, anybody who's out there going to come into the league and step on stage for the first time, that it's a different level atmosphere.
It is.
But Championship Sunday on an Optic event where it's packed crowd is definitely different. So us making the run as much as the finals was pretty quick. Sorry to the fans. Again, that was fast when we tried to give you a little more, we didn't. But that definitely built us up to have a better chance coming tomorrow, and I'm really
Give us a little teaser in that winners bracket finals.
And you rather early than late, too.
We got to keep this moving into our scuff play of the game. Rambo Ray used to be a commentator before he became a GM. So Rambo, please do us the honors. This is 0-4 from game one. Tell me about the Pitbull.
Oh my goodness, that ball was just pure from everyone, and our subs specifically. Ron was actually joking before the map started, like me and Travis get dropping double 40s, and it's gonna be great. And it almost happened in a way. I mean, EKI is right. We don't see the kills, but 0-4 just did a great job holding the P3 to P4. That's kind of like what Vault's turned into now for everyone watching. You can kind of scrap some time P1, P2 can get a little bit of time as well, but P3 is really just about making sure you're gonna hold the right side for P4, and we did an incredible job of that. I don't think they got a second on P4 the whole map.
So Ray, like, we were watching the green room, we noticed something with the Surge. You guys are always team shotting. AR's playing together, subs playing together. You guys talk about that?
So
I think it's that level.
So again, the selflessness has a huge aspect in that. Like there's no one, we feel more comfortable not being on islands because we want to be close to each other so we can have freebies. Like the COD is, from a gunfight standpoint, is a lot of 50-50s. I mean, you competed.
I got your trade.
Like you know what I'm saying? But like it's hard to consistently win gunfights against the best players in the world. I don't care what team it is, who player it is.
Got to make it
if I got two guys against where one guy, typically the two guys are going to win. So
he's revealing too much.
Okay, nah, none of this is going to help anybody else. We're good.
This is awesome content. Unfortunately, we still have 3 more matches on the day, I'm told. So, Allie, let's keep it rolling into the bracket because Rays, Vancouver Surge, their job is done for the day. Another winners bracket finals appearance that is back-to-back. Well done, Ray.
All right, now we got to get our tweet out that we got Thieves coming up.
To a game 5. So we're looking at some bangers tomorrow, but still plenty of matches. We got LA Thieves and Miami Heretics up next. Hometown crowd, you better get loud.
Ray, you never sat on the fence for me. Are you feeling LA Thieves or Heretics joining you in that winners bracket final?
You can't put me on the spot like that.
Absolutely can.
I mean, I think we want to play Thieves, bro. Like Thieves is the team that, like, that's the last kind of step, cornerstone for us to kind of come into Major 4 and champs. Like, obviously, I'm always looking ahead as a GM, but yeah, we want a chance at it. We want our crack again. We feel good about it. So
I like that.
You got to beat the best to be the best, and that's where we're at right now.
Bring on the big dogs. They want to play LA Thieves. Miami, though, trying to get in their way. That is our other winner semifinal when we return. His name's Rambo Ray. Go find him on Twitter. Drop a follow. We love that guy.
Don't yell at me, he
Upgrade
said.
your game with the Scuff.
That's crazy.
Of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Some of the stuff that Dan says is crazy, man. He's got some crazy talk. I saw somebody said that Dan only talks shit to like the lower level teams, and I'm like, that's not true. He talks shit to everybody. He did also say though, like, well, like last year he didn't talk as much shit because he said like he only really likes to talk shit when he's like the underdog. But this year, like, and they just didn't win enough last year, I think, overall. But I think this year I mean, you have Scrap on your team, and Scrap's gonna talk a bunch of shit. So
everything matters.
He doesn't always have to talk shit, you know?
How you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear.
We need to get into this match, though. I'm beyond ready for this.
Can mean the difference between winning and losing. But when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated. and every shot on target. If you want to
Yeah.
be remembered here, you have to make them believe.
Yeah, I mean,
Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter
my thing
of
is
Call
like,
of Duty esports for 14 years.
I accept
and enables
that
you
people should
to
talk
play like
and
a
all
pro.
that, but for me, it's like I get frustrated because there's certain, like when Boston shit talked us, I'm like, dude, you're not better than us. You just like, you came out and you played well on the day that the Thieves didn't. Like, consistently, you are not better than the Thieves, and that's what kind of bothers me.
It's more than just
you know.
talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy.
I'm just gonna be honest, chat. I don't know what's going on, but my stomach is deciding to go through it right before the Thieves match. It's kind of tragic, because I'm not even like nervous right now. I'm not even like, that's not what it is. I know sometimes I get like anxious belly, but I'm not really nervous. I'm kind of just vibing. I'm ready to watch some COD.
That's what you are. Unforgettable. Oh, near or far.
This is definitely copyrighted.
That's why, darling, it's incredible.
I don't know if it would be dumb or if people wouldn't find it as entertaining as maybe I would. But I was thinking about it on the skyline, doing like a ragdoll diving competition into the pool. I feel like that would be kind of funny. Like, you get a group of people, you go into the skyline, you go up to top white, like the walkway, and then you just like nade yourself and try to do as crazy stuff into the pool as you can. Because some of the ragdolls in this game are funny. Like yesterday, attached through a nade at like a BZ's feet or something, and he just like springed up into the air. All right. I think we're down to maybe like less than 5 minutes to kick off this Thieves match here. I'm ready, chat. I'm ready, chat. We got to get hyped up. We got red card for map 1. The Thieves are 6-0 on that, I believe I saw. So we need to come out firing. I saw a lot of people also don't love the map 2 pick from the Thieves. But we're 1-1 on it. So it's not like it's a terrible map for us, and we were close, if I'm not mistaken, against Ultra on it. Just couldn't quite close it out. Had some cheese stuff that happened.
The 2025
and again, I trust the
Heretics team
Thieves.
pack
I
is
trust
available now. Each pack
Shane
includes
and,
home and away operators,
Sender
as well as this
on their
spray.
map
Vamos,
vetoes
vamos,
and
vamos.
their picks and all that
Next
kind of
time you brew
stuff.
up, suit up at the in-game shop.
They know more than we do. Here we go. This time we take everything. Yeah, Hood, I want Envoy to turn up today. I mean, I want Dan to turn up for multiple reasons. One of them, he's on my fantasy team, but I think Envoy is kind of the X factor of this team. So if we can get online Envoy from this past stage, we'll be looking good. Because he had a really solid stage 3 online.
Common spawns, make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we
take everything. We take it all. Unfortunately, that's what Faze has done so far.
You're going home again, buddy. You're going yelling.
Look at me. Look at me.
He said, "Don't fucking yell at
He
me."
doesn't like to be yelled at. Real learned the hard way. But now we're in Real's hometown.
Yeah, we
Let it be loud.
This music's gotta be vibing, bro.
This is fire.
There's a bit of a change of pace from
It
that
does not match
aggression
the
to
vibe
just
of how
the
locked
chill
Real is right now.
Florida
We're
vibe.
too chill for how tense this is.
I know, for
oh, There we
real.
go. Dan fits the vibe.
That was
is
like
this a rivalry that goes
that was
back
like
to
nasty last
challengers,
year
or
at
was that
Champ.
just a
Is it?
particular
When,
moment where Dan sparked off
Joe
against
and,
somebody?
I think
and
it might
Dan
have
were
just been a
talking,
moment.
or
I'm gonna
Joe
be
and
real
Crimp
with you.
were
I think
talking
Dan
a
was
bunch of
just feeling
shit,
the vibe.
and Nasty
All
was
right,
just
let's
like,
jump
"Hey,
into this
I don't know, though.
hey,
I'll
give me a
ask him
fist
after
bump.
this.
Hey,
With the
GG's,
great
guys."
Maven,
What's
the
up, dude?
oldest CDL caster.
What does that mean?
the
How do you?
most
Change.
experienced
fan.
CDL
That had me
caster.
cracking
Well,
up.
it's wisdom. Wisdom. Guys.
Tell me
Nasty's
about
been
LA
kind of
Thieves.
chirpy
Give me
this
the
year,
big
though.
picture.
Big picture
Which
for me is like
surprised
you are
me.
the
I didn't
favorites
think
for
he
this
was
event.
like
This
that
is your
type of
event to
guy
win.
in
If you think
general.
about Faze are at their most
But
susceptible to a loss right now. They had a weak qualifier.
He
They don't
is.
come in. They're probably
I don't
a
know
low
if
point
that's
this
just
year.
the state of COD
You
or
have a
what.
sub in for Ultra who would have been one of the other favorites. Like this is your event to win. Obviously, with how Surge are looking, probably the team to beat. But like Surge and them are in very similar situations. Like you got close, right? Like you got to a final, but like Thieves got real close. They were a map away from winning it. Like that was their
Around.
step. This is the one you need to win. I think
We were a round
They
away
need to,
from
bro.
winning it.
The players have
agree.
asked, "Can we
We
get
were-
the match started?" And we always say yes.
We were
yeah.
we were
Okay, we're
a
ready to go.
Let's take
Why
a
not
look.
even
We
come
got
out
round
here?
11
Hacienda,
underground hit away
rewind.
from
Alley Cat,
winning.
you've got the digits in front of you. Who has the statistical
Sorry,
advantage?
Hydra.
Because these are two rosters we've
Statistical.
seen for a while.
To me, honestly, it looks like Miami is just
Let's
trying
see.
to square up with LA Thieves. I mean, this is both these
Yeah,
teams,
we
some of their best maps.
we
That
banned
dealership is
Protocol,
great
which
for
I mean
Miami.
we
You look
never
all the way
played
down to that
Protocol, so
rewind, you're looking
it
at
kind of
LA
makes
Thieves.
sense.
The red card and the vault are just a straight up square up.
Yeah, I mean, I think, in this series, it kind of inspired, them moving on from Lucky at the last tournament. You had a 0.7 in the series. It was an extremely close game, round 5 control. They won
Exactly,
on hardpoint,
Destiny.
lost
Like
second
we had a
by
bad
40, so
we had a bad
with
major
Super
too,
playing how
and
he's
I
been,
think that
they feel like they have a great
that
chance
let
to take
FaZe kind of
But do you? It's time for our
get
scuff
away with some
pick'em,
stuff,
and
you know?
You get to go first.
I'm going to go LA Thieves. LA Thieves have only lost 3 maps this entire split, all to one team, and that team's not even here because they're missing their player. And that was Toronto, so I think they take the series.
I did the math. Allie?
Chris, you go first.
La 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 la. Oh, you're going LA.
Yeah, I'm going with Thieves.
You can do it too.
I really want to try and catch Chris, but going against LA seems kind of crazy right now. Screw it, Miami Heretics.
Now we're la hey.
It's a fine pick. Miami look good.
They look good, dude.
La la la. It's time to go to our casters. Gentlemen, take it away.
All right, we're getting into this one, chat.
Florida,
Let's
we got
go.
a coast-to-coast matchup coming to the main stage.
Let's go.
And both these two squads know all about playing in the heat, but playing in front of this Florida crowd is going to be a different task. Get ready because the heist continues. Coming to the stage first. Make some noise for the LA
I mean,
Thieves.
Puckett's perfect for the desk.
Scrap, Hydra,
Let's go, boys.
and Ghosty. Ready to run it up yet again. The LA Thieves are ready to play.
This team has been so dominant online the last 2 splits. They've also went to a grand final.
Let's
so it's
go.
been a little bit of a weird season.
Let's go.
If they win this match, they guarantee themselves
We got it on the hat.
closer to that trophy. The
Come on,
fans
now.
are becoming impatient. They gotta get this W against Miami.
Come on, son.
In front of the home crowd. It's gonna be tough.
Let's go, Dan.
But LA Thieves, they got what it takes, guy. Let's bring out Miami.
Yeah, it's gonna be real.
I'm trying to
tough,
see my
and
Dan-
because
my boy
the
Dan go
hometown
crazy
team,
today.
They ready for whatever. They know they got the crowd behind them.
That
So
Dan
Florida,
G.
make some noise for the Miami Heretics. Metals, super.
We need
Core and real.
we need kind of an Asher class from Metals
It
today.
does not matter who they gotta play up
If
against.
Metals struggles
They
today,
must get the job done.
we should be able to close this one out.
Looking at the numbers, they might
Like,
be
pretty
on the back
convincingly.
foot when it comes to this matchup specifically versus LA Thieves, but this will be Super's time to shine. His first time spawning in against the squad, looking to make the run to the end of Sunday. Miami Heretics, they're a home crowd team right now, and they gotta show up for the boys. This is gonna be an absolute banger, guy.
It is going to be an absolute banger, Allie, and I'm excited to see who's going to be playing Seattle Surge in our winners finals. So without further ado, Miles Chance, let's get into it.
It's the Hump Series, and it is a big one. Our
The
hosts taking on the meanest online team we have ever seen. But the good news
The
as well,
Hump
though,
Series?
Thieves got a really good record against the Heretics on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the sort of daddy list.
I mean,
that
I
we
guess
have 4-0 against
I guess
them,
because
but that is
it
not
is the
with
third
Super
match of
and
the day,
squad
the
does
middle
look
match.
brand new, nice and refreshed. Their respawns are electric, and their S&D maybe the best in the game. You got to prove it though here on land, but the potential is here. I think this is going to be the best series that we have had all weekend.
I also want to confirm that it really is called the Daddy List. I'm not even kidding, folks. We'll share that one on socials later. Shout out to
The
Easy
what?
Mac. Here we go, though, ladies
The
and
Daddy
gentlemen. Thanks
List?
for sticking this one out along.
Is that what he said?
Day of Call of Duty action here in Florida, and this, could well be the highlight of the day. You never know. Of course, Atlanta Faze waiting in the wings later on today as well. Still plenty of COD to be played. Toronto Ultra, they're looking for a big old
All right,
matchup
we gotta
there as well.
get
But now,
into
Charles,
this
how we
one.
feeling about this one?
My
Of course,
belly's
Jess waxed about it. We've
my
talked
belly's
about
going
it.
through it right
Across
now.
all of the watch parties. This is a big match on the tip of everyone's tongue. Are the Thieves the real deal? This is their tournament to prove.
I mean, obviously they're the real deal. They went to a Game 7, Round 11, Major 1. Like anything other than a win, though, from this team, unacceptable in their minds. So they're still looking to hold that trophy. And on the flip side for Heretics,
It's so
you make
crazy
that
to look
adjustment,
at
you
these
pick up a
four
new player,
guys
things are
and
going
think
great,
that,
but lane is
man,
where you have to prove it. And
they're
there is
on
no
my
better
favorite team.
task than LAP sitting across from you to prove
They
that
are
they
on
can
my
actually
favorite
compete
team.
for wins. Because, like, my expectation, this team will be here
I can't
on
believe
Sunday.
it.
Top 4 almost without question.
Bumps.
But can they be the
I'm gonna
top
wait until
dogs
they
and,
start to
can they
show the
stop Scrap
other
from just actually
screen.
hanging out inside the hill? Typically, it's Envoy that has the most hill time, and Ghosty's the backup man. But if you got to make the adjustment, Scrap absolutely will.
Super soakers?
KD's faltered a little bit. Screw it.
Scrappy
Get it done.
super
Real up
soaking?
there as well. Interesting enough, again, Scrap being an AR, Real being a submachine gun player, two very different styles. But here we go.
All right,
This is it,
now
folks. Map number
I
one,
think
a
we're
big
actually getting some
in
bumps
our
here.
winners bracket. Heretics taking on the Thieves. The red card start things off. Nice clean red card. We're going to keep everything above the belt. Touch gloves. Let's do this.
No better sort of opportunity for Super as well, going against a lethal duo with Scrap and Ghosty on a map like this. It is your
Here we go.
sort of prove it moment. Can you hang with the very best? Can you go toe to toe and trade blows?
5-2 record in
landed
HP
with
right
a
now
knockout
compared to
punch.
6-6.
Look out for the right hook. But both these teams on form for Hardpoint Thieves. Certainly a little bit stronger in the mode. Looking though to be at your Sunday best. Let's get it on.
Let's get it on. All right, ring the bell. Let's do this. Heretics.
Here we
taking on
go.
the Thieves. Map number 1.
Here we go. I need a hot
Open
start.
salvo straight out for the steps control. They are sending nearly every single player. You lock this down, then you can start soaking on the time.
There we go.
Look at the break. There you go.
3 dead
in
early.
The feed for Thieves. Starting that red card off right.
Love that.
Super. Finding what you can now as his boys make their way off spawn through ticket on the attack.
Yeah.
Scrap finding those two
Scrap
players
is shooting
instantly
already.
lovely
We like
pickups.
it. We like
We're
it.
staying on board with Super as he tries to buy any space on the outside of the map, and it's not going to happen. Thieves just too slippery, too swirly, as they've still got the time and they've still got control of the plat.
Yeah, I mean, Thieves has done a great job of really just neutralizing Super as well.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to get involved.
Another
Super's
3
still
dead.
0-0 as well, and the feed continues to be in favor of LA. Is Scrap on the flip side. Perfect 4-0 start. You dominate the big steps, you dominate the P1, and this
running at
is
him.
going to
He
be
doesn't care.
40 seconds to
He
a
doesn't care.
goose egg right from the jump.
Hydra is already looking loose. He's already looking very fluid across the map like water, my friend. Over the one boy as he
Oh my
slides
God.
under the fray. And lovely P2
Oh
attack
my
here.
God.
Spawns in the back right now. Thieves full control and the cross.
I mean, shoot back. Someone get a
Nice.
kill, man. Damn, Metals give it, the Metals take it away. 0-5 in Rancor and Real. 2-8
Here we go, Hydra.
combined.
Yep.
Heretics for the moment getting stuffed. Finally in the feed, picking up a few kills, and Hydra at least gets traded out. A battle, though, for plenty of time. And LA
Scrap with a
Thieves,
7-1
you don't want the
start.
back spawns a
Boy,
little
oh
bit later
boy,
on,
do we
but
like
for
to
now,
see that.
They're just super soaking it up.
Oh
There's
my.
a soft metal right now. Periodic table at the ready. Still going though. Metal's now finally gets himself going. Traded out instantly, and then there's not been a good hard point for the Heretics so
And
far.
we have spawns.
63 and nothing right now. Heretics, it's a clean sheet.
This is
we
a
talked about not wanting
fantastic
those back
start
spawns
for the
towards the end
Thieves.
of time. Well, look at where Heretics are now. This is quite literally perfect red card gameplay rolling through. Finally, Aluminum able to actually get that kill and at least open up for the final 5 seconds that you're going to have. And LA Thieves posted up on rotation, and Ghosty
Ooh,
has the natural pick.
this could be crazy here.
Can't get into that. Super, what a turn.
Good trade, though.
Towards the hard point we fight.
Give me 2, Dan.
Beautiful
Yeah.
2 in the middle of the map there from Ghosty. Once again, trade to point.
And the spawn management, always perfect as well. Ghosty gets those 2 kills. He forces Heretics swords back, which actually ends up getting blocked because Rancor is on the outset. But either way, LA Thieves torn away a massive lead. Ghosty, though, well, desperation effort now inside the time. Finally, a break is through. And finally, Heretics get some time.
It's going to be a tenable hold, though, right now for the Heretics, trying to push this out, trying to find time and looking towards noon as well. So you're back in the game, boys.
And
Well
of course,
played.
it waits to
20
happen
seconds
until
to
the
go
Thieves
here.
match.
Take a deep breath, you know, try to settle in, get the guns going. Again, a very slow start for even a player like Rancor. He's been incredibly consistent on the year. You know he's going to start to heat up at some point, but sooner rather than later, you'll take the team kill. LA Thieves, extra players will be posted towards the depth spawn in Real, introducing everybody
okay, we can't
towards
let
the
that
back,
happen.
and his
We
team
can't let
will
that
win
one
the
happen,
rotation
boys.
towards New.
Ole towards noon.
Can't let that one happen.
Fighting through the middle of the map, though. Huge opening now. Hydra on the contest. Metals down low. Shooting a ghost. Can't find a single man to his name. Nice work from one end to the other.
Okay.
Scrap gets the break.
Yeah, you'll take that, Scrap. Well, his brand new home. If he wants to be the hill man for the team, he's doing it while also being the top slayer. So you had a nice sequence. Real picked up 3, but it ended up getting them the weird spawns. And, well, now you're trying to overwhelm
one
Scrap
shot.
down low, who continues to drag players to hell with them.
Oh my
And
God,
he's
Scrap!
Fight down low, a 4-piece inside the time. Now we might get the Hellstorm.
Looking for the Hellstorm as well. Whether to go
Next
to
team
the
to
top
play
side. Nobody
today.
home. Here come the Heretics. Couple of kills going their way. Trying to get the Thieves out of the stage, but it's their stage. The lights are on. The lights are bright. And Metals burns his way through.
Yeah, and by the time you take down Scrap, that's just because, hey, the time is done. You can keep having 5, 10
Yeah, just buffer. Get it out of the way.
seconds to Scrap. We don't need it. Every single rotation, it's not only being won, they're not even mixing. LA Thieves are getting here early with full setups, and Ghosty ready for the BSD pressure.
Here we go. 1, 2, line them up. First one down. Next man in. The stun check is on. And Ghosty, look at this movement. That is an annoying nade to deal with. Can he contend with the play? No. Super finds an avenue, and here we go.
Pinch gets red, so Hydra's gonna drop, and LA Thieves moving out of time to worry about it because Metals has a pinch of his own. So now a scattered minimap, an opportunity for
they knew
Heretics
where
to
he
make it
was.
mixy in the time. Kills getting traded out as well, and they found their stabilization. Metals on the flank, got it done.
We're looking at a 100-point comeback for the Heretics to get themselves into this one. What a task they have ahead of them. What a win from Hydra.
Yeah, making amends for an earlier gunfight.
Hey, good thing you're back. We're starting off good here.
Time for Heretics rolling through. It
But
was looking
Heretics are
incredibly painful
getting
the
some
first
time.
few hills, and still looking a little bit painful, but they're trying to make it a game. A 4-man wipe in the feed, and hey, it's the young gun and Super, 15 kills. He's playing catch up. A slow start, now he's near Scrap.
Oh, that's it. First set of hard points complete. Over towards New we now go, and this time round, Heretics are on time. The Thieves have been unsuccessful. From 4 to 1, not a lot of time gained, if any. Here we come. The Thieves, back in a time we should have it. Last man left alive, Scrap, he'll be on it.
And you turn the tide just a little bit. Right now, you're the one with the stage control. Now you have the big steps control, and you can sort of do on a P1.
Do not want to let them get back into this. We started off way too hot.
You just got to get those land jitters out, get the feel of the game, because every player on Heretics that was underperforming, doing a lot better now, but still a 70-point deficit. And Thieves is not a team that will take the foot off the gas.
Absolutely not.
Still just not really getting time here, though.
You're going to have to fight every inch of the way, Heretics. Real from the outside now, trying to buy some space. Nice nades, 3 dead in the feed though. He's the last man left alive for his team. Buy some space, get that time, get your reinforcements into the fight.
And you don't want to give away this final 10 either. You can't give it away for free, and yeah, you'll end up getting it sent to you. Rancor in a pinch is not entirely ideal. His teammates towards New. The spawns are going to get a little bit weird, and this is a difficult moment for Heretics to manage. 2 players coming from BS&D. The break could be quick.
Oh, here we go. Go see up the top. Shots in, super damage, super down. That's the hard point in the hands of the Thieves once again. Heretics are still close though.
And you got 1 man out towards stage as well, so Rancor's making an impact. Now Thieves are going to be having to deal with the pinch, and you see, not the right gun for the job. The spawn's getting a little bit weird, but in all the chaos, Thieves have still been collecting. P2, they have dominated.
Eyes forward and guns up, here we go. Not a lot of opportunity here for the pinch. Envoy brought down as well, trade still going on. Rancor through the back line. An unfortunate team kill, and that leaves Hydra alone. Can he buy some space? Can he get his boys into the fray? For now, the answer is no. A short moment for the Heretics in time.
And this is your short moment to get back in the game. Get the final 20. They should be good to go on the rotation as well. Get the kills, push LA Thieves again back into that spawn, and An 80-point deficit, maybe you could do some damage, but you need a good string. And
Bill's taking a route, though.
Ghosty, 2.
3 dead from Dan.
And Heretics
Let's
just
go,
dropped
Dan.
the ball.
Metals has got to hold. Metals has got to hold this. One down.
Nice.
He's traded out immediately.
Trades are there.
Real with the
Huge.
back spawns. Getting as close to the point as he possibly can. Again, you have to fight forward. Ghosty with a perfect read and a forced read to his name.
I mean, just hanging out, roam in the middle of the map. This man is on point, an absolute menace. And Thieves now almost have the top side pressure around the new time.
Here we go, Dan.
Easy kills for a Ghosty. The motor mouth in the comms as well. Thieves right now, I mean, this is cruise control. They can do no wrong.
They can't do any wrong. They're completely surrounded at the point, though. Here come the Heretics with a wrap around time. Can they get the break here? They've got bodies on it. Hydra waiting in line. One down.
Ooh, that would have been a dirty
two-piece.
two-piece.
That
would have been a dirty two-piece, but we get the trade.
Trade's always there. Everybody in the right position. Already players like Hydra.
Hydra's already headed over towards stage side.
Outer lane, and Envoy had the time, but anything that gets taken away, you're already picking up the long routes. There is nowhere to go for Heretics. No room to breathe.
These are once again maintain the 100-point separation from them. New hard point up. Stage was so good to the Thieves in the first set. Second, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, this is survival mode as well for Heretics. You're down by so much, you're really going to have to kick it up a notch that they have just not had the opportunities. This is sheer and utter dominance across the board for LA.
Massive kills.
It's all right, it's all right.
Kills.
Oh,
unfortunate
that didn't work.
That
didn't work, Scrap.
As Renkor finds 2.
Oh, no.
3 dead.
3
Heretics
dead.
in control.
Okay, little bit of fight. Real inside the time. You're not really pushed out. Metal's the most distant one on the map, but already reduced to 1 HP.
There we go.
And they're hunting him down. So 2 there in the feed for
3 dead.
LA. Make it 3 because Scrap is shooting, and Real, last man standing versus the world.
Can't win here, though.
We're
gonna have to rotate.
LA Thieves, time and time again on this map, they've been picking them apart.
What a snap. The weight of the world does indeed crush him. Envoy on the spin, and he is shooting everyone around him.
Nice still.
Now back over to time. LA Thieves have got it. No rotation though. They cannot win the game here, but we will be very close.
There we go,
folks.
I mean, they're running for the hills though. They're desperate to get to that new time, and Envoy meanwhile has the timing dialed in. Give him the time, knows where Real is, and knows when to turn in his head. He's dialed in, waiting for his teammates to show up, and if you got the BS&D spawns, it's inevitable for Thieves to get this break.
Here we go, Thieves. This is for the game.
Nice.
Scrap adding another kill to the pile. 29.
On that
Can
time.
we get 30? We're close enough. 10 seconds for the win right now. Thieves, last push for the Heretics. Here we go. Out through the steps. Renkor from long. Can we find any kills here? Kill holding it. Still holding it. And wait a minute. The break is there.
You love to see a little bit of fight. At this point, you're playing from confidence. Any you had going into the series, Thieves might just rip it away. Desperate to see how much you can actually fight, and Rancor doing just that. Picking up 2, trying to keep Thieves honest.
Scrap's going to dive for it. Just dive at a time. The crossfire there for the Heretics. Again, they're holding it together. This is, I mean, this is a very, very fine line.
Right,
You've
we
got
just
to do
need
a
4
whole
seconds.
lot, boys, going into P1.
Just need 4 seconds.
Heretics trying to make this statement. We're not going down without a fight, but indeed, they are going down. Maybe a team kill is going to make it last a little bit longer.
Dan, you really had a team kill here.
This is almost a moral victory from Heretics to fight like this at all.
This is the second stretch of the game where the Thieves have gone completely dry from point to point, but it's not going to amount to a whole lot because the rest of the hard point was so good. Super, starting to get the gun hot at the very least. Can't let those players get onto it. There's a 2-man stack from the Thieves, and that is game. Folks,
nice.
That one goes to Los Angeles Thieves.
There we go. That's a good opening map. That is a good opening map for the boys. 3 people with 30.
And the back and forth banter. Scrap and Hydra, the
Bill had a little bit of a
men
slower
on
one,
the main
but
stage having a grand old time.
It's all right.
I think Ghosty might have had the most activity on the map, most kills, most
and in
deaths.
Scrap, we're
The
absolutely
damage was
shooting.
there, but the AR players from LA Thieves.
Yeah, both our
feasted
ARs dropping
on
30 plus
Miami.
is massive
About right
for
from
us.
the jump. You went down
Absolutely
80 to 90
insane
points
out of
off the rip
them.
from Heretics, and you can just not afford to start that slow.
Scrap with
After that,
32,
the game
Dan
was
with
relatively
32,
balanced, but that initial
64
thing, starting
combined
off
from the
0-5,
boys.
Real and Rancor starting off that 2 and 8 combined. You start out slow, you get punished, and I mean, it was a good fight, a respectable effort towards the end, but those land jitters, it always takes a couple gun fights to get them through.
Yeah, this is the game flow, and again, a relatively even climb, steady progress from both of our squads. A slow start though, that opening hard point, I mean, 6 to 74. The Thieves just did not relent.
139.
They had such a wonderful gap, they kept it going the whole way. While we look across the highlights, we wanted this to be a nice clean fight, but right now, especially in the score department, it does seem that the Thieves Certainly outclassed them. That's a totally different weight division, if you ask me, mate.
Yeah, I mean, every single rotation they were winning as well. Even when guys like Ghosty spawning out, it ends up working to their benefit. So the little things going right, the big things going right. And while a handful of Heretics players had the slow start scrap, he's about that life. He is ready from the jump. As long as he's shooting a gun, he's happy. And lining them up like that, it just feels so good. So knocking him down and punishing him. And we talked to the Heretics players. We know what their sort of like tale has been throughout this stage. They're incredibly confident.
This is a mirror of KD's from Carolina. Deal had a rough first map and then had great S&D control. Yeah, I mean,
a little bit, but still plenty of,
this
good stuff there
this could be really good.
We'll see how things go. They're going to the search and destroy. Of course,
this is
Heretics
probably
strong
like,
since adding Soup into the roster, but Thieves
I mean, I
just
feel
as
like that
dangerous,
has to
just
be
as
the best
confident as
hard point we've
confidence
seen
is
from
gonna be
them
key right now.
on
That will be
land
the deciding
since
factor. The one variable you cannot
Major
account
1.
for.
Like,
The Heretics again in the kills department,
they just
everyone was
looked
bringing the noise.
confident
Everyone was
there.
making work there. That's exactly what you want to hear. If
That's
you're
the
a
energy
Thieves
we
fan as
need.
well. My
That's the
goodness,
energy we
strong start,
need.
Big energy. Get this one rolling. Into the S&D though, we now go Trans Dealership. A spicy one to get things rolling, so the pace will be there, absolutely. The ball control, the middle of this series again, will hopefully determine how far we have to go. Miami fans not out of the woods just yet. This is still anyone's series.
Well, we've mentioned it for the Heretics. They've looked good enough on dealership that I think the question has to be raised of, do you really want to play with that fire? Because Heretics look lights out on that map. Well, LA Thieves happy to play with fire and see if they get burned, but they're going to be willing to go toe-to-toe. Envoy, one of those players that he's had some of those cheeky spots that everybody else starts to steal from this team, so it's going to be a battle. The
Scrap was trying to start off that
quick
map.
chat with Renko before the previous match actually started.
He was on one.
Incredibly confident going into this game. He said, today is the day.
I'm expecting
Team effort, though, across,
Dan
Search
and
and
Dill
Destroy comes
to
to
have
stage
a
three.
solid
These boys are
S&D
not
here.
missing. I mean, it's
Hydra
funny
as
that
well,
Scraps KD,
of course.
not terribly different from
You
the
know,
lads, but so far
as we see here,
apart,
1.5 KD, second in the league for stage 3.
It's second. Hydra had, he was bottom 5 S&D player in the league in stage 1. The past 2 stages, he has been so electric that he has started leapfrogging. If you're looking at things like multi-kill round, Hydra is a titan now in this lobby. He has absolutely found his form, and he found it early. So you're the Heretics, their S&D absolute backbone. Haven't lost.
Here we
since they
go.
picked up Super. They've been looking incredible. This is the test.
How do you handle Hydra?
Bumps are in.
You manage to keep him pinned in. Cut the legs out from
Let's
underneath
go.
him. Don't let
This
him
will
go
be
on
a
those long
massive
runs.
map
Don't let him go
because
on those loose flanks where he can cause
Heretics
damage.
are
That's where he
really good
excels.
on dealership.
Those multi-kill rounds
And they're
that he's
really
now
good at
known for.
S&D.
Do not let it happen. Here we go to dealership. We've still got that new car smell on this map, folks. Still working out all the secrets, all the naughty spots we haven't got.
I think if we take this one, we might be looking at a 3-0 here.
The sort of
This is going to be a tough map.
LA Thieves have played Miami 4 times, undefeated against them in Ghosty. Boy, has
And
he
with a
been enjoying this
1.7
matchup in S&D.
S&D versus
a
Miami.
kill per round.
Wow.
He is a literal guarantee, but a brand new dynamic on a brand new map.
He loves playing these guys in S&D. He loves it. He lives for it, really.
The Heretics way back in Madrid. Real gets stunned. It's not going to slow him down too much.
Okay, taking a lot of space on A, but they got bomb
And Heretics
over in B.
So slow. There is zero presence over towards the B site. Number 7 is just now wrapped back, but Heretics, they've made no moves, and they have no intel.
A classic 2-man stack there from the Thieves. Renko watching the flank. He's not going to let him get by.
Looks like Thieves have a high-low over on A, but
slowly approaching.
And the flank's moving. LA Thieves are making
this
play
could
on defense.
this could be good timing.
Well, so the gun should be ready. What a battle this should
Nice.
be.
Good first blood.
The fight with a win on a Real.
And they're going to be trapped in. I mean, they're making moves on the flank. Yoshi's been posted up. I mean, you are just isolated now,
Nice.
stuck in sight. They're trying to run it down, but they're getting hunted as well. Envoy's here for the support. So Ghosty's calming. All these players are trapped in
Nice,
this corner.
Dan.
This is just a kill box.
It's too tight. It's
Yep.
too tight. They've got no space to work with. They've got nothing to do.
Great. That
but
is a
die.
great
They're
round
in the
one.
round. Thieves.
That is a great round one
Maneuver in
from the
position.
Thieves.
Cut the Heretics into pieces.
In Thieves on defense, they had 3 players
Great
going to,
teamwork.
like, attack that A box.
They did
Like,
everything
got
together
full
there.
control of it, and they were just waiting. Heretics never actually made an aggressive move in the round. It's not easy dealing with the windows.
Not
You don't have
overcommitting to
trophies, you don't wanna
anything.
be too aggressive. But LA
We love
Thieves
that.
got active in everybody at the same time. We saw Envoy get that first blood. Even if he falls, the trades would have been instantaneous, and the play develops in the exact same way. Thieves dominated the map, got all the map control in the world, and suffocated them out.
All right. First offense for us.
Heretics now defense.
Let's see what we're looking at here.
Set this one up again. Very, very different looks this time. Not going towards A. The bomb is though. The Heretics with mid-map.
Scrap knows they're taking space.
Go towards B more so. Metals is going to be there on the sliding door. It's a hop check or a button press. And they've spotted Envoy.
Okay.
Yeah, Envoy is just doing his calculations. How much intel can he get? You see Real doing the hop through the garage door. But no one making plays just yet. But now it's
Heretics aren't like staying here at A.
Got to check the vent. It looks clear. Envoy confident. He'll be able to get this bomb down. And this
I like this. Scrap is able to take some space here as well.
A moment ago, now they're pulling things over. Here we go in the 4v4 post-plant position. Start things off right. Has anyone got a nade to take care of these cars? I don't think so. So Real is going to send it forward. Metals on his left-hand side shoulder. They are close here on the fight.
And there's going to be a fight coming through. So Hydra, impact doesn't get the kill though. Metals for the first blood.
Burns bright on a 1-4. Can he get another one out of this? Close range.
Nice, nice.
The snap was there. 2v2.
2v2, nice.
2v1. 1v1. And
Yes!
that's the round. Let's go, Thieves, back to back.
Come on, man.
And what a beautiful moment there from LA Thieves.
Good trades from the
Hydra's
Thieves.
going on that initial pinch. You got guys like Envoy and Scrap calling out. They're all here. They're throwing the nades. We don't have a trophy. We need help. Hydra loses the gunfight
Literally
to Metals,
one shot.
and you're
Oh,
thinking
that's
that is
so
planned
nice.
there from Heretics.
You get that calm. Hey,
It's
this guy's
planned
one shot, and
nonetheless.
all you have to
A
do
bailout
is
moment there
actually
from
put
LA, and
one
those are
singular
huge
bullet, and you
rounds
get the
to
kill.
win.
Man,
You don't get the first blood.
it's great when
You
your
still
teammates are
execute.
100% with you.
Remains
You know.
on point.
And it's a wild round as well.
And that were you, I would have gotten laid the fuck out by the jackal. Seriously.
Looks like we're going towards A this
I would have
time
lost
round.
100%.
It's blind reads right now from LA Thieves. They're just heavily stacking either side.
I did too.
Unfortunately, they've guessed
I thought
wrong,
Hydra
but
might have got the
that means
timing
they're
there,
trusting the
but
retake. Everybody on Thieves.
I don't know if he
grouped
got
up together
team-shotted in the
a
back or not.
stressful situation now for these Heretics players.
We're banging.
Got that RC early. Blow that shit up. Yes.
It's 2v4 Heretics. The blind read has not worked out for them. They've had their eyes poked out clean. Oh my word, the
Nice.
LA Thieves. It might be a perfect round. Wrinkle
Nice.
trying to make a case for it, but that's 3 rounds in
It's
a row.
a great start
for
in
the
this
Thieves.
S&D for the
And
boys.
the RC car in Black Ops 6 has been
the fuck
a
is Dan
meme-worthy
doing?
tool, except on this
Dan's
map and
sitting there
except on that
rubbing
site.
his
It is
monitor.
the deadliest thing in the world.
was that?
Like a nuclear bomb. So that's why they stacked up across the map.
Car
Envoy,
give
he
it
had
and
the
car
right tool.
take it
I mean, this is
away.
the car play here. We're seeing Envoy there doing it. But again, I loved what I saw at the Heretics here. They used
Once
their
I
own
heard the
nades to
car
clear up as
next
many
to
of those
the
cars as
actual
possible,
car, I
only
was like,
approach
you
towards the
gotta
site. The
just
one thing
let
they
it
couldn't
go.
account
Let it
for
fly,
here
blow it
is
up.
the
He's
RC,
dead.
And that is the worst thing you could possibly have seen if you're Real.
Run from it.
If you're
hide
Real,
from it.
you know
That
it's
RC
chalked in
car
that moment too.
devastating
You know
in that
it's
section.
it's
And now Thieves
done and dusted.
spreading the map on offense. Maybe they're thinking Heretics will get squirrely. And squirrely indeed. 3 players looking towards Hydra. Do they actually want to attack this man?
Oh,
No, they don't.
give me
They're
one.
trying
Nice.
to run.
Scrap, what a headshot that was. Metal's quite out in a bad position. He's going to take that damage, keep this one moving. He's on a 4-spree right now, and he's ready for that hit through kitchen door. Are they going to
Nice, Hydra.
on the pinch? He's got some problems as well. So another situation where the Heretics got no options. Whoa.
Nice, dude.
Once again, a
Dude,
slaughter
the Thieves
by
look
LA.
fucking
4-0.
good right now,
And
chat.
this is,
They
answering
look
our Heretics
good.
dealership questions. They have nothing to offer so far on this map. The one round they've gotten the first blood, they lost it 20 seconds later. And that was the only first blood
I think
they've gotten
a
on
variety
this
of
map.
these guys probably
Hydra's
play
sitting
claw.
through the door
I
looking
mean, I don't know
for
who
players,
does. I
all
know
of them stop
Envoy
in their
doesn't.
tracks, turn and run away.
I'm pretty sure
Scrap is
Envoy
there
said
to
he
catch them
doesn't.
on the exits.
But I'm sure
two
there's
players
a couple
ending through
guys
there
on
from
stage
LA.
right now
Scratch
that play
on
claw.
Scrap at 5-0 so far.
No, I don't know what Dan's doing with his monitor. He keeps
combat by anyone
he
here
keeps
from
messing with
Heretics.
it.
Hard hit towards B. We're all in on this one. Heretics are trying to change the tempo here. We're trying to send it, and send it we shall. Can we get 2 out of this
Okay,
one for Real?
Dan gets
no,
one
the
at
trades
least.
are there, so we're good. Can we plant the bomb?
Nice.
No, we cannot. Pressure on. The
Okay,
reroute
trades are in.
play.
Yeah, and they're just running away from him. Again, just trying to get out of dodge, and Heretics looking
It's
to
a big
take
pick
this
from
one
Dan.
slow. They need this round.
So we go counterclockwise around the entire map. Good luck, lads. Metal spots out those 2
Flip the
players.
map
coming to
on
our
its
approach.
head
Now
here.
The race is on for the Thieves to get towards A as fast as possible.
And they're planning for their own spawn as well, so maybe giving up a little bit of map pressure. Happy to play a slightly more turtled setup.
Yeah, Dan wasn't really going to be able to get much more than what he did,
Ready
but
for the flank.
And a great opportunity now to test our
it was good to at least get one.
Thieves now through the back. Big moment for Rencor. Here they come.
Great
Nice.
trade. Nice damage as well. Metals, can he find the 1v1 now?
Yeah,
Hydra's too weak.
I'm one shot. I can't tell just yet, but he'll get it done himself.
Oh,
damage.
I like that. I like that, Hydra. I like that. I like that, Hydra. Oh, baby.
And a little bit of a bag on the way to the defuse. 5
Paco, he's got the ice,
LA
baby.
Thieves.
Never a doubt, not in my mind.
He's got the ice.
I think Hydra's probably wishing his teammate didn't hit the go button right away, just because a little bit awkward. A couple team shots rolling through and left 1 HP, but Hydra knows in a 1v1.
What
just
a
gets
play.
Some headshot rolling through, perfection and insult to injury.
French have the Spaniards.
A 5-0 lead on what we were
8?
thinking might have been Heretics' best.
I mean,
Yeah, a little bit of chamomile there to close the round out. Love that. Here we go.
Let's
Heretics
see.
once again trying to roll this one rapidly.
See what we do
towards
here
his
on this
bomb
round.
Thieves have been pushed back this time round. And again, look at the pace being set.
Oh,
Heretics
they're
are sending
running
it
at us.
forward. They're
Oh,
sending
big
it
first
into their
blood.
demise. It's
Big
2
first
down.
blood from
You're still
Dan.
fighting.
Yeah, you're down 5-0. You want to make something happen. You try to make a
Nice.
play, and you get throttled.
Oh my
A
God, we
6-0
just 6-0'd them on
in
their best
lightning
map.
Speed. That
We
was
just
a
6-0'd them on their
5-minute
map,
and
dude.
1 second
Oh
game of search
my
and
God.
destroy. Thieves unchallenged
I
by
mean,
Miami.
One of the fastest sales we've
Come
seen
on.
on dealership there. Door to door.
I would
done.
look. I was nervous about this map. I said
Heretics
it. I'll admit it.
certainly
I was
rethinking the
nervous
game
about it.
plan after
But
that one.
holy,
A dominant display
Holy
from
cow.
the LA Thieves. The Lanimals have come to play, and they have just ripped the
I
Heretics
mean,
a new
that's
one.
a dirty 6-0
We'll
from the
send in
Thieves.
paramedics, see if there are signs of life on that left side of the stage. Thieves right now, I mean, this is a steamroll. Maybe they're looking at some of the teams that ended up in losers bracket round 1, and Thieves start rubbing their hands together and say, this tournament is ours.
Okay, I'm just gonna do it because I have it on my phone. But
from Hydra.
the
Obviously,
Heretics
that
tweeted
wonderful
this.
1v1 win from him certainly helps things, but 6
I'm out.
Heretics. What a
Oh,
shot.
that's funny.
And Super, the man who has certainly
Dan
transformed this
6-4.
roster in the
Envoy
moment.
8-3.
1 and
What'd I
6.
say, man?
Maybe it's nerves. Maybe it is jitters.
Wow.
I just don't think they had any opportunity to do anything. There was one strat call from LA Thieves that did not go perfectly. Hydra on that first pinch, he gets sniffed out by Metals. After that, it seemed like every single round was either a perfect line counter or they just had things like the RC car to bail themselves out, or a moment for Hydra in a 1v1. Everything that could have gone right there from LA absolutely did. And a 6-0, a shocking performance there from Heretics. Not easy to bounce back from.
Super clean, super fast, super done. They're at the half, 2-0 to the beach.
Thank you, gentlemen. Sometimes the benefits of attending these events and staying at the hotel is you can get room next to the parents of the players. We had Envoy's parents with us in the lobby.
Oh, we
after
love
our
the
conversations
Envoys.
last night with
Mom and Dad Envoy.
You were
They're
confident
the best.
in this
Dude,
2-0
I
start.
just looked over every time. I was just saying some wild stuff.
They're
we were
the
like
best.
chatting there, and I just look over and she's just looking and cracking up because we're just, we're idiots when we're hanging
Wait,
out.
that was Mom and Dad Envoy?
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't even know.
Yeah, I was like, sorry, multiple times. My bad.
They have good reason to be proud of their son today. Envoy just leads the team in search and destroy. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. And Allie, you were brave.
Listen, that was belt to
Belt to ass.
You can say it.
Oh
You
yeah,
can say it.
that
You
was
can say whatever you
that
want,
was a
bitch.
BTA if I've ever seen it.
That was, there's parents. Listen, I'm trying to be respectful.
That was a
but listen,
BTA if I've ever
This is the
seen it.
online LA Thieves. This is the LA Thieves that we won at last
Give
major.
us
This is the LA
dealership.
Thieves that we won at Major 1. They look unbelievable.
Someone was wearing the
They look
LAT
up.
Champ City.
This is a
Hey,
nightmare matchup for Miami.
maybe that's
you
the
think about
juju they
them versus
need.
like a Faze. They can maybe catch them in a hard point or something. You think about them versus Surge. They can catch them something like a search and destroy. Like this, they're just not better than Thieves in anything.
But bro, you just got destroyed in the search and destroy.
Hey, okay, that should have been closer. I hear you.
Oh, in S&D, and
But like Thieves are very good at search now. Like,
But 6-0? Yes, on the map
Apparently.
that Miami were 4-0 on. You just see like how
Yeah, I
prepared
don't know,
teams are
dude.
for it.
6-0?
All the situations are just played
Miami-
flawlessly. Like when you watch this LA Thieves team play, they're playing peak college.
but what's what is your? I can talk about an opening for Miami against like every
We
other team.
run
What is your
dealership.
opening against the Thieves team?
it
Other
would
than
have to
Thieves
be
not playing well.
It would have to be the search and destroys. But like saw online.
We saw the search
It
stats from
wouldn't.
Thieves though. Like they've been unreal too.
It's not search and destroy. LA Thieves are 4-1 on them, and every matchup that they've already had, it has to be the respawns. I mean, they're 4-2, and it's
Wait,
hard to
what?
win.
Yeah, talk to me about how
They have
they're
a signed LA
team.
Thieves jersey by
Major
I hear you,
Nature.
but like
LA Thieves fumbled the bag.
not
They
really
have the
opening.
#1
They're
seed.
only
They
doing
got
4?
bumped to the losers bracket
Really?
by Boston. Today, they are one map away from locking in a spot in that winner's final.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
That's
kind
kind
of
of crazy.
Ant?
Yeah, I mean, these guys are playing peak, flawless hard play. I mean, some of these teams that are struggling, you can look at LA Thieves and see their communication and how they react to all the calls. So let's jump into this clip. We're on a rotation here. They found 2 kills on rotation, right? So you got this split. Players spawn out at new, 2 players spawn out at old, right? So even like the positioning and where they put their players for LA Thieves, these are both the ARs, right? Playing these
Yeah,
fights.
I'm still not sure how a lot of that stuff works because it seems like they only have like a limited amount of stuff.
Go below stage. So what happens is Scrap just plays for it. He's going to look for these guys. And you're going to get Ghosty when he gets the comm from his teammates to go and watch top Eskies and try to play the trade. Meanwhile, in that situation, one player gets traded out. It's Envoy. And he's going to sit back there knowing he has a parallel and just put bullets down and have comms there in that situation to let you know, like, all right, somebody's going to be repinching through. So we're going to talk about it as it happens here. This is just perfect comms. So you see Hydra gets the trade. The communication comes in. Ghosty picks up the kill on the guy top escalators. And now they know that guy's been ratting in stage the whole time.
I'm thinking this is a 3-0 here. Our control has been looking really good, and I mean, we just smoked them in one map that I thought we would lose. So I think the boys are rolling right now. I think they're feeling
situation here. By the time Miami even has a chance to break, there's only 30 seconds left on this hill. So what happens is if you're not absolutely perfect here, you aren't getting any time. And by the time Miami get on in, there's another re-break happening on the side of LA Thieves. They are playing some of the best hardpoint. It's them and the Vancouver Surge right now in terms of HP.
Absolutely, and I was more so just trying to answer your question, Clint, more in the sense of like, it's not going to be in Search and Destroys. If they were to get LA Thieves anywhere, it had to be in that hardpoint. It had to be in that map 1. And obviously, LA Thieves look unreal, and so they didn't. That was the whole point.
Ant's on to the next chapter with me. He's like, guys, we know what's about to happen.
It's just crazy. Like, all the changes and how we said, like, this bracket looks so insane, all this stuff. Like, we're probably still in the same top 4.
Miles, chance.
We're not there yet, but probably looking that way.
Game 3, control.
Probably.
I'd hope so. I would hope so, Chris. Yeah, absolutely. Let's get into it, folks. Here we go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Map 3. This is Vault.
How are we feeling about Vault? It's going to be a tough one. I mean, we're down and out, but are we out for the Heretics? Is it done?
I mean, I was feeling really good about the series coming in.
Same.
I do not feel too good anymore. I mean, I feel great if you're an LA Thieves fan. It's
I feel fantastic, Chance.
We've really just seen like a really hefty skill gap develop amongst the teams of very clear like tiers right now. LA Thieves, as consistent as they've been, they've just dominated in this matchup. And the super effect, well, simply did not last. They've been incredible in Search and Destroy, and that was a deflating 6-0. So I don't know what you have to say to these players. I don't know what the real one true method wants to say to the squad to try to get them back in the mix. But it's simply going to be a tall task. On a vault around the A zone, everybody's going to be pulling out SMGs, but Cozy and Scrap, we've seen it, and we saw how good it is. I mean, perfect
6-0 in the control. Yeah, we gotta close this one out 3-0. We have to.
Defense nearly perfect. LA Thieves, this is really where they get it done, and they're already up 2-0.
Absolutely. I mean, I came into this matchup. Heretics absolutely one of my
Our defensive record is 11-1.
At this point in time, you are staring down
78% of round win percentage.
And a very interesting throwback
great
for the
stats.
Heretics. This used to be the only control map they had success on since they picked up Super. Other teams were like, we'll roll it. We'll give it a shot, and they have not looked the same on Vault. Heretics lost one of their sort of secret Saw-style maps.
Deal with too early.
Obviously, they did here.
Well, today may still be the day with a sneaky long way round towards B. Hello. Beautiful shots from Real.
Just like fire.
Capture going. A little bit of love towards A.
I got it. I have mine right here.
Over towards
here.
B.
I haven't.
And
I have to get the lighter fluid and stuff.
Nice. I mean, you already got
to be
a
able to use
segment of
it.
progress, which is ideal. Problem is no trophies, and that car will explode. And Real, too many players to shoot. So Thieves wipe them off the board.
FBI pick me up.
Segment is nice, but they're losing some map control, and Scrap is ripping.
Destiny's a little pyro.
Five
just lighting shit on fire, just cause.
This place is so close now. His teammates are all over the place, so great hold there. Defensively from the Thieves, right out of spawn, right up the map you go. You find all your kills, you're looking pretty.
And, I mean, are they trying to force it over towards B? I mean, Rancor's taking routes, 2 players working down the street, and Envoy on the free.
Got that timing on metals.
2-2 split there in the feed, so a little bit of pressure on the B zone, but this is, I mean, incredibly difficult to capture. So now for Heretics, this has just been a ton of time wasted. Now the players off spawn are saying, do we have to force it over towards the B zone? And if you do, you're just gonna die. This is scattered, and this is not a good look right now for Miami. You gotta find some opening on the map, and there simply isn't.
Oh, Dill stopped shooting.
Right, give you a window, but
He
now
stopped
25
shooting.
seconds to pause this one. The attack towards B was not successful in the slightest. Now you got a little bit of space to play with. Got a little bit of time now to get the A zone capture going. That's a problem. Super, can you deal with this? The answer is no. Hydra finds himself 2. Metals last man alive here on the A zone capture. Reinforcements in the form of Real.
2 ticks guaranteed. They might get 3 here.
So,
yeah.
do what you can here to stabilize. You've got yourself 3 segments captured overall.
I mean, pouring water out of a rock, and well,
Nice.
unfortunately, a lot of damage, not a lot of kills. And that was the opening trades. They'll roll
that's
through.
3 dead,
The A zone secure.
They do get the A zone.
There you go. They've made the squeeze. Now they got a 3-life lead. So how the tables turn?
Very cool, going for it. Can he get that space gained? Scrap, perfect angle. What great timing there. The B zone capture is there halfway through it. Over to Metals.
Nice.
Another great coverage there. The teamwork from the Thieves is immaculate.
Well, unfortunately, though, caught, had a nice little spread, and everybody's got the
There we
AR
go,
in
3
hand
dead.
as well, and that's a wipe in the feed. So the life advantage you just had if you were Heretics, just like that, you lose it. And LA Thieves, not a team that wastes any time. They take the space on the map, so they're going to have extra waves on the defensive hold, and with a life count in their favor, they're looking good.
Yes,
there we go.
Their favor. One more freebie mistake, you get Heretics, and that was it. Super down. Now no lives left. Can you catch a couple of Thieves out on the attack? Oh, wait a minute. Scrap's now red dot on the minimap. Dealt with 3 dead. Forward you go. Watch out for Ghosty. He's down as well. 5v3.
All right, boys, come on.
Get a trophy on the point, stop the clock, and hope for the best. You see the nades rolling through. It might be too late. Even an extra segment right now for Miami is great.
That's unbelievable. What a win that could be. There's the contest.
Okay,
Record.
there we
That's
go.
going to be the last man left alive. Super.
Don't let him get that
Get
extra
a
segment.
deal,
They
mate,
do
but
get
doesn't
4,
really
though.
Add too much to it. 3 segments gained. But the round goes to LA.
By comparison, I almost feel like Heretics are playing in slow motion. Like those moments from LA, we've seen teams on defense get a little bit turtled up. The second they wipe Heretics off the board, every single player gets pushed up to the 50-yard line and then some.
I'll be honest, I can't wait for the comms.
On the defensive end. And even with Metals giving you a 10-kill round.
Did we not get a listen
that's
in?
a
And
fantastic
did we get a
performance.
listen in?
They'll take the extra segments,
I don't think
which
we
is nice, but
did we get a listen in chat in
still
map
have
1?
problems to solve.
Yeah, the Thieves, I mean, you can watch this back every single time they get 3 down. And it's
I don't think we
every single
did.
Time. They've got a set formation. They have this setup.
Dude, that's 2 series now that we haven't gotten a Thieves listen in.
Just a quick acknowledgement. Looking at the old data view, there are 0 assists coming through from all 4 of the Heretics players.
Kinda
Meanwhile,
sucks.
LA Thieves have about 10 combined.
I've been wanting a Thieves listen in, and we haven't got one.
Moment like this, folks, at this level, we'll see if that mounts to anything.
Yeah,
Faze.
it's kind of
Over towards the
disappointing.
front side of A, and already
Especially
nearly a
last
full
map,
segment A
'cause,
complete,
I mean,
but
we
wait,
were
in from
frying.
behind.
I would've loved to hear
Heretics,
listening.
and somehow Scrap has turned a 1v2 into a 1v1.
Trying to dance around the pillars. He's going to get killed and dropped
Nice
off the map.
stand.
Ghosty, the sub in hand, trying to get a little bit active. Didn't have to do too much in round 1. And well, now he's making moves on offense. No flank.
Dan
trolling
Ghosty
through.
with
One
that
player
sub
from
in his
Real
hand.
Underground. You really want to poke your head and let Ghosty play a game of whack-a-mole.
He knows he's down there. He's going to hold that one. The battle across the map, though, nowhere near the zone right now, so you're happy to sit on this one. Second segment in already. Very, very productive here. We could be seeing the A capture, unless the counter-attack is good, and it's great. Heretics saved the day.
That was interesting. Scrap actually just sort of gave that up and wanted to commit on the time, and Heretics take full advantage. So everybody there snapping in position on the defensive end. And now you're playing contain, and now you get them all. Ghosty, the only man aggressive on the map now for LA. Everybody else out of spawn and Rencore. Looking for them all. He picked the wrong direction.
He did pick the wrong direction. He's going to force him to spawn over on that side of the map now. And this
Nice.
is an aggressive hit there and a costly one at that for the
Here we
Heretics.
go.
And he's out of spawn now. So wow, the Thieves turned that little moment into a blessing for them. And now pressure from Ghosty in a 3 spree as the B zone capture is on.
Well, we'll see if they can make it
Dude.
happen. They're going to need some extra kills.
Dan
Ghosty's
with a
been
sub in his
lights out,
hand
though, on
is
this attacking
nice.
round. But while he's a nuisance, his teammate's going to be going for the A zone, and while he gets dropped, well, his teammate's there to pick him up.
All right, let's get this cap here.
Rolling
Let's
through,
get this
and
cap.
on defense, Metals would have to make the hero play. He full sends it, but not quite good enough. A
Nice.
zone captured,
Okay.
1 minute and 30 on the clock. Plenty of time for LA.
Yeah, great stuff. Slowly but surely now over towards B we go. Pressure now out of the spawn. Nearly. As Ghosty's still alive. This one man
is
army,
loving the
whatever
sub.
side of the map he's on, he's having a good time. The Bees are now fan out. Spread the map for the Heretics. Don't let the Thieves get close, and whatever you do, don't go 3 down.
Well, there's number one.
Nice.
Everybody else needs to stay up, but right now,
Ooh,
so much map
insane
control
shots
and
from Dill.
Envoy shooting his gun, ripping heads
Oh,
and
okay,
as well.
okay.
They've got arc control.
I see you,
this
Dill.
is dangerous.
Perfect.
I
The
see
nade
you.
work from him as well. Goes the Hydra down on time. So still no one on the capture. Great presence here on the map. Finally, you get yourselves over towards the zone. You take that segment by B. You have the lead. You've got it all going. And here comes the pressure from Spawn.
Envoy's gonna have to do it all. He's on a 4 spree. Nades, everything landed. He's in war. He's in hell. Hydra calling out one
Rancor
shot.
so weak.
Does get the second
We get another
segment
tick,
of
though.
progress. And they got a 2-life lead, so you can afford to take your
Nice.
time. You're looking for the kills, and they got them. No respawns remaining. A 6v3.
Oh my word, Rios right out of the 4 and into a 3 spree. Scrap now on top. Big wins at a red core now. No lives left either side.
From a 6v3 to a 4v2.
Okay,
You're looking
4v2
for the
here.
clutch. Metals in Real. Yes,
You got 40 seconds.
One
Just
on
play
the
together.
bench, and
S&D.
Real's about to deal with the entire team. Everybody 1 HP, but
Should be one.
he's by his lonesome,
Yep.
and he gets overwhelmed. Metals, it's more important to die.
Absolutely, and die
Nice.
he does. A place in the Valhalla.
Good
earned there
offensive
by
round
Real,
win
who
there.
certainly went down fighting, but 2-0 now in control. Match point, LA Thieves.
So close to it so far. That could have been a great bounce back round. Again, Heretics had a slow start on the red card, but they showed some fight, and they're fighting here, but unfortunately for them, not enough. Typically on offense, if you get those
Ghosty and
extra
Envoy,
2
they
seconds
were
on the
looking
B zone,
good. They
you'll
were
be
looking
happy
good that
for it,
round.
but I feel like that's not the case against LA.
I'm
How
telling you,
good
that's
they've
kind of
been
like
in
the
control,
system.
Any round loss is painful.
They look good in the S&D and the control. If we have them showing up in the hard points too, I mean, this team
Yourself a
is
fighting chance here, Heretics.
this
Trying
team
to find
is
this attacking
filthy.
Opening
Envoy
gambit
21
has
and
been slow. The nades
13.
were perfect there from the Thieves. The trophy's destroyed, but all the players safe and sound. Opening trades complete. Envoy down out as well. This
All
could
four.
be great. Here we go. First segment blasted away.
Oh, Real's, he's going for it straight away. So this is going to be Real versus the world right now. And it's just buying time, keeping the players away. Every kill is fantastic to get. And the longer he lives, the better for his team. The A zone
There we go.
falls, but so does he. So you don't get the arc control, but you have a perfect opening salvo. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with just to capture the B zone.
The Heretics have found their
They have a
warrior
lot of
spirit
time
in
here
this
for
round,
B.
and they have come to play. Right over towards B we go. Snaps in from Metals. Our soft metal this time round, though, has been bent and broken. 2 minutes still to play. A life lead for the Heretics.
And I just feel like if you're Heretics in this moment, you can afford
Good
take
shots.
the long routes. Like you have so much time to play with. You can be annoying. Just do something. Metals is hanging out by the zone. His teammates trying to go on the pinch. LA Thieves actually have a pretty interesting defensive setup. No one top art. That does allow Metals to be near the zone, but Heretics also handling the flank. So a sort of
I don't know if he
standoff
saw them
battle
both
right
there.
now, but that might be the entrance.
Trying to find another one would be great, but for now, those 2 kills are good. Here we go. Metals with a big push-up play, and he can't
Nice.
catch out. A
Big kill
one
on the
from Envoy,
Metals.
So that's huge. On the flank, Ghosty now causing problems. The spree is done. On the zone, clear. Thieves forward.
Still though, minute and 30 is plenty of time. An opportunity to take some rounds. Number 4 on the mini map might be able to get through. A couple players down low, and Ghosty in your spawn dealt with. Envoy still a nuisance as well. He's going to be back ammo.
Nice.
Unfortunate for Real, cannot find that route through.
Unreal from scratch.
There we go, 3 dead.
4 down. Bad
Dill
news
is
for the
turned.
Heretics.
Dill
Here
is
comes the
turned,
trap.
baby.
Can they escape it? They might be able to. Real doesn't let them get the armbar in place.
Maybe, but they did listen
Envoy's
for
still
the
in your
other,
spawn.
He's
other
dominated.
matches.
I mean, 26 and 17 on a 4 spree. He had 12 kills in the last round, and Envoy
Did we not
looking
have
to be
one
the
today?
one-man show.
And he's
We
still
might not
holding
have,
it all
honestly.
together.
I
He's trying to
haven't
make his way out to
really
the
been
back.
paying enough
B
attention.
zone is nowhere to be seen. 2 minutes have gone. It's 50 seconds left in the map.
Well, finally he falls, but still, just the amount of space. LA Thieves, it's just the top side of the map. They got art, they got the zone, they got a player back ammo.
Nice.
It's a funnel system. It's an assembly line. Someone's always there from LA. They're always there to fill in the right spots, and they got a 4 life lead.
At that time, you exactly know where the Heretics are going to be, where the conflict zone is going to be. You've got boys on it, guns up at the ready. Envoy again. Nearly hits the next man. No lives left. Heretics
Nice.
now. Life support. The final 3 members. The final moments of their run in the winner's bracket, and a team nade helps get the job done. Final 15. It is a victory lap for the LA Thieves here. Control continues to be their mode. A deft and vicious.
They're not even talking shit, man.
They're in the winner's
that
bracket.
was a diabolical BTA.
Miles, that may very well have
Dude,
been the
Heretics have
quickest
been looking
series
good,
of the
and
year.
we just made them.
Yes, indeed.
We just
took
made them
5
look
minutes and 1
like
second.
nothing.
The vault control just took 9 minutes and 40. I didn't clock the hard point, but I did clock Envoy's performance. Absolutely lights out. Had his feet up on the red card and took over.
I mean,
the next
that
two
was a
maps.
fantastic map from
His gun
Dill.
was broken
Back
in
to
laser
back.
tag. It works in game.
Congratulations to the Los
Back to
Angeles
back.
Thieves. That was one to remember.
Oh yeah, Crimp would have been letting the birds
3-0.
fly
You
for
bring
sure.
down the hosts, and you advance way to the top of the tournament.
You say one to remember. If I'm Heretics, that's one to forget, but I don't know if you can. Players' bodies getting shot towards it. If you're getting your body shot by Envoy, that's when you know you just got cooked. The teabag's out and about as well. That is a painful spot there for Miami. I don't know if their confidence will remain unshaken, but any expectations they had going into the tournament, they realized how difficult it is going to be.
Okay, well, there we are, folks. 250, 139, 60, 3-0. Unbelievable, vicious onslaught there from Los Angeles Thieves. La, 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 land indeed, folks. We didn't even get close to Hacienda. Well, that is that. Yeah, one of the more decisive and extremely quick series we have had on the year, and one of the players who was incredibly important in making that happen is on stage. Right now with Blaze, it's Envoy.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. I got the Dark Prince Envoy with me on the main stage. Make some noise for him, Florida, as the LA Thieves yet again making it back to another winners finals. Envoy, how you feeling about that? Just, you know, I know you want to be able to come out with a big win on this event, but you guys are progressing well.
Yeah, feeling good. I mean, my boys had me first map, and then after that, I really kicked up, started frying. So, yeah, shout out to my teammates, and yeah, we're feeling good. Obviously, our first match, I think, it was a 3-0, but we wanted it to be a little more clean than that, and I think that series showed this.
Yeah, hey, man, it's getting cleaner by the day on that one.
Oh,
Florida,
yeah.
Is Envoy popping off this event?
Yes, he is.
Truly are in the moment. Now, you guys are going to be going up against the Vancouver Surge there in the winners finals. What you expecting there in that series?
I'm expecting a banger of a series, man. I mean, those guys set the pace, and it's always been good series versus them. So we played them in minor finals, and yeah, it's gonna be a good winners finals for sure.
It definitely is going to be a good winners finals, okay? Now, it's been a lot of talk about online warriors this, online warriors that, but what you guys plan on doing to shut up all the haters because and show them what the LA Thieves are all about this event?
Obviously, take this one home because last one kind of fell short. Major one, obviously, went at Game 7, so definitely need to get our revenge on that.
I think you guys will be able to at this event, okay? Florida, make some more noise for the LA Thieves one more time. I'm gonna let you get ready for that next series. Congrats for the rest of the day. Chris, take us away.
Thank you very much, Blaze. We have a watch party rolling here on the beach, and we're joined by a very special guest. Well done. Hot 3-0.
Oh, shit, we got Dan
My goodness.
up here already?
That was a quick one.
That was quick.
We were flowing for sure.
We played a special piece before this series. It was you versus Real last time on land, and you said, "Do not yell at me, young man. Do not yell at me." What's the beef? Was that an individual moment? Do you and Real have history? Because it seems like you took some anger out on him today.
Nah, it's not like actual beef, but he was yelling after the map 1 last event, so, you know, I had to get loud back. And here we came in and handled business. Yeah, I got to match exactly. I got to match the vibe.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights because you guys were bringing
That's
the
just
vibe
freak, you
here
know?
throughout this 3-game series. The control.
That was a 20-minute series, not including breaks. Yeah, that one was a quick one.
What's it
That was a DoorDash
playing
for
at
sure.
this level right now, Dan?
It feels good. Comms are flowing, energy's there, and everything just feels very easy for us. And we're just looking to keep that up going into tomorrow.
Dan, I want to ask you, man, listen, you're always cool, calm, and collected. After the games, you're getting pumped up, and specifically in this matchup, as Chris mentioned. Your numbers versus the Heretics are ridiculous. It might be the most dominant player versus team matchup that we've had on the season. Why do you just super fry them every time individually?
I think it's like kind of a play style thing. They play more together than a lot of teams, and they always like the team hit, so you're able to piece them up if they're not in flow.
So you're farming, is that what you're telling me?
I wouldn't go that far.
Yo, look, Dan, this was online LA Thieves that we just saw in this series, you know?
Yeah,
I feel like this was the most free and confident you guys have kind of felt playing up against a team right now, and to do it this far into the tournament. What was kind of the click for you? Like, did something change? Like, especially after last event where you guys kind of got gotten that first day? Like, this is what we were expecting a couple weeks ago.
Just making sure that we're not coming out flat. We definitely came out flat.
Our TV got slammed map 1.
How do you make sure you don't come out
Good
flat?
thing we're not
what are
watching
those
that.
conversations like?
Just forcing it if you have to.
Okay.
If the energy isn't there, the comms aren't there, you force it. You make sure that they're going to be there.
Okay. Do you force it, or is somebody else kind of staying on top of y'all's ass?
I'd definitely say shout out to the coaches, sports psychologist Ryan. They're doing a lot of work behind the scenes.
Big brains behind the scenes, and then you got talented thumbs on the sticks that make things like this happen at your Scuff play of the game. A 6-0 search and destroy.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Talking about this, Dan, these guys, 4-0 on Dealership Search and Destroy Online. You guys decide to leave it in the series.
1.3 for Dan, 1.14 for Paco, and 1.04 for Dill. We love that.
Since it was so strong for them, we were pretty confident that it was going to be their map pick. So we did our prep, did a lot of VOD review, and then just did our game plan mid-game.
Low-key chess over checkers, dude. You guys said we knew they were gonna pick it. We're gonna go watch all the VOD that we can.
Of course. You always got to be prepared, you know what I mean?
So now after this match, you guys got a date with Surge. You know that's been a good match for you guys in the past at times. What do you expect going into that series?
An absolute bang out, just like it was the last time we played him. I know online the map count didn't seem close, but the maps themselves were close.
Yeah.
The minor final, they were close. So we're expecting a bang out here.
Sounds good.
Dan, you guys are done for the night, but before I let you go enjoy some beachside dinner, have you ever been to a DreamHack before?
I actually have not.
Are you excited to be in a grand finals of DreamHack? Because you may be in back-to-back grand finals if you keep it rolling here. And then, of course, when we go back to Dallas, Texas, DreamHack involving games across the board. Allie, we're all fired up for this one.
Absolutely fired up. I think it's the perfect event for Dan to cosplay as a Hill Kid. I think absolutely ears on stage. It's going to be a banger across the board. Even if
Give Dan
the
little ear speakers that go on the top of the
and
headphones.
we talk about people cosplaying at the event. If you had to cosplay as one other CDO pro, who would it be?
Honestly, probably Scrapper Fellow, because I already got the neck length there.
So what do
we got to do to become Scraps? Get some glasses.
Yeah, get some glasses. Make sure you got the diamond earrings. You got to be blinged
Absolutely.
out.
If you got some Photoshop skills, I would like to see a sample before we get to Dallas. Reminder, get your tickets right now. We got to go to a break. When we come back, Dan is going to be barbecuing, and so are these guys. Toronto on fire with Mercules taking on Anthony's favorite team in the Boston Breach.
Pick Dan. Who is it? Who wins it?
Breach?
I think Toronto.
Toronto.
It'll be a gritty one, though.
Toronto's gonna take this one. I don't see Breach. I mean, I guess they probably will play Ultra better than they played Surge. So maybe.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
It's a red carpet day.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Oh man. All right, now we got. I am really hungry, chat. I don't know what to eat though. I don't know what to eat. I think Kendall just got back though from work. Maybe I'll have some chips. Maybe I'll have some chips. They're right behind me. I mean, what a day. What a day for the Thieves. Yeah, I don't know how people wear, like, I've seen like football players, they have earrings on when they play. I don't know how you do that. That would be so uncomfortable. Yeah, I feel like that would be really uncomfortable to have earrings on, like underneath a headset. So, how do we feel about the Heretics taking on Faze? I feel like that'll be a good indicator to see maybe a little bit of where like Faze is at. We're still yet to see a game 5. Everyone's kind of just rolling. Or getting rolled, I should say.
Can you even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself. Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
We want BO3 zombies.
It is so nice to meet
DE
you.
was your favorite. The bows were fun. I don't even know if I played that one enough. I never really played anything enough to put, like, to do the Easter eggs either.
Cannot trust her.
Got you.
Oh, really? I literally haven't played any of the new zombies in any of the more recent games.
The 2025 Toronto Ultra Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm to bless your aim with the powers of tilt. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
These Tostitos, hint of lime chips, are probably like my favorite chips. They're so good, super addicting. It's actually crazy.
I was wide awake and laughing. The doctor didn't even have to slap me. Cut the cord 10 years later, I'm prodigy. Got more letters on my name than the Ivy League. Now I'm an MVP, CEO, VIP. All the youngest want to be like me. Cause I walk like a champion. Double helix, twist pedigree. Call me red one, everybody got for me. Fame monster, sandquat posture.
If you've never had these chips, I strongly suggest it, because they are fire.
Feast on opposition, that's why I stay flossing. If you want the noise, I can bring it.
Sometime you got to do it in front of the parents.
Ultra trying to be the
Purge is
Sentinels
looking to
for
make
us
his family
in
proud
COD.
with a performance like day one. But so far, Boston riding a short
What, did they
struggle
tweet
bus.
something
now
out?
They face off against Toronto. That is surprisingly still very much a contested. We are full of plants. The vegetation is growing. So are our beards. We have Miles, the Ross boss, here on the set. How you doing?
I'm doing really great. Well, I just had one of the fastest series of my entire career, ripped by me, and now I find myself here on the beach.
Can you hold this one too?
Sure can, brother.
Here, we can
Put it in the
put
shirt.
that in the shirt a little bit.
I mean, he's camouflaged like he's actually in.
Yeah, back over to
He's
Ali,
in
and because we got a match to talk about here, Al. It's an eliminator.
I love it.
It is an eliminator, and you know what? From the side of Boston Breach, like they come off of a tough left to Surge, but they don't look terrible right now. It's just Snoopy had a bad start, right? And I feel like they kind of live and die by this player, and he started heating up near the end of things. It's just like, when you start a map that slow versus a top 4 team, like, it's going to be next to impossible to force yourself back into it. But they get another life here, but it doesn't get any easier from this, because now you're going up against a team in Toronto Ultra that matches you very well when it comes to setting pace and respawn.
Yeah, and this is a team that bopped you out of the last tournament.
I think-
You know, a situation where you lost.
I think
winners,
people
go down
really
to losers, you run
misunderstood
into
what
the Toronto
Envoy
Ultra
was saying
3-0 smoke
when he said
kicked
that.
out of the tournament, right? So exact same situation where you lost to Surge and now you have to play Toronto. The difference is this is Toronto with a fill-in. Purge is going to need to have a better series. Ali just touched on it. The SMG duo, sometimes you live or die by it. And with the maps that we have, Vault and Skyline, those guys have to be the factor that gets you that win.
Ali, can I borrow that real quick?
Yeah, all you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It's not Purge, it's Mr. First Class. If you've seen the Twitter feed, the man flies
We got
nothing
two
but
more.
on Delta. Can I have those ones too?
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about Purge's competition.
We're running out of
though,
real estate
today.
very quickly, guys. We're running out of real estate.
No, you're not.
So
Here we
You're
are.
not.
I think we got some room up
Yep,
here.
right here. Right.
Yeah, we got Toronto Ultra playing with Mercury.
We'll be rocking our
He's
black
showing his
jerseys
might.
tomorrow.
I think the greatest thing about Toronto Ultra right now is they are playing with one of my favorite F words of
Well,
all time, and that
I
is
will be.
fun. They are having a good time. They're laughing. They're enjoying themselves. They're smiling up there, man. And they're playing with nothing to lose, right? Beans isn't here. This doesn't necessarily affect the team's legacy too much. It does help them in their run because it's a run. This is an unbelievable performance right now. Mercules is out there having the time of his life. I mean, bless my soul, Merc's on a roll. He's doing the greatest for himself right now for his career.
Most
and he's
damage
getting the
last
team
year.
points.
Like, he's been actually frying. Like, he secured himself a starting spot.
Right.
on the
Come on.
roster,
Oh, yeah.
without question, regardless of what happens in this match. Like, Mercules is a CDO pro.
He sure looks like
Win.
one.
It should be after this tournament.
Absolutely.
I mean, he is right now. He's on stage.
He's going to be playing here very shortly, and we're very excited about it. We got our maps and modes coming our way here as we're peacocking on the set, Ali. Get used to it. 5 games. How many do we get to here? As you take a look at the bracket, it's been no game 5s. I see 3-0s, I see 3-1s.
Listen.
No one wants to play that decider, search, and destroy.
Ultra's got to make it easier on themselves, dude. They got to start going for these elimination bracket insanity runs. But again, they're honestly liking this matchup. They have the edge on this. They're 2-1 versus Boston Breach over the season right now, but their last matchup wasn't great for the side of Toronto Ultra. Gonna need a lot more out of Insight. He had a .56 in that lineup, and now you look at the maps and modes. I mean, you're asking for a
Wait, what should
banger
both-
map 1.
These
Wait,
are the
what are you
same
talking about,
exact
Destiny?
maps that Boston just played. The same first 4 maps.
And
right?
the same 3 that they played last time they matched up.
Look at it. They have so many reps across these ones. And anybody who's been following CDL since the last major, you saw Purge had a double team kill streak that threw them that Skyline versus Toronto last time. Right? So they know that they could have started off up 1-0. And this is a situation.
I'll be
I
rocking the
just
black
said it.
jersey
They
'cause
played Surge and lost.
I
They got
think
bopped
me
by
wearing the
Toronto.
opposite
You
of what the
cannot let
players are
history
wearing
come full circle like that once again.
could be the move.
Got to get this win if you're
Can't
Boston.
We're all
reconsider them,
professionals
Chris.
here. Let's take a look at our Scuff Pick'ems. It's a sponsored segment where Miles, the Ross boss, discloses his winner first.
No hiding about this one. I think right now Toronto Ultra fine form, having a really good time.
Gotcha.
having a lot of fun. I think they take this series.
Don't get lost in the thickness. I'm going with Toronto Ultra as well. Ali?
Listen, I love the pick of Skyline. Like, even though you almost got bopped last time these 2 teams matched up on it, he's just 250 to 113. I just saw Joe and Merc take
went crazy.
over, though. So I'm going to go with Toronto.
You know what?
Ultra.
Can I switch my pick?
No way.
No.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Actually,
I want Boston. I just saw Purge J on that screen. I saw Ant feeling a little bit defeated before this match even started. I'll
Wait, why
ride
am I
with
feeling
you.
defeated? Wait, I'm picking Toronto.
Are you?
Yes, Mercules is disgusting.
I'm riding alone. Screw it. Guy Blaze, let's get it going.
Damn, they could have done the funniest thing.
All right, folks, let's get this elimination matchup started.
They could have had it spelled boob.
Halfway through, still a lot of action to come, and we got to send home yet another team. So let's bring out the squads right now. Everybody get ready to make some noise for the Boston Breach. Purge, Cammy, Awakening, and Snoopy. Boston looking to bounce back, and they're ready to do it.
Boston need a couple signature wins to get over the mediocrity that they've had all year. They have
Why
to
do I
beat
feel
this
like we have
Toronto
more
Ultra
matches
team.
today
It would be
than
the
we did
exact
yesterday?
same result that they had at the last major. You need the subs to turn
It's
up
literally
in
the
this
same
match. I'm
amount of
looking at
matches.
Snoopy. This guy has been developing over the years, and it's finally his time to take over. This will be a huge match up against two of the best subs in the league.
The boys in green looking locked in and Boston strong, but now it's time to bring out the Kings of the North. Rocking that purple, make some noise for the Toronto Ultra! Mercules, Joe Deceased, Insight, and Kleenex.
All right, Kleenex, I'm ready for you to go crazy, brother.
And they're ready to go plus Ultra and level up again.
Listen, the whole vibe with the Toronto Ultra right now is why not? Why not have a fill-in? Why not get sent down to elimination bracket and win 3 matches in a row? We've seen them do it before. We've seen them go perfect in elimination bracket, and there's no reason for them not to do it now. Not to mention, looking for a little bit of a revenge here versus the Boston Breach after that last qualifier loss. Toronto Ultra, there is no reason they shouldn't make their way to Sunday right now, especially with the way that Mercules has been playing. We're in for a banger, guy.
I agree. Why not? Why can it not be them? Well, why can it not be the Boston Breach? We got 2 underdogs on the
He
stage.
looks younger every time you see him.
So without further ado, casters,
I mean,
take
he's
us
just
away.
a young
Blaze.
looking guy.
Boston looking for a bounce back, trying to avoid the exact same storyline that they had for Major 2. Ultra looking to put together what has so far been a very clean run through this lower bracket, though.
It's been a beautiful Cinderella story. You come in without your full roster. Beans is probably at home with his pom-poms out. Keep on going, young man, because Mercules is looking like Hercules so far throughout this entire weekend. He's been leading the team in the slaying, especially with that AR. Switches up the pacing, and if you're Boston, this is going to be a tough matchup, man. Because the last time, this is the squad that sent you home at Major 2. You don't want that to be the same case here.
Yeah, Mercules looking like Hercules. He'll be there someday. He can go the distance. Shout out, catch that reference. Jay, Disney?
No,
God, you have a young daughter. You should at least know Hercules.
We're not watching Hercules yet. We got Bluey and stuff like that,
That's
bro.
fine. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I don't have any Bluey references for you. But the thing about it is, Mercules has been undeniable, which is, again, kind of resurged this storyline about Toronto through the qualifier. A lot of people looking at this squad as possibly being a favorite to get to a grand finals, if not maybe win it based on the form that they were in. You have questions about can Hercules fill the shoes of Beans. He's done maybe more than that in a lot of ways, as this Ultra team has really polished themselves up, especially in the hard point. Rotation-wise, they have been great.
Oh, yeah, he's exceeding all expectations. When you are on 48 hours of notice, you're flying all the way across the world to play with the players that you probably have never played with, never thought you'd find yourself in this kind of situation, and you're making the most of it. He is looking like when we jump into listenings, the confidence is there.
Oh, yeah.
He's very, very humble in his approach on his game. And he's still very, very young, so he's got a long career ahead of him.
Taking a look at just some of the overarching story points about this hardpoint. Again, the biggest thing about this for Toronto, they have been one of the best teams in hardpoint this stage, but the average differential, winning by about half a point, has been great. They also open up their series at a very strong point. So for Boston, again, just trying to reset the mental. Try to find a signature win against one of the top teams in the league. And even though Ultra are coming in, I won't say limping, but just with a different identity, it would still be a marquee win for Boston to find a way to get themselves into a championship Sunday. But it's Skyline, it's Toronto Ultra and the Boston Breach. And let's not get it on. We're going to wait.
First one of the weekend.
Not ready yet. This is a little bit more time to talk about this map. Number 1, obviously both teams played it today. Ultra in their series versus Rocker beat the hell out of them. They did not allow Minnesota to get even close towards the money hills, especially at the P2. And in Boston, in their most previous series versus Vancouver, they got ran over on this map. So you have to be prepared, if you are Boston, to obviously slay but dominate those power spots, because if you're not finding breaks, you're not going to have a good time.
And I think just in particular, kind of going back and reflecting on the
wonder if
Toronto
any
series,
pros use an
that man
Xbox
on your screen, Joe
controller.
Deceased, was unkillable.
I feel like everybody
in a
that
lot
I've
of
seen
critical
uses
moments. He's the
PlayStation
last
controllers.
one standing. If you're Boston, you cannot allow someone to go missing, someone just to stay alive for all too long, because this is what's on the line.
Whether it's the PS4 controllers or the PS5,
Again,
I always see
Vancouver
PlayStation
going up against LA in the winners bracket final tomorrow, that should be electric. Because they have, again, like you kind of heard from Randall Ray when he was making his guest debut on the desk, they want these. They want to get a win versus them. It's the one team in their way. Everyone else at the bottom side of the bracket looking to try to just get to a Sunday, get more points into the playoff run.
Yeah, Atlanta Faze start off slow versus Vancouver. Obviously, they look into the final form here at Major 3, but they make up for it with 2 clean 3-0s. Through the loose bracket to have a matchup next versus
I mean,
Miami
I'm excited for
Heretics,
this matchup
but
against
Ultra,
Surge tomorrow.
They fall short versus Miami to start that one off.
I think it's going to be a good
roster
series.
change or just not having your full roster is going to come into play, but so far they have taken care of business like they did in Major 2 throughout that losers bracket side, and now they're in the same exact situation. You beat Boston Breach, you're already to Championship Sunday.
Absolutely. Both of these two teams that came out of our winners round 2 matches looking to find a way to just get themselves into the mix. Critical points still on the line for playoffs. Lots of money on the line in terms of how the season has gone. But trying to, I think most importantly, put yourself in a position to carry some favor towards maybe a finals or playoffs appearance. And I think the big stage here for Boston is, again, dealing with this guy because he has been so hard to find, so hard to kill. Looks like this time we're going to be good to go here, friends. So let's turn it up here, Boca
This guy, Joe Deceives,
We've
been
got
beast.
Toronto Ultra. We've got Boston Breach still on the Skyline hardpoint for the second time. Let's get it on.
And if you're Boston Breach, you got to come out of the gates hot. Whenever they play on Saturdays and they lose their first match, they usually just get ran over in their second one. Toronto Ultra on the other side, already coming off of a really good win. They start with 3 kills in the feed. They don't have the preferred shots they want, but now you're just soaking up time as much as you can.
And I love this for Toronto, just not overextending, just playing over towards Jim, staying away from top catwalk, giving yourself a spot to still fight over the P1 time.
Who's going in the way of Ultra?
Boston coming off their second set of spawns, though, looking decent to clear off the middle of the map. Still, though, cannot find Joe Deceives inside the hard point. He's off the regen.
Boston spawns out,
Members
though.
in front of him from Boston, but help from Kleenex gets him 2, and then Joe over the top of the hot tub finds the 3rd to get Toronto comfortable inside the hill.
Yeah, the ARs had no success on those initial gunfights, so the SMGs hit a long route. Unfortunately, that route is going to come back to bite them because now the spawns flip. Ultra can be basically perfect here at the P1. Someone's got to slip on through. Purge trying to hit the underground route. Can potentially win the one-on-one.
Okay,
He's able
big
to
kill
find
from
it,
Purge.
but now you just got to finesse a little bit longer.
Yeah, Mercury's playing around the back, trying to catch Purge off guard. Not
Big
quite
time.
able
Okay.
to. Huge double from Purge.
Purge is
Awakening
kind of
following up,
making
and it's
moves.
just down to Insight, who's instantly traded, but still a spawn in. Kleenex could potentially make this messy, and Boston are going to be late on the read as they see that number 5 in Purge is all the way out. You got to win these gunfights. Awakening trying to spam things down, but it's Merc, it's Joe. They're able to break, and Toronto right back in.
Yeah, that's too sloppy right there. If you're Boston, you find every single kill, and you're thinking, okay, we can already create an extra layer, but Snoopy
Yeah, Ultra
sitting
break back
towards
in real
bottom
quick.
bedroom allows these close spawns still for Ultra to be in towards the back end, so already making a mistake there.
Never
is
really
Breach.
let
And
Boston
now they
get
are paying
control.
for it because Ultra are still getting these close spawns. They still soak up a majority of the time, but at least Boston now have the numbers for this final 15.
Now, Joe will be taken down, kills enough time for Insight to keep the hard point neutral and find a follow-up. So again, the scrap time battle continues to look decent. Semtex comes through, but Snoopy survives through it. So a little bit of time there for Boston, but now we look over towards Kitchen, and a first blood goes the way of Joe, plus a second and damage onto Awakening. Oh, fiery start for Toronto once again.
Yeah, we already were in the rotation. You're Boston, now you're playing catch-up. You need to win a situation, and thankfully Snoopy's just going to fly through the front door to find a double. But still, you don't have the numbers. Ultra had the close spawns. The ARs locking down the middle of the map. Another 3 in the feed.
Oh,
Boston
boy.
got to take their time on this break.
And that's just another moment just to kind of individually focus on one particular player. Snoopy in their last series had a couple of moments like that where he gets 2 and then he forces the 3rd. Your teammates are right behind you. Just value your life.
free
Then all of a
2-piece
sudden
for
he
Merc.
drops, the rest of his team falls behind him. And this is what happens. Toronto gets into a position of control, and now they've got you completely pushed away, not just from P3, but also over towards 4.
Yeah, there's only 20 seconds left, so you're not going to try to contest this. You want to think about that rotation over towards New. You need to take some mid-map presence. You have already top plat, but Ultra are fully set up off the rotation. They know where those kills are going to go down. They win the first gunfight, which is the most important. Now they can fully set up for the next wave.
Mercury's going to hold over.
I need Kleenex to start getting some more kills for me.
Rest of his teammates
He might be
trying to come back
chalking
into the
my
play
hardpoint
from the
KD.
front, staggered spawns, but a couple of kills come the way of Ultra. Now they can take all their focus in towards the hill itself. Unsure if there are any Boston members still floating around the outside, but Mercules gets the call, gets the commitment, and with that, Ultra get the break.
And I love the patience right there out of the rookie.
Agreed.
Like, you just take your time. You know that, all right, we're losing gunfights in towards the hard point, but if I'm in this position, and as long as we hold down the push through the kitchen, they're never going to be able to influence that spawn again for Boston to have the numbers. So just blocking it, allowing the teammates to set up the pinch, making this hill look basically perfect.
Yeah.
Because there's only 1 kill that goes down, and Awakening gets nothing from it.
Yeah, Mercury's 7 in a row, already has a Hellstorm. You're looking at about a 100-point game, and Mercury's just getting it done with both weapons.
What streak is that he's close to getting?
Really showing up, and showing off for that matter. 130 to 37. It's anything but a game right now, as Toronto are very comfortable.
Yeah, Boston's getting smoked.
Just making a lot of mistakes there in that first set. Now you're down by 100. Forced to try to catch on up. Make them somewhat of a game, but Ultra now with the Hellstorm invested to hit all the comms, instantly put themselves in a position to have all the power spots, and now just soak up time.
I want Merc to get whatever the streak is.
Exactly what Mercules wants. Just build me a highlight reel. Just let me just go on this long streak. Maybe end up in the CDL top 5 plays of the weekend if you can put this to double digits. And yep, not done yet. Not done yet.
What streak is that?
Thieves over the top, Purge in a little bit of a trouble spot, and that's enough for
JD
to once again come up with a double. And it's just,
I think it's a chopper.
It's embarrassing right now for Boston.
Yeah, it's looking sloppy, man. A lot of mistakes so far. Only allows them to have 47 points, but this is a moment where they can start to stabilize. Awakening
Joe is
able
20
to
and
allow
8, bro.
his teammates to spawn right next to him while popping that double kill. But Ultra now have a hefty lead. They can take their time on this break attempt here towards B2.
Hercules just right back into it, 15 and 7. Long range shots on the Cammy. I mean, come on. I don't know how this guy slipped the radar for so long, but he's showing up and putting everyone on notice that, you know, you can say what you want about challengers not being enough talent down there. Hercules says, bet.
Just keep on showing why. And now Ultra still fully set up here at the Money Hill and P2.
Again, I think Envoy's point with that was there's not enough
the 200-point
talent.
mark, and now Boston really don't have any opportunity to do anything else. We got to find the fastest route to the damn hill.
This might be the biggest differential in hardpoint score on the year right now. That the one that currently owns
they were talking about
the
expansion.
Carolina matchup from Major
And they're
1.
at 12. If they want to get to 16, they have to add 4 more teams.
And for Boston, it's roll over and die in map number 1.
Basically, think of it as getting 16 Mercules.
You can just tell, like, right off the
it's just not.
Like,
it's
you
not
want
likely.
the gunfights. You had the spawns that you want, but just doing an extra step instead of step number 1, you allow the spawns to get a little bit mixy, and Ultra are able to capitalize on it. Now Boston win the rotation over towards P3. Already lose the initial gunfight. You're finding trades around that mid-map area to still give yourself a chance. But Joe finds a double. Now here comes Toronto.
24 and 13 for Joe since the minute 23. He is literally just triple doubling through all these hardpoint lobbies. He has been unbelievable. Inside
Joe's doing whatever he wants, man.
To kind of just work on this pinch through mid. Nice shots on the Purge. Follow up his pair. Joe deceives. Nothing about this gives you any intention that he's not a top SMG in the game. Snoopy able to provide a double to keep Boston going, but they're limping at this point.
Yeah, realistically now, if you're Boston Breach, you're just trying to fight and show some momentum, potentially to go into this map number 2.
This was not the Cammy that we played against.
Especially when Ultra have the lead that they do.
The last major, I'll tell you that.
All the jump time that they want. A clean 4 dead. 10 seconds remaining here. Boston Breach now have to think about that rotation, but you're already late to the party.
Yeah, think about the rotation's one thing. Doing it is another. As inside, backside tub takes care of Purge. Hardpoint opens. Go to Thieves in a little bit of trouble, or is he? He still
this
gets
map
one.
Is a
and now you just got to find Cammy as the last elimination. Kleenex deals with it, and that just may be game right there. Purge going to try to take a peek inside the hard point, but nothing,
there you go.
man.
Keep feeding. Yep, keep feeding Kleenex, please. Come on, one more, Cammy, get there.
Smackdown, map number 1.
Oh my God. It's crazy how, like,
Gold, trust me, I know he
doesn't come in with their full roster.
He signed my controller.
They come out and look like they've been playing for months together. It's just so
He signed my controller that I had.
They have over there in the Ultra print is absolute perfection. When you talk about the teamwork aspect, you're dominating off the rotations. When you need to find a break, you made it look easy every single time. And your setups were beautiful again on a map like Skyline. It was their best as an organization.
Yeah.
Like their best hardpoint game without question, but you're at a more consistent player, a more aggressive player in Mercules who can go between ARs and SMGs. They're just having so much fun right now on Skyline.
22 and 15 for Mercules, 20 non-traded. Mercy. Joe Thieves 29 and 16, just continuing to stat pad his hardpoint KD throughout this major to the point.
And again, like you talk about, and I think I just want everyone to really listen into this because
Hercules 22 and
Hercules is
15, Joe
lights out.
Thieves 29 and 16.
He has what it takes to play at this level. Clearly, that's been the case. But there's also the idea around the fact that Toronto Ultra have built
Boston.
a protocol, built a system that is
Boston
plug and
might
play.
be
We talked
done
about this a lot for all of you.
They might be
super nerds
cooked.
that
I mean,
watch
if
Challengers
everything
with us.
continues in the trend that it has been,
2 players would retain
might
from
be
roster
cooked.
to roster.
Might
you
be
plug
a
someone in, the
quick
team's still
3-0 or
dominant.
3-1.
We're seeing that happen here, but at the highest level. And I think that's not just credit to Mercules being great as a rookie, but also the system that Toronto has already put together.
Yeah, realistically, he went through the same exact situation with Omen Brooks. Correct. Because there were people who already got called up back to the big league. So, all right, Dylan Rex was my teammate before. Okay, let me switch that up. Now I got to add Prolud into the mix. But still, he's able to prevail in those situations. When you think that, okay, we're not going to stand a chance. This is a new roster. We don't really have a lot of practice. No,
I mean, at this point, it's almost like you're waiting for him to have a bad map.
When you're an assistant
like,
player, you can fit
I
in
feel like
wherever they have
it's
a
bound
good
to
one
happen.
going.
But
Ultra,
he just keeps
definitely
showing out.
showing why they've always
Every
been
single map, he
consistent
keeps
in
showing
CDL.
out.
They
Every
dominated in map
series.
number 1. Now we're going into a search and destroy where as a roster, this is going to be the moment where they need to show what it's like to have not your full team here. But the good thing for them is that they already tested it. They got ran by Miami. Let's run it back on dealership.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those moments that, again, day number 1, there is a little bit of like, we just got to get our feet planted. Like, let's just make sure we're good, we're vibing. And well, I think the thing about it was the vibes portion of it was big. I think when we first talked to Mercules after their win in the lower bracket round 1, you know, Blaze had asked Mercules the question, what is it like playing next to Joe Thieves? It's like, you look over at that guy, he's hyping you up, he's giving you vibes, he's giving you smiles. It does get you comfortable. And I think that's the biggest thing when you add somebody new to the mix that has never played at this level before, really hasn't even played with people at this level before. Get him comfortable. And it looks like Mercules has been more than that, at least today.
I feel like Toronto's like the perfect team for that as well.
Agreed.
Because when you jump into a listen and everyone's just calm, cool, and collected.
That's
like, okay,
true,
let's
too.
just take care of business. Kleenex
Ultra has
fit.
probably
Joe
the
Thieves
calmest.
Got the guy feeling like, all right, this is my best friend. And remember, Joe's like right there with him in age, but he's like his big bro so far on the stage. And he's got to be feeling so good just looking at his
He looks like a proud older brother.
He's like, wow, we found the perfect guy.
Is there like I'm just going to throw this. This is a waffle, so go with me. Is there a level of like Beans watching this and be like, I kind of want Mercules to start playing a little bit worse? Like,
nah, not really. Because Merc is such a young rookie that, you know, he's just opening doors for himself. Beans knows, I'm an established player for Toronto Ultra. Unfortunately, situations happen.
I mean,
can't make it out
you
to
would hope
Major
that's
3.
the case.
And realistically, like I said, before the series started, I just got my pom-poms out. How deep can they go with the young rook?
well, here's taking a look at the search and destroy results at the major so far. Mercules, really, to be fair, that opening duel win percentage is deceiving because he's not really in many. That may be just a couple of first bloods here or there, but most importantly, the KD's been great. The average damage per round has been great, which is not a stat we talk about often, but as a support AR on a lot of these search and destroy hits, he's getting a lot of assists and opening up space for his SMGs to find easy kills.
Oh yeah, he's doing his thing, but on the opposite side, Giga,
what map is this,
please
S&D?
spawn in right here. There's a 1.5 in search and destroy. 100% in your opening duels. You're going to need it to be effective here on this dealership because you just got ran as well by Vancouver. You can only find success on 2 defensive rounds. Offenses need to have more strategies or at least create extra layers where people realistically aren't scared. If you're going to push towards A, you get somewhat of those cars controlled. You just got to buy your life until that objective gets down.
Ultra played us well on this map.
After watching Toronto get handled by Miami on this map and how Miami were able to find success, it was getting through the site, scaling deep, and then Thieves just shut that all down. So you go, whoa, okay, maybe there's a level of that. Whereas on the other side, Boston, like you said, a couple of lucky rounds against Vancouver is what I would call it, with the first blood onto Abusa and a Ninja Defuse. But outside of that, not much to speak of for either of these two teams. So feels like a square up map here and one that is necessary for Boston.
Yeah, and Ultra last go around versus Miami didn't get a single first blood and a 6-1 loss. So let's try to turn that around here, and they're already potentially going to catch them off guard. Should be thinking the rotation to B is going to be free, but
quick
2
trade
players from
from
Toronto,
Cammy, though.
they're to contest them. You're making it 2v2.
Quick
Trades
trades.
are decent, and Joe is going to be held at mid a little bit, but Purge tries to hunt him down, tries to teamwork this, and that's just not going to be a play that finds any success. And honestly, Boston kind of put themselves in the middle of a blunder.
Yeah, it's just tough. Like, if you don't commit immediately over towards A, obviously in round number 1, you have no trophy systems to work with. They were just trying to probably bait out the taxes on that side of the map.
All I'm saying is if the Thieves are frying tomorrow against Surge, I'm going to need a listen in.
Ultra get active.
I'm going to need a listen in because
effective on the trades to make
I
it 2v2.
know the energy would be
Joe Thieves is in the right position. Ready for a trade, finds one, gets the info on the other, and sets up Mercules to call out the round.
I've been disappointed that we haven't gotten to hear a Thieves listening this weekend.
The island AR for their defense. That round, it's just no one. We're just going to all run at you. So that could be something we see come through in the future. Hercules going to play by himself on the B side of the map. The rest of Ultra feeling things out at A. And it's just Cammy trying to read contact info. He's not trying to find a battle. He just wants to see if he can get any info, and he's seen enough to move the defense over.
But that trophy is going to be in a very difficult spot. Because if you can spot that and shoot that out, then you can invest your attacks, but you're just trying to back them down if you're Ultra. Allow this opening for the player on the pinch in Mercules to take a lot of space at B.
He's got a sub too. So now you've got that scaled deep player. Garage door opens, he hears all of that. Or he's just waiting for the rest of the team to come back through. Snoopy still able to find the trade, 2v2. Joe trying to move a little bit further forward. Meanwhile, Insight seeing if he can catch anything over towards mid. Timing is good for one, but not the second. We got a 1v1.
1v1.
Another 1v1. Snoopy beat Joe to
Joe and Snoopy.
Gonna be able to spot him. Joe's gonna come in on the gunfight. Back and forth we go. SMG battle is Mixie, and Snoopy is able to come out on top. Boston tied the game.
I love that commitment from Snoopy. Just do not sit in that top office position. Force that gunfight to happen on your terms, even though a couple of tags have come into you. Love that call.
And you know what catches them off guard right there is Mercury's position. You hear the garage door open. Someone fully commits on the side of Boston Breach. And if you are the rest of Toronto, you're thinking, okay, there's nowhere they're going to come through Shaq. Like, Merc is pushed out on that angle. But you slip right by him, find that kill, make it Mixie in that moment, and then once you turn it into a 1v1, Snoopy just had to jump on Joe. So able to tie the game. Trophy systems now on both ends. Boston, a little bit more commitment now on their push.
Yeah, looking to just hit over towards small. Stuns nades quickly over. Mercules the one playing deep side over towards back of A. Joe and Kleenex feeling things out at middle. Haven't seen anything yet. Trophy down late for Boston. And Joe just gets caught trying to run through the garage door.
And it looks like they should get bombed down.
Getting planted. You have the numbers advantage. Purge still going to hold this aggressive angle for anyone sliding on out. But Cammy with the AR is able to take down Merc. 4v2. Don't let this one slip.
No, and inside dropping means that this post plant is very dynamic. A couple of players through the site. A couple of players on the backside for the clutch. And Purge has seen Kleenex. Lots of damage, Khaled, but no kill.
Weak.
And with only 20 seconds remaining, it looks like Kleenex may run out of time for this play.
Damn.
And Purge will make sure of that. Boston, couple in a row now.
Boston take advantage of what's given to them. Okay, no one's getting aggressive over towards car. We got trophy systems this time, and our SMGs are in really good positions to take space away. I don't know if it was Joe DeCease who shot the garage door open, or someone from Boston did, but he just walks right into the preamble Purge for the first blood. And once Cammy finds that second and the bomb is down, just an easy round there for Boston to secure it.
First blood's reflecting the score on the scoreboard. Boston with 2, Ultra with 1. Toronto, trophy system on the corner. Boston, 4-man hit.
Oh, wow.
Through mid and B.
Yeah, they're all going mid.
And it's going to be on the inside to get a read on this while the bomb gets planted.
Bomb's going to get planted, and Inside's also able to get one and almost get on now. Still allowed time for his teammates to get back into the play. 4v2, instant 2v2. What a nade there from Snoopy.
But the bomb does get
Crazy
planted.
nade from Snoopy.
Kleenex gets a read that there is pressure through mid. Deep slide for Snoopy.
Oh my God, and a big win.
Looked weird on our perspective. We broke the game.
Snoopy for the
now
ace.
He's on 3 in a row. Question marks to where Insight has gone on this post plant. Is he in enough of a spot to get both? First one's clean, but not the second.
Snoopy
clutches
ace.
up again.
And that's an ace.
Oh my
right there from the young rook.
gosh.
Snoop just went crazy. The nade over
Crazy
the top.
nade.
Able to land right next to a car bomb, find the opening, double, find the isolation onto Kleenex, and do not let him get out your sights.
That's got to be so frustrating if you're
And just
Ultra.
in the right position to find that trade onto Insight. That looked to be an easy round there for Ultra.
Yeah.
But Snoopy just said, no, that's mine.
Yep. Exploding cars 101.
You
right?
go up.
That is a lot of it. Because
In
the
lives
first blood
4-2,
Insight, the follow-up
get the
Kleenex,
bomb down, you're
an
feeling
immediate
good.
4v2 with the bomb being
And
planted.
then
If you're Toronto, you're like, all right, we're chilling.
Get blown up by a nade and a car bomb.
18 bombs go off around that A site.
That's tough.
Boston back on the attack. Switch up the pace tremendously. Trophy goes down in the middle of the map. You take mid away from them, and now your options are everywhere.
That trophy does get exploded, though. So some of these late nades are landing. Snoopy tagged heavily. But
But like you mentioned, middle of the map, owned by Boston, and Ultra have to be wary of this. I mean, Joe and Kleenex have to watch this cross angle.
Yeah, Purge took a lot of space on B here as well.
Realistically, now you're just playing for a retake.
Yeah,
Ultra.
Oh, Insight gets a pick though.
But Insight finds the angle. Now you have the numbers if you are Ultra. Let's just retake it together. Play the trades.
Yeah. Thing about this is Purge has gotten in towards Shaq. This is a good spot to still be able to successfully
That
find a
rock
3v4.
down.
Bomb should safely be planted. Ultra have to re-clear mid, and they're going to send Mercules to help out for that mission. Cammy, does he see enough? Sees the top of one. I don't know about double stacking here. They're trying to push through, thinking if Ultra's going to retake through mid, we can just push over, but I don't like that call at all. And they're going to get punished for it, leaving a big wake by himself. 1v4 doesn't the benefit of the clock.
Damn, Kleenex for 3 and give me that
like,
defuse.
you see that
Yes,
Ultra
sir,
reclaiming
Kleenex.
mid, you
I
want to try
love
to
that
get
out of you,
through the
kid.
A site, but I just don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, Cammy just thought that they had the advantage on that side.
Yeah.
Like,
I should look
spot
at
them,
my
at least a couple players through the
my
middle of the map.
fantasy, how it's doing
let's just
right
try
now.
to play our numbers on an opposite side.
How are we
Forcing them
looking?
to waste a lot of time to locate someone around that mid-map area, but when they make that decision, everybody from Toronto just wraps on back.
Yeah.
They play their numbers to perfection. They're able to isolate in the 3v2
How
over
are
towards
we
the side.
looking right
Shaq
now?
take care of both of them. And then Awakening left in the 1v4 stands no chance.
Ooh, let's go. I'm up
Ultra
4-7.
able to stop the bleeding, secure their second round. Back
The
to
guy I'm
attack
playing
they
has
go with
Super and
Kleenex that time,
Hydra.
finding 3.
Yeah. Defensively, Boston, again, they've been playing a very good, restrictive defense.
Okay,
Losing
okay.
out the initial
Only
first
thing
two
we're
months of the
really
last round
losing
still
on
doesn't
is
make a
S&D
difference.
now, so
What do you call here?
Kleenex can do
3 defenders, quick.
do some work
Owning
for me in this
arches at
S&D.
B
That
for
would be
Boston.
nice.
Cammy, the only one
Try
over
and get a
towards
little
the
more
site, who's
padding.
going forward with a trophy system at his feet.
Yeah, he gained the info.
Yep.
This is where the play's going to come
RC.
on in. Let's invest in RC car, and that might come back to bite him because realistically, you need all them car bombs to blow up if you want to have a successful chance at a retake. But now you can take your time if you're Ultra. Everything's already invested. We can sneak our way up for the objective.
Yeah, but Boston, yeah, this is exactly
get
the right
out.
call for Ultra. They're going to get a read that Boston want to contest this site. They don't want to let the bomb get down at all. Maybe somewhat because all those car bombs are gone. So they will clear out A. Now the re-wrap back. Mercules has slipped through just a touch, but has to hope he still finds timing. This is not a guaranteed one-for-one spot.
He never saw Snoop.
He's right next to him. Be able to spot Purge. The jump over is going to give him the first blood. So now if you're Ultra,
You can
That was a
30 seconds
freebie.
left. Yeah, re-wrap it.
Yep. You've got mid-map essentially dominated. Boston is not going to be able to use that as a linchpin to reach over
Cam is
towards
going to
A.
have to make a play.
Maybe a couple of
They gotta
taps.
do
Actually,
something.
Purge has cleared out mid, but Ultra continued to just go back and forth, little tug of war, and they're going to find a wide open B site.
Oh man, back and forth.
Damn.
I'm gonna go here. Nope, I'm going there. No,
Wake.
you think I'm going there? No, I'm actually
Nice
gonna be
shot.
at the other
Wake.
side. Now Ultra get the bomb
mind.
planted.
Not
Awakening
able.
is gonna fall. Purge. Now your turn for a 1v4.
First one's clean. Second one may still make itself available.
Ooh,
Shots.
good
now
shots.
to the 1v2. Still plenty of time for him to get the reset. Just comes down to this next battle. It's going to have to be likely at range. I imagine someone called out that you just saw, Joe. But JD's out of there. AR picked up. Clean opening shots, but inside on the opposite angle. Makes safe the post plant. And Ultra tie us up at 3.
Purge
That's just
ripped
impossible round
Kleenex.
to try to win there if you're Boston. First blood goes in favor of Mercules, was able to slip through the middle of the map onto Snoopy. And then, okay, we're knowing that the play was going to go over towards A. Cammy gives the info. They're trying to fight it because that's your best chance. With one player committing on the bomb plant is 3 guns versus 3 guns. But just too much time left. Realistically, not that much time, but Ultra just with the perfect game plan. I'm going to show Faze here. No, I'm actually going here. All right, we got another kill. No, I'm going right back. So,
Yeah.
perfect game plan there for Ultra to side of game.
And that's just good awareness, knowing what your numbers provide in terms of advantage.
3-3.
Boston can't keep challenging mid on you. So tied at 3. Mercules, again, the sole defender over towards A. Trophy system to keep him safe from incoming nades. Last time they did this, Joe overpeaked through garage door. This time, no such contact. But Toronto are way back at this site. And this retake's going to take a minute.
Oh, but the RC car's going to have
Ooh.
Purge weak, so he can't commit on an angle that he once wanted. Now this is where you can take some space if you're Ultra. They strike for
Okay,
the
first blood for Merc.
He's still tucked, though. Trophy system getting some work done for Boston's post plant. Nice opening shots from Snoopy. One more in front of him. The jab comes through, but Insight denies it. Awakening for the trade. Trying to find one more in the corner. Big
Wait
wake.
for 2.
He's got help. Insight able to turn us to
1v1.
1v1. Cammy on the back side of the corner. 12 seconds. Cammy has the clock.
No way.
How do you
He's
play
gotta
this
check
if you're
it.
Insight? There's the
Yep.
shoulder. And
Dang.
Cammy saves the round. Advantage to Boston.
Yeah, that's his only play right there. Inside knows I can't play chase. I need to try to stick on the defuse, and
Really
thankfully
good.
Awakening was the deciding factor on that round.
Miami, they
Find the first blood there for your Ultra. The trade comes in from Snoopy.
Like,
Now you have the
very
man-up advantage,
fast
but
units.
Awakening finding a double
Yeah. Very
makes
fast.
it more manageable for the rest of his team to just play the game
Breach
clock
and
to
Ultra.
perfection. Boston take the advantage.
And then last match is Faze
Big round
and
from Cam.
Miami.
Actually, it really is a big round from Snoopy right there to stay tucked, find one.
And Giga.
Yeah. And we played Miami
Next
on
attack
their
for
best
Ultra.
search and
Four-man
destroy map.
stack over
And
towards the A
6-0.
corner. Trophy down. Cammy playing
6-0.
forward once again. This is a read. Cammy's like, you can't fall here if you're Cammy. So
It was
he
dirty.
backs off. A lot of utility spent though for Toronto as cars explode all over the A site.
Yeah.
Still got nothing done though at the safe side.
Oh.
Potentially trying to pull the setup from Ultra, but with a minute left still to work with. Still committed at A.
Think about the last time Ultra did this. Mercules was the island player towards B, and Boston are making sure they're committed to watching for that OE, but Mercules is not there. Instead, he's here helping out for this plant. So it's going to be a 4v4. Purge trying to get something done through vent, but shut down. Joda seems to follow up. Cammy for one, slips away. Does he get a look at a second? No, Ultra too quick. And we're tied again, this time at 4.
Yeah, they take their
That
time
works.
on that round. Wait for all the tax to get invested. Use all their tax initially to force Cammy to reposition.
Did you eat at work?
And once there are a couple nades and stuns getting invested, pinch is already being watched. You can plant the
I don't
bomb
really
on
know
the
what to
front
have,
side of that
that's the
site.
problem.
Gives you a better angle, or doesn't really allow the nades
I
to be effective
had
there.
2 eggs.
Ultra perfect on their
Cheerios.
first plant, tie the game.
And it's just the conditioning that Ultra have built into the Boston mindset defensively, where we're always re-wrapping, re-hitting. We got a pinch. So this round, you just cut noise, create so much doubt. You get an advantage with your numbers. Boston, though, back on for the round 9 offense. Nades cooked.
I
Mercury is
didn't want to
playing
do
a
that
different
'cause
corner
I was
here.
going to have a lot of liquid in my
And
system.
he's got an SMG. Again, they're so focused
Yeah,
on
and I
Boston on
had some
playing that back
chips.
corner. They don't check the
Full
early
mention I
one.
had some
Trade
chips.
is out, but damage done 3v3.
Yeah, it's a big first kill right there from Hercules to at least guarantee one
Kendall
before
said
the
hi,
trade
Gold.
comes in. So now Boston are going to have their head on a swivel. Gonna look for the right time to work this objective, and RC Car is going to get invested to just keep them away from this
He
game
wants to
bomb
know
for
if
as long as they
you
possibly
guys still
can.
have beef.
So with 50 seconds to go. Someone's got to recover the bomb eventually.
Yep. Purge will watch the vent. Cammy will work on the plant. If you're
I would
Ultra,
just wait.
how do you work this
Another car.
retake? RC comes
No.
out, Purge, tag, but still finds
Yeah,
one.
just some chat today.
Unreal stuff from Purge. Now off the regen, looking for more, and it will get more.
2v1.
JD to the 1v2. This would be a 1v3
He said
in all
ask her.
technicality.
She's the one with the beef,
He knows where
not
both
me.
players are, but this is just going to be a shoulder fest. Early tags to Cammy. Here's the double stack. He finds one, but not the second. That's brilliant from Purge at 25 HP to find 2.
That's insane out of Purge. That's not supposed to happen, especially with all the car bombs and everything that was invested. Simply shut them down at this A-star or make them a lot weaker on their post-plant setup. But Mr. Purge A, having a big moment there for Boston.
Yeah.
He's able to walk away with 2, and he's the only one
Thank
who
you, baby.
falls. You give your team the man advantage to close out the round. Boston at game point.
Yeah, you got a
That's
flak
probably the
jacket,
one I had for
courtesy of
breakfast. Or that
Balenciaga
I
right
used
there,
for
soaking
breakfast.
up all that damage.
Guys,
Probably,
ball,
yeah.
First
Tell
class, Balenciaga jacket, everything.
Is it the one that was just sitting out?
See if Toronto could get us to around 11. 2-2
Yeah,
split.
then that was the
Different
one
look
I
here for
used.
Ultra. Haven't seen this before with no information early towards A.
He said she
Next
got
to
jealous
Mercules,
that I would rather
putting
give
a lot
love
of
to
focus on the
Ollie
B
and not
point.
her.
Follow-up stun just to try to keep
what he
Boston
said.
interested.
Huh?
But once again, Cammy,
Yeah.
the island defender, is going to get a read that Toronto are still invested in A.
And then instantly wrap it back. You already see Purge showing face through the garage door, and
She said she just
you know
deserved
they're
a
going to be
hello,
into the
but
play.
I
And
guess that's
Cammy's
too
able to
much
strike
to
for
ask
that
for
first
these
blood.
days.
Toronto got to slow it down.
Yeah, I just can't though. I mean, Joda seems a sure
Oh.
yeah, did their bomb carrier.
Car bomb.
And he was looking to play forward. Kleenex last
Oh,
one left
Kleenex in
alive.
1v4.
Shots to Snoopy,
the bread.
decent, but it would have to be a 1v4. And here comes the rest of Breach.
Oh, and he's
Stun will
stunned, he's
land.
cooked.
And they're just going to make sure there's no exit available for Kleenex.
They don't even give him an opportunity. He's just going to be trapped in the middle of the map, and Boston
right.
Breach.
Boston
able to
ties
come
up the
back,
series.
Tie the series up on the search to destroy. Everyone had a big moment.
Yeah,
Purge
I do,
open up
but it
with
gives
double
me
kills
heartburn.
over towards A. Awakening doing the same thing over towards A. I think the difference of this map was literally the success at that site.
I haven't had
because
it in a
Toronto
while,
only able to
actually.
find 1 or 2 offenses. One offense went over with multiple rotations over towards the
No,
B
I'm
site.
alright.
The one time that they had A, they found
you, though.
multiple first kills. but Boston was just
Oh,
a
I
lot
keep
more
forgetting
successful
that
on their
I have
offensive
the
approach.
prosciutto,
Yep, I
too.
think there's a level of ultra. I think what their idea is right. I think it's just like
know.
think of a couple of rounds in particular, like
It's
that
'cause
one
it's
that
in the
Hercules
drawer.
is in towards Shaq. He hears the
It's 'cause
garage.
it's in the drawer, and I
imagine
never
he
check
hears
in the
garage.
drawer.
Better.
But I think the thing about it is like reflecting
Also,
on how
Gold
Hercules plays
said
church
puppies
with
over
Brooklyn.
people, lol.
He's like, I'm gonna call this out behind me and trust my teammates
Yeah.
are gonna get this
And
kill, so I
Destiny
can
said
still stay
crazy
tucked.
comms.
I just don't know if the rotation was fully there yet for Toronto to actually beat that player to the cross. So you talk about that round. You talk
Kendall
about a
said
couple of
Destiny
1v1s
will
from
give her
Snoopy. Clutch, really all it is, because even the first blood battle, I believe, still lent towards
Toronto.
Ultra's favor. So it does level, it gets you to the level set of, like, again, clutch moments from Breach in a couple of different ways.
And it's good to see because Boston usually, if they lose their match on Saturday, they roll over and die in the second match. So showing some fight there in that Search and Destroy potentially gives them some momentum going into the rest of this series. But the next two maps are absolute square-ups, and I can't wait for them.
Maps are out
see.
for
We'll head
Faze
back
in
to the desk
Miami.
for their thoughts before we jump back to the control.
1-1.
What do we got?
That's right, my Boston
What are
Breach
we
is
looking
very
at?
much fighting. Toronto Ultra, though, 100-point clubbing them in the hard point. Can we talk about my win first? And because I am now the only Awakening fan on the set.
Right now, you truly are.
Search and Destroy.
You did pick them. The Search and Destroy was wonderful. I mean, Toronto had a couple of good rounds. Their offenses, you saw them like toying with them with the rat backs, and then you see Boston having to adjust in that final round. Just beautifully
Vault,
played.
Proto,
playing out of spawn,
Hasi
not letting
dealership.
Toronto dictate the round. They exactly have to play that.
Well,
let's take a look at some of the best moments from Game 2.
Miami doesn't get their
Search and Destroy
best
on
Search and
dealership.
Destroy
It's
map.
explosive. It's fun. But how did it unwind?
Well, I feel like Faze has looked pretty good at recently.
The sign of life here for me for Boston getting a win here. I mean, the respawns have not been
Hasi,
ideal, and that is not going to help you in the long
ban
run.
Hasi control.
It was this. I mean, this was thunderous.
But
Sorry to
Hasi
cut
was
you
in
off.
Hasi
It's a
Hardpoint
two-piece
was in
nade over the
our
top, jumps
series
through
as
guns,
well. We
connect,
just didn't
and
get
then
there,
gets the
obviously.
ace. Like,
And
as soon as
then,
that
oh, I
happens,
guess
you felt
dealership
like
for
a
map
dealership
5. So
in Boston's brain, like they got
really,
100 point club that map number 1. And it was like,
if
okay,
Miami's
we
able to
even out
take it
this
the
series,
distance,
there's no harm, no foul.
you know,
Some
maybe
big
things,
plays by Wake in that round
maybe
of
things
finds
work
two,
out
and
in their
then
favor.
finds another massive 2
But
on a later round.
they're going to
on
have to
offense.
take it the
And I think I
distance,
really
I think.
appreciated the attack up. Boston Breach felt the entirety of this dealership, just kind of forcing that.
I don't know if I see that
showing
happening.
towards A and forcing those bomb plants, I think, really makes it uncomfortable for Toronto Ultra because Boston's one of the few teams that will send a player up to get into your base post-plant. And then also just a lot of clutches from the side of Boston Breach. I mean, I think they the casters touched on it really well of just like winning your ones, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they got some miracle two-piece on this map. You saw Giga's two-piece, like pushing the issue on their offensive rounds. Yeah, Boston, you know, playing dealership, they look prepared. A different story from the last time we saw them.
Can I put forward a scary prospect right now? That I mean, Toronto has been great. The honeymoon period has been electrifying. They've got this far.
I'm gonna need a bib.
Now that they're facing a little
I said
bit
I'm
of
gonna need a
adversity.
bib.
Again, like 79 is the same.
Wait a minute.
Has there a little hole in the armor now? Is the chainmail just come undone a little bit?
There is, because you're talking about a Boston team now, I believe 7-0 in control, and
All
even
right, chat,
after
I'm
getting
gonna go
cooked
pee
by
real quick.
Surge, like
I
you
will be
still
right
want
back.
that control. We're going back to ball. So, I mean, you do have a unique opportunity here. As we revisit map number 1, Skyline, you look at this team, man.
Joe
Mercury's
Deceives
so good.
playground.
Joe Deceives just insane. Like, don't play them on this map.
What do you got for me, Rally Cats? Go ahead, talk bad about my Boston team.
It's a 6-4. I mean, do we forget what this map 1 looked like? This was absolute domination across the board. Merc goes on a 10 spree, guys. I mean, absolutely disgusting out of Toronto Ultra in this map number 1. And we're talking about a Skyline that Boston like to play, right? Like, they forced it in the Vancouver Surge series. It hasn't been panning out, clearly. But they do like to play this map to try and get Snoopy and Purge warm earlier on into the series. And Toronto Ultra's been a solid control team. It's about 50-50 for them right now. It's obviously tough going against the Boston Breach, but I don't know. I think what they've pulled off so far is already insane.
They are a solid control team. That team up there is missing a key piece of what that team has done in control. It's still, for me, a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, Boston are headed in back-to-back their best maps, right? So
Y'all can
it's your
hate
best
on my
opportunity.
Boston team, but they have one guy at the helm. He goes by the name of Purge J, and this is how he handles adversity, Alley Cat.
How's he doing?
All right, listen, bro, it's all good, bro, but we got to lock the right now, bro. We're doing dumb-ass fucking literally dumb need to lock in right now, bro. We don't have a choice, bro. Right now, we need to lock in, bro. We're doing first P2, we literally just killed all 4 people, and we're nowhere near the hill. None of us, bro.
We just need to lock in, bro.
I mean, I love that, right? Because
Yeah.
it's like he knows what they're capable of, and he also played with authority in that game too. I mean, you saw so many plays of him out there in the fire, like pushing up A Street, trying to make plays, and it's difficult, man. You got to back up, hide behind a car, and the timing is so small, the window of opportunity that you have, and multiple times him seizing that. So Purge, in his game and in the communication, like letting this team know we
definitely
still got
going to be.
High dive, swan dive, Boston in 5. Back to you guys.
No, you're good.
Slick.
Thank you, baby.
Fuck it. Doesn't happen often. When it does, it's special. It's like a lunar eclipse. Yeah, we got a really good one here because, again, the storyline almost writes itself. Boston have been flawless when it comes to control.
I gotta be careful with this one.
Not something that you would have figured based on how the season had gone for them. Just a light switch kind of gets flipped, and they're good to go. For Toronto, still trying to like work things out a little bit with Mercules, but they have gotten a lot of reps on Vault.
Yeah, every single series that they played so far this weekend has all been Vault. Thankfully, the last one was pretty dominant. Their defense, they were able to fill all the proper gaps, find every single trade, and just make the game a whole lot easier. But
like to tear.
I was making sure. Obviously, I communicate with a bunch of the players. Purge knows how important this Vault control is. I said, you bring that Vault control the same way you did online. That's going to allow you to have a deeper run into some tournaments. So the biggest map in this series, without question, right here in map number 3. Boston, even though they got smoked in their last series versus Vancouver, this was a clean 3-0 with an insane offensive win, which just realistically they shouldn't have gotten.
Yeah.
But you got to be prepared for the sling because Ultra is so good at just filling the gaps.
I mean, Boston.
All right, let's see how it's going to be. It's going to be Boston
could go up in the series here with how they've looked in control.
And eyes immediately in towards the A point. Battle over towards the right side hallway. Even exchange to this point. Snoopy trying to turn the tides. Pistol out, just trying to find whatever damage he can. But the rest of his teammates have cleaned things up, and Boston are on.
Yeah, already have the numbers advantage. Cammy's able to find a double. You locate the last player in Mercules. Not everybody else coming off the respawn. First segment already guaranteed, and they might be able to catch a couple more because Purge isn't letting them out of their spawn for free.
Nope, not at all. CleanX does slip over towards top catwalk, but the stack has allowed 2 ticks to already come through, halfway through the third as well. But again, damage is here. Toronto want to get this a go. Can they get there in time? There's the full clean, and right before the third tick gets locked, Toronto get the recontest and a little bit of depletion.
And you already have Insight pushing over towards him, and he loves it. That's his happy place. Just influence the spawns for them to always overdo poolside every single chance that you get. And Snoopy knowing, all right, my teammate spawn to my left. Someone's got to be in this position, but Insight able to find that kill. Teammate still slaying around the middle of the map.
That would have been a crazy win from Snoopy.
Already shut down on the side of Boston.
Great bounce back for Ultra. Again, manipulating spawns, finding advantages. That is a unreal gunfight. Purge only gets one. Hercules putting pressure on the spawns. Cammy being tagged from multiple members, and it's a clean kill feed for Ultra. Cammy just trying to dance, but that's a dance with the devil. Leaving Awakening and the rest of the team to spawn towards Pool again.
There we go, CleanX.
Keep on going towards Pool, but they're not taking their time to wrap back through their spawn because realistically, they don't have time to work with. Only 30 seconds to go. You thought 8 was going to be done and dusted, and now you can't leave your spawn. Down by 9 lives. Mercules just finesse a little bit longer because this has been dominant ever since that break off.
Yep, and he's going to get a read on everyone trying to hit over towards gold. One more underneath. Mercules, no, surprised by Cammy. Exit has been earned, but it's an 18v9. Right now, if you're Boston, you're just hoping and praying you can find one more tick of progress before you go to the defense.
And they might not have an opportunity to do so. Only pressure they have is over towards Top Cat, so you're going to drop down right into the pre-aim of CleanX, but Purge on the pinch.
I mean,
gives them an opportunity here. Wins his
they did make a crazy play
Third segment
Surge.
is going to be locked. Do Boston have another miracle in them?
It's
they
not
do it
done
again?
yet. It's 15v7. Doesn't allow for many respawns to come through, but one clean break. Maybe you get it up a couple extra segments over towards B. That's what Boston are hoping for. Snoopy deals with the trade onto CleanX. Cammy thinking about working over towards Vault Stairs. The big question mark here, the big problem spot for Boston is how do you get Palms control? Because you cannot just allow Ultra to sit outside the zone, when that's exactly where they're pinned up at.
Yeah, you unfortunately also don't really have lives to work with, so no more respawn. Purge trying to work on the pinch to potentially at least secure one segment at this B point. Gonna come up behind one, but Cammy's already gonna fall. Purge, I'm not gonna lie, let's just pat stats a little bit.
Oh, he's gonna jump onto the zone, and Ultra will deal with him. But still, 3 ticks after what looked to be a pretty indomitable setup for the spawn trap is not bad news for Boston.
Now, without question, but they would probably think we should have gotten more off of that round.
Oh, for sure.
Like, you have a great break off, you guarantee the first 2 segments, the last push that Toronto had, an opportunity to work their way back in towards A. They make it count and don't give you any breathing room after that. 3 segments to your name if you are Boston, but Toronto take the first round.
Very comfortable.
That's a good start from Ultra.
Thieves 10-6 in the round. Mercury's 7-3. It's been consistent. I mean, this is next level debut. We'll talk more about that at the end of the major for sure, but this has been a next level debut for Merc. So Ultra on the offense, Boston have been really good defensively on this map in particular. A Mercury's for first blood. Jodeci's following it up, finds a second, and Snoopy gets traded. Ultra on the zone.
Oh, big double right there. To give your teammates a chance. Now off the respawn to still contest it, not allow these segments to be guaranteed on the side of Ultra. Insight's gonna have his hands full. Let's just try to get lost. Drop down in towards Vault. Finesse a little bit more for your teammates to get back into play.
Kleenex is 11 and 5. I love it.
Success done over towards Catwalk. That allows an opportunity for the rest of Ultra to start.
Good finesse.
Yeah, getting over towards the top side, but Purge has done well to catch two, leaving just a 1v1 for Awakening. Boston defensively on this map have been really, really solid, and maybe the best right now, maybe outside of Thieves, honestly.
They have figured out their control game at the right time to close out the season. This is where they needed to show improvements, because spawning into a series down 0-1 is never ideal if you want to take down some of the top teams. So the improvements in this game most specifically has allowed Boston to compete with the top dogs and Purge. Another massive double, all four dead. Ultra don't even have a segment and only got 30 seconds.
Good win though from Kleenex. Follow-up from Hercules is decent as well. Awakening is committed onto this play.
Yeah, this is a solid defense.
Still hang here. Just have a little bit of a conversation with Kleenex. An aggressive game of tag.
They can close it out.
Both players will
with
back
no
away.
ticks.
Ultra stop the clock at 22 seconds on the A zone. No pinch allowed for Awakening. Purge also shut down. That's 3 dead, leaving Snoopy by himself. And he's up top. Has a good look at Joe. A couple of tags are through, but we'll give up on it instead. Deal with the spawners.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's trying to do. Find a couple spawn kills. Make it easier for my teammates who are flooding their way through line. Second segment is already locked, and Snoopy stays alive for so long. That
and they already have so much map pressure.
Before that third one gets completed. 10 seconds to go, Ultra.
Looking
for a final push here to at least extend time.
Yeah, Purge is going to make sure there's no desperate play down B lane. Cammy, SMG in hand will get something done at the pinch, and that is all 4 dead. That is a really mature play from Snoopy. He's got to look at 2 players, tags onto both players. And I think Snoopy from like a year and a half ago would have jumped in to chow that, but he's grown, he's learned, and he ends up essentially securing that defensive round.
Pretty good hold there from Boston.
Okay, if I give my life up for free,
only letting
then
2 ticks go.
All of us are coming off the race. They can just flood on in and guarantee those segments, but as long as I stay alive, continue to be a nuisance, the players off the respawn on the side of Ultra have to put focus on me. Just allowing that to develop the way that it did. Boston were able to stop that third segment from getting completed. So they're currently up by 1.
Right, yeah, I'm getting after the sandwich. I'm hungry.
And this would be a round where Boston would show you something towards B potentially. And that may happen depending on the route that Snoopy takes. Now he's going to go up top, or actually take the OE. No commitment in towards A immediately. Ultra's nades likely to be pretty, I would say, low in value. But they do catch one onto Cammy. Snoopy just holding towards Catwalk. Damage on Hercules, not enough to get the kill with the Semtex. So we'll go into just kind of a reset here, battling over A.
Yeah, Snoopy potentially the timing onto Hercules. He's able to win the gunfight. Oh, makes it find the second. 7 in a row now. Had a slow start to this control, but he opens up the gates for his teammates to flood right through this A point. First segment should be guaranteed, but you can see how Ultra are trying to set up this break. Someone going on a deep pitch. If Inside finds the opening, they're going to stand a chance.
Yep. And in fact, it's actually Thieves who finds one, I think, through Vault Hole. Snoopy trying to chase down the pinch.
Oh, that's an ugly gunfight. That's an ugly gunfight.
Insight with the win.
I hate when that happens.
Some work done, and this is where he starts to shine.
I lose those
playing in
so
and around
much.
The spawn. They've lost Purge, but he's just hanging out like who cares? Exactly. He's going to jump on the A zone, but our Ultra just don't care. They just want to get these lives dealt with.
Absolutely not. Okay, Purge, you can touch the point. You can pull our attention a little bit, but we're more focused on keeping everybody else trapped into your spawn. First segment does get locked. 20 seconds to go. Do Boston have another late round heroics to potentially secure some extra segments? You're going to have Cammy just edge out towards B.
Yeah, if Cammy can win a 1v1, maybe there's still a chance to re-wrap back towards B, but Insight finds him. Snoopy up top tagged, cannot jump in. 13 seconds on the clock. Another touch from Purge, this time on to B. Pinch from Kleenex does not clear him off the zone, and also Snoopy has hit a route. Could be a first take, maybe more here at B. They deal with all the issues that came around the backside. Ultra had to hit from the front.
These late round heroics from Boston just guaranteeing some segments to stack good enough. You got 3 people on it. You got to start to go if you're Ultra. Time is already extended.
That's huge.
They also are dominating a majority of the kills in the feed. And now if you're Joe Thieves, you just got to finesse.
Yeah, he's the last one here. He had to deal with just a stagger hit over towards A. So now 14 plays 12, 60 seconds on the clock. Awakening! Does he get one more up top? No, Insight's not going to give him the chance. It's CleanX for the trade, and things will stabilize for the defense.
And now if you're Purge, how long can you stay alive in this position? You know at least one more player from Ultra is on our side. So you're banking on your teammates to find that kill. Purge finds the perfect timing on the pinch, finds the first kill, almost finds the second, but that's a lot of information gained.
Yeah, Insight
11v7.
Just making sure
Make it
Boston
10.
are coming in staggered off their spawn. 10v7.
30 seconds
advantage
too.
to Ultra. 28 seconds to play with if you're Boston. Trying to set something up in and around Vault. And now Snoopy for a pinch. Not going to be allowed. Backs up. Tries to find the long range shot to the Insight, and that is a big kill. Maybe one more chance still to touch here. Staggered 2-2 hit here for Boston. 2 from either side.
Oh, in the flank, Snoopy's not able to get anything done. Joe also finds a second kill as well. So now Boston with no more respawns. Only have 2 players to try to get this done. Awakening is dancing with death. He is gonna fall. Snoopy 1v4, not gonna stand a chance. And Ultra able to again take the defensive round, but
another
again,
defensive round for
they don't
Ultra.
want to give up all those segments. Now you're down by 3.
They do need to get some ticks though.
Here we go. The extra progress for Boston, critical. At least in terms of what round 5 could look like. But if you're Ultra, you're looking at this offensive round as we could possibly win it here. See what they get. What's the call? Are we going to see anything cheeky towards B, or are we just going to keep fighting this thing out right over the middle of the map at A?
The break off is the biggest thing. We talk about control.
CleanX 15-10,
Joe,
12-12, Hercules,
they're just going to take top cat.
11-9.
Knocked down to half HP. Not a single kill has gone down yet.
Insight's having a slower one at 6-10.
Good first, not able to find the second.
Oh, never mind, those aren't accurate.
Joe being tagged is actually pretty critical because he was trying to hit that with Mercules, but he wasn't able to help out with the nade landing in his face. So the breakoff is, I would say, rather unsuccessful for Ultra. Little pixel peek from Insight onto Awakening, pushes him off towards B Street, and now Ultra
Insight's doing just fine. He's 17-14.
They have their second attempt here. Already find the initial kill. Have a lot of presence through the mid-map as well, but nobody watching the pinch. Here comes Snoopy, right behind enemy lines, finds the first kill, and absolutely destroys the rookie.
That's a dirty kill from Snoopy.
A clean 4 dead again. Boston stabilized.
Yeah, Joe's been seen in the pinch, still finds one. Keeps his life a little while longer. Almost deals with Snoopy on top of that, but just too weak to take the battle. CleanX pushes right into Purge, finds that trade, but he's the last one standing, and Ultra are again down to 25 seconds to fight with.
It's like both of these squads are just like, okay, we're gonna do our best shot in the final 20 seconds. So CleanX is preparing for this final push in towards A, just trying to time the jump up, but Cammy and Awakening already start off with the gunfights. Numbers in favor of Boston. Last player's Insight, he is gonna fall, and this is looking like a shutout round for Boston.
Boston's defense has been so good. It really has been. No antics this time for Toronto. Nothing's gonna sneak through this time. So they're gonna get the round 5 defense here. Force Ultra to have to put something different together. And honestly, for Ultra, they have not put together a single good break-off.
Yeah, Boston's going to get that defense.
The first one was really, really fast through mid-double doors. They didn't win a majority of the gunfights. That time they try to slow it down, and then you lose 3 players and don't take down any. So realistically, if you're Ultra, I'm going back to the aggressive strat.
Oh, yeah.
Because just wasting that much time developing on those long routes, and if it doesn't work, then it's already 30 seconds wiped away from the round. We have to be in it to win it.
See what we get. Defensively speaking for Boston, it's been a very, I would say, even affair. Cammy's got 12 of his 23, but everyone's got about the same amount of kills defensively for Boston. So there really hasn't been any individual pop-offs yet for Breach, but
hey, the team's looking good.
Yeah, that tells you right there. Like, no one's popping off. That means everyone is just doing their 25%, finding the trades left and right, but already off the break off from Ultra. They switch up the pace.
break for
Joe's
Ultra.
able to find an opening double. Guaranteed segments are already going to be here at this 8 point. Can you find something? And Purge at least finds one.
That opens things up, and
That's
whoa,
a scam.
Yeah, that sure is.
Joe
Cammy
just
from
scammed.
Top Art finds that kill, forcing Inside to have to step up, and that's a big missed chance for Ultra.
Joe
They do get 2 ticks of progress onto A, but felt like that could have been the zone right there if you just stay in the zone.
Yeah, because you had 3 players on it. It's a lot faster to work up your progression for your segments, but Jodeci's overextends a little bit. Purge also found a kill through the bottom side, so it instantly gives the numbers to Boston to reinforce their way back on in. Now Purge on 5 in a row. He's been having so many big moments in this series. Besides that map number 1, he's been the clutch guy for Boston.
Yeah, he's definitely awoken in this series at this point. 45 seconds on the clock, 4 life advantage for Boston on their defense. Insight kind of playing through Vault Stairs. Actually catches Awakening, so he can pause the clock on B. The effort towards A is not done yet, but Snoopy may have just kind of put a nail into the coffin on the play. But the eliminations are good. And now Insight's going to try to track back, get the stack onto A.
Good play from
Kenny
Insight.
on the hunt,
At
but
least just
can only
stopping
go
the
so
time.
far,
Now
and
they're
that's gonna
back
be an
on
extra
A.
60 for
Should
Ultra.
get this
You
cap,
want to
I
extend
think.
time early on, just draw the attention over towards B and have them a little bit weaker on their setup around that A point, and Mercules
Two dead.
with the perfect read
They can
there
get Wake
onto
here.
Cammy. You're already showing presence on this B
shots.
point, and that's 3 dead.
Big
It's a
win.
scary moment for Boston.
Big win, though, from Snoopy. Keeps the pitch safe. Boston off spawn to get their nades down. Kleenex impacted by a stun, but stays alive through the Semtex. First blood onto Snoopy is good. Purge follows up, though. And that's just all on the pitch. He's going to get a second from mid-fall. Awakening another. Kleenex by himself. He does provide himself an exit.
Kleenex is staying
But
active
it's a 3 life
here.
advantage for Boston. They've reclaimed territory around B.
Now you just gotta take a little bit more extra space. Snoopy's gonna work on a deep route all the way around the back end. Just need your AR to stay alive through the B-side street. Snoopy's
Insight's ready for it, though.
to perfection, but Inside is never gonna get caught flipping. 2 kills in favor of Ultra. They're already on the point.
Boston got a little too anxious right there. Got caught on the pinch. Now they have to win the gunfights from the front. Second tick is done. Third on the way.
They can do it.
Awakening from one side. Cammy and Snoopy from the other. Awakening able to
They
find
gotta
one.
get a
He
pick.
finds a second. Mercury's still alive. Third tick
Oh
is going to
my
be captured.
gosh, bro.
In
Boston
Toronto,
just
right under the
choked.
noses of Boston.
Boston
Steal
just
away the
choked.
control.
Just so icy in those late rounds, and realistically, every single time Boston were finding success,
They needed
around
that
little
one
map,
bad.
They weren't finding the same success over through B Street. The
I don't
ARs
see him
need to
taking
be
the
able to
hard
buy
point.
your life. When your SMGs are creating all that space through the map, you need to just stay alive. But the biggest round right there, the biggest
I don't
kill
see him
was
taking
Snoopy.
the next
Being
map
too
because
fast on his flank.
they did not
If you
look
take
very
a
good in that
way
first
longer
one.
route, because they have yet to touch the B point, to give your teammates opportunity to still get back into the play. But he rushes it. 2 kills go down at the worst time, and then Ultra just flood their way through the front to stack the point.
That is exactly the right call, Jay. Legitimately, just Boston moved too quickly on that pinch play. Like you said,
Subs are
just
down
keep the
10-2.
focus to the front first. Like
We're playing
force
the
them to
Phillies,
touch
right?
the zone. I know that they already had a tick, but like force them to touch first. Awakening finding
What
Q
inning
is
is it?
huge. If Snoopy's just on the pinch, they clean that up. And not
mean,
only do they
you
clean
can't
up that
count these
push, let's just
cubbies
put
out.
like a hypothetical cause and effect. If that pinch works, not only do you clear B, you got to spawn trap the P2
Exactly.
again. So it's just kind of a couple of scams there for both these teams. Initially in this round, it's just over-challing through A that Boston
Bottom of
reaped
the
the reward of,
seventh. Yeah,
but
not looking
mistakes
ideal.
punished on the other side when it matters most over the B zone for Ultra to take the edge.
And realistically, mistakes are the reason why Boston find themselves in this hole. Like, if you don't have that initial mistake on the first B2 of the opening skyline, you're in that game.
But hey,
since you
Cubs
give
have
that
had
away,
some
then you're always
crazy-
playing catch up.
Crazy
And
games
the
this year.
situation right here, like Jodeci gives you a freebie.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you were able to retake
Can't
your
ever
way in
count 'em
towards the
out.
site, but then just being a little bit too aggressive in certain angles, giving up your life for free and not really valuing your life the way that you needed to. Toronto were able to capitalize on it, so they take the control. Currently up 2-1 in the series. Now if you're Boston, backs against the wall. You're going into your favorite hardpoint, but you didn't look good in your last series.
No, that's extremely true. Yeah, we don't really get in the highlight package of that route. That gets missed on, but you think Awakening's double might be enough. The problem is, again, you just got that stack on for Ultra. Players can just flood forward, get on, help that stack, keep the progress moving.
Doing so much for no reason, bro. I'm literally
Oh,
saying
Purge is losing
we're just doing
full.
it, bro.
Wow.
He's speaking facts, though, man. He's
I mean,
speaking
yeah,
facts.
it's true.
Sometimes people are just doing a little bit too much. We don't have to chow when we don't need to. We don't have to flank when we don't need to. So Purge is just trying to rally the troops, but it's got to be frustrating because You
They're
probably weren't
crashing
making the
out.
plays that somebody else on your
Exactly.
squad was.
I mean, how much of that, Jay? You're the pro player here in this duo. I'm definitely not. How much does that apply? Like, you're losing composure there. You're getting frustrated with your team or with yourself or with one player. How much does that impact what's about to come up next, which is another hard point, like you mentioned, that, you know, it's been a byproduct of some of the success that Boston have had, but not so much this major.
Yeah, making mistakes are always going to come back to haunt you.
Hey, what's up,
but
Boston?
Thankfully, after map number 1, Purge had a little conversation with his team.
Did you
They were
leave
able to lock
earlier,
in
or
for
did you
the
get
search and
home
destroy.
earlier?
Right there at the end of that control, they know that they let
I
that
thought it was
situation
Kendall, but
go.
I didn't
Hopefully
realize
it doesn't
it.
affect the players because they realistically should be up 2-1 in this series.
Oh, yeah.
If a couple things just go right, but you're still not out of it. You got a full hard point.
Yeah, Gold,
coming
that
up
was
next
one
in
of the
this
things
map
I
number
liked
4.
about the
Your series previously,
0 to
it was the
100s
P3
back
to P4 that
during
caused you so
the
many
Vanguard
problems. On
year.
the opposite side for Ultra,
Vanguard,
they
actually,
got that
Vanguard
stuff locked
and
down. So Boston, you gotta be prepared for the
Modern
money
Warfare
hill.
2.
Yeah, if you missed the series earlier with Boston and Vancouver, it was legitimately
Double
P2
A actually
versus P4.
showed
The problem was it wasn't
some
just
stuff
P4 for Vancouver,
that,
it was 3,
like,
4,
we didn't
and
normally
1.
get to see
That led to a bit of a blowout.
when,
So,
you know,
with
they
a
were
Toronto team in front of you that has
talking
really
behind
improved
closed
a
doors
lot
and
in
stuff
terms
like
of
that.
how they're moving across the map on rotation. Boston got to come out hot. Get that 1-2 setup.
I was asking,
get a
like,
good
did
sense
you
of
come
control
home earlier,
over
or did
B
you
Street
leave
towards
earlier?
P3 and influence spawns.
Because
on
I
that
thought
P4
Kendall
side.
got
They
back,
missed
but
out
then
on that almost every
I
single
realized
rotation they were last
it wasn't
year.
her when she
That
did
has
get
to be
back
different.
later.
You have to get someone through to challenge those rotations to 4.
Yeah, no one tried to do too much as well. Like,
True.
Trying to overheat, potentially going to come back to bite you. But what we saw on that map number 1 was absolutely flawless. Out of Toronto Ultra, perfect off their rotations, perfect in the sling, and when you got these two young guys
got home?
really
Okay.
setting the tone, Joe.
I didn't
Thieves,
think
he's
you were home
always
because I saw
a
your
menace
door
with
was
that
like cracked a
SMG,
little bit.
But the rookie continues
But then I
to
also saw your
shine.
truck, so I wasn't sure.
1.47, 2,700 damage. You really don't have to do too much when you're basically 100-point clubbing everyone on Skyline.
That's so true.
You made a bad decision last night, or you
So
made
we're gonna
bad
sit here
decisions
for just a moment
Multiple?
longer as fist bumps start to come out. I'm going to ask you just a quick fire question here today, just
Uh-oh.
to simmer on. Is Mercules' debut the best we've seen so far this year?
This year, yeah. Well, I don't know. Neptune is really up there too because the way that he was able to turn around that Vancouver squad, it's been insane to watch. But just what Mercules is doing on a squad that he's probably not going to be on at the end of this tournament, is insane stuff as well. So, can the Cinderella story continue to ride here for Ultra with the young Rook?
That's
can they
not
close out
ideal.
here and go to a championship Sunday again in the top 4? Gotta make sure you do exactly what you did previously. P3 to P4 rotation.
All right, Chad, do we think Boston takes this one?
On this map.
That would be an unreal story.
I don't know if they
Mercules to
do.
jump in, get his team
I
to a
think they
championship
did
Sunday
not
in his
look great
first
in
land
that
debut. The only
first
other player
hard
to do that
point.
for Toronto was
And
Hicksy.
Toronto's been looking solid.
See how things
Especially
go,
on
got to
this
get through
map.
Boston on, again, a map that they have loved. See what they can put together, though, as Insight finds the first blood.
I mean, the fact that you're
Catwalk
saying you
control is the
started on
attempt
Mill,
for Boston, but
I can tell that
not a lot of success here. Waking able to
you
find
probably
at least
went through
one
the
kill.
shit
leading
last
to
night.
Burge finding an opener over towards the con and a foul.
Oh,
with
okay, Burge.
Yeah, he's trying to come out with some fire.
Yeah, he's feeling himself, man. Challenging everything, getting everyone weak, just setting up his teammates. To have an easier approach when they work their way back on in, but Ultra, after finding that kill onto Purge, slay everyone else out of this mid-map area. Now there's still 15 seconds to fight for, and you
Dude,
potentially
I give
are gonna
pros
lose them all.
credit for the fact that they're able
elimination
to
from
like
Insight will pretty
regain
much
as
confirm
as
that.
easy as they
One
do.
last charge down the pool, but Mercules is gonna be a monkey wrench
And
in
like
that
to stay
plan.
locked.
Still be last one left alive. Mercules with an AR out, trying to get a read as he waits for Kleenex to get the kill. And the hard point will open up with Toronto spawning closest.
Already off to the P2. Ultra win the rotation. They're ready for the first hit to come through the front side. Everything else is being watched. Show to see just going to be a nuisance. Puts himself in an off angle. At least has everyone weak. But the pressure there from Boston. At least able to contest to the front.
Yeah, decent for now. But yeah, the damage on the cross allows
Everything
for the last two
going
ARs
the
to
way
clean
of
things up.
Ultra here.
Kleenex 4 in a row. Hits the deck, has Joe Deceives tagging up Purge on that long route around the back of the hard point. Insight though can't
Yeah,
beat him.
I mean, thank
And
God
Purge
you
is
took
trying
an
to
Uber.
help the team out by flooding in from the front. There's at least neutralization of the time, but can they find the kills that matter? May not matter. Joe Deceives 2 in a row, right back in the hill.
Damn,
Help
bro,
from his
Boston's
teammates,
getting
and Ultra looking
spanked
like they're pretty darn
again.
close to a full 60 here.
Yeah, this is not the start that you wanted if you were on the breach. You needed to come out the gate swinging.
Sure, this is
Give
GG.
yourself some momentum because now you're going over to the P3, P4 setup. You already have a couple players sitting over towards top part, but Everybody else
seriously.
Ultra are trapping them on their side.
Yeah, this is just, it feels just like Skyline all over again. Because now you've got Ultra with numbers.
Oh my God.
Able to rotate quickly,
And they
find
have
every
spawns.
single kill.
Boston has 3
Insight
points.
is 10 and 3. Kleenex 9 and 3. The OG duo for Toronto lighting it up here, map 4.
And this can only continue
these
to get
guys
worse,
are looking
because if you're
gross
Boston,
on
you have to
hardware.
play keep away here at the P3, but you
Yeah,
also
and
need the
rotate.
spawns for that money hill at P4. Thankfully, they're finding kills at a good time because there's still 30 seconds here at P3. 2 players from Ultra already across
Park's
the map,
gotta get
so
Purge
you can
here.
get time here and win the roto if you just find this next hill.
Yeah, stuns and nades up to Mercules' direction. He's held down for now. His teammates getting time. I love this.
Oh,
What a
great
heads-up play for Mercules. You know your teammates are going to be
What a
moving
good
over
play.
to the street side, so you try to re-wrap back towards Art. He finds one, gives his teammates a chance. Gunfight from Kleenex. Just a little sloppy, but he stays
God,
alive.
and Kleenex gets
Teammates spawning a little bit
screwed,
deep, though. He's going to have to do more than that.
Yeah, Kleenex is going to have to finesse, and Insight also wins a one-on-one over towards Art's side, so you're already going to influence these spawns to be close on the side of this P4. One player is going to be out, and thankfully Awakening is making the most of his life.
Yeah.
He's able to catch 2 off of the cross. Insight still contesting on the backside of Art, but Ultra are right here.
Yeah, Boston are spawning all the way out. They have to hold from inside the hard point. Snoopy, Cammy, Purge looking good.
Boston's
As we
getting
jump
all the
over
kills
to
here,
Boston
though.
Breach, listen in.
See, look, now we're getting a Breach listen in, but we haven't had a Thieves listen in all weekend? What the hell? He said absolute line cannot be weaker. I know he's heated right now.
Absolutely. One bullet justice.
Push the line, short you.
So top shot too. Cat Joe, you guys are missing a merc on you. Alright, just go new. Just go bigger.
I'm trying to close. I want to see him close.
That's what I'm saying, Gold. We're getting scammed.
I'm gonna go. I'm playing for Cat. You guys get top? Yeah.
I got doors already, Merc. Already up doors, Merc. Yeah.
Money.
I
have a streak.
Nice, you check.
Cat already. He's weak. Now we go.
I can up doors, guys. He's left, Kleenex. He's gonna hit up doors. He's still P3. So he backed up to money, I think.
Hey, Boston's kind of locking in right now. Might have called this shit a little too early. Boston's kind of locking in.
I have a streak, okay? Do you want to play old?
You guys got. I'm going right already.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Hoodie? Yeah, the boys did look good. They were firing today. They got me amped up for tomorrow's match, that's for sure. Should be a banger.
Yeah, he's back money in the glove corner. You guys are missing one. Alright, let me go to me. One's back double playing.
First part of doing laundry is clothes out of the dryer, make it hot, and then you get uncomfy. Yeah, I can see that. It's always nice when it's cold, though, to get clothes out of the dryer, and they're just nice and warm. Nice and cozy, you know? That's always the best. Or like freshly dried towels when you get out of the shower.
Here at P2, this is a heck of a comeback effort early.
The communication is on point, man. Like, the small talk is definitely there for Boston. Just the kills off the rotation not really working. I don't know how Snoopy just walks right through a Semtex on the door with 11 HP. He's still able to find the kill. Now Boston is sort of back
just ran through his own nade.
Gonna be down by almost 50. You need that P3 to P4 rotation again, because that's the way you got yourself back into the game.
That's the lesser version of attach running through his own artillery.
Yeah, nice little battle right there between Awakening and Insight initially, but Joe Deceives play spoiler. 150 to 96. Control the hard point, convincing for Toronto. Control the left side of the map, convincing for Toronto. This is where Boston really suffered, not just in their first matchup, but also moments of concern initially here in this one. Insight timing, good for 2. The other one in front of him.
He's stuck in 2.
So that's 3 for Insight. What a Joe Deceives making a read that there's at least a contestant somewhere through mid, but Purge has jumped down into the vault and is now making a move on the round.
I'm sipping on a Siggy's smoothie.
Just need gunfights to go your way.
It's
Toronto Ultra to spawn.
It's supposed to be like,
but every single kill.
It has a bunch of probiotics in it.
AR's dominating this left side lane. Insight 23 and 13 with 4 in a row. As long as you continue to stay alive on this side, we already have the rotation to know.
And it's got 8 grams of protein in it.
Pool. A little bit of a crossfire.
They're fired.
Get the new hard point. P3 still open means that inside spawns out. But he can actually use this as a chance to maybe even help CleanX. Yep. So he's going to jump down.
Yeah, definitely supposed to clean the gut a little bit.
And then he gets a little bit of team fodder coming through.
And
His Awakening takes out his teammate. And now his insight, he's incognito. He's a double agent around the back. Boston don't get the read. Jodeci still hanging out inside the hard point. He finds 2 somehow, and Toronto will stabilize.
All right,
works out to perfection because the CleanX doesn't find a kill through top 4, at least find a double.
They really needed this P4.
Okay, someone's got to be behind us, but insight goes unnoticed. Is able to set up that pitch for the double, secures the spawn for his team.
I think this is going to do it.
Now up with the AR on the top side of Art.
Oh,
with the pistol, finding it across the map. Ultra can do no wrong.
Just spray and pray, baby. Spray and pay. Works out nicely. Inside.
I was actually going what I was about to say was I would genuinely be curious if Sleeper Agent would actually work against pros.
The 108. Boston into the do or die moment. Here's to go back to
I would be curious to see if it actually worked against professional teams.
Find trains to the middle of the map. We need to finally win a rotation.
Hey, what's up, Joe?
B2. But you can already see you're getting aggressive. No one is hard blocking. Jodeci has been blessed with a free pitch spawn. He's going to make the most of it.
It's the first. He's got Snoopy isolated.
Miami. We beat them
for a second.
6-0.
And look at the read from CleanX. Knows exactly where Boston
dealership
is
S&D.
Split moment here though
which
for Breach.
I don't think really any Thieves fans were expecting because that has been Heretics' best map and mode. So I mean, the boys are looking good. If they come out like they did today against Surge tomorrow,
Ultra, keep away as long as you possibly
that could be a really good look for us.
To approach back through the middle side. Jodeci is able to find 2. Boston cannot stabilize around this mid-map area because Ultra just keep on trading whenever they get a chance.
Now stuns, nades, just wrecking havoc on this Boston setup. Awakening and Snoopy making the most of it where they can, but they're running out of daylight. Sun setting on this tournament for the Boston Breach. As we go back to P2 and Ultra are here first, but an opener from Cammy may allow a flood to start to come through.
It's been every time. Ultra have been the team initially over towards the P2. Boston are banking on their break through the front side, but already 4 dead. Ultra need 20 seconds. Space is going to be your last push.
Yeah, CleanX just stares down that back spawn to make sure no one from Boston pops up. Snoopy from the front gets one. Contest is in, but the kills still come through for Ultra. Hercules, last one standing, and of course it is. Another 5 spree for
Give me one more, Merc.
Another game
Give me one more.
Potentially for Hercules. And yep, that will do it. Ultra polished in both hard points. Get the rookie to his first championship Sunday.
And again, Ultra are the team to send Boston Breach home on their final match here on Saturday. To send them home with a top 6 finish. And the Cinderella story
Joe's letting them know.
On. It's just insane to see how fast they've been able to turn it around. Because their first series to start this tournament versus Miami, you came out, you won the opening hard point. But every other map after that was a smoke show. After that, you go back and watch some VODs. You're probably doing things that you've never done if you're Hercules. And they have been unbelievable in every single mode, contested with these teams who have been together for so damn long with a brand new guy. Toronto's system is just way too strong. Shout out to everyone on that side, including the coaching staff. They have put together a perfect system to how you want to play this game, and they move on to
feel bad
championship
for Merc.
Sunday.
Surely goes to another team after this, man. I mean, he should. We've said it a couple times, and
I think most impressively, you know, when we were looking over the Toronto team in their opening matchup,
Flank
we figured
yesterday,
that Hercules was going to be kind of just rocking the slow,
I think Optic needs to pick up
long-range AR, let Insight kind of turn into Subsight.
That
but
would be
let's be honest, these last 2
probably
series
one of the best
Toronto,
things they could do for themselves at this point.
More often than not, it feels like when he needs to, and finding a lot of success with it. Again, 19
yeah,
to 20,
Gold,
sure,
I'm somebody that struggles with, like, if you're gonna shit talk me,
it really is. I think,
like,
you know,
I don't want to
put
talk
him
to
right
you.
up there in terms of debuts. With Neptune, Super, Hercules, top 3 debuts on the year.
But part of that is
Rancor
just
maybe
because I'm
at the
not a
major,
shit
but, like,
talker,
for
you know?
the season, this has been unbelievable in terms of the story that you're starting to see from Hercules.
It's just insane, man, how good they are in such a short time span. And if you're Boston, you're going to be beating yourself up because you got 2 hard points that you like to play as a team. You got your best hard point here in map number 4, but you couldn't find any success at P2. You barely found success in the first go-around at the P4. And basically both the hard points were blowouts when that was your best mode going into this event. This is unfortunate for them. Another top 6 placing. You do get a couple CDL points to give yourself the cushion in that bubble, but they're going home.
Unreal stuff. Ultra continue to just keep this lower bracket run moving and moving pretty smoothly as we head down to Blaze on the stage for a post-game reaction.
Thank you
I guess
so
that
much.
is kind of true
Florida,
too,
make some noise
Joe.
for the
If you don't go for the fist bump, it's kind of like
The
just
strength in the North
an
stays
FU kind of
strong,
thing.
Okay, I got Heartbreaker Joe with me on the main stage. And Joe, officially top 4 for Toronto this event. How does that feel? Because you guys have had a lot of issues coming to this weekend.
I mean, it just feels insane. We're playing with a fill-in, a kid who got called up 5 in the morning on Thursday. We just got top 4, beating teams who are supposed to be, quote unquote good, and obviously they're not. But yeah.
Damn, Joe.
Hey, you know
Talk
what?
that
It's
shit.
showing in the skill. What a squad with a core 3, a core 4, but just the right foundation of fundamentals is definitely here with the Toronto Ultra, and with Mercules being put into that,
Yeah,
he's
Joe has
just fitting
been-
in so well.
Joe has been
How
looking
proud
real
are you
good.
for him and his performance?
I'm
'Cause
happy for
he's
Joe.
going on 10 streaks, 5 streaks, getting double kills left and right. Boy's been playing out of his mind.
Yeah, I mean, the kid's insane, obviously. I think it also goes to, like you said, the core 3. We know what we're doing in hardpoint. I mean, obviously, like I said, we have a fill-in. He slots in very easily. I feel like we made the game very simple for him, and yeah, he's just
That
frying.
kid, Joey
Definitely
D.
is frying, okay?
I
And
know.
Now, I know at home,
As if
Beans
Joe's
is
not
watching
a kid
somewhere,
either.
with the pom-poms out, loving to see you guys make the run. What do you want to say to him and the people out there who's been cheering for you guys all tournament as you've been making this run?
To Ben, I mean, I'm sorry you're not here. We would have won this event with you, but, we're making the run for you, man. To the fans, I appreciate you guys. You guys are insane. Yeah, you guys are actually insane.
Actually insane, okay? Florida, make some noise for yourselves. You guys have been great all weekend. That's going to do it for me and Joe on stage. Chris, take us away.
Shout out to our Toronto super fans. If that's just his t-shirt, imagine what the bed sheet looks like. Welcome in, everybody. We have a very special guest. Mr. Kleenex is here.
That's official. I didn't
See,
know.
I saw you guys training outside.
I'm good
Talk
at
to
this.
me a little bit about the
Good
warm-up,
at this,
because
he
everyone just
said.
thinks us nerds have in-game skills. You guys got it out of game as well.
Well, we got to be prepared with the reaction time, you know what I'm saying? It's just, you drop it down, you catch it, you just got to get cracked before a match. Well, you see, I just play. Come on.
2 balls at a time. That's the rule.
We'll see about
All right,
you.
let's take a
you
look
still got
here
it. Okay.
at some of the highlights, because Kleenex, you guys were frying here.
Who has
It was
new
me,
hair
of course,
again?
when it came to the respawns. Yeah, 100
Yeah,
point
Alley
clubbed them in
Cat's
the
got a
first
new
hard
look
point.
every
Second time around,
stream.
I felt like you guys were just bullies. What's working right now with the fill-in here on land?
I think we're just in good flow. I think our hard point's been looking insane, even online with Beans. I think he just slots in pretty much perfectly, so everything's just on point at this moment. But S&D still a bit up there, but we'll get back on that.
You're
Still
now
have a day.
13-3 in hardpoint since the start of this stage, man. You guys are unbelievable in that game mode. I want to ask you, coming in with Bill, and obviously Beans can't be here. And with Mercules, when did it click when you realized, like, wait a second, we can low-key still make this run? Was it in scrims?
Yeah, the first day with him, literally we scrimmed C9. I think we probably had one of our best scrims that we've had like so far. Some of the maps that we played as well in that scrim, we're pretty surprised with the outcome. And I think at that point we're just like, wow, this is the event for sure.
And then one follow-up on that. If you're Mercules' agent, right? Pretend that you're his agent.
The future Chris Puck, yes.
Like, explain to me why he should be picked up to a team.
I mean, he is one of the most humble guys as well. He's young, talented guy, so for sure the guy to be picked up. I think he's up next, no doubt about it.
Does he have an agent?
I don't think so.
You think I got a chance?
I'll do his
I could
job.
represent
you could be his agent.
I'll be his guy. How about
That's
that?
all you, Chris.
We don't have a license, but you can trust us with your money. Let's talk a
you
little bit
cannot.
about Toronto's chance to earn some cash. You guys have had some good runs with this team. What is the realistic goal? And then, of course, at Champs, everyone kind of expects you to make that run for Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I think personally last year we peaked a little bit too early. I think the most important events are going to be Champs and EWC, and I think that's what we're looking forward to. These events are just a bit of practice, and I think I'm coming for that ring, so that's what I'm looking forward to.
Sure.
Coming for the
I do
ring.
kind of
I'd love
hope
to hear it. Al, your turn. What do you got
Toby
for me
gets a
numbers
ring
wise?
at
But
some
break
point.
down
Him
here,
and
because
him
I
and
know
Insight.
you
I feel
question
like they
have
deserve
another
it.
pad full.
Go ahead.
I got the annoying questions. You guys have been Unreal Respawn across this stage. It's been Search and Destroy that's been kind of caught in you guys. And for me, it's like, it seems like it's the new maps, and yet you keep putting them in series. And so my question kind of is like, Without giving too much away, what is the approach of that? Is it just like we're gonna keep putting it in so that we get used to it? Like, what is kind of Toronto Ultra's thought process? Because they're close.
Yeah. I mean, we already had like a little bit of practice with Beans, but with Merc coming in, I think it's been hard to like actually pick the S&D maps we're going to play. I think it's just been trying different scenarios out. I think we haven't made it to game 5 yet, which was our S&D pick. So maybe at some point tomorrow we'll get our pick for once.
Listen, you winning all the respawns. You don't even got to get to that game 5 at this
What is going on here?
All right, we have your Scuff player of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Queen-X, join us for this very special edition.
Looking forward to this. Beautiful.
Your Scuff play of the game. He goes home with some hardware for this one. It is a round 5 in control. If Boston wins, people are saying we're going to search and destroy.
Always remember
Instead,
Toby dropping 50 on MB as an AM and BO4. You know what's really funny is when me and my buddy went to Miami for BO4,
like in that moment, like how are you getting
we had a layover in Denver, and while we were there, this guy came up and started talking to us, saying that he was going to the event as well, and he was like a photographer for one of the challengers teams or amateur teams that was there. And
it comes from
we're like, oh, okay, like what team? And he was like, oh yeah, I do all the photography for like Singularity. At the time, I didn't really know who Singularity was. I was like, oh, okay, like are they really good? And he's like, oh yeah. He's like, they got one guy that like he's gonna go pro for sure. Like he's gonna get picked up soon. And we were like, oh yeah. And he was like, yeah, this kid Queen-X, like he's a beast. And we were like, oh, okay. And he was just talking to us, and then sure enough, the next year we go to CDL franchise, and Queen-X gets picked up with Insight on Toronto Ultra, and they've been solid duo in the league since. So he knew, he was on top of it. Kind of crazy. It was really cool though.
The official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The
at that time,
World Cup is an official partner
I really
of the
wasn't.
Call of Duty League.
I mean, I've always been like this, I feel like, but I was only really paying attention to the Thieves. So, like Thieves, Optic, those two were like the main two that I was paying attention to. It was kind of crazy because I had no idea who he was. He might have even mentioned Insight as well. I just don't remember, but it was pretty crazy. I mean, you probably still knew more than I did, to be honest. Like at that time, I didn't know much about
on match day, everything matters.
The amateur guys.
What you focused on the night before.
But
you slept,
since I've seen some clips of them
players
back on the Singularity team,
ready to go toe to toe, fueled by dedication.
Yeah, they were gross. And like Queen-X was gross on BO4.
Has to be focused, clear, locked in.
And I'm sure Insight was nasty too because
the difference between
you give him the ICR.
And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect.
They were way above the rest in challengers.
Every shot.
I mean, it makes sense because these guys have been beasts in the league too. So I'm not surprised.
Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years and enables you to play like a pro.
Yeah, getting top 8 at champs is solid because there were some good teams that year. There were some good pro teams. You had E United, you had Thieves, Gen G, Luminosity wasn't bad, Faze was good.
It's the grind that got me here.
Obviously, we knocked out Faze though.
It's our legacy. One city.
I don't remember who was on the MB squad. I don't even remember who was on the MB squad. Who else was decent? I feel like Heretics was decent that year. Like they weren't bad. I don't know.
That's what you are.
Kleenex, Luke, Bids, Keza, Insight. Yeah, see, I didn't know who the other 3 guys were. I often wonder, like, when you have challengers teams that are that good, especially at that time where you could have the amateur teams play against the pro teams, why more of those guys didn't get picked up. Maybe it was just because they could keep the amateur team and basically turn it into a challenge or into a professional team. But Gunless Assault, Aches. I do remember Aches being on NB. I do remember that. Dude, I still can't believe we lost to a Slack Slam. Not only that, but Priesta had a grab slam in the P2. Was it P2? Yeah. In the P2 of Arsenal. But because he hit a ledge, it didn't kill anyone that was on the point. He would have had like a 4-piece. And then we ended up losing. That shit was tough. And then the Miami event, I was at that one. That was the one where we're up against Gen G. It's like 5-4 or 5-3 or something like that. And it's a 1v3. Kenny goes to defuse the bomb, but he never stemmed. And someone, I forget, I think it was Mox. I think Mox snuck in on payload, turned the corner, and just put like 2 shots into Kenny and killed him. And then the Thieves didn't have time to defuse, so Gen G ended up winning. That one hurt, man. Especially being there live. Man, that one hurt. I don't know what was worse. That
the 2025 Atlanta Faze team pack is available now. Each pack includes
Modern Warfare 2
operators, as well as this weapon charm that's easy
the
as
last
Faze.
the last
Next
major.
Time you boot up, suit up. At
Those were the
in-game
3 events I've been at. Maybe Miami, just because they had an opportunity for the 3-peat.
Welcome back to the beach, everybody. We're joined by Jeremy Stud, the surfing stud. Studdy, talk to me a little bit about what we're about to witness.
We might witness a massacre, but I don't really expect that to be the case. Atlanta haven't played all day. Miami coming off of a very tough loss versus LAT.
What is happening?
This is a good matchup that we saw throughout stage 3. This is a great matchup, and Miami won it.
Yep, Miami won it. 2-3-4 in a 3-1 fashion. You know who took over? Big Rencor. He went off in that series, had a 1.2. And on the other side, it was Abizi who struggled.
Abizi, though, has won how many tournaments in a row? Let's take a look at Atlanta Faze, because despite being in the losers bracket, you still have to think they
Hooking
are
into
a favorite
P1 and
to
grab
go
slamming on
deep.
Seaside.
On the other side, you got Miami.
Dude,
trying to take down the
I heard
SMGs,
people
the
didn't
front
love
line of
Seaside, but I
Abizi
really
and
liked
Simp.
Seaside. Maybe
Has
it's just
it been Simp
aesthetically it
Abizi
was
or
great.
Celium
But
Draza, if you could identify a greater strength for Faze so far.
Well, thankfully, I was able to catch their last series that they played versus Optic Texas, and Draza was basically unkillable.
Dude.
Like, he was doing whatever he wanted on the map.
Yeah.
switching
I don't know
between
if this
the
is a
AR
hot
and the
take.
SMG,
It
and
might
when
be,
he's
it might
playing like
not.
that, you know what you're going to get out of Celium.
I think
Most likely know what
specialists
you're
should
gonna
be
get
in
out of
Call of
Simp, and
Duty.
Abizi's
I think
always
it
gonna be in
adds
the mix. But Draza was
it
the
adds a
deciding
skill
factor
gap.
to their dominant win versus Optic Texas.
because you have to know how to counter certain specialists.
Be in the elimination
You have to be
bracket,
ready to
right?
counter
And this is a
certain
team that's looking to
specialists.
go back to
You
back
have to be
to
able to
back
track
to back.
specialists.
So
You have to
for
know
Atlanta
when
Faze,
to
I
use
think
your
a lot of pressure is on the
specialists.
Tiny Terrors right now. I feel like the ARs have been lights out throughout the entirety of this stage, and especially going up against Miami.
I
Like
miss
that
it.
aggression, you're going to need your front line.
They've won in the Middle East. They've won in Europe. They've won in Texas. Can they win in Florida? They're taking on the hometown team, Miami Heretics. Let's take a look at that squad, and of course, the team or the maps and modes they'll be playing on, because this could be another short series. Can the Heretics take us on a run
All right,
here?
Miami, let's see
Rancor's
what
been
you
great
got.
Online. Has he shown you enough on land, Nameless?
I mean, yeah. I think we saw him, earlier in the year. He was phenomenal, great on land, and even in their first series. I just feel like they just got punched in the face.
Yeah.
It was super quick. LA Thieves have just had their number all year long, and we're used to seeing like the AR duo and super.
Always love the overdrive plays. Yeah, just to sprint across the map.
Right. So, you know, this is a Miami team that like we've seen them have resilience throughout the season. We've seen them beat Atlanta Faze as recent.
That's what I'm saying. Like it just adds.
Somebody's got to kick them into
it
gear.
adds a
Somebody
little
has
bit of
to
a
have
challenge to the game, you know?
No, contrary to what I just
think
said
it
about
makes
the
it more
ARs,
fun.
And SMG's playground, man. You can take over.
And it makes for better plays.
Dealership if
Like
we get to a
especially
game 5,
from
it's time
the
for
fan
Scuff
perspective, like you watch somebody pull out Tempest and hit like
I think I'm actually gonna
a
go the
quad
opposite.
with a
I think I'm
Tempest.
gonna go with the home team here on the bounce back.
That
I'm
was
going
sick.
Miami 3-1.
I don't hate it. I'm going to stay with Atlanta Faze in this one just because it's Atlanta Faze. I'm so used to them making it Sunday, but I hope the home team pulls up the upset.
Diffuse.
Yeah, the last time I picked against Atlanta,
Yeah,
MC
it's.
Death
I mean,
so I'm going Atlanta Faze. I got the Faze.
I felt like there were some crazy
you
plays
tell me
that
how
could have
many
been
games we
made
go
all
to?
the time.
I
I
think
remember
this
Heat
is
Wave
Rio,
back in BO3.
We need
That one was cool.
Game 5?
It sucked when it hit
in
you,
the
though.
cards? Miami, make some noise. We got Guy Blaze on the stage.
Oh, dude, the Tempest.
Man, I would love
I forget what it was called, but the rewind thing where you would pop it and it would teleport you back to where you were like however many seconds before.
To expect anything from them
That
because they ready
those
to give
were
it everything
crazy.
in which they
You
got
can make some
to
crazy
make it to
plays with
Sunday.
that.
So without further ado, Florida, make some noise for the defending champions.
You could be
Atlanta
wall running.
Faze.
Someone's behind you, they start shooting at you, you pop that, now you're behind them and you kill them. Dude, that was so sick.
Celium looking to make history and get a 4P on the board, ready to take down whoever.
Dev, Texas, Atlanta Faze on a Sunday. They got to win this match just to make it there. It's a wild situation. Nobody expected this, and they're going up against the Miami Heretics, against the home crowd, and against the
Glitch,
team that
that's
just
what it was,
beat you in the
yeah.
online stage. So it's
That
going to
was
be a tough
so,
one.
like
Let's
if
bring
you
out the
used it
hometown
properly,
team.
that was
Time to
so
bring them out
sick.
because if you know ball, you know not to underestimate these boys.
It was so sick to
Vamos,
use.
Florida, make some noise for the Miami Heretics. Medals, Super, Rencor, and Real. Miami knows that this stage is hot, but they ready for the heat and ready to throw down.
Absolutely, Guy Blaze. This is Super his first time standing on that main stage, and they've already made a hell of a run, but there's nothing better than making it to Sunday at your own home major. And there's no reason the Miami Heretics shouldn't do it. If there's any time to catch Atlanta Faze slipping,
I
it
often
is
ran
right
Crash
here and
in,
right now
BO4.
to solidify your spot in. There's no reason they shouldn't do it off the bounce back.
I felt
Even
like
though
that was
everybody
kind of the
says
easiest
they got
one for
punched
me
in
to
the
use.
mouth. Miami does nothing but bounce back. Let's get our final match started.
It'd be special for the rookie to be able to do that against the defending champions on the main stage, and I do
For
believe
real.
in fairy tales.
For
but
real,
now
Joe.
that it's
You were
time
big
for them to
brain
get
if you made a
done.
sick play
Miles
with
Chance, let's get the show in a row.
the
Miles and Chance aren't here, but we
glitch.
are ready to go.
Hello. It was crazy.
Maven and Merc here on the comms, and we know that this Miami team is capable of beating Faze. We saw them do it in the qualifier. It's just, are we going to have that team, or did LA Thieves just beat the soul out of them?
Yeah, they didn't get punched in the face. They got chokeslammed.
Yeah,
but it doesn't
multiple
matter.
times.
Hopefully they can move past that. Not easy to do.
No.
And you know, you and I were walking around getting some food, and one thing that was kind of awesome to see was it wasn't any of them really pumping them up.
Oh,
It
you're
was
talking
lucky.
lucky. Yeah.
It was lucky, right? I mean, a guy who was on the starting roster, it is very easy to just take a step back, let things happen, but he was vocal to these guys. I don't speak Spanish, so I don't know what he was saying. But they're going over the game plan with them and just firing them up.
Well, you've gone for these past couple of years of being a experienced team to a very young team. Now, like a very, very young team. So you just keep putting in these rookies. They've been awesome, but like stuff like that, like I lost the Thieves, losing in that way, that's when I think, yeah, someone like a Lucky needs to step up and talk to the guy. Someone like Metal
Let's see if
needs to step
Miami
up and talk
comes
to
out
these
with a
guys.
vengeance here.
It's got to be tough to bounce back from, man. You're going against Faze, who making their run, right? 3-0 their first match, 3-0 their second match, losers match. Looking to keep it going here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're not used to this, right? Sort of playing on these days, these times. They're typically already through towards a winner's final. A bit of a schedule difference here, starting in the loser's bracket, well, going down in the loser's bracket, but we'll see if they can bounce back. And again, this was a matchup that we saw in the qualifiers a couple of weeks ago. It was at 3-1 in Miami. We saw Vault, though, FaZe were able to win this.
And that was the start of this Miami run, or the Miami improvements. They get this victory, right, coming off of Major 2, and we're like, okay, this team may be the real deal. They get some other significant wins.
Yeah, we
outside
need
of that,
to see
but that was the
Miami
first one
go
that really got us
crazy
thinking,
here.
hey, this team might be the real deal. Now, I don't know what I'm thinking
Even if
after
Miami
Thieves
just
utterly
plays
dismantled
well
them, but
against
they're looking to
FaZe,
bounce
that'll
back.
make me
FaZe
feel a
looking to
little
make
better
yet
about how the
another
Thieves look
championship
today.
Sunday. We started on
But
Vault.
if
Joe, what are your
Miami
thoughts
just
on
gets
this
punched in
opening
the
map?
mouth by
I mean,
FaZe too, I don't know if I feel much
I
better.
think for FaZe, it's one of those ones that's always been in their arsenal. For Miami, you look at the stage 1 and 2, but again, one of those losses, a close one to this FaZe team, but a great start there. Celium, Abizi, they find all 4. And it's just a question of maybe a long losers run isn't a bad thing for this FaZe team. Getting them to play a little bit more, getting them out of this slump that they saw in stage 3.
Yeah, 2 or 3 in a qualifier. Not probably playing to battle Surge. The 4th time really in the CDL, right, that they've lost a loser or winners round 1. Definitely some unfamiliar territory, but yeah, maybe a little smack in the face, and now maybe a run to start building things for this team again, because it felt like, I don't know, they need a reminder at the beginning of the year, right? Came out really slow. They obviously had to work on some stuff.
Oh.
But they've won 4 straight.
No, I mean, I was going to say, like, that little slump, I wasn't worried at all. I just feels like their
Miami needs to take it the distance so they can
such a
get their
better spot
dealership
than what it's been in the
S&D.
past.
Yeah, it feels that way, but Heretics are trying to bounce back with their mental game as well, but here battling around the point and battling for the time. It's Real, it's able to get 2, start to secure some of this time. Feel good if you're Heretics, because FaZe, they got a really nice P1. They're looking to turn this into maybe a significant lead early. But Heretics stopping it happening from now on the back of Real, as he's got 3 straight playing from the point. Draws though, trying to chow. Real still keeps it going. 4 in a row for him. Now up to a one-on-one versus Abizi. Abizi will take him out. He's still a good amount of time here. Still 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is good time. You want to try and make sure you get some of
I was
this.
gonna say huge, honestly, first half of that hill for Miami Heretics, holding that from the front. But you see the spawns come in, and they're just gonna leave it. They're gonna go ammo side, play the top side of the minimap, try to get to Art before that number 7 and then Simp does. And Simp's not even gonna go for it. He's gonna try to go through Vault, but he's gonna get taken down. So Miami, they already know they're playing that rotation heavy, then a focus, so they have spawns for P4.
I think they're trying to do similar, maybe what we saw Surge kind of do, right? Like, be okay playing from this side. Just keep Heretics out of the point, turn it to whatever time you can. When you find that key kill with 5 or so seconds remaining in the hard point, it's all about timing on the flip. And that's the thought I got when you didn't see Sim push through. Maybe it's just because he had a summon his hair, but the fact that he kind of plays for the P3 versus the push through. Maybe attacking this a little bit differently.
Well, I'm just thinking he's like, they're already there. Like, there's no point in me. I have a sub. They're already there. He just doesn't know they're not. Could have been a foot race, but Real, who, well, he's been a little hot and cold throughout this weekend. A great start here at 11-5.
No, he really has been. They need more hot than cold in this particular matchup, going against the best sub duo ever. They need the best Real that they're able to get. Now, these are the big kills. One's going to be a team kill for Sim.
Team kill, though.
But maybe a chance to now push forward. You have 2 coming off the
try and
spawn really
cross
from
over.
either side. And I think due to the team kill, you don't really have massive numbers to go, but now that's a huge one. Abizi able to get a pick. Now you try to flood on forward and influence the spawns. You do get a safe spawn in the back of P4, so you're still in a decent position if you are Heretics, but you're getting picked apart.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe, they're going to have to go right soon. I mean, you already have 20 seconds off the clock.
3 dead.
The AR, that's going to be all 4
That's all
dead.
4.
You deal with the first push.
Hey, this is a big hill.
Towards Art side if you were FaZe. That's just not where the hill is, so it doesn't matter. It takes so long to work through the back. And then Metals with a heads-up play off spawn. I'm going to pull out a 4th AR. I'm going to lock down this sight line. Allows his team to get all this time.
Yeah, it's a little bit cleaner. They have numbers. They can
They're
push
losing
forward.
all the gunfights, though.
But never really had that opportunity. And again, when they
huge
situation, they get 2 or 3 dead.
3Ps.
You think it's their moment.
Look at
They're
Bean
lining up
Street.
the feed as Heretics, and they're starting to push this
Let me see
lead,
if I can
approaching
find
the
it.
100-point mark. Great first set of rotations.
And I think that is the moment where, towards the P4, when you get the hill, when you get Simp and Abizi there, where that's where they become like the multi-kill demons. Just annoying to play against, keeping the game messy. They didn't allow that to happen.
No, they absolutely did not. They're trying to take that momentum right into your second set here at the P1. Draws a lying in wait, and he's just going to get buried. Nice win there from Metals. Over to Super's POV. He was trying to get shots at the players coming off the spawn for the FaZe side.
I mean, you had 32 points if you were FaZe off the
P1.
first P1.
Yeah,
Since
yeah.
then, 28. It has been all Miami.
And this is the bounce back you want to see from Miami. After getting smoked by LA Thieves, come out hot in this one, and while Real is coming to play, got bottled up in that one. Well, hell, they all did. here performing a whole hell of a lot better. Now pressure to Faze really to get something going after that early lead. Yeah, really just the P1. Can they do something here at P2? But they're still battling from the opposite side. They have found no opening. A little bit of comfort, I think, in the early setup for Heretics as they're backing up and dialing it in for the P2. As Metals gets to 3 straight. Another rotation you're ahead is your Heretics.
Yeah, and I mean, Metals online, he destroyed Faze. He was plus 28 in that series. He was pure takeover mode. Draws it, trying to do what he can, but you're really just getting a human series or a human map from everybody else outside of Draws. Trying to put the pressure through the front is Abizi. There we go. It doesn't find the kill, but it will be a 4 dead. Number 8 cell should block the spawns. You already have Draza out towards the front, so a very deep hard spawn here for Miami, but it doesn't matter because you find the first pick. That should turn to instant pressure through the front.
And just very different stories. Well, that's just going to be a clean sweep. The gun's so hot for Heretics. But it is a different combo. Like, you know, you played earlier today. You got smoked of your Heretics, right? Like, you got a series in. You're trying to bounce back from that. In your Phase, you've been waiting all day. They've been susceptible for some slow starts. I mean, think about how many times during this qualifier they have to win games 2, 3, and 4. They did it all 3 of their matches basically where they're able to get wins.
I mean, if Faze gets knocked out here, I genuinely feel like the grand finals is going to be Thieves and
yeah, slow starts, but either way, slow start. You had 4 dead. You know exactly where they all are.
No, sure. So
they push it to the front. I mean, you just get going to buy the Heretics. Again, you look at the mini map. They're controlling those P3 and P4 spawns, getting on the hill, and while they're about to hit 150 points.
Super 5 straight and fighting. Finds a Jackal to work with as he tries to finesse, able to get the reload of the AR as well, and looking to continue the fight. He's going to wrap it back out through mid. Get nice timing here onto Draws, and maybe a take 4 down, streak up to 7. No Hellstorm going to be earned though. His Sip will drop him.
20 seconds, Faze gotta go soon.
Number 7 going to be the first one. Maybe take a route. That'll be Simp that's going to try to get through. That's not going to happen. Metals is going to shut him down. Super to get one as well, and still no opening. Early over on the rotation, and holding is still going to be Heretics. Early P4 setup, and they are just outplaying Faze.
Damn. Yeah, just out-rotating them, playing around these positions, playing their life. Again, on this P4 now, you have this setup. All the ARs are out. We'll see if Faze can get into that situation where they can put some pressure on, but it's going to be 3 dead.
That's 3 dead
Miami
again.
are locked in. Let's hear the comms from the Heretics.
Oh my gosh. We're hearing some muertos. Oh, give me one more Metals. Oh!
Sí, yo no lo vi. Está Pilar side. No, está en dobles close. Estoy a la bola, ¿vale? Y yo estoy a la bola. Derecha no veo.
Oh shit. Rancor's getting turned.
The passion is flowing from Miami, and they have got a massive lead. Up 110.
Metals is actually playing well right now.
P2 is up. It just feels like any 10 to 15 second, any little chunk time you can get from Heretics, you can put this away.
Yeah, I don't speak a lot of Spanish, but I know what muerto means. Those guys were putting Faze in the dirt. Everyone taking turns, everyone popping off. You see the scoreboard, everybody about 20 kills. You love to see it for Heretics here in this map 1.
And now, I mean, you've got to get all this time You're Faze inside the P2, and you have to finally win a P3, P4 rotation, but hard to do when
running at him,
everybody
bro.
is dead. They are just getting gunned to sleep. Everybody negative on the side of Faze, everybody roaring on the side of Heretics. This is what you want to see. I was hoping to see the actual Heretics team, not what showed up earlier today.
Or this is just how good Thieves is. Maybe right now, but
Well,
we'll talk
true,
about that tomorrow. But right now, locked in on these guys as well. Yeah, they're just going to be a couple of seconds away here at this P3 from securing a map one. We'll just forget about that.
You can't do that.
Yeah, just cut that one.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll cut it out.
Can't
It's
do
a
that.
great map win.
That
doesn't even matter. We've all been there.
Nah, he was shooting crooked.
That one was
That
windy.
happens. Do the best of us.
A lot more for you.
Very, very true, Joe. But just another tick or two, and this map one is done. Heretics come
Oh
out firing
my
on all
gosh,
cylinders. They're
chat.
fired
We
up.
got Miami
The Condors
taking
muerto.
map one?
Over and over again. A dominant one.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, last
Things
time
are
these two
getting
teams met on ball, it was
spicy.
Faze who comes out on top, and now pressure on the Faze. I know their search has been their bailout, but we're going to a dealership, right? In the conversation before that Thieves match was how good Heretics have been.
They're 4-0, yeah.
They were 4-0. Wow. Hopefully Faze watched that VOD, you know, what they were doing, but I mean, you were in a position now, you had to feel so good if you were Heretics.
Absolutely.
Going to this dealership.
Absolutely. Even though you just lost 6-0.
Wait, they don't have dealership
you have
next,
looked
do
good
they?
on it leading up to that point. Thieves just maybe firing at a totally different capacity, but
Do they have
you take a
dealership
peek
next?
through the
Because
stats,
if they have,
I mean, Draw is really the
if
one
they have
shooting
that,
back at
Minus
3,400.
25 for Faze.
Yeah, no, they were getting slammed.
And it's not even really like this. Obviously,
I mean,
slam
they
is
almost got 100
massive,
point
but
clubbed.
like, they hardly contested rotations, right? If you are the Faze side, they never put themselves in a position for the P3 and P4.
Yeah,
They're
everyone
behind every step of the
negative
way.
on side of Faze.
And when you're not getting the multi-kills to kind of make the game
Oh
messy,
my
this is just what
gosh,
happens.
chat.
Old Faze
Oh
team, there was some
my
great
gosh,
maybe
this
that
is
map plays out, they
crazy.
somehow are able to keep it close, but not this current one. They rely on heavy rotations. That's when they're at their best, and they weren't ahead at all. I mean, they started out, what, 26-0? They have a solid P1
This is
after
a
that.
crazy
That lead
start to the
happens
series.
in the P3. Heretics never look back, brushing off the dismantling that happened versus Thieves, looking.
You got 23
to fry
points
here.
from P3 to the next P4.
Yeah, no, it was ugly. It was ugly. I guess, yeah, like I said, like, the only reason, like, maybe you don't panic in your face is because, dude, that was their whole qualifier. It was like, lose map 1, win 2, 3, and 4. And in some of those, they were like winning this, they won 6-0. What was it back to back? They had like a 6-0 and a 3-0. They were bouncing back in a big way in 2 and 3. But as you said, it's dealership.
Yeah, this was probably the closest
Is it?
moment that you had to break the first P4.
It's dealership?
The Metals pulled out the AR, then you win some big gun
I thought
fights.
dealership was
And
game
this is
5.
about it. This is where you flatline. You get to the 80 points, and you're going to be at 80 for a long time.
Sure are.
As everyone got going for Heretics. Everybody on point.
'Cause this could be
comms
real
are on
bad
point,
news for
Fired
Faze.
up. The crowd's behind him. These
This
guys
could be
want to make
real
the Sunday.
bad news.
No, I mean, I'm not surprised. Like, this has been the case. Yeah, I said I notoriously a big Faze to win many events. This is the
See,
one
I
where
didn't
feel
think
good
it
about them.
was.
They haven't looked good. And Miami
they keep saying
already
it.
showed they have the capability to beat them. That's where my question.
I mean,
marks
they
were
have
started for
tweeted
Faze
wrong
during the
before.
qualifier. They look so flat.
I have
in that series,
seen
not look good at all.
The maps
And
and
Heretics
modes
really
be
started to
wrong
hit a new
from
form.
the tweets.
But man, can Heretics keep it going? Crazy momentum out of that map 1. And well, I mean, just don't do anything you did in the last dealership. Because things were not working there.
That was not worth it.
It was a 3-minute 6-0.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just a hard
They keep
counter by
saying-
Thieves or-
they keep
or what
saying
it
it's
could have been, right?
dealership, so-
You kind of heard in the post-game interview, like, we just knew we had a ton of odds to go over.
Yeah.
And that
That's
is
what I
the
said
one
to
weakness.
Yeah, like Amos was talking about it. It's like, dude, I expected to get beat now. Like, they're 4-0. Like, I expect to be 6-0, but it's a lot of odd to watch where you don't have much on the other side. And a team like that that's going to prep a lot, you think you'd find some advantages, and maybe Faze should be able to do the same thing as we get ready for the dealership. As teams kind of chat through stuff, looking forward to the search and destroy.
I mean, they keep saying it.
And yeah, what, 4-0 in the qualifier?
It's got to be at
but
this
then
point,
just-
right?
Wow,
I feel like
it was-
somebody would have
it was
corrected them
not
at this
pretty
point.
Just a couple hours ago. And I'm sure when they were talking with Lucky, talking with that staff, talking to each other about how they're going to fix things. And on the other end of this, yeah, I mean, you're feeling the pressure in a way, I guess. I mean, I don't know how it is for the Faze boys at this point. I imagine you don't feel too much pressure more often than not. You've just seen it all, done it all. You've had all your second places, all your wins.
Well, I think
But
when
it's
you're,
not often
you're
they'll
kind
get
of
to a
slump.
Sunday.
Yeah, when you're kind of in a slump, it just
Okay,
It's
it is
tough
protocol.
mentally.
Well, I mean,
Going down 0-1.
Champs last year was like the third time.
So
placed
they've
out
just
of
been
the
saying
top four.
dealership the whole time.
Maybe happening again here. I mean, you're already feeling good the fact that you got 2 wins this year, but still, you want to make it to a Sunday and keep on fighting. Their consistency has been their biggest strength.
Well, the good thing is I lied. Dealership's map 5. So we're
is it?
doing a protocol.
Okay. Well, that changes things.
That changes things. That's my fault.
Miami is 7-1
yeah,
in
no,
S&D
that makes sense because
in
map
general.
one's obviously the Heretics pick. So yeah, that makes
It's on me. I got ahead of myself. Maybe I'm just saying we're going to finally see a Game 5 this weekend.
That's true. You're just trying to speak it into existence. Just get a little ahead of yourself. But okay, might have a pause. Heard by producer for a second. Something going on.
Yeah, you can see it in the
stage.
Jambo medal. So yeah, just
What was going
maybe
on?
some audio or something.
PC, audio, controller.
We'll get it
Talking to the
figured out.
admins, and we'll get that dialed in as quickly as we can. Maybe more time for the Faze boys to chat through how they're going to look to improve on this as we get to the protocol. Yeah, no, honestly, when you said that, I thought to myself, I was like, wait, no, Faze picked that map 1? I was like, that doesn't sound right.
It wasn't right.
No, it wasn't right.
It wasn't right.
right.
But I mean, I guess when you talk about protocol search, yeah, one of the go-tos for Faze.
Yeah,
search and
yeah,
destroy.
no, 100%. That makes way more sense now within this best of 5. I was like, that's an incredible opening 2 maps for Heretics.
I could also just see like Crowder just picking
Oh,
dealership.
yeah, right? Like, oh, screw it, dude.
Yeah, throw it in there.
Just pick dealership.
These guys have been idiots today, so I'm gonna make them play this map.
But a look at how our bracket is gone. Heretics lose earlier today. Honestly, if you haven't been watching every second of the broadcast, you might have missed it, because that series was about 40 minutes long versus Thieves.
Yeah, that series was.
Faze has been waiting to play today. So far, 3-0 to get here. 3-0 stop, though, as Heretics take the map 1. I'm trying to maybe replicate what we saw from Ultra last losers bracket run, if you think about the last major, just 3-0ing everybody on their way to a top 4.
Yeah, and I think the big story of the tournament, though, is just how far ahead both Thieves and Surge have looked.
Here we
But
go.
we'll have
Yeah,
that
no,
winners
true.
final tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We're casting that, right?
Yeah.
That should be a good one, but okay.
First blood.
The First Blood King is already first blood. It is a BZ ripped out of that quickly by Metals.
Don't love that it was a BZ,
Now
but
a 3v4 offensive attempt
you know.
for Faze, and we'll see how they opt to play this.
I mean,
As long as
you're
Miami
already
closes
rotated
out
if
the
you're
round, I
Miami,
don't
right?
mind.
You shut down top middle, and it's just sort of, I bet they go A, and you are correct if you bet that. Simpto, he is here. Didn't see a lot of
Psych,
that
we give
in
up
map
2.
number
Okay,
1, but
Super gets,
follows it up
Super
with
gets
2 of
2
his
of
own.
his own, though.
Okay,
Oh,
now
1v1
1v2 for
for the
draws.
bread. He knows where Super is.
Already got the first. Him versus Super, had the position given up.
This is a crazy
Heady versus
1v1
Heady.
here.
High ground, though, to draws.
Yeah, but you just see this position. Does anyone have a nade? Doesn't look like it on Draws' side, so just locking him in. When are you going to overpeak? A little pop-up, some damage in, but great headshots out of Super.
Yeah, I think they both get similar damage done, reposition.
I mean, at this
from
point, Super
draws.
Super just has to stay alive.
1v1 draws, instant patient. He's like, I'm going to go. I'm taking this fight. Let's go, rookie.
Nice,
and the rookie
Super.
takes it. Super.
It's a great play from
Wins
him.
the extended 1 versus 1, and
That's a
Heretics on the
great
board.
play.
What did I tell you one of the first times we watched Super play? I was like, this guy just looks so annoying to play against. Like a Spanish cell.
Yeah.
Every single gunfight looks tough. He has great movement. He stays very patient. And I think that was another example of it. In the 1v1, Draws lives for those, but Super 3 in the round.
Early in this
puts his
S&D.
team up 1-0.
I was wondering, is someone going to run out of ammo? Like, what's this going to come down to? But a crazy opening round.
Super starting off
I thought
3-0.
Sim's double might be enough, but Super answers with 2, closes it out with the 1 versus 1, gets 3 in the round, and we'll stick with his POV to start. Him versus Cell will probably be a fun gunfight.
Wait, Real's already here.
Surprise!
I mean, this is just
first
wide
blood
open.
for
Nobody
Real.
picks up Sidewalk or even
Gonna get the
realizes that it's
stun,
open.
maybe? No.
You're going to need another first blood.
But he does know
Real,
where
he is
BZ is.
Able to get away. 4v3 advantage again. And then it's gone. It's Simp with another double that makes things interesting.
Well, can't give Simp a
Double's gonna be the
two-piece.
difference maker the previous round. This time it is.
Yeah, we saw this last stage with Faze. Like, they have some openings where they'll just get blooded, and you're like, man, they just look sloppy. And then once it comes to the A bomb site, I just feel like that's where they want this map to happen. Because you have Simp and a BZ on your team. But yeah, another 3v4 and Simp with that double.
They could start wherever, just get us there. Whereas so many teams feel like working B so much more. Like, let's get the fight to A as often as we can. But this is Simp. His 2. the difference there, and I thought maybe damage into a third, but that's not the case. Teammates able to ice up now to 1-1. Super, Simp leading the way on opposite sides of this. They want the fight today. Once again, we're going to square up. But the bodies are here
first
for
blood
Heretics.
on
they want this fight.
my teammates.
It's going to be a BZ. Not going to be any kind of follow-up, and now what do? I thought maybe they're just going to slide out and battle this, but it's just a BZ.
Someone's got to go first. Someone's got to go first. But yeah, BZ, he hits the nade, so he's like, they're weak. Somebody follow me up, but doesn't happen. Now you are going to have another zip line fight. Celt's going to spot you. Bomb already being planted at B.
Other side of the map, though.
Oh,
It's Metals
big
taking
kill.
around. He's going to catch Cell.
Massive.
Big kill for Metals.
And losing one body in this so crucial when you're trying to hold B.
What does Sim find?
He was the hero of the last round, nearly the hero of the first round. Simp,
Oh, you see Simp?
taking the round, all going to be on him, and that's a snap from Metals.
What a snap.
And a round victory there from Heretics.
Yeah, I was hoping we were going to see
there
that
you go,
POV
boy.
of
You got all-
Sim, but
you got all
yeah,
the
he was
chores
the
done.
playmaker for him, right? Draws is just trying to waste time at the helicopter. He ends up getting picked pretty early. And Sim, I think he just probably stopped shooting, right? One of those.
Snap into the next player.
Snap into the next player. Not
Probably.
going to make excuses for him, but yeah, he did get smoked. Great shots from Metals.
No, I imagine that's what it was, but still, yeah, great snapper there. Out of Metals. And still it comes out to, I don't know, the communication with the BZ, like what the plan is there.
Yeah, just he hits his name just a step ahead of his team.
But nobody else was following, that's for sure. And to be fair, I mean, you had the crossfire, you had the bodies there for Heretics, so it might have been just a blender had you pushed it. Metals loves this matchup. Sempto with the first blood. Finally, I mean, really the first time you've had numbers.
Damn, he's just getting
It's
the
your
rock down
Faze.
early.
Plant now going to go in. We'll see if Heretics could take a 3v4 round.
Yeah, last round it was Sim kind of the lurker. This round it's going to be Rencor. That number 3 under the zip
Does
line.
Rencor get
So
behind
it's going to
him
be a big
here?
spiral retake. Just
Oh,
gonna
this is
check
big.
Nope,
Rencor.
and I love this. Rencor staying patient. Can he find
Okay.
multiple? Not going to find multiple.
Okay,
but that is a
okay,
ton
we'll
of
take it.
info.
Oh, get out, get
Quickly
out.
traded out by Sal, you would
Super
think, but
gets
no,
it.
he's not. You chow that now into a 2-on-2.
Oh,
And they both get
dude.
slammed. Heretics continues to roar, now up 3-1.
And I mean, you're just thinking Sal's going to get it from the trade. I
Great
didn't realize
play
he was
from
up top.
Rencor.
I thought he was at spiral.
I was like, yo, does he
flies
not
on out
see
and super
Draza?
peaks to take down Cell.
Yeah, he waits a good 5 seconds before he shoots. For a second, I was like, well, you let him get that nade off. I hope he doesn't hit that nade. It maybe cause a disruption, but that won't be the case. Good patience and trigger discipline there. Out of Rencor.
So
Hey,
what, 2, 3 before
I just
now
thought it was
in a
crazy.
row?
I was like, dude, Rencor was right there, right? Like, he was there.
And what the Faze round went a 3v4 as well. So 3v4 is all over the place. Abizi gets the blood.
Okay, Rencor
Won't
gets
really
a
call this
trade.
one 3v4 because Rencor gets one at the same time. So into a 3 versus 3. Abizi already holding spiral. It'll back a player up. Bomb plant is in.
Ooh.
Bar is in, and that
No
is
way.
on your tippy toes. Abizi's going to hold
That's
that.
actually
Tossed down the
crazy.
spiral. Numbers to Heretics on the retake. Sims multi-kill, the difference in their round win. Can he find
That
another
was
here? He's
wild.
probably going to need to. There's the first. Can't get away, though.
Okay, trade for
All on to
Metals.
draws now.
1v2 on draws.
Metals
Oh, I
is
like
on
this.
It.
I like
Teammate
this.
is holding. Halfway there. Dross has got to go. Gets info. He's on it.
Hold
Wins
up.
the first.
Oh, he
Wins
got
the
it, though.
second.
Too
He
late.
got
It's
it.
late. It's already done. It's already done. Bomb defused. Miami wins the round.
Instantly
my
picked
God,
up by
chat.
Metals.
Nah, this is crazy.
And draws nearly with
This
a
is
1v2
crazy.
clutch after coming up a little short on one earlier. What in the round 1? Heretics up 4-1.
This is actually crazy.
And the guy you have relied on all year to be consistent, that number 8 Cell, he is 0-5, trying to get on the board. Not a great map one either.
Yeah, and Crota is somewhere you expect him to find his kills, yeah? As much as FaZe wanted to funnel this in towards A, it's not going to be what's happening here. It's a B-side setup for Heretics. It's a clean plant in for them. Another
Yeah, it was hard to see if they got the
difficult
defuse or
retake
not.
position for Atlanta FaZe.
But it was so close.
BZ waiting on the nade to hit, and it does. Perfect teamwork there to find the opener, but you've thrown away a couple of 4 versus 3. Maybe not going to happen here, though, as they start to push it out. Sim,
All right, FaZe get this
with
one.
his multi, that seems to be the only way you're finding round wins. And it does. Perfect teamwork there to find the opener.
Hello?
But
What the fuck
you've
was
thrown away
that?
a couple of 4 versus 3. Maybe not going to happen here, though, as they start to push it out. Sim With his multi, that seems to be the only way
YouTube
you're running
just
around.
randomly. We
Just
haven't
finding
even
that
had
double.
a.
You bring it now within a couple of rounds, trying to slow down this run from Heretics.
Yeah, probably some rounds you
Hey,
feel
at
like
least
you
if
should
he's
have
just
won,
getting
the numbers of
confused,
advantages that
I'll
you've had,
take
some big
that.
plays. Draws almost clutching that up, but staying
I
alive.
will take
Well, that reminds me
that.
of last event at the major, right? We're Surge a couple times, they'll retake that B. We're
Yeah,
so
we're hitting the
Let's see
2
one time how close
times.
the Fuse was in the previous round. Draws slides out, has to take that gunfight first. And my God, it is close.
That's so close, dude. That was so
It is close. Maybe a bullet or two after the
I
defuse
liked that
goes
play.
through.
I just thought, I mean, I don't know. Was it Rancor that was the other one alive? I don't know if he
4-2
was
advantage
really
now for
weak and that
Heretics.
was why he backed off, but I felt like him kind of trying to play out
Maybe
front
A-side
would,
push
would
for
prevent
Faze.
draws
This
from
time
pushing
Heretics
in.
not with all the bodies here.
I thought it got a little
It was
risky
last
once
time
he
they
backed
attempted
off
this.
there.
This time seems Faze were able to get in, get trophies down, maybe get a clean plan in, but pausing it for a second.
And you already have 2 players through. They both went through platform. That's being Metals and Real. Well, it's another car. It's another car. I think that weakens up Cell. Well, it looks like he dealt with it. So he was ready for it. Bomb planted. Where do Miami go?
Looks like it's going to be a big hit through front door. They try to triple chow Cell. Draw's able to get one. Cell's able to finesse. Asks for the help from Easy, but a great slide from
Real
Real.
gets
He's going to get a
two?
second off of that as well.
What?
Simp Cell now after clutching the 2 versus 3.
How did Real get 2?
Cell not winning it all on Simp. Not going to get it done. 3v4 again for Heretics.
And this is where I feel like these
How
rounds
did
is where
Real
Cell
get
has
2?
been so good on the year. Just finessing, winning close range
What?
fights. But the 2
was
from
so
Real, spiral
I
side,
don't
get
know
them
how
back
he
in the round.
Got a second, maybe draws.
I gotta see that. I gotta see
look
that
the other
again.
way.
Because the
They
first
gotta
one,
have
he's got a
Real's
great slide.
POV
I forget
there.
the first one it was on a BC or whoever it was. Got a great
He
slide
was
on,
so
but
weak.
Let's see this again.
I think it's behind a nade, right? Abizi's weak. Or no, he's not even weak. He
No.
wins it. Yeah, Draws is looking
Oh, Draws
spiral.
wasn't looking. Oh, okay.
Beautiful there from Real, though.
That makes a little more sense.
Just say he
I was
wasn't
like,
gonna fight. I figured
dude.
he had to be. Regardless, incredible stuff from Real. Now a round away. Our Heretics from a 2-0 edge. Just, you gotta love it, dude.
my
Young
God.
players. For that series you had earlier today, just brush it off and get to business. Real should be caught. Let's say they've got a presence here, but
Metals with the trade, though.
Metal gets one. Can Metal get out with his life? The answer to that is no. So 3 versus 2 for Faze, but sometimes the numbers advantage has not mattered for Faze.
No, and again, like they're defending B well. They're forcing them inside of A. That's if we see another offense, what Miami's gonna have to do. That's what Faze's game plan is. But the A executions have not been going the way that we normally see from Faze.
Oh, they certainly haven't.
Oh, he doesn't get one. The 2-piece, though.
Wait a second.
Oh, he couldn't
okay.
get out. Oh, that
Wait
would
a
have been
second.
insane.
I thought that got real wild. We were hopping POVs and it was a circus.
Yeah, shit was about to hit the fan right there.
Slides right in front of him. Luckily, Cell was nearby, just able to catch Rencor before he gets in a spiral.
Oh, yeah. No, just able to. Yeah.
Ooh, Rancor, if he would have gotten out.
And maybe being out, we have another crazy 1 versus 1. This time for the other rookie of Heretics to clutch. Faze slowly try to bring this one back, and yeah, I mean, you're thinking of your Faze like we could have won this already. I mean, we've had an advantage in 4 rounds we've lost.
Yeah, and they'll probably just go right back to A because they're getting the bomb down, they're getting into their setups.
They're even getting a blood in some of these scenarios and still losing the round.
Now they're going to try to maybe switch up the pace. Someone's getting very aggressive. That's going to be Real.
Oh, Real.
And Real's going to find the opening. Now he is finessing through the doors, through the zip line, shooting
my
at
God, he's
Ghost,
just
but
going.
they are here. They're trying to hunt, just does not find the second player. But look how forward you are if you are Heretics. You know bomb is down.
Okay, well.
It doesn't matter if you know.
Oh,
no.
no.
BC has no business getting 2 there.
Oh, no.
You're still in trouble in this map, but that was filth. Metals 1 versus 3. Retake towards B. Nice tags into Draws. He knows he's got to go now. It's his only really chance of opening. You back down Draws, and maybe you can slip through and make a play.
Yeah, Super just got pooped on.
Might be an ace for Abizi. Might get all 4 in that round. Maybe that is the spark for Faze. We have seen some big comebacks from them on this map. Chance to do it again.
We'll see this again.
Yeah, so he gets Real. He was the trade, and then snap on a Rencor, and Super.
Super missed his first
Super
8 bullets.
just
right in that trash can.
dude.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, well,
Super
maybe you can get
just
away with that if you're a
whiffed.
Faze player, but shooting bodies when you're down 5-3 is demonic stuff. 5-4 now. Ace from Avizi keeping you in it. Damage into Real.
All right, Miami.
Backing him up.
Yeah, he's hoping that
Gotta
trophy
close this
covers
one
him
out.
just a little short.
They're going fast, and Abizi right back to it. 5 straight for him.
Don't
But then
overcommit.
that
Don't
push
overcommit.
stalls all because of that nade. That sets up Abizi for that play.
They get in, they get out. Back it up towards A. For Heretics, though, it has been these 3v4s that they managed to pull off that got them to the big advantage. Real is terrified, trying to run through walls. Can't quite back up. Help
We're
tries
just
to come
not
in.
ready
Abizi,
for
he's
anything.
over
We're not
for
ready
He's
for
over
anything.
Simple get the last one, but it's 7 straight
Oh,
for Abizi,
no,
and
we're
now
letting
we're
him
going
come
to
back.
around 11.
What are we doing, Miami?
They do not go away.
Abizi takeover map.
What are we doing,
Holy.
Miami?
Well, the Tiny Terrors, they have been human throughout this stage, especially in the respawn, but coming alive in map 2.
Miami, I think Miami
Super.
need to
1,400 damage on his
Need to
side.
play-
Just passing that is
play a little
Abizi.
slow here.
7 straight for Abizi. 3 straight rounds for Faze. Heretics, yeah, you gotta close this out. This one would
Yeah,
be
you
rough
need to win
after
this,
that
bro.
massive
You
advantage.
need to
Here we
win
go.
this.
Round 11 protocol. Heretics for the 2-0 edge. Faze to square things up. Real, info on the cross.
It's a 3 outer strat, right through platform. The zipline is given up, so you'd see number 5 Andraza. He's worried someone's already through. That's going to be Real. Near that A site will be Simp. He's going to lock down A, but there is
Just
the
don't
info.
hit the zip.
But do they know Real is here? He has been lurking. Feels like they know it's an idea. Is Abizi's on the hunt?
Oh.
And it's 8 in a row.
8 in a row for Abizi.
No.
Sell with another. It's a Miami collapse, or is it? Metals
Oh, we're challenged.
trying to bring it back. Yeah, Abizi's like, I'm unkillable. Unkillable. 8 straight on 13.
Oh, I don't
Pressure,
like
though,
this.
to draws.
I don't like this.
He just gets the info. The bomb is being planted.
Oh my
Super getting the
God.
back statue.
Get down,
Taking away
Metals!
the plant. Great stuff there from Draws. Now wait for your teammates to come in and pinch
They
this out.
just
Super's position, give it up.
troll,
All the
bro.
utility now coming in.
They
Simple
just
get it.
trolled
And
so
Faze
hard.
Bring it back down.
How do you shit the bed that hard?
And if they win this series, you're praying to Lord Abizi.
no.
Because that was disgusting
Heretics,
stretch out of
come
him.
on.
And you and
It's
I,
a
we talked about it. This has been
5-2.
their split. Just some ugly hardpoint map 1.
Oh,
and then
no,
somehow
man.
surviving in map 2.
What was
they
that?
have relied all year on their
They
search
did
and destroy,
all
and
the
they do
good
it again.
stuff at the start, and then they just sucked.
About the size of a mosquito and as annoying as them
Oh,
too. Like these guys
brother.
just won't go away, bro.
Come on,
Like,
man.
I thought for sure.
Come on, Miami.
That is a Heretics 2-0 advantage.
You
But,
should
you know,
be
we
up
kept mentioning, like, Faze,
2-0 right
should've been
now.
up
Now
with
you
that.
have Hossie
Should've.
under
They had
control.
so many
You're
4v3s
probably going to get
that they
choke
threw away.
slammed.
But the fact you're able to clutch up there, and that's just part of the ice that comes with
They just
being a
threw
Faze.
so
Having these
hard.
players, all the championship Sundays you have made it to.
I'm tired of
They're not
watching
out of this
teams
series yet,
throw
'cause they still don't
S&Ds
look
against
great, but,
Faze.
man,
It's
that was a
happened
comeback.
every
Abizi
day.
does, though. Lord Abizi, a reminder he is the S&D god, because that was, dude, something.
Well, yeah, I mean, his duo is right behind him with double
E9
digits.
was up.
Just so many multi-kills early for
Super
Sid.
is
They
just
throw
like,
it
bro,
away.
it's not for a trash can.
Optic was up. They throw it away.
Yeah, we might have done it. I mean, yeah, they played
Heretics
well.
are up.
And then in that round
They
11,
throw it
trying to
away.
set up Real. Right, he was always
Come
been the
on,
lurker
man.
since they added him last
Someone's
year.
got to close out
Just
the
like, yeah,
S&D.
they read
You
that
can't
play.
be
No,
up.
he got spotted. Like when he saw
Oh,
them,
man.
bottom computers, like they saw him.
They
and
had
you saw
first
Abizi,
blood
you gotta
almost
play
every
for that.
round
It's just a timing
too,
thing. It
and
is.
you
I thought
still
Brady
were
draws
able to
it was either
win.
going to get caught or was going to be he found a timing through. Found a timing through. Abizi just won the gunfight. He had the close range sub and able to win it. Unbelievable. Desk.
brutal.
Chat through that one. Holy hell.
8 first blood seems to be the difference here, but it was Miami taking advantage of, I guess, being down a man, but just playing together early. Break down the search and destroy for me, Study. How has Atlanta now done this twice? This is the second round 11 steal.
These guys are just unreal in this mode specifically. Like, they have been lackluster in hardpoint. Their control is 50-50, but S&D they can always rely on. And I feel like when you are playing against Atlanta in this mode, you need to be able to put them away. You were up 5-2.
Yeah.
We start taking way too many risks. We're taking space, giving up our life for free, and then that's when you're allowing Abizi
That's
to
what I'm
just
saying,
dictate the
bro.
game. Like, he's unreal when he's getting into that flow state.
When you're up against a team like Atlanta Faze, you got to put them out.
Drop these lowers on me, Unc.
This is how I'm looking at Real right now. Listen,
Yeah.
runs up on their defensive round, gets a great position, finds the blood. and then he is so hungry for the two-piece that he's just running around up top, takes the zip. Got to get out with your life there, and you saw the rest of the players on their team trying to get pushed up and play around him off of that energy. And then Abizi's like, wait, I can do it too, and just guns you to bring them back into the game. Like, that is a Miami win. You have done so much work throughout that one. And, you hate to see them throw it away because this Atlanta Faze team, you give them an inch, they're taking a mile.
You should have been up 2-0 without a doubt. That's what's going through everybody's head. But if you're Faze, you're all smiles. Take a look at the early rounds, though, Al, because things were looking up for Miami, and the crowd is loving their performance.
Yeah, and things were looking grim for Atlanta Faze, and it was because Miami Heretics were just exuding confidence over on this A site, And unfortunately, I think after Abizi got that 2 down low, it almost scared the Miami Heretics. They started slowing down, trying to give new looks, and it's kind of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think for Miami Heretics, unfortunately, they were just trying too hard to give different looks. Again, Abizi gets 2, and just suddenly it's like all of the fire for Miami Heretics starts getting a little snuffed out. They start playing a little wonky and slowing things down. I wish they would have just dropped zipped and bang out A again.
I'm telling you, that's not even Super Renkor's fault. Like, they're going to get roasted because they got smoked in those gunfights down there, but it is literally them running to try to help Real, who was up top, and get his trade. Super unfortunate. Abizi's just a special player, man. Has these moments throughout the years.
And that's the thing, like, if you allow Abizi to have a moment like that, where he just absolutely destroys Super, you best believe he's going to take that into the next couple of rounds. He opens up with 3 in the following, getting aggressive over towards tower side, just dictates the game. And then at that point, when you're in round 11, you're shaking a little bit because everything that you threw at them, everything that you had different strategies for when you started the game, it just wasn't working because SMGs, the Tiny Terrors, started to come alive.
They have so many round 11 wins, I feel like. It's ridiculous.
That guy who was just on camera, if you need help, he's from the Coast Guard. He knows a thing or two. Shout out to my guy. Round 11 victory again for Faze makes it a 1-1 game, and we go back to this hard point, though. Heretics silenced the Atlanta Faze fans instantly. Walk me through the performance. Is it the ARs? Is it medals? Is it more than just medals? What did we see here on Vault?
It was the SMGs. I think the SMGs had a really good map in this map, number one. I mean, the ARs did too. I mean, across the board. I mean, this was kind of a bang out for Miami, but they're just a really fundamentally good Vault team. They prioritize P4 incredibly well compared to other teams, and I think that's how they run away with this versus Atlanta.
I agree, Ali. It was the P4. And you saw, like, Miami just got in, like, that situation where you just squad wipe them when there's, like, 15 seconds left on P3, and you're just in the perfect setup where they're just blending Atlanta. And you saw just Atlanta not prioritizing the spawns, and when they did, they were just getting gunned down. Real had a sensational performance on that map, number one, as well as Super. Like, exactly what you want to see if you're a Miami fan. But that being said, as thunderous as that is, we're in a 1-1 situation now.
Yeah. God, man.
Miami just got to
keep getting away with this.
Like, you came out, everyone was firing on all cylinders. SMGs even pulling out AR at time. You were dominating rotations, and now this is the most important map for me, without question, in the series. Because when you talk about Atlanta Faze, protocol control, don't want to play there. They auto veto Vault every single time. So the 50-50 one for them is Hacienda. They sometimes look good, sometimes look bad.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes
last time
maybe.
they matched up, it's the only one they won versus Atlanta.
Yeah, facts.
Real quick, true or false, we see our first game 5 of the night in this series.
I don't want to jinx it.
I fear they gave Atlanta too much momentum from that.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
No.
So false.
Don't want to jinx it. Merc and Maven.
Please. I don't know. Yeah, please. No, I'm afraid whoever to get about 5. But no, I think Hacienda is interesting for the next 2 because I think if you think about their major run, last time to win for Faze, the last major, Hacienda, Hardpoint, and Control are probably their most important maps. Like, I think Hacienda in general is probably the most important map to this Faze team right now because they need it in Search after Vault and Skyline were left. They need it in Hardpoint. They need it in Control because Proto gets banned. Like, Hasi, I'm kind of talking out of my ass, but Hasi is like the most important map to them. I really feel that way.
Yeah,
I do.
When you look at the vetoes, right, because they don't play a lot of Skyline 100%.
Yeah,
but, I mean, again, last time these two teams met up, you played Hasi Control, and it was a big surprise because Miami beat them 3-1.
Yeah,
it looked
all right,
really
Miami.
good. And that's the big thing for Miami.
Gotta lock
They
in.
didn't have a second Control map.
You're gonna
But
throw
with
away an
Super now,
SMD like
they
that.
have this as an option.
And I think, listen, the meta has shifted a little bit. Like, we were definitely a little heavier in the sub department on a lot of maps. It's been a little bit more AR dominant. I mean, our experience over the past 6 years.
You're gonna throw
typically
away
when
that
Faze are at their
SMD.
best,
You
it's
gotta
a little
come
more
out
sub
hot
heavy.
in
I
the
think
next
that's
map.
partly why they're struggling a bit this stage. But you made an interesting comment to me. You said you feel right now it feels like Vanguard Faze. Like they don't look very good. Like this is current form. I'm not talking about the year. They won 2 obviously, but current form, they don't look great. but you wouldn't be surprised if they still make a run to a final.
They're just doing enough.
Doing enough, yeah. Heretics, though, the other side of this, like, you've just got to bounce back. You threw one away. You let one slip, however you want to phrase it. They want to answer back, and they're going to need this home crowd behind them, but it's Sip actually.
We're not checking our corns.
Them, inside them, through them.
We're not checking our day one corns.
2-0 start for Sip.
Well, he's going to get on this B point, but really the player I'm looking at for Faze is Cell. He turned it around, has not had a great series. You do not say that often, but was that the spark you needed in that map too?
All right, this ain't looking good, bro. This ain't looking good. I fear. I fear Miami gave him too much.
A couple of round ones were his multi-kills.
He gave him too much energy.
Like a BC maybe, but the Tiny Terrors have been doing it together for a long time, and they continue to. Good test though around the point. Simp not taking that gunfight. Good gunny there from Metals. Now Draza from the top rope will get one. The big one-on-one. It's a BC that'll keep a presence here, and this is big one-on-one because what? He can pause the clock. Has a foothold here, but spawning out all the way over towards Rock and P2 will be Faze trying to battle back.
And this is where I felt, because on the year they're 8-3, but in this stage they're 1-2 on this map. And I think what they did early on Aussie, better than anyone, is their
kills
ability
going
to stay
away in
alive
Miami
on that
here
point and buy enough time for their attack to work. But throughout this stage, I think that's where they've struggled. It feels like that one player just hasn't finessed their life enough. They're not winning enough gunfights near that platform.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, dude, defense's push in general is so tough. It's so tough. They're pausing it again here, though. It'll be the Tiny Terrors. And into the fray they go. Can Sip walk away the multi? He can. So they'll take that and then give him another one. You've got to be kidding me. Nice pick out of the window. Second tick done.
And that's just a great example of it. I mean, you had two dead. Miami, everybody pushes on up, but they somehow get through. They're starting to work the B point. It might come down to the last player again. And while it is Simp, he has been here for a long time. He just had no help whatsoever.
It's like, boys, can we get one?
One, yeah, please.
Can we get one? Under 30 to go, and they've cleared all that work onto the third tick. Probably the last push in, even in lives, starting to build it from Boathouse. Working, got through the secret side of it. Will be a BZ. He's going to drop. It's going to be on Simp again to make the play. He's got Cell here to help him out. And Cell is helping. Halfway to that last tick. A BZ gets one well side off a spawn. Simp trying to finesse his life. Are you going to send more bodies out? They're going to send two more at this. Real with a big win. The other two seemingly lining up, and that will be the minute extension.
It doesn't matter.
Minute 15 now to go. Last body up towards the point will be a BZ. He's just going to wait for the troops to get here, but can't wait long.
Yes, you think he's going to wait, but he gets on the point. He's able to find him, so now 8 versus 8. But you have the minute, and that's all. Do the objective work over towards B, just stalling the clock. Big props to Simp. And Cell to get done with that point.
He should get a freebie.
Ticks in a position to win an offense.
Rancor, he's been cut down. Reinforcement from the well side. It's a big gunfight wins. Lives-wise, we're 6 versus 6, 45 to go. So more than likely, we're going down to lives. Every gunfight so big. Super wins one. Simp wins one. Back and forth to go. They're all swinging on Real. Best of luck with this. Can he get a kill?
He's got help.
Can he get a kill or can he get help? Help is there. Help is getting clothesline. They're all getting ripped.
You're all there
the
and
super
you
in the
all
back.
die?
2 versus 4. He's going to fall
all
down
there
to
and
Real.
you all die?
1v4.
Brother,
You'd love to leave him up and get another tick if you can, but you got to kill him at that point. So what, 4 ticks?
And that's just the man advantage that you get if you are Faze, because Super, he chows top open by his lonesome. There's nobody following him up for the trade. But, I mean, you're kind of set up for that push, right? You have 2 players in a position, but they just fly through Rock, their ability to stay alive. See it again from Simp's POV to get done with B.
Well, that, I think, was the first
I'm convinced
time.
Simp sold his soul to fucking really be good at Call of Duty. I'm convinced, bro.
Like 100%, but it was him and Cell.
There's no reason one guy should be this fucking good at every COD he touches.
Yeah,
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Still, a brilliant play
he sold his soul to get this team.
Now we'll see what they can do defensively, but
and his talent, the talent he has, and the team he has.
Trying to shift
there's no other way.
Trying to shift the venue, the fans back into their side. Metals looking to eat. He's been great in this particular matchup, but he's going to be put into the blender and spun around like a ballerina as the Tiny Terrors get right back to work.
Yeah, this is the worry from that map too, if those two got going.
Well, I mean, that should be, I think right now with where this Heretics team is, it feels like the form of Super and Rancor, like you can go toe-to-toe with Dross and Cell. The advantage for Faze should be in the SFG, 100%. That was not the case in the map 1. Obviously in the map 2 it was, and maybe we'll see if that's how it plays out here, but that should be where you're eating.
That feels that way. Just, yeah, Sip with another. He's 14 and 7. Abizi right behind him at 9 and 6. You're all off a spawn. Metals with a heads-up play, maybe to just lures, but with those fences allows a timing for Abizi to do that. He's ready for number 3. The damage is there.
Oh, guess what? You killed Abizi? Well, I'm here too.
Sounds just like him.
Yeah. 7 life advantage early on for Faze. Body, though, onto the point for Heretics. Remember, a similar position for Faze. Maybe not down as many lives, but they had a lot of work to do with very little time to do it. Heretics need to do something similar, but Sip is just in kind of flow state right now. Just frying them. Same can be said for Abizi. Just taking over this one. There has not been an opening anywhere. It has been the search and destroy. It has been the control of this stage for Faze that is, well, the reason they got to a winner's bracket start at least. And they're doing it again here. That's been the recipe for victories. Lose map 1, win 2, 3, 4.
He sold if we have another like screenshot, I mean, if you go back and look,
there's no
like
way.
6-5,
Some of these fucking 2 pieces, 3 pieces I'm seeing from this guy is just like, it's diabolical. It's insane.
If you talk about at least
I could understand if he was doing this shit to like pub players or, you know, like multiple people like me, but I mean, these guys are the best of the best, and he is just Kentucky frying them at will.
Not there yet, and that's going to be the hardpoint pick.
I don't get it, man.
For Faze, you think about their run throughout Major 2 to their win. Hardpoint on Hacienda was a massive part of why they won that tournament. Heretics, though, they're thinking about the reverse sweep.
I fear this series is over, bro.
They need a good break off. So far, so good. Then maybe not so good. Well, okay, we go 2 for 2.
Yeah, but the opening towards B is there.
Dude, yeah.
At least put somebody on it. You don't even see that player if you are Simp.
It looks insane.
But a nice rotation there from Super and Real.
They need an inspirational reverse sweep in this control here.
Simp's kind of his own little war on the other side of the map. He's just been like a 1v2 over here, rock side. And okay, I thought for a second maybe coming away with that, but trying to divert forces over there. They haven't been able to do really what they did through the round 1, like kind of constant pressure onto B, lots of pause in the clock. They haven't been able to do that. It's been a better defense.
Yeah, Joe.
Then you had your chance early, right?
Simp and Abizi decided to just
off the break
start shitting.
You saw they wanted to get towards that B point.
So
they just got cut down, especially what that kill from Super onto Simp.
Sheesh.
I mean,
nice win from Abizi.
Heretics choked the S&D hard.
Sip with 1, cutting them down and finding openings, and they want to cut over towards B. That's going to be the play call.
And then right after they choked it, Faze just got all the momentum.
You've got massive numbers here. Holding the outer push is going to be Cell. That is a clean volley of kills. And this should be the extension. I don't know if you risk this if you're Heretics. You just got to set up. Or do they? It looks like they're going to send one more wave with this. My worry is if you lose this fight, you might just lose the map.
Yeah, they're gonna go for it. One player does hit outer. I think Super does enough. So you can see everybody now gonna fight rock side off of spawn.
Okay, enough that you can't just cleanly get that.
Exactly.
Yeah. That almost did exactly what I was worried it was, though. A little bit of a risk there when you take one more hit. Minute to go, though.
This control is over.
For Faze now. Should be a calm. I'm saying should be a calm over to Seth. There's one coming his way. The streak continues now for Abizi. He's out to 5 in a row.
It's 3 dead. Real last man.
I don't get it, bro. These guys just get headshots in the craziest gunfights.
Another chance for Faze to win.
6 straight. Got going in the search and destroy. Did not slow down in the control. He'll take any gunfight, whether he's stunned or not. Well, the reposition for this one. And then he'll come right back and shove the barrel of his gun down your throat. 5 lives remaining for Heretics. massive advantage for Faze. Bodies stacking it, no respawns left. The lives won't matter.
Well,
the map
way to
is
go,
gone.
Heretics.
Faze.
You threw away the
Back-to-back
series.
maps, and this
Nice.
is how they've
Congrats.
done it.
You're going home.
2, 3,
See ya.
and 4 have been the maps.
See you next major.
Throughout the qualifier and are looking to do it again here.
Muy bien.
Heretics now are going to rely on what? Winning a Hossie hardpoint and getting it to a dealership. They get to map 5. You feel pretty good about their chances.
Yeah, you thought this was a big sort of mental test after the loss to Thieves. You come out hot, and here's just another one. Did you blow that 5-2 lead? That's all you're going to be thinking about if you lose this series.
Man. They choked the
100%.
S&D.
100%. Like, they had it won. They had multiple opportunities, and yeah, they got to that 5-2 lead through some insane plays, some insane clutches, and some misplays from Faze.
This is what kills me, bro.
You had a 5-2 advantage. Yes, it's the curse, but like,
Faze just get put in situations where it's
hardpoint.
like, oh, they shouldn't win this. And then they do, and then they get momentum, and then they just run it up in loser's bracket, and then things get scary because it's like, hey, every other team that they played against just gave them all the momentum in the world.
They got blown out in the map 1. They're going to have to look better in this next one, but for the control stats,
bro.
yeah, BZ and Simp just, I mean, they were
hit BZ and Simp
I think
split
round
up
one
as
sort
the
of
day.
sets the pace.
Bottle of
He's got
champagne.
7 objective kills. 5 of those were on
I just don't see it
happening.
happening.
B
I don't
side,
see it happening.
getting that objective work done, and then they just kind of played their game.
Yeah, Destiny,
right?
Miami.
You just saw it. You saw Cell pulling out a sub, Draza pulling out a sub.
You're
What we
up
saw from Major
5-2.
1. Them really setting that meta.
5-2.
Playing their game. When you
just
control the
have to
hallways,
win
you have to jump
one
into that, where they're just ready for you. This is how they want to play this map.
And yeah, I mean, for the map 4, you go back, what were the wins? They got the win over Carolina for Faze. You had the win over Carolina, they had the win over Optic, and what was the other one? Third win. Like, it was literally so similar in how they did it. Like, I would bet money this is going to be like a 250, 240 type hard point.
I know, they've been together since BO4.
That'd be where I bet, based on just how it's been lately.
Yeah, the only reason you might be wrong is just because the way that these guys are shooting right now.
Yeah, seems like not quite what we were seeing in that map 1. They were getting absolutely Kentucky fried. Not been the case.
That's
I know.
As it is to blow the 5-2 lead.
Life
It's
must
also
be
just
easy, huh?
How it happens. Like, you gotta be,
Life must be easy when you can afford 3 of the best players in the game every year.
How it happened, and then, yeah, maybe you started the fire and then turned into a full-fledged bonfire now with
That's
the map 3.
That's the thing that I don't understand. Like, genuinely,
I'm 3-0. We don't
I
see
know
a
I'm
ton of
trolling right
3-0s
now,
in
but like,
control. It
I
happens.
genuinely
Yeah,
don't get how they're
Space
able
Monkey's had some. We've had a couple this
afford,
weekend, but
like,
it's difficult with
Simp,
the nature
BZ,
of our
and Cellium
match
every year.
super offensive
And then not
favor,
only
but
that,
you
but
get a
then
lot
go
when
out
you go
and
to
get
round
like
round 5.
a guy like
More often than
Draza
not, they're
in the
though just
offseason.
steamrolling through them.
Like,
I
I don't.
You've seen more offensive map.
I don't get it.
Probably Proto.
Probably Proto
this event.
since the change.
Yeah.
Just this event. Yeah. No, absolutely. But they do it there on Hacienda. This is just, yeah, you've got to regroup, and that's where it's so tough. It's just, it's a young team, and it makes me think of like, well, before I talk about that, you look at the map 1, what these guys were able to do. It's just like, are the guns hot like that now? Can you play like that now that Faze is starting to hit another gear? But like, it reminds me almost like we got young players like this. Like Ray kind of talked about when they brought him on and he got interviewed, like getting to a Sunday with that first step for that kind of surge crew.
Do they actually take pay cuts though?
Getting to a final, first time.
Yeah.
Like, after they lost that winners bracket final, we were like,
Is that
oh,
official?
That's gonna be tough to bounce back from. Like, there are moments when you are a young player. It is. I'm sure you were there early in your career.
Jinxie donates half his monthly
I don't
earnings
care
to
like
Faze.
how mentally tough you feel at that age. They're young, bro. Like, you haven't seen things. It's got to be so hard to just be like, what do you do? Just be like, all right, brush it off.
No, I mean, it's hard to do. It's not easy to do. And again, in the back of your mind, you're just thinking about map 2.
Well, what do you think was easier? Brushing off like that map 2, or like brushing off the Thieves loss. The Thieves loss, at least you got beat in 40 minutes. It's just you just like laugh that off in a way. Like we got our asses kicked. What
I
is
mean,
there
I'm
to
pretty
talk
sure
about?
they did.
We did not show
I'm
up
pretty
to
sure
play
they
our
did to
game.
pick
We
up
got
draws. But like before
But
that,
the map 2 is wow. What do you do?
Yeah, let's see if they can bounce back here on this Hacienda hardpoint.
I'm pretty sure they did
Get this
for
to that map
draws.
5. Yeah, dealership is there.
But they didn't win at all
been
last
so
year besides
strong on it.
EWC.
But can we get there?
Can we get there? We get there. This is going to be a banger.
I mean, I guess they're at that point
All-timer.
it doesn't really matter.
Okay, I'm
because
just
their
relying on
contracts
how
are
the map
cheaper.
2. That map 2 search was insane. Maybe more of that on dealership. But can we get there? Come on, Heretics. Get us to a map 5. Get this home
Yes,
crowd,
Heretics, get us to a map
fired
5.
up.
You can close it out in
For
a
this
map
big
5. Your
Hacienda.
dealership S&D.
Few seconds to
I
go,
know
and
we
are
spanked you on
loading
it,
in. Final match
but
of
that's your
Saturday
guys'
before
map.
Championship Sunday.
So just
Away
get to it.
we go.
Just get
Heretics
to it.
battling for their tournament.
Oh, we're gonna
Faze's
start with the young
HPs
gun,
haven't
just
been the
controlling
best.
Top open. But I think you gotta see, can you rely on the subs to do just
Okay,
that?
3
Maybe
dead.
just slow down the tiny terrors, just not allow those multi-kills to come through as often as they have the last couple of maps.
Yeah, it's just they need a strong start, right? They need one. They need a strong start because you did not get to bounce back at all in that control.
Okay, they take out the guy in the back.
So far, so good.
Okay, decent start here.
Control, B2 spawn control, not a single point in for Faze.
Faze got taken over by millionaires before though.
Yeah, you already have Metals watching well. There's gonna be a player there that was Sim, so he's cut down.
I don't
That's your
know.
long route guy.
I mean,
who was in that position.
Atlanta
but you're
Faze has
5
always
seconds
been
away
like a
from
different
popping up.
entity than
You're like at the
FaZe
50-yard line. You are gonna find one kill. Rentor should spawn safe with P2.
So I don't know
spawning.
how
He
like
does.
some of that stuff works.
So great start here for Miami.
It's just sometimes where Faze have struggled, like the P1, P2 on this particular map. They bring it back on the P3 and 4. We've seen this a billion times. And I feel like it's a P2.
Gotta
they
lock
get
in
the
this
closeouts
P2.
more often than not for the map, but
Metals has
this
a
is
big
where they're
gunfight
trying
on
to
7
improve, and
here.
This is where Heretics are trying to take advantage.
Oh, Real with a big pinch. He finds the opening.
Oh yeah, good
Well, he's
pinch
gonna
from
cut it down
Real.
apart, finds the IR.
Nice.
Great stuff. And
Lift your
the
side
spawns
door,
will
lift your
flip
side
due to what
door.
Simp is doing, but it doesn't really matter. 25
That's
seconds
all right.
left.
Sure.
You take this all day.
Sure, absolutely. Even if you lose control
Yeah, the
here,
whole corporate
whatever,
thing.
Even more
But
power
see,
to you if you get
Atlanta
the time and
Faze
the
is not the
rotation.
same as Faze
Metals will be
Clan.
the last body
They're
at
two
it.
separate
Teammates off the
things.
spawn and
So.
rotate. This is all gravy. Beautifully done from Heretics.
Free fire, free fire.
They need to come out swinging in this map 4. They're doing it. Okay, so now for
Good
Faze,
start.
this
Good
is
start
where
for
you-
Miami.
This is where you need to get your time. 3 and 4 is where you usually find more of your success. They were out-rotated, outgunned,
But fences is like
out-everything in
Simp's
the map
playground,
one.
so
They got to turn it on here.
Yeah, I think that's a key. I mean, they have played so much around rotation
Good
throughout
trades.
this year, and they're just losing them.
Not the break
Okay,
team of the
Rancor.
past.
Okay,
Not
I
able
see
to
you.
do it. Rancor and Heretics shut it down. Real out to a 9 and 4 start as well. This Heretics team behind their powerhouse.
I don't know how
it
it works,
They are
to
just
be honest.
lethal.
I really don't.
For Faze, you see to flip the script. Yeah, you gotta flip it. You can't be constantly trying to break against the likes of Super and Rancor and allowing Real.
Even
to
at
get
this point,
space,
just keeping
find
it white.
routes, find openings.
Oh, that
As
would
he's
have been
doing
dirty.
right now. The
That
Super
would have
holds
been
the
dirty.
back line. 100 to 15.
Metals is already on the rotation as
The
well.
mini-map, the first player there, it's going to be Metals. And well, Rentor's
you're
going
one,
to
kid.
pick up the pinch.
When you're
Simp
one,
was trying
kid.
to find the opening. Nice win there by Abizi and Cell. But still,
Okay,
Rentor
Rancor's
has
there
a
for the
presence
trade.
here. And you're just, I mean, delaying this. You love this. If you are Miami, once again at the hill first. 100-point lead just like that.
They all line up. They're like on top of each
Well-
other there, so it works out beneficially for Faze. And this has probably been their best hard point, P4, on this particular map. That's usually where they're at their strongest. They've got to be right now. Because if this went the way of Heretics, I mean, this map is basically done. They're still winning it from the point. A couple of multi-kills come through for the Faze side.
Cannot let
Next
Faze
break
get back into
opportunity
this,
for
dude.
Heretics, though, is here. They're
Can't
trying
let
to
'em get
contest
back
what
in.
they can. Don't allow any kind of rallying cry from the Atlanta Faze boys.
Gonna have to.
There was a chance on that
Gonna have
first
to
push, 'cause Real,
prioritize
he
these
never died, so
rotations
he was
as
just
much as
sort of
possible.
lurking, trying to set that up. It comes down to a one
I think
versus
Ali
one.
had
Cell was able
mentioned
to win it, so they
in one of
did
their
the
last
rest of the time.
series that Faze
Stay in
is
the game.
not great at breaking most of the time, so
All right, second rotation upcoming.
definitely
Heretics
need to
keep doing
lock
what you're
down
doing.
the
Brilliant
rotations.
first set of hard points. Faze now want to kick it into another gear. They have been getting dominated. This second rotation has got to be better. We're going to a map 5. Down 70, Faze is fighting. Let's go to the comms with Atlanta Faze.
Great. I'm gonna get to hear Abizi and Simp start to get loud. This shit happens every time, bro.
He ran away.
Just Joe, you hate Cell's comms. Shit on! Yeah, right, buddy! He's pre-firing the shit on to get 3 peaks? Nah. I respect it, but that's crazy. Nah, dude, I'd be crashing out. If I'm pre-firing this shit on and I lose the gunfight. I mean, that's that forced energy. I respect it. Damn, good kills from Rancor.
We flip. Go far to the back. You don't use that. Try to kill him. He's back. He's on Chris. He was back super on time. Alright, deep back and then on time. Turn up each other.
I mean, they sound a little defeated. I mean, I don't want to call it early, but they sound a little defeated.
Close right. One shot dead.
Super dead. Comms seem alright. Like they have an idea what they want to do. They're just not getting it done. Like when they need to execute, it's the plays that the gunfight went from Heretics. They're disrupting it.
Yeah, they're just getting destroyed.
Yeah.
Honestly, it reminds me a lot of map number
Big
1.
2Ps?
There's some break opportunities, but then someone's finding
Rancor
a
gets the
multi-kill.
other one.
Rancor
It's all right.
does a great job staying alive there. You were waiting on a BZ to go. And well, his teammates
BZ thought he got that shit on.
Broke by Heretics, still hanging on to this 100-point lead.
Not quite.
Both teams, they didn't get this
They're
position
weak,
through their
they're weak,
hardpoint.
Real.
This qualifier, it has been the control, it has been the search. But wow, Heretics look far out in front. And the hard points within this series still up 100 points. Yeah, there's still a chance for Faze to make this run. It starts here with the P4. You can get back within chopping distance if you get the hold.
Wait.
Next break though chance.
Oh my god, Metals is turn.
Metals
is turn.
Well, Metals 1 versus 1. Cell gets underneath them. Cell, how does he get 2 with the pistol?
Bro?
Still, the closer spawn comes in for Heretics. You're able to fight right back in. I thought Cell did enough to win that. Maybe enough to keep it scrappy. But the flood is there.
Metals
Heretics
picked
play
up
so
the nade,
fast,
threw it in, and then got 2.
Get to 3.
And these are the sort of plays that we're used to Faze doing on this hill. Got a glimpse of it from Celium. He's playing well, but again, it's just like everybody else struggling. We're just not getting a team effort from Faze and Hardpoint.
No, I mean, it's so much like the map 1. You just look at it
mean,
statistically.
on this hardpoint, they're playing good. The hardpoints, they've looked solid, but
and it's best of 5.
that search, man, to think.
They absolutely might with the way these two have looked. Into our 3rd set now. Super trying to battle to clear a BZ out of the objective. BZ repositions though, catches him there at the pot. Only 23 points needed for Heretics. And I want to say this is one of those where it just feels like a matter of time. Like one little break, Heretics get this done. But just how the map 2 went, even though it's a very different mode, I'm like, it's not counting one out yet. Who the hell knows? Faze might pull off something insane.
That is, yeah, I mean, I guess it could happen. If it's going to happen on a map, it'd be a map like Hacienda. They're going to flip them.
Yeah.
They're going to flip them. This is a big 15. I think Miami want to challenge this.
That
That is going to be the call.
That's a big
win.
win
Would
for
love to have
Metals.
this time. And yeah, Metals, he's going to win that gunfight now. That's going to force Celium to reposition, deal with him. This should give Miami maybe a chance to break this early.
Let's see if they can do it. Maybe the first time you're set up early if you're Faze. Like, not been the case at P2 at all. Draws has got trophy in for coverage. Got up to fight. Comeback still happening. Down 80, and that is tough.
The trophy, his trophy
gets a kill. Cell able to hold
blew
Zig
up
as
the
well.
car.
Oh, maybe stop shooting there. At least the Real getting 2. Simp somehow snaps to get another, but once it always feels like there's another player for Heretics.
This should be
It's just like the P4. It's just the closer spawn is enough. Now 10 needed for the win. Real back in battling inside the point at 28 and 18.
It should be Jeej.
It's a game 5. It is a game 5
We're
on
going
the
that way.
cards.
Here we go, baby.
Miami take us there.
Finally!
We
Thank you,
finally get a
Miami.
map 5 and it's Miami against Atlanta? No way.
The hard point.
And we got
So
ourselves a
good for
dealership
Heretics.
S&D
Faze
to
just getting
close it
torched.
out, bro.
Torch.
dealership
Thought that was their
S&D.
weakness coming in, and
Miami's
sure enough,
best S&D.
that is the case. 2-2 with a dealership to come, and maybe just talk about who's the better dealer team coming into this.
Let's hope our BTA didn't
Heretics
fuck
pick.
up
They are the better one.
Miami's
It's
mental
weird
on
today
this
because I know
map.
they got 6-0 in the blink of an eye by Thieves, but this could be their should be their map win.
Don't tell
This
me
could
that
be
us
their map win.
absolutely
They're the favorite. They
spanking
got
the
it here. They now
Heretics
have the momentum.
on
What a
their
bit of
best
resilience
map
here
is gonna chalk
out
their
of
mental.
Heretics.
No, 100%. Just mentally a battle after that map number 2. But a great response in this game 4, just right from the get-go.
Holy
Real
shit.
has so many multi-kills.
Dude, they
that
could have won
were
the
a big
series. If they
difference
didn't
maker to
choke the
give
map
them
2, they
that
would have won the
100-point
series.
lead. Like there were, I don't know, a couple of chances,
my
like maybe that
gosh.
second P2, but they found enough. They kept it messy.
Metal
didn't allow
started
Faze
frying.
to really get anything.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. He picked up the nade that Faze threw it back in, and then slid out and got 2 kills.
Crazy. A month
That's
ago,
crazy.
Their hardpoint was like 8-2 in the major. So
That is
I told you that.
a
I still
wild
didn't believe
play
it
to
was that
make.
good. You know I didn't. Even when
well, this is worse.
Even when they were like a 70% win rate, I still didn't think it was great. But no, this is as flat as it is. Look from them.
Oh my gosh!
And
I don't.
hard point. Work to do if they're gonna
Please
somehow
tell me
win
there's
this
not a
tournament.
delay.
But
I
it's
don't
not
want
gonna
to
come through
wait.
the hard point. They're gonna win this series.
I need
They've gotta do it through the
a
search and
break.
destroy
Just get me
and the
in this
control.
dealership S&D. I'm ready
They came
for
back
it.
down 2-5
I want
in
it
the
right
map
now.
It was an incredible comeback, but
I
maybe
need
you're
it.
relying on some more miracles there. But you're going to get some more experience.
Guy
team on
thinks
dealership,
he's
a better
Neo or
team on
some
dealership,
shit.
But it's still Faze. It's still search and destroy. They obviously have a chance to win.
Yeah,
No, 100%.
I mean,
you never really know with this Faze team.
We've been praying for a goddamn map 5, and we finally got one.
We
Major
do
3,
finally get
final
a
match
map
of the
5.
night. We go the entire way. The hometown heroes in Miami. The team further building their legacy in Atlanta Faze. The map 5 dealership up next. Do not go anywhere.
This series has been crazy.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
I was not
Upgrade
anticipating
your
it
game
being
with the
this close.
Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
Oh man, we got a 3-minute wait here. I'm just ready to jump into it. I think I'm gonna go pee so we can be completely locked for this last map. I'll be right back.
To give yourself a fighting chance here in the series. Real, ruthless aggression. Another upstairs, can't get it, it's Kremp with 2. It's now down to Lucky. And will he be that in this 1v2 situation? Here they come, finds the first! Oh my God! Lucky! Dios mio, how has he done that?
Over him, you can see everything.
Are they planning for us?
No.
Back circle, back circle. Back circle weak, back circle weak. Back circle, I'm shooting. Back circle, 3, 2, bullets, bomb. I'm ready to move. So weak. No?
Tom, go.
Oh my God.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
Oh my God, my bad, bro.
They make it to nearly every single event. That poor guy that hit the deck today outside the venue. Is he here? Saw that. That was tough. Hey! What is that poor guy ate concrete for breakfast? Tough one.
Alright, we're back. Man, we got ourselves a crazy one here. Yeah, we're locked here. We're locked in for this last map.
Oh. I was side door and it killed me. I was like right inside a side door.
The 2025 Miami
Here we
Heretics
go.
team pack is available now.
Here we
Each
go.
pack includes home and away
First game
operators,
5 of the
as well as this
weekend.
spray. Vamos, 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 vamos! Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome back. A map 5 decides our final team making it into Championship Sunday. For one team in Miami,
Vamos,
you're trying to
Heretics.
do it in front of the home crowd. You did it once
Vamos.
this year on your way to a top 3. For Atlanta Faze, in the entire CDL era, you can count the number of times they haven't made it to a Championship Sunday on one hand. They have been the final boss throughout most of this era, and well, they try to get back.
If Miami
we'll
wins
see.
this map
Heretics
5,
have the
they're gonna
momentum
buy
off
their
that map
operator.
4. They have the advantage on
I
dealership.
respect it.
Here we go.
Here we go. Fist bumps are out.
This is a
And,
big time
on one side
dealership.
for Faze, it's like we have been in this scenario so many times where our hard point hasn't looked good. We've survived.
Big time
through our
dealership.
search and destroy. Here is another test for them.
Just one more test in a long line of tests. I mean, based on how the CDL era has been, I mean, their work's done this year. They won 2 events, which many teams have not done, right? There's been one team a year, maybe has won multiple. They've got their multiple, but they're trying to, again, cement themselves as the greatest. And wow, an insane year this year might just do that, but still work to do, especially within this major. Heretics,
Let's
though,
go. Let's
trying
get into
to
it.
play spoiler dealership, map 5. Loser is done. Winner into big championship Sunday and into a top 4.
Well, I'm kind of looking at this guy, right? Because it just feels like in Search and Destroy, they try to set him up. And maybe he's found his opening. They're trying to go for nades.
Oh, my God.
He's going to find one, doesn't find the second. Needs one more bullet.
Rom is down,
Caught
though.
them both with their nades in their hand. Whoever was the second player with a nade, they just got out of that, bro. Holy hell, that was nearly the perfect timing for Real. But hey, he got the first blood.
They're hitting a triple flank.
Got the info.
Their turn. I mean, this is a triple flank. 25
Flank
seconds.
core's gotta
You
be
have to
ready
go
for this.
quickly if you're Faze. This is going to
All
take a
super
lot
saw him,
of
I
time.
think.
They're
Yep,
fleet
yep,
of
yep,
foot.
yep, yep,
There's
yep.
the reposition. Here they go.
They got out.
They just got all the info. They're backing up, and now time, even bigger issue. But Zip's going to be right on it. Draws is trying to hold from above. Cell is able to get the pick.
They gotta go.
Time is a dwindling. Trying to hold it from the window.
They gotta
Draws
go.
is challenged. The fuse is done, and that is a round win for Faze. Maybe a dose their own medicine, similar to the round we saw.
Gold.
Draza couldn't clutch up, and they snuck in a defuse. This time, Faze able to do it.
That is great trust. There was an opening right there. When Cell, he finds the first player window, but the second one gets across. So Draza has to pick it up. So I thought that maybe allowed a timing for that first player
Not great.
towards the front to
Not
get the player on the
great.
bomb, but does not happen by just enough time. Great retake there from Faze.
Yeah, just they see them rotate out, and Zips is instantly on it. Instantly on it. And a round advantage. Well, we'll get the bomb later. Yeah, we'll get it later.
And
Let's get the
Cellian
blood
gets
first. Cell gets the blood.
Stay up,
Draza
Real.
gives out some
Get out.
haircuts.
Get
Can't
out.
quite finish the kill. Track it back. Getting bomb is Zip. I swear he turns like 3 times thinking about scooping it. 4v3.
Well, you're down a man, so you're looking for something, trying to take it to him. Instead, Faze are already here for you. So now you're left in a 1 versus 4 if you are Rencor. Not the start you wanted.
I fear it's not
No,
looking
it is
good.
not. No, it is
I
not.
fear it's not looking good.
Faze in control early. Real, first blood in the opening round. Cell get it this time. They'll back up and get bomb, and well, they'll just run right through them.
Again, I think Real
The
kind of
train they could
overcommitted
not
that
stop.
first round.
And this is, you know, it's like Faze showed, you know, down 5-2. Like, so they've seen it all. Like, all right, we'll bring it back round by round. Can Heretics do the same thing if they're put?
No, Gold. I think what it is I
Much
think
bigger test on these young players.
Simp sold his soul
But
for
we'll talk about that if we get there. Now, to
his
nothing
talents
crazy,
in this
nothing
Phase roster.
insurmountable.
I think that's what it is.
3-man hit over towards B.
Yeah, and I
Ranker
don't,
playing deep.
I don't hate it. I do not hate it whatsoever if you're Miami because, I mean, you got the bomb plant. Got the bomb plant in. You had what you wanted. But Faze are here.
Oh.
Real, he's going to try to catch. See what he
Oh,
does
okay.
this time.
He's able to
There we
stay
go.
alive. A bit of an off angle from Real, and then Super looking over him. And just like that, it is Celium left in a 1 versus 3. He is cut
they're
down.
on the board.
They put a BC that like awkward. He's like forward.
Got a little,
like,
got a little nerve-wracking, but
Just
they're on
did
the
not
board.
expect Real there. That is what he does. We saw in round 1, he would have loved to have 2. Probably would have been the difference maker in that first round. Fortunately, there was a trade, but this time he gets his 2.
Yeah, let's see this from his POV. There's the first, and the second. Oh, just sliding, catching draws. Oh, he's 2 HP. 2 HP. Brilliant there
bro.
from Real. Nearly traded
man.
by
This
draws.
guy Real has me stressing.
So adjustments you think for Faze? Next time they're on defense.
He's got me geeking for sure.
Very easily could be a 2-1 advantage for Heretics. We'll see how they deal with Real on that B-side push.
Oh, look at this quick mid hit here from Abizi. Don't see this often from the defense, just right through the middle of the map. Now, where do you want to go? It looks like they know Metals is caught there. Do they? I thought the way that Abizi was looking, but a nice trade there from Sim.
The timing, I believe, incredible. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Where did he go? Where did he go? Super backing up.
Whoa, whoa,
Super
whoa,
maybe
get out,
caught.
get out,
Sim
get
knows
out.
He's weak. Sim trying to chase it down, and he'll chase it down. The trade comes in just a second late. Maybe would have saved his life. All on Real now. This would be for the ace.
Oh, this
Might
could
catch
be
him.
awkward.
I made that up. It's not be for the ace. It's for the 2 for the last round.
Thank you,
We would
Gold.
have believed you.
Yeah.
1v2 for the bread
They
from
just don't
Real
want to get
here.
caught playing the bomb, so Faze are playing so conservative.
Seconds to go. They've got to work this plan. Real has cleared everything through mid-map.
Yeah,
What's the
luckily
timing going to be?
Luckily, this map is
There's the info.
very small.
I don't know if they saw him. I don't know if they saw him. They
Oh,
didn't.
what a play.
Real
Get
slides
out.
Now down to a 1
Oh
versus
my god,
1.
what a play.
8 seconds to go. Do you plan?
What a play.
Do you play the kill? Abizi, the hero of map 2, in such a difficult situation.
Stay
He
alive.
plays the kill. Real is
What
gone.
a play from
2-2.
Real. Oh my gosh.
And that's the
dude.
problem. You're hoping to catch Real. You know the type of player he is. He
Oh
likes
my
his
gosh.
long routes.
Joe
likes to
is
try to find
praying in
openings.
chat.
So him and Cell
Joe
just say,
is
let's try to
praying
wait
in
for
chat
him.
for this
But
Heretics
the issue
win.
is that like,
Yeah, when he slid
Oh
Kate,
my
I'm
gosh.
pretty sure,
They
like the
didn't see
player
him.
just looked left into the corner, like as they pushed out past the small room.
Joe's throwing
I'm pretty
out
sure it was
prayer
an
in chat.
insane timing where they didn't spot him.
and this is a map where if you're in the middle, you can get from one bomb site to the next.
Oh yeah, yeah. He
And
was
together,
within 5
chat.
seconds.
flying back and forth. He cleared both bombs 3 times. I'm exaggerating, but yeah. I mean,
No, he pretty much did.
Oh man.
2-2. Brushed off the early deficit.
This is I feel like this is gonna be a fucking roller coaster of a map.
What does his nade find? Get some damage in. And
Nice,
the first
Metals.
blood. Easy. Gonna get clothesline.
Yeah, he's thinking Metals doesn't see him there, but going for that gunfight. Not able to win it in Metals.
Like this,
With
step
that
out,
first
go
blood,
B.
and now they're thinking about the B-bomb site.
They're wrapping it out. Ahead on rotation will be Real, kind of clearing space. He's been their B-side hero on the offensive side of it. Squaring up with him might be draws early, but
They go back to A. Watch that number 7. You see Simp. He is
Put this
pushing
together, Jesus
forward.
loves you.
They're gonna check this.
Holy shit, we're becoming religious
I
in
think
chat
that's exactly what
for
they
a
were clearing
for
when
a
they did the
Heretics
spot.
win.
yeah, best of luck with that gunfight. Metals gets
Wow.
the heady. Simp laid out.
Simp was hitting the headshots
Real
too.
finding the
Oh
opening.
my gosh.
Cell blasts one up in the vent and back out of it. Bomb
Get that
now
rock
gonna
down.
be getting planted. Be a 1v4. Cell has had some insane ones in his career.
Yeah, you just need Real not to scam. That's really what it is. He doesn't. He backs away. Metals
All right,
is
that's
there.
another round for Heretics.
That's on Metals finding that first blood.
That is
and then what
another
that
round
first
for
blood
Heretics.
does, after they find Sip as well, it just opens up a route for Real to play
Wow,
his game.
why am I dude, I'm
Hit the
more
flanks,
nervous for this game than I was
find
for
the
the Thieves
openings,
match.
make the rounds easy.
So after the hot phase start up 2-0, 3 straight now for
This is
Miami.
actually crazy.
And in front in this one.
Maybe just because it's a game 5.
Pressure on, elimination match. Heretics do not seem to be phased by the pressure of the stage. Now, what can they do defensively as they'll try to get 2-round separation?
I don't
We've
know
got
what
4
that
in a row
means,
for
Joe.
Real, 3 straight for Metals.
No,
Ways
that's
to go
not
as
even
we
a
talk
Thieves
about
match, and they got me
any
stressing.
significant streaks in play, but Abizi got
Abizi,
blooded in the
one
last
shot.
round. Oh my god, 9 HP, he just gets out. He got hit by a quarter of a bullet.
And watch, look at the minimap. Super and Real, they are quickly on this full flank. All of Faze is here towards B. Abizi's gonna pick that up. Where does this retake start from if you are Miami?
They have 3 on the flank.
Stun it. Maybe connecting with Ross. Cell. Gonna get another first blood, and well, he'll take a second one with them. They're frying them now. Metals, his 3 straight. Gonna need to turn into 7 somehow, but it's 3 for Celium. As he has a takeover round, 3-3.
Yeah, and I think Heretics, they're gonna have to stop
Googled
Abizi from doing this.
Praise to God in Spanish.
Well, they nearly did. They nearly did.
Yeah, they nearly did. But what this does is this gives him so much info, right? When he is through middle of the map, through the B window, he's basically telling the guys there's no B pressure here, right? So the A flank is wide open.
Why is my
They're
stomach
able to get
hitting me
that
right
bomb
now?
planted,
Why is it hitting me
and
at the
it's just
worst
a,
time?
sort of, you know, a bit of a guessing game,
This
but they
is
had
game
3
5
players
round.
on their side of the map.
It's
They
game
knew
5.
that it was coming from the attacking side.
Last
Getting
match of the
information
day.
That would just take a lot longer to
Exactly.
get, right? Like it just instantly. And that's
Come
probably
on,
been
I
the
just
single
want to
most
get through it.
impressive thing
I
about
just want to get through this map.
in S&D over the years. Like he's just no fear with taking space and getting information. And well, this is a good example of it offensively towards mid. Real opening doors. Now trying to hit stun. He's going to connect onto
Okay.
Beezy. Beezy's trying to dodge all the nades.
You get the
Stun,
intel.
It's going to hit him, and he's back to full. Popping around POVs.
Renkor's taking a lot of space here.
Happening towards A.
This could get scary though.
Defensively, you're out back as well. Can you catch someone if you're
Get out, get out, get out.
You want that one. Oh, lordy.
Yeah, you want it bad because you had an AR there.
Oh.
Trophy is down. Nobody's dead.
I lied. You did lie.
No.
Car on car equals muerto.
Oh no.
Cell,
Oh,
4
no.
straight. Real last up 1 versus 4. It's been a game of swings. It was 3 straight rounds for Heretics. Now looking to go back to back and take advantage. Is Atlanta Faze unless Real pulls a rabbit out of the hat and does something insane. Don't know if that's happening.
It had to be a very big rabbit.
Yeah, dude, Miami had the read and Rencor just didn't get the kill.
Set up in the back and looking to close it out, just sort of toying with him while the help comes in. Help is here.
I mean, it's easier said than done, but I mean, even if he just gets the kill and dies there, I feel like that's a good play.
Yeah, let's see how Abizi plays this. Does he take that same mid-cut? Does he get
Maybe
caught?
not.
He got hit down to 9 HP last time. Got a little awkward for him getting out the window.
A game of swings so far, though. 2 for Faze, 3 in a row then for Miami. But here's that card kill. It catches them by surprise. Simp. Yeah, RC is not very effective unless it's on this map, and it's just due to, well, you have a
God,
parking
these
lot.
stupid-ass
Those
RCs,
Killing
man.
teammates on other maps, it feels
Yeah.
like. Here, at least, it's usually the opposition. 4-3 Faze.
Damn, Miami is 4-stacked B.
A look this time around.
They might be able to catch him off guard though.
Build up towards A.
They're trying to set up a BZ. Watch number 6.
Oh, good nade.
Never mind.
Not
You're
set
trying
up
to set
Good
that
pick.
up. Metals is gonna be. He's gonna stay here. Metals is gonna stay there on that flank because
That's
they
2.
don't have bomb down. So he stays to watch the flank. Abizi feels like he has to get involved. And well, that just starts with taking down Simp before he can plant.
Yeah.
Rancor gets another 1v4 for Cell.
Cell trying to maybe pre-fire Ghost.
Dude.
Nothing there. Heretics, beautiful defense out of them. Stop
Exactly,
the plant.
Joe.
Patiently deal with the flank. Still very little separation. 4-4.
Yeah, that player watching.
Damn,
the
man,
pitch,
this
they're
is-
just not gonna move.
this
until
is a
maybe they're
good
down a man,
series.
Maybe bomb is
This
planted
is
and
the
they have to
series we've been
retake,
wanting
so
all
Metals is just hanging
weekend.
out. There's still a chance.
We've been
Abizi
missing
catches him,
it.
but it just makes his job so much harder.
Yeah, Simp's just like, well, thought I had the plan in. And I don't really get to do much in the round because I am now dead. Heretics.
I don't know, Gold.
Chasing gonna be out of them offensively
I could
this time.
definitely see it.
Some utility connects, slows
I'm
down
trying
the push
not
for
to
a
jinx
second.
it, though.
Ranger has a sub in hand, so you know what the tempo is planned to be. Subs all over the place for this Heretics.
Rancor gets a first blood.
Forward. After Rancor's first blood, things maybe
Okay,
fall apart.
2v2.
Metals is still in the fight, down to a 2 versus 2.
Whoa, whoa,
Real
whoa, whoa.
dancing with
Stay
death
up now,
as
Real.
he's hit to sub 50
Don't get too
HP.
active.
Well, both Faze players just gonna jump through the middle of the map. Real knows that this is an option. A lot of time to work with. It's Miami switch it up, and it's just pretty much a mid hit. Draza was able
Okay.
to spot it, so I think that's why you kind of saw them take it towards Rencor.
Battle of the sub duos.
I like this. Yeah, go back B.
This
Go back
matchup,
B.
probably the one you thought most lopsided for Faze, but not been the case when you talk about the hard points. Metals and Real have been frying. They helped them get to a map 5, but now can they deal with the tiny tears and search and destroy? Sip on 8 and 4.
This is a
Real,
crazy
close
map,
behind on
man.
7
This is
and 4.
ridiculous.
Bomb is planted.
Well,
Time is a ticking.
Yeah, this is a tough part. When you guess wrong, you're playing the 50-50. You have to find where they go. And while you just reposition through the middle of the map, does Miami. Well, they're going to fight this. They're going to fight this. Abizi.
The kill on Abizi.
Intuition, maybe that's the case.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Oh my god.
But he's by himself. Then it's a 1v2 for Simp.
Beautiful. The Miami sub-duo gets it done. As you said,
Oh
it
my
could be a
goodness.
guessing
Chat.
game. They guess wrong. And Real now gets updated.
Gold, you have to hold it.
Down
You
the
have to
tiny
hold
terrace
it.
and a round away from taking this, but they've been on match point and search and destroy before. The same can be said for the Proto, and that went the
Holy
entire
shit,
way. They
chat.
let a 5-2 advantage slip away. Now, 5 versus 4. Can they win it here on defense?
They gotta
or do
lock
we go
in.
to
They
another
gotta lock
round
in.
11? Pressure building, heat rising. Trophy gets eliminated.
First blood.
Abizi's going to get cut down. He's gone. Chest pumping, no. Droz is able to win it. Sim's going to get dropped as well. It's all going to be a Droz and Cell now to clutch up 2 versus 3.
I thought Real just threw there a little bit to even up the numbers. But his teammates have his back. 2 on 3, as you said. Cell is beaming, no, but there is a trade. Rentor looking for the ace.
Droz. He had a 1v2 opportunity. He nearly clutched up in the map 2. He's trying to do it here. It is for the map. It is for the tournament.
Oh my god, they're chanting "fuck you, Draza" right now.
And
This
he'll
is
have to do it
insane.
through the chance. 45 to play. Bomb in hand. Bomb getting planted, and here we go. This guy does not let much phase him. Can he brush off the crowd, brush off the moment, and clutch up in this 1 versus 2?
And then it's just, where are they?
Timing is so bad, and Miami get it done. Move on to a 2nd championship Sunday on the year. Their fight continues.
I told it too. I said if they go game 5, they have a chance,
what a roller
bro.
coaster of a day for them.
Wow.
If they go game 5, they have a chance.
And then you just saw like this series. Feel like they should have won that map number 2, but the boys are fired up. We saw it at Major 1. They clutched up in a game 5. They get them into a top 4. They do it here again.
Woo. It is a passionate bunch. It is so fun to watch them make these runs. Such a young team, so much talent. Rancor
Oh
is
my
the man.
gosh, I'm actually mind blown.
And he ends it with the ace, right? He'll get the final one there on the Draws. All 4 in the round.
Dude, Miami
Incredible
closed that
out of
out.
him. I mean, sickening timing for Draws.
The Rancor ace? I don't know. I didn't see who the last kill was.
Worst moment. Faze are out of this.
Oh my god,
Now you're thinking, I mean, a great win for Miami, but who is going to stop Thieves?
Yeah, I mean,
who is
hey,
going
we're
to
gonna
stop
have a new
Thieves?
major winner.
I'm telling you, I
I
think it's Thieves and Surge in the grand finals
this tournament
now.
was wide open.
I think
because,
I think
you know,
no
Miami
matter
was looking
who
like a top 4 team,
loses
they're here.
tomorrow,
Ultra,
they get
even
back
with
to
a
grand
sub, a top 4
finals.
team, they continue to
But yeah,
improve.
we get a new
Faze
major winner. There is no
struggle
4-peat
online, those
anymore. It's
struggles
not on the
continue.
cards.
This was the one to catch him, and to be fair for Faze, if you're going to lose one, lose
Hey,
this one. You don't want to
and
lose the last major.
look,
you don't
I know
wanna
it's
lose
not how
champs,
this works,
obviously. This
but
is
we
maybe the
3-0'd
reminder
these
you need
guys.
that you still have stuff to work on.
We
but they did
3-0'd
not
these
look
guys
good.
pretty handedly.
Said it multiple times as we set up. It is Heretics to get the win. What a clutch performance there.
Man,
Such
am
a
I
young
excited
team,
for
so many
tomorrow's
magical
matches.
moments.
I
They
am
get it done.
stoked.
Super has been terrific to this organization. It's awesome to see his success, and we've got him on
Oh,
the main stage.
Super's loving it, bro.
Florida makes some noise for the Miami Heretics as they take down the defending champs.
I mean, they did look
I
locked,
got Super with
but
me
the Thieves
on
were
the main
frying
stage.
earlier.
Super, how does it feel in this moment to take down the 3-time defending champions at your home event here in Florida?
I mean, it feels amazing beating Faze, obviously, because they're such a good team. And I'm glad that we regained after that loss against Thieves. And I'm looking forward to play tomorrow again.
All right, there you go. A lot of big matches coming up tomorrow. Now, to talk about this series, you know, you guys had
So
on
what, we got
in a
Miami
chokehold to really
and
kick this
Ultra
one off, but
tomorrow?
you lost that S&D. How did you guys kind of regain after that moment, losing the map 2 and the map 3 to come back and win the map 4 and the map 5? What were you guys talking about?
I mean, the first map was so important for us because we gained a lot of confidence. The S&D, we troll at the end, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
And we found like our comfort zone in hard points. So winning the first and the fourth map was key to win this match.
It was very key winning this match, okay? Those hard points was so important to be able to take those guys down right there. Now, you got an awesome fan base here in Florida. You got an awesome fan base around the world, man. What do you want to say to these fans here that came out to support you guys, is waiting on the stage for you right now?
I just want to say you all are amazing, and I appreciate every single one of you that came here to support us. Everyone on the stream as well, supporting us. This is for you. We're gonna win this fucking event.
All right.
Ooh, okay. I like the energy from Super.
You heard it from Super. That does it for me and him on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Super, I am already a fan. The man brings
Hey Joe,
the
you gotta
hype.
get
He brings the
you gotta get
confidence
that
and a reminder.
that team pack now. You gotta get that Miami
This is his
team
first
pack.
event in the CDL, and he'll be playing on a championship Sunday, Nameless.
I mean, it's just unreal what he's done to this team, man. I mean, so much ice there in a Game 5 up against Atlanta.
Yeah,
back
that frog and toad shirt was kind of sick. I can't lie.
Be able to take them
that was
down. Like,
fire.
Super played phenomenal as well throughout it. Like, what a performance out of them, and what a turnaround in some of the key game modes they needed to improve on. Talk about a Miami team now. 2 Sundays on the season. Good work.
You'll be
We have
repping
so many
Miami all year
highlights
now.
that We're just going to skip that Game 5, except for the scuff play of the game, of
That
course, Jay.
was-
You called out Miami
that was
being
the
a
best
threat
series
to
of the
Atlanta.
weekend.
It
Straight
wasn't
up.
just the hard point. They had to close it out in this search and destroy. The subs with Real making some crucial plays, getting it done.
Oh, yeah, you know, the only one here in the sand calling out for Miami to get this W here. It's like I know ball or something.
Only one without a record on the line, we should say.
That's facts. It's all good, you know. I'm just picking the right team. And, you know, the way
Man.
that Miami played this
What a
match
weekend.
is through their S&Gs.
What a weekend
Real
so
just
far.
set so much
We got
pace
ourselves
through
a
that middle
banger
back.
of a
Was able to contest
Sunday.
either Center or
Miami
BZ
taking on
the opposite
Toronto
side,
and
then Meadows just
LAT
playing over
taking
what Real's
on
doing.
Vancouver.
Okay, you're going to stop that bomb
I
plan today.
mean,
I'm going to
I
hold my
think we're in
position
for a
because I
treat
know what
tomorrow
BZ's
for
most going to work
Championship
this flank.
Sunday.
I get this
and
kill, guarantees are
I'm
around.
so
They were just a
excited
single
for
that
it.
map.
I hope you
Real's
guys are as
1v2
well.
to me, like,
Obviously,
that
we will be
was-
live for that.
was massive.
I mean,
despite
this is
him, you know,
this
making
is
the
the
play
time
that I
for the
was
Thieves to
frustrated in
take
game
it
2,
home.
he
We
stayed
need it.
aggressive,
We need this
kept running,
tournament.
trying to make those
Everything
plays and find
that
those
could have gone
boards,
our
and,
way so
I mean, he
far
was the difference in my
has.
opinion in
This
that
is the
game
time for the
Real
Thieves
and
to
Rancor
close it
are
out
moving on
and
once
get
again
a
to a
tournament win
championship
under their
Sunday.
belt.
They will be
I'm ready
on the
for it.
podium if they can win one
Man.
more match. But they've got to get
What
through some
a
tough squads. Let's take a
final
look back
match
at
for
the
the day,
start
man.
of the
That was
day,
actually
because Toronto
insane.
Ultra is very
But
much still alive after
I appreciate
taking down
everybody who tuned in
Minnesota
today.
Rocker. The team
If you aren't
started
subscribed
looking better
and you're a
and
big
better.
Thieves fan,
we got to remind you, if you're
think
just
about
tuning
subscribing.
in, Toronto
We go
Ultra
live
is the
for all
top
the
14,
LA Thieves
but
matches,
they're playing
and
with a guy who
you know we
came
might
in with
get
72
ourselves a
hours of notice.
championship. That's what we're
Mercules
hoping
get the
for.
job done.
So
He led the lobby
appreciate
game.
everybody who tuned
Actually
in
heard it
today,
wasn't 72
and I hope to
hours.
see
It
you
was
guys in
actually
the
8
stream
hours. The
tomorrow
kid was up until
for
5 a.m.
a
to
banger
realize
of
the
a
decision
day.
that was going to be made
Have a good
for
rest of your night,
Toronto.
guys.
And
I'll see you later.
thankfully, you
Peace.
did your lineup when you go up against Minnesota to start the day. Rocker realistically just came out way too slow.